오래전부터는 준비했나봐 이별을 정말 잘해주고 싶었는데 하필 사랑 앞에서는 왜 이렇게 한없이 작아지고 외로운지 너무 착한 너네 난 그대로인데 oh I don't know 내가 왜 이러는지 그토록 사랑했는데 난 여기 있는데 oh I don't know 이제 날 찾고 싶어 Baby I'm sorry 너와 있어도 난 lonely 사랑하기 내가 부족한가 봐 이런 못난 나 용서해 I'm sorry 이게 너와 나의 story 사랑이란
Good morning, you beautiful faces watching at home and in the arena. I'm Mamba, your host, and I'd like to welcome all of you to the Valorant India Invitational by Galaxy Racer, powered by AMD. Yesterday, we kicked things off at Group A, where we had three teams have a three-way tie, with the scoreline being 2-1. Heretics, Secret, and RRQ, all of them. But Heretics and Secret made it through only because of their dominating performances and the round difference, and unfortunately, RRQ and Enigma, their journey ends over here. But today, we have Group B, and we'll find out which two teams make it to the semifinal to have a shot at lifting this trophy. And of course, there's a lot on the line. There's money, there's pride, of course, and there's all the glory. But we'll talk about that. Right now, it's time to have a look at the first team in question. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Boom Esports! That's Boom, ladies and gentlemen, for all of you folks out there. And, well, the team can settle in. But that's the first team. Now for the second team in question. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Paper Rex! Now, Paper Rex, ladies and gentlemen, for all of you folks, and of course, a lot of love for both these teams. It's going to be fireworks in the server. Both these teams are going to give their all to make sure they have a chance at the glory. But of course, we have a wonderful, wonderful casters waiting for us. So over to you, gentlemen.
Let's get this party on the road as we start off the second day of action here at the Valorant Indian Invitational. And of course, we already saw Group P kind of take place. We've got our 2 representatives off of that group, but now it's time for action over in Group B. Yes, we've had 2 matches yesterday, but now it's to finish the deal.
I mean, it's a hell of a way to start our day, right? Paper X, Boom, 2 of the favorites of the whole tournament, now playing against each other in what could potentially be an elimination for Paper X.
Oh, yeah.
The pressure's got to be there.
It definitely has to be, and I think both of these teams have got reasons why they should be progressing, right?
Absolutely.
You've got teams that have been at the top of APAC play for quite some time. Boom most recently, you know, getting that 3rd spot in LCQ recently, but Paper X has been, you know, a household name in regards to this region for this entire year.
That's true, but Paper X were proven to be mortal yesterday with a 13-6 defeat against Bleed. Bear in mind, Bleed for the longest of times was 2nd place to Paper X. And this is after sort of best of 1s, 3s, 5s. They have played against Paper X in every series imaginable and have just lost it. But yesterday, they redeemed themselves. They were able to finally topple the Titans. For Paper X, how's that going to affect them going into this match?
That's a very good question, Kieran, and I guess we'll have to wait and see in that regard. But what the information out there for you guys at home watching, but everyone in the arena as well, is that in this group stage, everything is a best of 1. So each team plays each other in their own group in a single round robin, and the best score does get themselves. Oh, what? Hey,
there he is.
Benkai.
How you doing?
Hey, Benkai.
Best of luck.
Best of luck. I love the wave, and he's still there. Okay, he's
the esports equivalent of a photobomb, right?
Yeah, that is definitely the esports version of a photobomb. But as I was saying, back to the format, right?
Yeah.
Single round robin, best of 1s, and so far Paper X are 1-on-1 with Boom Esports. Well, no, actually Paper X. Yeah, they're 1-on-1, right? They played 2 games?
Yeah, they beat Global.
Yes.
God Squad.
Yes. So now it's basically their time to play the 3rd game with Boom Esports making their debut in this tournament.
Absolutely. Tell you what, while Benko was there, we should have asked him how's he feeling going up against Boom. Guess we'll have to see on the server. But
he seemed kind of chill.
He
You know,
seemed
the
pretty
way,
relaxed.
the way he was waving, it was very...
It was
"Hi,
nonchalant,
guys."
it was chill, it was happy.
He had a smile
That
going
was
as
true.
well.
That was an ear-to-ear grin, so
was
maybe this is all psychological warfare.
It was a big troll moment. Yeah.
Maybe Boom are looking at this going, oh god, Benkai, if he's willing to go photobomb the desk, then we really could be in some
Did you hear that?
some trouble. Yeah.
I don't know what that was.
Nice.
All right, but let's get this show on the road. As we said, the two teams playing right now are Paper X and Boom Esports. 2 teams, legends of their own right, with Boom Esports having some very recent changes.
Yeah, absolutely, and of course with these changes, we're now seeing a team that really has some power behind them, with of course Famous, who was sort of standing in from them from Persia for a while, went to the main roster. After that, they then added Severin and Shiro, of course, from Onyx, I believe. So this is really a powerhouse of a roster that's slowly, kind of 1 step at a time, been crafted.
Indeed. And, you know, we've got some really good players joining in on them, right? We're talking about a Onyx roster that's, was also in the finals of LCQ. Yeah. So it's kind of mixing the best of Indonesia together. Yeah. And, you know, I'm looking forward to see how they look in this tournament. I think the fact that the first opposition has to be a Titan like Paper X, I think it's going to be a really good indication whether this roster blends well and there is future for it. Because let's be honest, there's a lot of pressure on them. They didn't quite make the partnership program for VCT next year. Yeah. So I'm sure, at least with their skill to be able to qualify the next year is their goal.
What it means, though, is looking over to Ascension League, both them and Bleed are definitely going into that as heavy favorites. So even though they're not one of the partnered teams, this pressure is still there for them because there's still going to be every other team trying to get into Ascension League who will be watching this, ready to anti-strat them.
And group stages, of course, have proven to be quite the competitive of results so far. Group A being a 3-way tie and only being dictated by round differential. And, you know, looking at these teams already, looking at the list of them as well as their results from yesterday, it seems that will still be the case today, right? We've got 3 teams that could definitely be up there. But let's have a look at some of these players that are competing today in this matchup. First up, of course, has to be Boom Esports. We've talked about them already, but let's talk about them in specifics. Of course, we've got Berserk, Blaze King Famous, Severin, and Shiro, the latter 2 coming over from Onyx.
Absolutely, and we were able to talk to Severine outside. He seemed pretty confident.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and I quite like it when teams show confidence because usually they're really, really humble. And they don't want to risk saying that they're going to win in case it means they come back and it gets used against them. But Severin seemed confident. So I'm really looking forward to seeing sort of how Boom's preparation going into this match is going to work out for them.
I'm going to be honest here, Kremer. Severin looked confident in his best of 3 match of rock, paper, scissors with us the other day.
That's true.
And he still lost.
That's very
so
that's true.
Well, I guess we'll have to wait and see because this is a very competitive roster.
So did Jing.
So did Jing. You're right. Both Paper Rex and Boom did lose to us, didn't they?
That's true. Why aren't we on the stage?
Why aren't we on the stage, man?
On the stage.
If there was a championship of rock, paper, scissors, it will definitely be up there, I'm
Absolutely.
sure. But this is not rock, paper, scissors. This is Valorant.
Absolutely. Something to mention as well is that the placements in Group B will not be decided off of this match. This is sort of quality of life for Boom. They have 3 matches today, which means they're really going to have to find a way to get through their stamina here. Over to Paper Rex, having won 1, lost 1. It's even if they lose this, I believe round difference will be what dictates if they go through or not. Sort of leaving it to the fate of round difference sounds. It's a stressful ordeal, right? And I think for Paper Rex, they're going to try and avoid it for as much as possible.
And talking about Paper Rex, let's have a look at their roster, which hasn't changed really from the last time we have seen it. It's been the same since the start of this year. And we've got Benkai, Divide, Forsaken, Jing, and Mindfreak. But they do have an addition of a 6th player, right? They brought in Cigarettes that I hope we get to see at some point because, there's a lot of interesting prospects about that guy, very strong in his own right in the region and how entertainment he can be on his stream. But no, this is the 5-man roster we know and love, which have had great results over in Masters, but in Champions kind of flopped a little.
Yeah, they absolutely did. And what you need to remember is I'm going to call it the Bleed conundrum, where Bleed have done absolutely incredibly up until the tournaments that mattered for qualification, whether it's a Masters or whether it's Champions or an LCQ, and then they do really badly. For Paper X, it felt like that was the issue they had, where they looked absolutely dominant, went into Champions, and just flopped. And I don't really know what sort of attested to that. Bearing in mind that it's been, I think, 2-3 months since Champions, they've had time to rest, recuperate, sort of come back and prepare now for how they're going to do against Boom.
And exactly that is what we're waiting for. Very focused faces all across the board. It seemed like yesterday was a wake-up call for them, getting a loss against Bleed. I think Paper X were expected to go really far this tournament. I had them as my favorites, tournament favorites, and I think for many of the people watching, it has to be the team that is at the top in regards of skill, but we didn't quite see themselves playing out. That's a big W coming out from Benkai. It seems
W.
like
W Gaming right there.
W Gaming.
The inventors of W Gaming as well.
With a bit of a wink at the end as well.
Absolutely.
Was that a picture? I'm not quite sure. When you do your fingers like that, is that a picture? It feels like a picture.
That was meant to be like ears, wasn't it?
Yeah, I know. It's a cute kawaii W.
Cute kawaii. I know neither cute nor kawaii, Pavlos, but what I do know is this is going to be... what I do know is that this is going to be a very good match.
Yeah?
I'm going to put you on the spot a bit here. Who do you think's winning this?
Look, man, I think, as I said, Paper Rex did have a tough time against Bleed yesterday, but I think that was a wake-up call coming into this one. They're definitely taking this a little bit more seriously. And let's have a look again at the results. We have Group A completely determined, a 3-way tie at the end, but because Heretics were so damn strong on their victories, get themselves a 2-1 score. Team Secret were able to beat them out, though, which even though they lost their first match against RIQ, they get themselves a 2-1. And RIQ needed 2 rounds to be taken by Enigma. If they were going to win their matchup, which they did, it should have been an 11-round differential for them to get that 2nd place. They did win their game, but unfortunately in not enough rounds, and therefore get that 3rd place.
Credit due to Enigma to just drag RIQ with them. It's noble. It's noble, I think. Of course, you've got to look over to Group B, which is where we are today. Bleed currently leading that group with the victory yesterday, the 13-6 against Paper Rex. Paper Rex in 2nd place, having beat God Squad, then going on to lose to Bleed. Now, for Boom, how will they nestle in amongst these teams? Now, I've asked you a prediction in this match. Who do you think is going through this group?
Look, man, Boom Esports, because I think they're going to win. This is their last match, so obviously it's going to have to be a 2-1 victory in this group. And I'm going to go with Bleed Esports as 2nd, due to the fact already got a victory, and I think they've got a lot of confidence coming in up against Boom later on. I think God Squad is kind of a lost cause. Yes, they've shown some strong points against Paper X. They've gotten a lot of rounds, and they were able to punish a lot of mistakes. And I still think there is hope for them to grab an odd best of one here or there. But being able to pick up 2 wins, I think that's a little bit too much of an ask.
I like the optimism you have for both Paper X and Bleed here. I'm gonna disagree with you respectfully, of course. But
Respectfully?
I can't help but think that Paper X they looked shaky yesterday.
Yeah.
And I think that the Paper X that when they're in their form, when they're in their groove, adaptations come like this, and they come at split-second decision making, and they're able to instantly react, instantly change, and that makes trying to be aggressive against them so difficult. But Bleed just beats them in that regard. So I think that for Boom here, there's a very real chance of going through this group. Of course, let's take a look at our top 5 players. Has anyone here surprised you, Pavlos?
I mean, look, Darion has only played 1 game so far, so his average is kind of
Rattler.
yeah. So is Rattler. So their average is kind of very high due to that 1 game that they played. But it was a very strong victory.
I want to mention the headshot percentage on Darion, considering he uses the operator. That's a
Whoa.
very big number for an operator
Whoa,
player.
they
So-
had some insane pistol rounds as well, didn't they?
They did, absolutely. I also really impressed with Zeke. Zeke having played 3 matches with Heretics, the fact that he's able
Whoa.
to average 21 kills, 350 circa ACS over 3 maps is incredible.
Damage per round is 213. And to put that into perspective, 1 player's 100 HP. So he's done more than the damage of 2 players each every round on average.
Yeah, he's, I think, probably shaping up to be one of the best raises in this tournament. That being said, we haven't seen enough of Paper X yet, so maybe they're going to have maybe they're going to take exception to that statement. We'll have to see in just a moment. Let's take a look at our map veto though. Let's see where this war will be waged. Of course, it looks like we're going to. I'm expecting a Breeze or a Fracture. Breeze banned very early on. I quite like Fracture, Pavlos.
Fracture? Why would you expect Fracture? I'm excited about it,
Yeah,
but why?
I'm quite like Fracture because one of the reasons, of course, we saw Paper X play a sort of weird comp yesterday with the Yoru. There's a very high chance that if they're playing with the Yoru, they're probably playing with a Neon as well. I want to mention as well, Boom have had some pretty good success on Fracture. Not so much as their main pick, but as a last pick, as a pocket pick, as sort of a third map which they're comfortable going to. Fracture's worked for them in the past. I'd like to see what they can do now. Of course, as we look at, if we go back to the last time Paper X played Fracture, that was all the way back, I believe in July, where they played against FPX.
Yeah, and they didn't quite have the opportunity to play that in Champions, right?
Yeah,
like we previously said in our narratives yesterday, is that Paper X, between their qualification due to their good results in the international stages as well as regional ones, they had enough points to get into Champions without playing the LCQ. So they didn't really have the practice, and then maybe weren't quite adept to their current meta to have the best performance later on. But I think it's time to jump into Agent Select and see what these players will be playing on the beautiful map of Fracture. And let's see where this map takes us. Because quite honestly, this is the first time we're seeing it in this series, so I'm very, very hyped. Oh,
We've got a harbour!
We've got a harbour!
Our first harbour! I'm very happy. This series is a win for everyone, for anyone watching. Our first harbour in both the tournament and I believe in an APAC tournament as well.
Wow.
Potentially a global tournament.
Potentially a global tournament.
First one.
Wow. Wow, okay. And I guess we sidestepped the Phoenix on Fracture?
That's I love this comp for Paper. It's certainly new.
It's very new. It's a completely different style, right? Because Boom is playing the old style of having the breach, assisting the neon in, and using the fade as well to get that information, kind of slide in and trying to overwhelm your opponent. You've got that chamber for those long distances, which is the same for Paper X, but this is Paper X trying to pave the way, trying to reinvent the wheel.
Absolutely, and so because Harbour, of course, being new, let's talk about his abilities a little bit. Of course, you've got the High Tide, which is that wall he's able to bring up. This is followed, of course, by, I believe, the Cove, which is the bubble he can use to protect his teammates. Very good in after plants.
AKA the Harbour Smoke.
Absolutely, the Harbour Smoke. And of course, the last one of his sort of signature abilities being Cascade, which is that big wave pushing players back. The final and his ultimate is Reckoning, Pavlos. Do you want to explain to everyone what Reckoning does?
Well, Reckoning essentially is a massive tidal wave, which, of course, it takes up a lot of space, man. It takes up a lot of space.
Yeah, and Fracture's sort of the map for it. It's going to be very, very good for clearing that A site, for really trying to get your teeth into the up plants over on B as well. I actually think Harbour could have a place here.
Definitely, can definitely take over sites, a lot of space very easily. So let's get the show on the road, let's get excited. Paper Rex on the defense, Boom on attack as we enter the first match of day 2 of the Valorant Indian Invitational.
So far, so good from Boom. It's fairly quiet as they list over towards this A site. Paper X on the flip side of instead chooses to aggress through main, which means this attack from Dish is going to have to be spearheaded by the Neon off the Zergs.
Looks like Paper Rex are a little bit falling backwards to that A main position. Boom trying to take over space, but they're comfortable to hold down the line. It's a crossfire madness. Kills coming the way of the boys in Paper. And Forsaken will be the final kill going their way. And just like that, 1-0 on the board for the Paper Boys.
Absolutely, and it feels like the aggression there in A main was perfect from Paper Rex. They were able to just turn over to Dish, and once they were able to extrapolate where the attack was coming from, all they had to do was get in their crossfires and Forsaken. You know what? If he's able to land his shots, even better. Really, really strong stuff so far from Paper Rex. For Boom, down to an eco, it's going to give Paper Rex that early lead, a chance to really feel a bit comfortable, Pavlos. And interestingly enough, Paper Rex actually being a bit ballsy, I'd say, going into the second round with only 3 primary weapons.
That is very true. That is very true. Having pistols on a couple of them. Benkai has to trade his life out. Not quite the optimal solution, given that the Spectre will be handed over to their hands. Oh, that is fast. The curveball, together with Forsaken dropping in. He wants more, and he's somehow still alive. He's got the assistance of his teammates, and that was a good golly fast round.
What I really like about that as well is the Cascade was used in the backline. There you go, that's how Harbor gets implemented. We saw the flash, the leer, and then we saw the Cascade. And what it means is that any player who would have been swinging past Dish, who wasn't caught by the fault line, just gets pushed back, allowing Paper Rex to take these fights. A really, really smart implementation here, Pavlos. And, I mean, so far, I'm very, very happy with how Harbor's been brought out. Quick technical pause, hopefully be able to remedy it as quick as humanly possible. But for the time being, I want to see what else they have for Mindfreaker.
So what I've noticed here from Paper Rex is that they've gone for 2 different styles in this first match, right? On the first pistol round, they knew that their very aggressive attack was coming due to the composition of their opponent, so they kind of dropped back. They knew what to expect. Obviously, given that this is a tried and tested composition brought out by Boom, and for the second round, they completely switched up their playstyle, right? Going aggressive themselves. And it completely caught off Boom off guard.
Yeah, absolutely.
I wonder how many signs we'll have shown by Benkai today.
Yeah.
How much variety? We got the wave.
How many hand
we got
gestures?
the W with the cute ears. We got the everything's okay sign.
How many Paper X games before they move the caster desk?
Yeah.
It would be interesting to see that.
It would be interesting if he casted next to them as well. Yeah.
Absolutely. Why not just hand him the mic halfway through? I want to see how.
So they can cast their own game?
Absolutely. I want to see how Boom counteracts this aggression off the back of the Harbor. I think that it's going to have to be through a very defensive, very utility range setup, which isn't really Boom's playstyle.
But here, Boom looking to enter towards his A side, but it's interrupted. Oh, blinded completely. They cannot win a trade when they cannot use their eyes. And Severin is left alone, able to find one. Double zap, actually. And if he finds the last 3 kills, this could be a potential ace clutch for the ages.
Very well could be. 2 so far, 3 more to find, and unfortunately Paper Rex, they're stacked up. They don't want to give Severin an inch. They know he'll take a mile. And with that, he'll be fed to the Vultures. Paper Rex 3-0 up. And what I really like there is now we're seeing Harbor come into this. The second we see that door opens to try and push through sand, instantly the high tide goes down, and it means that anyone who pushes just past it is walking into that maelstrom there. See, it means Berserk's pathing instantly gets caught out, and for the others, they're just running into these leers, these flashes. It's a really, really strong setup, and it feels like they're treating Harbor like a very aggressive Viper, essentially.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. And you know, when you don't have experience playing against it, it is very hard to switch up your play.
And look, preset angles as well. This is practice from Paper Rex, and I love how well it's working out for them.
Orbital strike available for Severin. Pretty much the only thing Boom have got going for them this round. Very aggressive move from Paper Rex, not letting their opponents breathe or set up any sort of aggressive play themselves. Jing realizes that the A site is slowly being infiltrated, but without spike control, Paper X can be calm about holding this ground over the spawn of their attackers. Forsaken just going to hold the line. Prowler thrown at him. Should be fairly clean, coming his way. Runs out of bullets, but it's got the assistance of his teammates. But actually, Blazer King is able to find a couple of kills here. And there's only a couple left, but Forsaken deals with it kindly. 4-0 for the Paperboys.
That's very clean, hell of a round there. And Blazer King, he makes them work for it. He almost recovers what was a pretty dire circumstance. But Paper X, their ability to trade one another and just work off of each other is something you only see in teams that have been together for so long. And that familiarity is really starting to show now. I'm loving the fact that Harbor's actually getting some really good mileage out of his abilities right now.
Yeah.
And as you look at the ult management as well,
Jing using his ultimate to gain some early information, runs it back into safety. And Boom actually takes a lot of early chip damage.
I love that counter Nightfall there. Absolutely perfect from Benkai. He knows that his teammate's going to be pushed, so in dropping the Nightfall, he's able to buy that space and time. Look, Boom have hardly left their spawn. That first kind of 20, 30 seconds of the round have completely just been burned off.
And already Paper X have got the info they needed from that first initial push. They know where their opponents are unless they've taken the ropes to cross to the other side of the map, but they are going to stick around. And it's a good idea to do so. So 3 players stacked up. This could be deadly. Oh, this could be very deadly. Jing bringing out his curveball, but can't get it out on time, which means it's all traded out equally. Spike can be recollected by Boom, but Care, 40 seconds only remaining.
And look at the Lurk Device. Operator in hand. Right now, Boom, they're trapped in A main, and they're not going to be able to figure out that they're trapped until one of them dies to that Operator. Empress deployed, smokes out, and a huge hit to this A site.
Really good smokes falling through, but Forsaken just doesn't care. Just walks in, uses Empress, and completely obliterates them. Benkai with the last kill, and that is 5 rounds to nothing for Paper X.
Absolutely perfect from them, and Forsaken, just perfect timing on that Empress with Devi holding that flank. His aggression, sure, we haven't seen much from Devi this game, but not because of lack of skill, it's lack of opportunity really. And the fact he's been able to just hold positions is what's been able to trigger Paper X into going for these aggressive rounds and these sort of aggressive plays. For instance, going through that smoke with the Empress. Really, really strong stuff. Boom, straight into the timeout. I'm interested to hear, I wish I was in TeamSpeak with it, just so I could hear what Coach Meow is sort of thinking in terms of counteracting this Harbor.
So I'm sure Meow has definitely been looking at Paper X so far and been saying, okay, this is what they like going for, but it's a lot to take in, right? It's a completely new composition. You have to quickly analyze the situation and try to figure out how you can best counter it with what you have in store.
Yeah.
This is a really tough task Boom have got ahead of them.
Absolutely.
And I think it may be underestimated by everyone because, yeah, already you're playing against a team that is well-rounded, can shoot very well, but when you've got no idea what they've got planned, that is scary.
You're absolutely right, and I think for Boom, I would like to see something a bit quicker. Either something much quicker or considerably slower, with no in between. This sort of mid-round split out, look for picks, hasn't been working for them. So speed it up, try and isolate, potentially even isolate Devi, potentially even isolate, maybe even Mind Freak, because that Harbor with that Reckoning is the only ultimate left on Paper X.
Yeah, and Boom have got the perfect amount of tools to actually do that in regards to their ultimates. Yes, they may have to wait a couple of rounds, 1 round at least, given their economical situation. But later along the line, you can see Orbital Strike, Nightfall, and slowly Rolling Thunder, as well as the rest of the ultimates of the Boom squad start to come online. So their job this one is to get kills, trying to refill those orbs. So next round, they've got all the adequate utility they need. But Forsaken starts things strong with First Blood. Boom, starting to move in. Devi quickly follows up. This is looking clean by Paper X. They barely took any damage on their trades of those 3 kills.
The practice that must have been going into these setups is incredible. The famous of Berserks, yes, with the Neon, you have these very fast rotations. It'll be a plant, which I guess is the silver lining for Boom here. Another silver lining, actually, is in the last buy round, yes, they lost it, but they burned so many ults Paper X that going into this next round, they are going to have a bit of an ability advantage. That being said, all on Berserks here, Pavlos.
And sadly, there's nothing you can do, but it's kind of to be expected. I think this is where Boom have kind of got a chance to redeem themselves, right? I think they've slowly got a lot more ultimates to work with, and, you know, credit where credit is due. Paper Rex are up by 6 rounds to nothing.
These have been 6 quick rounds as well. The momentum is really showing for them here.
Not even close.
Absolutely. And so for Boom, timeout's been used. Let's see what this buy round garners for them. If this buy round fails, then they are in real trouble here.
Nice shot by Famous. It's good to know that he's still
warm.
warm. And like I said, 5 ultimates for Boom available.
You look at the investments here. Famous going to go for the Spectre. I imagine the Sword of Force is about to show itself. And you see how Boom is sort of split around the map here. When you have so many ults to work with, it's just a matter of finding the right position to deploy it. Looks like they are listing over to this ace side. Sword of Force instantly used, and Famous maybe a little bit aggressive off the back of it.
When Boom haven't been able to use a single ultimate, Jing has already used his twice. A lot of space scattered out of that. And Boom scared to move into that A main angle, opting to see if they can push towards B, but there's a dangerous divide there and waiting. And the chance of Boom to get something out of this round may already be mitigated. No more Rolling Thunder available, and Boom needs to act quickly because look at the lurk happening from Paper Rex over towards Dish.
Absolutely. Boom now. They need this first kill, they need it quickly. A minute on the clock looks like a lot, but Paper Rex has so much counter utility.
Oh, man.
They've got Divide.
Use whatever you want in utility. If you can't find that entry kill, if you can't kill Device straight away, you're in trouble. Forsaken finally drops, which gives Boom an opportunity. It's still a 2v3, but they need to get the next kill.
Oh, Blaziken goes aggressive mind freak. This will be the round that, this kill that decides it.
That's the kill that they needed. Now they've got a chance. And they still got Neon's overdrive to keep this going. But do you want to use it? Do you want to go over aggressive or just hold your ground? Hold that cross line. Paper Rex split. Berserks on the side, Benkai wondering, split between 2 positions, already touching the spike. Benkai with the first, he's buying so much time for his teammate. Joining the fray is Berserks, tries to get it all by himself, but he runs out of bullets and Jinx side swings. Paper Rex will not falter.
The BM hot hands as well being lobbed into the sky from Paper Rex. Absolutely perfect from them. And a hell of a way to utilize that Phoenix in a retake. Once that wall goes up, trying to actually get through into a position where you can punish that after plant can be pretty damn difficult. What's a recovery from Paper Rex down for a for a good kind of 30 seconds of that round there. Boom looks like they were in position to get there first.
This is class by Paper Rex. And
Absolutely.
the narrative, the sort of thought may come to light this morning was that loss against Bleed Awakening call. I think now there's a reason why they've been so calm, holding tactics back, but now they realize they're up against the wall if they want to get to group.
Overdrive doesn't get, I guess one eventually, but it's labored, that's for sure, Pavlos. A retake now for Paper Rex, and with an operator on Divide, it's going to be difficult to win.
I'll tell you what, this is the first time Boom has had all their 5 players alive once they had the spike down. And let me tell you, it's the first time they've ever had the numbers advantage on the first pick.
Absolutely. I wonder how long this overdrive has left on it, because once Berserks loses it, he's only got Shorty to work with.
2 players posted up in tower. Severine on the flank, already taken us back. Mind Freak maybe in trouble, but Devi helps him out. Shiro having to use a Rolling Thunder, maybe to keep them back a little. Benkai shutting down Berserks. This is dangerous. 2v3, up close and personal. Benkai! He's so good on that pressure position. And all down to Shiro. So far, Harbor Smoke concealing it. Diffuse halfway. The players are low, but he might get the chance off it. 30 HP remaining. Paper Rex are able to get it done with Mind Freak's last kill.
Absolutely perfect. Pavlos, I'm going to... that was one of the best combinations of Harbor I've seen in a good while, and I think that was spontaneous, which was to use the shield from the Harbor, and once that cove goes up, they have the haunts behind it. So the second you shoot that cove to actually get to fight the diffuser, instantly pinged by the haunts. Absolutely perfect. And what I think Paper Rex are doing beautifully here is they're not focusing, the Harbor isn't the strategy, Harbor's aiding the strategy, and that's a huge, huge bonus for them. And we're really actually seeing them get some serious mileage from an agent which a lot of teams have almost written off.
Oh man, this is getting dangerous.
Absolutely.
Apparently there is a tech force going on right
Brief
now.
tech pulse.
It should be brief, hopefully, but Paper X, man, so impressive.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And, well...
If you're Boom, what are
Wow.
you thinking right now, right?
Well, here's the thing. When you're up against a strategy you don't recognize, you try and slow down to extrapolate how it's being played. The issue is, though, Paper X is being such an aggressive team,
Yeah.
they don't give you that breathing room.
The thing is, it's Boom that is expected to have that very aggressive play style, but it seems that everything that Paper Rex have is there to counter it.
Yeah.
Try to get your Neon in. You will never have follow-up because the rest are taken aback by all the utility thrown at them, whether that's the Harbor, whether that's the Fade, whether that is just someone playing very aggressive, you know? It's very scary to play against, and Boom probably scratching their heads. And this is kind of daunting if you're Boom, right? Because this is the first match you're playing in this tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. This is your debut, and with the roster as well.
Yeah.
And it's not like Boom are playing badly. They're hitting their shots. The strategy is relatively sound. It's just Paper Rex are on a whole other level. Where was this Paper Rex yesterday?
No,
That's what I want to know.
this is the kind of match that you need to reflect on. This is the kind of match that you need to put to the side, kind of look at the VOD very, very carefully.
And I'll
because
tell you,
every single round, Paper Rex have had something different come out.
For sure. And I tell you what, it's not just going to be APAC teams who are looking at this. Because
No.
this is the first successful implementation of Harbor that I've seen.
Hello,
So-
coaches. Hello, analysts. I know
Yeah.
you're watching.
Hope you're all having a good day.
you're having a
I
good
realize
one.
it's probably 3 o'clock in the morning for you. You've realized you want to do a new strat, and so you've decided, oh, Harbor, has anyone tried that? Oh, Paper Rex have, of course they have. So you're going over and looking at it. Well, a special thank you to you for coming up with cool strats, Mr. Chaos.
Water, thumbs up.
You guys are true H2 homies.
Yeah, for sure. Paper Rex, not the first time they've paved the way in regards to the meta. The run in Masters Copenhagen, getting that second place, has been one of the reasons why APAC has been put on the map as well. And it looks like they're bringing out their creativity yet again. And it sort of follows also what we thought earlier on in this tournament, is that Paper Rex coming here, and coming into the next season of 2023, they haven't made changes to their roster, which means they have confidence within their players to fix those mistakes that they made in Champions, to maybe have a greater impact internationally next time.
Absolutely. And I also want to mention as well is Harbor on Fracture has been, I think I've heard whispers of it, sort of in the depths of subthreads and stuff, but no one's really put it into practice. When Harbor first came out, a lot of players were thinking, okay, maybe on Breeze, because you have these wide open angles, being able to use your Cove to protect the diffuser is a very good shout. It just didn't really work because the Cove didn't have enough HP. But the way Paper Rex are using this on Fracture, alongside, you know, the Haunt, for instance, or alongside the aggression from the Phoenix, or allowing anyone who isn't hit by the fault line to be hit by those cascades, is so damn good.
It's sort of acting like a second Breach.
Absolutely.
Like a combo of Breach and Viper.
And then when you use that alongside your double duelist, you then have 2 initiators, 2 duelists, and then that allows your chamber to have this huge freedom around the map.
Kremer, can I tell you something? I have a confession.
What's that?
I love Valorant.
Yeah, I'm really nerding out right now.
How can you not nerd out when you've got so many cool stuff happening?
Absolutely.
So much to talk about. But what also you need to talk about is that Boom is, you know, is getting a little bit frustrated as well. You know, having something you haven't dealt with before, and you know, trying to find answers. They've already used their timeout. 4 rounds remaining in this round. No timeout. They have to figure this in. They have to figure this out between them.
No, absolutely, and I think that for the members of Paper Rex here, the one damning thing that can potentially harm them here is if they get too aggressive. If they think it's working too well, they put dependencies on players and they end up sort of swinging on their own, not working as a team. That would be their downfall. And I think against Bleed, what Darion particularly did quite well is he's very good at isolating players. Boom, on the flip side, a lot of their victories come through via grand strategy, something which Paper Rex are dealing with absolutely beautifully.
Looking very animated there, Miss Severin.
Yeah. Severin's very animated person.
Yeah.
Yeah, I really like it. Say the same for Benkai, he's funny. Hopefully the Tech Pause could...
Benkai is a living, breathing meme, and I love it.
It actually is.
He hasn't made a sandwich on a desk yet, like he did internationally. Yeah, maybe, you know, someone needs to have a sandwich building competition.
Yeah, for this tournament we did some great interviews, and I don't know if I'm allowed to say what the players were saying because they had some really funny answers. I think actually how scared the production look. No, I seem pretty calm.
They seem pretty chill. They've got faith in you.
Okay, yeah.
But that might change after what you say now.
Yeah, well,
tread carefully.
they just had some funny answers. Jing, particularly, looks really innocent, very funny guy.
Yeah?
Yeah, really funny guy, actually.
Yeah, he very much is. Do you want to say what he said? Yeah, you'll be fine. I know what you're going to say, but you'll be fine.
Okay, so
you'll be fine.
last time Paper X played against Global Esports, they won 13-0.
Yeah.
And so in an interview, we asked Jing, how are you feeling going up against God Squad? It's the same roster. This time though, they're on their home ground, you're on LAN, they're experienced players. Sometimes they're a little bit better on LAN, especially players like Kappa. And Jing's answer was, maybe this time, 13-1.
I think the question was more around the lines, who are you looking forward to playing most against? And the answer was God Squad. Last time, we beat them 13-0. Maybe this time they can get one round.
I was trying to soften the blow for the God Squad fans.
Yeah, but it has more impact when you say it like that.
That's true, yeah.
It has more
Jing.
impact. But I love the man. I love it, man.
Absolutely.
And, God Squad will be playing, they've already played against God Squad.
They're playing today. They're next, I think.
Oh, yeah.
Are they next?
Hasn't Paper X already played 2 games?
Yeah, Bleed and God Squad.
This is their 3rd.
Yeah. Because
There's 4 teams in a group.
And Boom are playing God Squad next. Then it's Bleed and God Squad, and the
Bleed
final
and God
match
Squad.
is Boom and Bleed.
Yeah, not Paper X and God Squad.
No.
Why
They played yesterday.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
You sat with me and watched them yesterday.
That's what I was saying.
Oh, I agree with you.
Oh, okay, so we're speaking the same language, but understanding the difference.
Same language, different dialects.
Well,
And they say the English broadcast is less intelligent than the Hindi one.
yeah. Well, thank you very much for your patience, everybody. It seems that the tech pause has subsided. So let's get the show going. 4 rounds left in the half, and Paper X have got a demanding lead. Boom. I've got to bring something out very, very strong to try and catch up.
I want to mention Forsaken right now, currently 10 kills in 8 rounds, really doing well on these entries. And actually he's going to attempt to do so again. This Harbor is gaining so much mileage for them, and that's allowing Divide to craft these openings.
Famous was holding that angle. He should have been the one to get the kill.
Absolutely.
But Divide is so freaking quick.
I don't think it's just Divide who's quick. I think all of them right now are firing on all cylinders. Boom, Lincoln, you miss it. Down to 3 players. Berserk's his location. Telegram to the rest of Paper X. And they even commit the Nightfall to try and get him out of position.
Shiro walking forwards, sort of being the last hope for the team. But again, Boom fairly split. Blaze King to the back. Oh, Berserk didn't even see Benkai.
Oh,
Shiro, only for a split second. As clean as it could be. 9-0 for Paper X.
My God, Paper X. What, can we have the same breakfast they did next time?
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure we're at the same hotel, but they're probably eating something different.
Yeah, we need to copy what they eat because,
Yeah.
oh my God, are they playing well. I want to mention is, I was going to say that Forsaken has done very well thus far in sort of getting these entries. If you look over to the members of Boom, no one's stepping up. No one's sort of packing this heavy punch that Benkai or Forsaken. Forsaken is 10-3. 3 deaths. So he really, really is performing quite well. Boom, no one's doing that. You look over to sort of the players you'd expect, like Famous and Berserks. We're not seeing these huge multi-kills that are coming from Paper X. Another tech pause.
Yeah, maybe it's the same issue. Not quite sure. Maybe production can let us know so we can let the audience as well
I think
know.
I'm gonna
Something on the Paper X side, apparently.
I'm going to do a player. In fact, we won't name him. I'm going to let the audience guess who it was.
Okay.
But yesterday there was a tech pause at some point in the day.
Yeah.
And that'll be because a player had to quickly pause going, my audio's gone. Lost all audio. What had happened is they'd won a round and he'd celebrated so hard he pulled his audio plug out and his headphones just weren't plugged in.
How are we going to guess? That could have been anyone.
That could have been anyone.
It could have been anyone.
That's up for speculation.
Oh, maybe a God Squad player? Would I be correct by saying that?
No, it's not a God Squad player.
Okay. Are you going to give me any more hints, or is that it?
No, that's it.
I'm never gonna
I
get
can't name them, Pavlos. So they might-
Eight teams,
We want
5 per team, maybe 6.
we want them to like us.
It's 40+ players. How on earth will I guess? No.
Do you think we're going to be seeing more Harbor now that Paper X have been able to use it well? Or use him well?
I mean, Paper X have done an excellent job of using Harbor well so far. So
Yep.
what would stop them doing that? It's Boom trying to figure out how to stop it. Do you try and counter it? Do you try and avoid it?
I wonder how many copycat strats are going to form as well, because sort of think off the top of my head, you could probably, I think, for Harbor, there's pushes him sort of mid around Breeze, which could definitely work with him.
Yeah.
even the sort of aggressive setups we see from Vipers on Ascent. Yeah, Viper on Ascent already is pretty unorthodox. Harbor on Ascent, there's a world where it happens.
There is indeed. I'm starting to wonder here, will anything change? You know, obviously it's a technical pause. Boom can't really speak with their coach. It's it's not as if they can have an extra perspective into the match to bring it back, but granted there are only 3 rounds left in this half. Even if Boom get all 3.
It's 3 rounds left in this half, and the last 3 have looked more and more one-sided in favor of Paper Rex. It's a really difficult circumstance for Boom here, and I can't help but think that they've sort of been caught flat-footed by this strategy, this composition. I really hope we fix this tech problem soon, Padlock, so we're running out of things to say.
No, we definitely still have things to say. I mean, you know, the hands of the players are looking very esport player-like, you know. Oh, I know what the problem is. I figured it out. Seems like someone's chair isn't great, and they're looking to change it. I think that's what's going on, from what I can observe myself.
Is that a broken chair?
Is it a broken chair?
Is that a broken chair?
Is someone celebrated too hard?
Celebrating too hard, I think, is a hazardous thing for esports players, so especially when around so much valuable equipment.
Oh, well, it looks like we're going to start either way. Paper X.
Oh, we're back. Wonderful.
Yeah.
Absolutely. For Boom, thus far, it looks like once again a bid for this A main presence. However, Paper Rex this time won't fight them for it. Instead, because they've already gained that control on Dish. It's a faster hit, the speed is there, but look at this Harbor utility. It just burns so much time. And now for Boom, the rotation's already there, and Jing's hot and ready.
He is very hot, quite literally as well. Jing moving forward, going in for another, but obviously has to fall it back, and Mind Freak ends up falling. So Boom actually have got an advantage here, but as soon as I say that, Benkai enters the fight. Blaze King ever so low. His next kill needs to be as crispy as ever. But let's see if we hear a crunch. Famous also chiming in. Devi will re-peek it, but he's got a longer distance weapon and is definitely going to shoot Famous in the heart. Oh, and they know exactly where Blaze King is going to enter from. It's going to give away the audio cue as well. Use what you want, use what you must, but Paper X are there, lying in wait.
We also don't see the APAC curse. It's no longer going to be the potential of a 9-3. 10-0, Paper X now leads, and we're seeing some really, really strong utilization of this Harbor. I think once he was able to get that, once he was able to get that Cove as well as that High Tide down, what it meant is when the hot hands went down behind it, you're going to be slowed when you push through. You're probably going to be flashed because you don't know what's on the other side in terms of Liz, something which Forsaken has already been doing in the past. And then even if you get through all of that, you're running through hot hands, which is, I believe, the highest damaging sort of incendiary device in the game. It's either that or Brim's Molly.
Forsaken, maybe in trouble, but Devi's there to help out. Devi concussed, unable to shoot back. But Jing, where did that come from? They're all coming in from behind. Uh-oh, Boom. Don't only need to focus on the players they're approaching from the front, they also need to be careful of their backs.
When you try and go through that underground part to get back through to Arcade, I love how we see that cascade slowly pushes forward to allow the duelists to just clear each angle of it one at a time. So damn good from Mind Freak right now.
There is a winning condition for Boom this round. Blaze King needs a multi-kill on the Paper X rotations.
Yeah.
But they're not coming his way. They're not even crossing spawn.
Just soul crushing. And there's already a player in Dish as well.
Oh,
so
no.
any attempt from Shiro to get off this site. Bear in mind, both Blaze King and Shiro, one away from their ultimates. They are just so close to having the tools needed to win this round.
And Shiro's alone. Blaze King has gone, spent a lot of time until he rotates over. All right, Shiro, can you hold the fort with just the Sheriff? Knows where his teammate is. Let's see if he can figure out the opposition. 3 in main. One coming in from drop. Oh, that's the first, but it's a trade, and Blaze King falls like a fly from the sky. Slop down onto the wall, and there you have it. Paper X just don't want to stop this momentum.
Absolutely. They sort of leave this, they leave Boom broken, battered, and bruised with a, what is so far a flawless first half. Now, I don't want to say it, just in case it potentially jinxes it, but 13-0. We're going to see the first one.
Did you really just say that, Kremer?
But
Have you
with
never
teams who are
learned?
so good. Boom is a good team. It's just Paper X is even better right now.
Kremer, you're a caster. There's a thing called the caster's curse. You're not allowed to say things like 13-0. You're not allowed to say that.
Watch, it'll happen anyway now. Forsaken on the coast angle.
You just had to say it, didn't you? All right, well, let's have a look. Boom might actually have a chance here to at least gather around, and Famous has just been unable.
It goes on a rampage.
Go figure. Why?
Just goes on a rampage. It's all a Divide 1v4. It's still possible.
It's still very possible, especially for a man like Divide. Running out of bullets on that chamber of the operator. Orbital strike and Incendiary delaying it. Yeah, he doesn't really have a chance here. The crossfire's too big. Jumps through the flames. Down to half. That's one pick. Ooh. Time is running low, though. They need to line up. The stars need to line up. Oh! There is a world, but it just couldn't.
That looked like it was possible. But we are going to see Boom put themselves on the board. A hell of a round from them there. And a hell of a round from Famous, who steps up on that chamber. He's had a relatively quiet match. However, now he's finally able to enter the maelstrom of madness, rejoin the fray, and, well, for Paper X, let's be honest, 11 rounds will be happy for anyone.
You know, out of that round, I think the biggest highlight was Famous pushing towards spawn and getting a double.
Yeah,
I think that is the biggest highlight, and it wasn't shown in the replay, but that was the reason
off
why
the
Boom had
rotations.
quite a big numbers advantage in the post plan.
Absolutely. Now, moving to the defense, let's see if Boom have any solution to this Harbor playstyle. Now, I want to see how effective Harbor's going to be on this attack. Now, we've seen a lot of utilization of this high tide. We've not really seen this Cove get used too much. The Cascade, again, very limited. I think we're probably going to see a lot more use of the Cascade going into the second half. But for now, let's look at a second half. Let's see if Benkai can keep up what has been a great match so far.
I think what has been the case for Benkai throughout this tournament as well is that he's had very solid performances all across the board. And it never feels like he's, you know, getting clutches. It's just that he's winning out his trades without dying himself. And that's so super important to have in a team.
Absolutely, absolutely. And he's supporting so well. Like, these kills, they're not sort of overextensions where he's just won the aim duel. They're not sort of baiting at all. It's just been supporting his teammates.
Yeah, it's usually mid-side fights. He's not the first to engage.
Yeah, exactly. Or it's been the sort of second man into the retakes. And it's just been working beautifully for him. Really, really strong stuff from both Benkai and Paper X. Going into the second half, do you see the consistency staying with them?
After you curse them, I don't know.
That's true. I didn't mean to. I didn't mean to curse them that hard.
Yeah, no, I think they will. I think they will because obviously, as much as you show on the defense, you've got just as much to show on the attack.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. And I think in terms of sort of going to the attack here, I think that there's going to be a little bit more pressure on Jing and Forsaken to get these entries. That being said, they've already done so damn well, sort of treating their defense so aggressively, it almost is their attack. I'm really looking forward to seeing what they can bring here.
And you know what? Fracture isn't that defense heavy anymore due to the changes that it's had.
Relatively even, I would argue.
I wouldn't say it's still even, still defense sided.
Not by much though.
But not by as much as you could say that you could easily convert a 9-3 like you used to. Like when you see a 9-3 score, when you used to see a 9-3 score on Fracture, you'd be like, this is doable.
That's manageable.
It's doable. Get some momentum. You can do it. But not to a level where you can bring back an 11-1.
No, absolutely. For Boom, it's certainly a mountain to climb. In the realms of possibility, but they definitely need a lot of faith right now. Paper X on the flip side, 11-1, looking absolutely immortal.
Basically a pistol round away from victory.
For sure, and you know, for Boom, I quite like the risk here. The 4-man stack in Dish. I love it. It's risky, but it seems to have at least worked for map control. Paper X, luckily, are being a little bit slower here, so Boom have time to turn back around to the safe side.
It might be a 4-man play towards Dish, but Divide deals with 2. That is not allowed.
And he gets away. That is really worrying. And now Plant goes down. 3 versus 5 retake for Boom. Power Blast, this is
scary.
This is getting worse and worse for them.
This really is. Could be the most one-sided result we've seen so far. The Valorant Indian Invitational here in the off-season. 3 players left for Boom. Let's see what they can do. It seems like nothing. Severin and Famous just get slapped silly. Jing also just pushing them up against the wall, and that is bullying.
Absolutely, without a single casualty. It's certainly a Pyrrhic victory from the members of for Paper Rex. Boom, what do you do? What do you change, Pavlos? You've seen nothing from Paper Rex's attack.
Back to the drawing board,
defense
man.
adaptations weren't able to work. Now you're in a forced fight against Paper Rex, who are just a hop away from being able to make you lose your opening game.
Oh boy. Obviously, Boom forced to put all of their economy into this, empty their pockets, and get as much weaponry out of their arsenal as possible.
I'm out of here.
Is it going to be enough to stay alive? Obviously, they cannot make a mistake for 11 consecutive rounds.
the
Berserk
reloads.
gets caught napping, and Severin, what can he do here? Curveball, blinding both himself and his opponent, which means Severin had a chance, but not quite. Forsaken has just been enabled. Maybe a sheriff kill from Shiro will soften the blow. But Shiro, as soon as he crosses that tidal wave, he is a dead man. Or is he? Famous has actually got a chance. He's in a 1-on-2.
Limited HP as well, but at least limited armor, limited utility. Spectre as well.
Oh,
what can he do?
There's no way
It's the
he
make or
checks.
break.
There's no way he checks the buy here. Toyed with like a teddy bear. Paper X with a 13-1 victory.
Wow. Wow, Pavlos. That was a hell of a match from Paper X. Absolutely dominant performance, and we finally see Harbor utilized to such an effective degree. I'm so impressed with Mind Freak. So impressed with Mind Freak. Even though he didn't top frag, even though he didn't have these sort of flashy, 1vx's, the fact he was able to utilize Harbor that well makes him MVP in my eyes.
Big time. Big time.
That'll make maybe Alex becomes MVP in my eyes, because I think he could have come up with the strat there.
True.
That's true. That's true.
Wow, Mind Freak, what a performance on that Harbor, and I think the rest of them have followed
Absolutely.
through. You can tell that, as you said, Alex has put in the work with the boys, and it's definitely showed off. Respect shown by the players. I mean, Boom Esports, this was their debut in this newly aligned roster that they have. Not the result they would have liked, but my goodness, this was up against a very dangerous-looking Paper X.
If you were to lose to anyone, there's no shame in losing to Paper X, right? A really, really good performance from them, and I'm really damn impressed with sort of what this means for Harbor's place in the game in the future. Flawless.
I mean, it's both the Phoenix and the Harbor in one, right? It's a completely newly aligned sort of way of playing Fracture, and it's perfect to countering what was previously meta, right? The Breach Neon, fast play with Fade,
Absolutely.
It's completely gonna switch the way we play Fracture, and I love it.
Yep, absolutely. I'm really, really happy with this opening map, and it's but a taste of what's to come, Pavlos, because we're not even in the best of threes yet.
No, not even close, because this was Boom's first match. They need
Yeah.
to play a couple more. They need to play against God Squad. They need to play against Bleed, and those matches will be coming right up. But let's talk a little bit about this game. Let's talk about who
Absolutely.
performed well. If we can
Absolutely.
bring up the graphic as well of the performance of these players as soon as it's ready, we'll have a look at that. But overall, we said players that
overall.
impressed us.
Yep.
For you, who would take the most valuable player?
Mind Freak definitely in terms of strategy and utilization tactics when it comes to that. In terms of aim, I was really happy with Jing, especially on that arena. Really, really strong stuff. I love how he was using those leers behind the high tide, which meant that the second that high tide drops, it instantly flashed as well. It meant that we could see some very fast pushes from Paper X, and it just complemented their playstyle beautifully.
Yeah, I really liked Forsaken. So many entry kills.
Yeah.
So many
Yeah,
entry kills. And it
absolutely.
often untraded, if not every single
For sure.
time.
And he got kind of 3 or 4 run it backs in about 10 rounds.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
And having then Benkai able to solidify the deal with a double on the site.
Absolutely.
Let's have a look at the scoreboard then and see exactly what these players managed to achieve in this matchup. A 13-1 victory, of course, in favor of Paper X. Boom, with a debut, not able to achieve more than a singular round. And that was on the attack on the attack as well.
Yep, absolutely.
But have a look at this. It's Davai taking the cake in regards to the kills. That's the guy that got a lot of entries as well.
What I quite like about Davai is it was a lot of his role became just cordoning off areas of the map. So there wouldn't be any rotations, there wouldn't be any follow-ups, and it meant that it became very difficult for Boom to move around, set themselves up, and go into these big executions, which they've been able to land beautifully in the past, just not with the space that's been provided to them in this match.
Exactly that. And Devi also had those moments where he got like those pistol round kills, towards the end, which was the reason why Paper Rex got it, because, when you end a half 11-1, if you win the pistol, you can just run away with it at the end. So, yeah, valiantly done by these two teams, especially by Paper Rex. I'm looking forward to see how Boom is able to perform later on, right? They're playing up against Bleed, I believe, right up.
I think it's next. I'm fairly certain it's next. I don't want to commit to it in case I'm wrong and people get angry at me, but I'm fairly certain.
Take it with a pinch of salt.
Yeah,
it's Boom versus
Boom
Bleed.
versus
Thank you,
Bleed.
producer, for
Thank you, lovely producer,
for letting us know and confirming that. But yeah, awesome performance.
Absolutely.
I think putting an MVP on this is kind of redundant because this is
Absolutely.
This is a team effort as well with the coach. But let's have a look at the team performance as well. It doesn't really change too much. It just maybe shows how much Paper Rex was dominant at the start of the round, getting so many first kills.
I also want to mention the post plants. Paper Rex, considering they won 13-1, only planted the spike twice, won a post plant twice, shows how effective they were when it came to both retakes and just shutting down Bloom before they were able to activate their strategy in these rounds.
No thrifties.
No thrifties at
No
all.
thrifties. Because Paper Rex, quite frankly, weren't at a worse economical situation than their own opponents, and Boom could never win a thrifty.
Absolutely. We very tactically came back on camera just as I dropped my mic. So we'll go to our next graphic in just a second. Well,
Yeah, we've got the MVP up next, but we know who that is. That's Devi already.
yes, absolutely.
Oh, actually, we have the economy graph.
The economy graph.
I wonder what that's going to say. Oh, right. Paper Rex, always on top. That makes sense.
Yeah, no real surprises there.
No real surprises.
No real surprises there.
Yeah. I mean, look, I also enjoyed watching Fracture quite a bit. We saw a ton of Haven yesterday. So seeing Fracture come in, seeing that teams are willing to show something else other than Haven and Bind is good to see, especially in these best of ones. You're risking a lot.
Yep,
You're risking a lot. And seeing that the group stage on the previous group sort of was determined in rounds, you want to make sure you secure as many rounds as possible, and Paper Rex have done just that, right? They've got a 13-1, which is the second best result you can have on a singular map.
Yep,
So
absolutely.
I think Paper Rex couldn't have hoped for something better.
Yeah, really, really impressive. And it's also the recovery, isn't it? They had a rough game against Bleed. They go into day 2. There's a bit of worry that potentially they won't be able to beat the Paper Rex that we know and love. No, we're wrong, Power Plus. Paper Rex, just pretty damn good. And after that game against Bleed, they definitely showed that they can recover.
That was a good game. Yeah. Benkai, thumbs up if you feel that was easy. Oh, no. Oh, why did we change the graphic?
That's all right. You come
Remove
over.
the graphic. Benkai's coming to the desk. All right. Hey, Benkai.
Who do you think's MVP, Benkai? I'm for
Devi.
That's
Yeah.
Devi. Oh, yeah. Devi.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Really good
Do you
chamber.
think
Agreed.
Do you think 13-1 again for playoffs potentially, or for your next matches?
All right, we'll see. Thank you, Benkai.
See.
All right.
That's few words but strong messages.
Yeah, very much so. I think that's it, ladies and gentlemen, for this first match of the day. We'll be following through with Bleed taking on Boom, and that's a match that we're very much looking forward to. But let's take it to a break. Let's chill out a bit until that is the case and the players get ready on the stage, and we'll see you right after that.
Yeah, 2 minutes.
Ah, okay, we got okay, fair enough.
I thought that was a long pause.
Yeah. Okay, so we
2
just been told
minutes.
that we better fill 2 minutes first.
No, now we can
Never
go to
mind.
break. We'll be back.
We'll be back.
You know, I will say, it feels like we're actually on a DJ table, you know, with all the music
Oh, yeah.
happening. It feels like, but you know, I'm a poser. Anyways, welcome back, guys, to the Valorant India Invitational by GXR. My name is Asser. With me now is Universe, and we're going to be covering the second game of the day, again happening with Boom versus Bleed. Another tough match for Boom to try to get over on.
Absolutely. This is a game that is going to be a do or die for Boom because if they don't win this, they're not going to be able to qualify. And Bleed, of course, right now looking as the strongest contender to exit this group as the top seed. So I believe that Bleed will be having a better chance given that they did beat PaperX last night pretty convincingly, as I might add as well, right? PaperX did wake up on the right side of the bed today, found themselves, well, let's say on the best end of a result that they would have loved. 13-1, just as good as 13-0. Just one small little hiccup that came through, but hey, it's still a great victory, and now here we are. Boom, looking to solidify a little bit. They didn't at all get to showcase their skill on Fracture, but do you think that it was more of a map thing, or was it just a PaperX thing?
I think it was more of a PaperX thing. Again, there was kind of two things to that. This was a map that PaperX obviously love. They, whenever you hear PaperX, Fracture is one of those maps that you just recall them on very fondly, right? And now with the harbor and everything, it feels like they've had a refresh. Everybody was just copying, again, you know, how Neon was being played with the Breach, but this time PaperX had the harbor and whatnot, and now Boom will have to try to go up against Bleed at this point. The problem is, with this particular conundrum for Boom, is that whatever happens, they need to win this match against Bleed if they want to have a chance to get into the semifinals happening on you know, tomorrow or later on today.
Absolutely. Boom are in a tough spot. They've not played a game yesterday, but that doesn't mean that, you know, they're out of pressure. They instead actually look like they've had the most pressure so far because coming up, the first matchup against PaperX, you know, taking that 13-1 loss is a hard pill to swallow, and now they're going up against a team that did beat PaperX. So, you know, hopefully they've got some sort of strategy because both PaperX and Bleed perform in a way which is highly dependent on speed, and clearly we've seen that Boom cannot handle that speed even though they played with the Neon. You know, they're supposed to be fast-paced, but in the first game, it almost looked as if that double duelist proved too much for them.
Yeah, speaking of which, I mean, they are going to be going up against a team that plays vastly different to PaperX, so maybe that's something they're going to be, you know, happy to actually go forward into this best of one. It is going to be Bleed that they will be playing up against. We saw yesterday how just massively the performance of Dorian and Juicy were able to impact that match against PaperX, and if they're able to do even a quarter, just you know, a preview of that coming into this best of one, Boom are in trouble.
Yeah, absolutely. Bleed Esports, you know, they've got such amazing aimers, and not just that, the chemistry between this team has been, you know, built up pretty well, and they've got what it takes to be one of the contenders for, of course, everything that is in stake for this tournament. $50,000 US. That is the first place, of course, out of the $100,000 prize pool. And you know, I'm gonna give a lot of credit here to the coach of Bleed, who is Legia, who is honestly one of the most impactful players who's been in his time back, you know, when he was playing different FPS games. But he's come here towards the Asian region, and he's actually worked Bleed up quite well. And I'm surprised that, you know, they've made it this far without actually losing more than 3 games in the last 20.
They've been perfect as far as I can see. Again, they could be the other side to the coin that is PaperX, but Bleed have definitely come into their own. Now, looking into the team that is fighting for, I feel like, their tournament life at this point, it is going to be Boom Esports. We saw that there was some waves of just life from Boom in that match that they had against PaperX just earlier on today. Berserks was doing fine with the Neon. You saw also Famous getting some shots in with that chamber, but something isn't just clicking with them. We mentioned how this team is incredibly gifted with how, you know, they control the fights, how they're able to deal with the aim duels, because ideally, or rather instinctively, or at the core of them, they're like triple duelist players. But the problem wherein there lies is how well is their team synergy, how well are their setup plays, and it seems like that is the very lackluster thing that Boom really have to hurdle over to reach that next level.
Absolutely, and I think that today in particular, I would love to see one player pop off who I believe is Blazer King. I think that he has got really great individual skills. You know, he pulls the team together, at least, you know, in my perspective. And I think that if he is able to maybe start off on a good note, right? I think the team is going to come together. And of course, you know, Boom are a team that's, you know, been having its, you know, fair share of ups and downs. They've had the recent past has not been too bad, but it's not been too good either, right? And of course, this roster now coming into this tournament, we did have high expectations. Unfortunately, it hasn't delivered in the first game, but there is 2 more to go. They've got even God Squad to face off against later, right? So
but
still hope for the best.
This point moving forward, again, the pressure is definitely on. They cannot make a mistake. And
True.
if they can add the cherry on top, which is just a dominant performance overall, 13-4, 13-6, that is really what helps you at least survive the middle ground of each and every group. And that was a story that we were talking about for Group A with Team Secret that, again, RRQ really have to get that 13-1. So
Absolutely.
if Boom want to have more favorable chances to get in line with maybe Bleed as well as Paper Rex, they need to get this second game in a really, really good standpoint, because that's where it gets a little bit risky, right? Because at least if it was God Squad, maybe it could have a different outcome for them, and then Bleed later on today they just needed to win the match, but now they need to also win the match and maybe have a favorable set of rounds in their own end.
Absolutely, because they don't know if at all they're going to be able to do anything against Bleed right now. And if they have to, like you mentioned, they lost 13-1, which means their round differential is -12 at the moment, which is a bad spot to be in. So anything and everything that they can scrape on the bottom of the barrel, it has to come through. And they really need to pick up the pace of their gameplay, because Bleed play at the same speed that Paper Eggs do, if not better, because they did beat them yesterday, and this guy on the screen right now is their absolute pinnacle of power. Darion, amazing performance yesterday, 23 kills for him, and he absolutely tore through the defense as the Reyna. You know, facing off against the Forsaken and Jing duo of Yo and Raze, this guy put up quite a performance with that Reyna.
So speaking of performance, Durian has also gotten about 3 or tripled 3 kills yesterday in their match against Paper Rex, more than what Jing and Forsaken have done combined. So you really do feel the impact, the emphasis that Dorian has led the team for Bleed here. And what's kind of interesting with that is that he has made that happen on rounds where Bleed have actually consciously decided to place him solo on a side. How many times have you seen Bleed actually go for that 1-4 split when they were on bind? Very multiple times, and Darion was never really shaken. Granted, Paper Rex were actually fighting like the 4-man of Bleed, but whenever they face against Darion by himself, he's almost always able to convert, especially on that Rayla. Really, really difficult to face against. And speaking of which, we do have the heat map for you, I believe from Bleed, was it? So
I think so.
We'll see. We'll see where Bleed really do like to play for the most part on you know the maps that they played already.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that we will expect a different map again. I'm not quite sure if we're going to end up on Bind, because clearly Bind is a really strong contention point for Bleed. So I'm definitely sure that Boom might want to, you know, stride away from that. But what do you think is the map that Boom should be aiming towards to maybe give a competition of some stature?
I'm gonna maybe bet on 2 maps, Ascent and Breeze.
Actually, I had the same names in mind. You know, I was going to throw Pearl into the mix, but then Bleed also have a pretty, you know, great history on Pearl, even though they played it really low number of times. You know, I think about 2 or 3 competitive games. They won all of them, but I think Ascent might be their best bet, because Ascent is ground zero. There's going to be, you know, no real inclusivity in terms of, you know, double duelist, because usually you don't go for it. Bleed might, but Boom will have the best chance, because Ascent is not a map made for double duelists. Speaking about maps though, here's the heat map on Bind, and clearly the B side is as favorable as it can get.
Wow, look at the attack win rate from Bleed, 100%. Everything and anything that they wanted to do, they made into pure gold, pure diamond, whatever you think of precious metal or precious stone is, they definitely did that on this Bind match. Now that really goes into question for Boom here is, how is Boom going to react to this? Are we
Yeah.
going to be seeing a map that doesn't really force them to play a lot more, what's the word here? Compressed, you know? Again, we were talking about how we wanted to see the Ascend and Breeze because it's a little bit more open-ended. There's a lot more options for Boom to utilize here, and it doesn't really force them to play the game of Bleed, which Bleed had done multiple times against Paper X, especially on Bind. So I think they want to leave these kind of maps, maybe not go on to Haven, maybe even not go on to saying Icebox possibly, because Bleed is also really strong on Icebox. So I'm wondering to see what Boom will be able to squeeze out of in that map veto.
Any attack-oriented map is going to be a difficult one for them. And I think Bind is a attack-minded map. You know, you've got pretty great angles to uncover, and the Raze, of course, makes it easier. And I believe that with the way that Bind is, kept around, you've got a teleporter, of course, right?
Yeah.
So instant rotations and stuff, and they utilize that really well. They know how to work it out. They don't overcommit. And their attack especially, like we were mentioning, 100% win rate. They did not let Paper Rex find a single round on their defense, which, comes, I think, as a exhaustion of utility consequence, because they have a Yoru, right? Who's not really retake material in terms of agents. Raze, she's a hybrid between an initiator and a duelist, because of course she's got the boombot, right? And she gives damage with every single piece of her utility. But if it's not done in conjuncture of the other agents on the map, it's going to be a bit of a problem. And that was seen yesterday as Bleed convincingly overtook them on the attack and did not give away a speck of doubt as to who is currently the strongest team in this group. And they're sitting on top right now, waiting for Boom to come up and face them off. I'm going to ask you for a prediction. Do you think Boom can actually make this happen? And if at all they do, can they do it on Ascent, Breeze, Bind? Where do you think this is going to happen, and can they do it?
A couple of win conditions I think is going to be very adamant right now, or very obvious right now for Boom is, again, staying away from the maps that they know they're not really going to be able to create space, or at least be able to move around on. I think that was the struggle that they had with Paper Rex, because Paper Rex just corralled them almost always on their own side of the spawn. So again, going back to that Ascent, going back to that Breeze, maybe even Icebox again, but that's nearing Bleed's territory, is going to be one of the win conditions here for Boom. Another thing is, I think, just unleashing what they already have. So if the problem for Boom is they're not really as coherent with utility usage, especially in these higher tiers of opponents, right? Maybe if it was the qualifiers, they were going up against a team that's not Paper Rex or Bleed, it's going to work. But against these teams that have done so many things to counter you, I think just being able to bring out the best from Famous, the best from Berserk, as well as Severed, is going to be incredibly crucial right now for Boom.
Yeah, well, here comes the map veto as we have a look. Well, Pearl, Breeze, Bind, all gone. Okay, we're going to Icebox. The one map you said that they might not want to explore, it is touching territory for Bleed. They are going to be having quite an interesting ban down here. Oh, okay. We've got Bleed banning out everything that we just said that should be coming up. Ascent being banned, Breeze being banned. And in the end, they had a choice between Haven and Icebox. And of course, Icebox is, I believe, a much better choice for the playstyle of Bleed, because Haven, as it might be attack-sided, it might work out, but on the defense, they're going to be spreading thin. And I believe that Icebox does give them a lot more opportunity to explore mid, which I believe is going to be the job of Scary. I think he's going to be doing a lot of interesting lurks, if at all he's going to be going for that Viper pick, which I believe he is. And these guys, interestingly, even played a Killjoy. Okay.
Yeah, that's the thing that I'm very curious about for Boom here, is that they don't really play any duelist on Icebox at least from the most recent maps that they've played. It's been, as you mentioned, the Double Sentinel, where they bring out the Chamber as well as the Killjoy. It does give them a lot of control here, but I am wondering how quickly can they, take the sites. I think that's where it's going to be massively different from what we would see if they had maybe a duelist or so, because they're going to try to outmaneuver the slow pace of control that Bleed has, and that is where it gets really tricky here for Boom.
Yeah, the push and pull technique that was actually ingenuated by Optic and now applied by these folks on stage, which is Bleed. They know when to be aggressive. They know when to absolutely just stay true to your line, not push up too much.
Yeah.
They've been doing that really well because, of course, they've got an experienced coach. Everybody on this roster has been practicing day in and day out, and they've been playing Valorant across the last 2 months extensively. They've played 21 games so far in the last 3 months, and they've had 3 losses so far. The 21st win being against PaperX just last night.
Yeah.
So hot red form for Bleed right now. They are absolutely at the peak of their powers, and they've got a little bit of a staple on Icebox, which they've stuck to for the last 4 games, playing the single duelist Reyna as the entry, which Darion picks up, and of course they've got a Chamber and Sage as a double Sentinel combo, and couple that up with a Sova and Viper. What do we think about that?
It feels that at least it makes a lot of sense because Darion has really proven that he can really explode with either the Reyna or the Jet at this point. And yeah, they've been absolutely crushing teams left and right with this particular composition. I really wonder how this no duelist comp from Boom is going to undertake, because you do know for a fact that the players of Boom really want to get up in your face.
Yeah.
And this requires a lot of discipline, a lot of coordination. And we saw yesterday how teams really do struggle to push up onto these sites, especially without somebody who's just able to snap one in very quickly as they push through.
Well, just to give you a little bit of I'm going to lose my tongue. Statistics.
There
Yeah,
you go.
I stole the same word yesterday. Yeah, forgive me about that. 8 games in the last 2 months that Bleed have played on Icebox. They've not lost a single one. Not one game. They've beaten Southfield Esports, they've beaten Naos, Naos, they've beaten Oasis, and they've beaten Alter Ego and Velocity Gaming as well.
It's like 3 Filipino teams
Yeah,
that you just
yeah.
pointed out.
Bleed currently are the titans of the stage. They're titans of the competition as well. They're among my predictionary winners. They could go all the way, depending on the situation. But Icebox probably could have been possibly the worst map that Boom could have ended up on.
Now the question is here, how well can Boom actually effectively use the double Sentinel for this kind of setup? Because if you think about it, the reason why you would want to do that is not because you only want to be able to slow push up onto a site. It's also because you have that flexibility of being able to control the map while not being there. That's
True.
That's the real reason why you want a Sentinel, right?
True.
Be it the Killjoy as well as the Chamber. So this gives a lot of passive map control that at least Boom do have, just in case maybe the problem on this site doesn't work. But the problem with that is that's banking on the fact that maybe 4 people survive, maybe 5 people survive, and then they rotate back. But the thing with that is they have to commit to a fight that they're going to go against Dorian, they're going to go against Juicy, and I feel like they're not going to come out of that unscathed.
Yeah, that is true. Let's have a look at the agent selection as we head into the game, ladies and gentlemen. Bleed and Boom are ready, and I think it's going to be the same lineup. I don't see anything going different. There is going to be a triple Sentinel, mind you, on Boom, as far as we've seen historically. Are they going to go for it? It seems like Shiro is going to be checking in with the Sage. We've got Juicy on the Reyna this time. Darion with the Chamber. Okay, it seems like they want to switch up roles here, as Scary has picked up the Viper, and we've got a Jet coming in from Berserk.
There you
Okay,
go.
they've switched things up. They're going for a single duelist to match up against Bleed.
Actually, to clarify, I think Durian does play the Chamber on Icebox because he's the main operator player. So that, I think, makes sense. Either way, it's very interchangeable. Whether it's going to be GGC or Durian on the Reyna or on that Chamber, it really shouldn't matter too much. But I guess they just really love the capability of Durian for those one-shot, one-kills. When he has that tour de force, when he has the ability to have the operator, and an Icebox as a map is perfect with that weapon. It is going to be at least something that Bleed can utilize. But the bigger thing here is that for the first time, Boom has actually brought out another duelist. They have played this particular composition, the no duelist comp, for about 6-7 games in a row in the past couple of months, and it has had varying levels of success. So bringing out Berserks that we know is at least a very proficient duelist, this is at least going back to the basics where Boom are a whole lot more familiar with the surroundings of those agents that they've picked.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, we are getting a Jet to witness, but let's jump into the game and find out if or not this Jet is going to face off against that Reyna, is going to face off against that Chamber. Ladies and gentlemen, Boom for their tournament life, and Bleed to showcase their dominance.
Yeah. And that's not the only thing. Again, Boom have to win 2 games. One is against Bleed, one is against God Squad, and that is still a very tall task to talk about things. Durion's going to be playing on top of yellow right now, outside of B long. Crazy Guy finds one on mid. Immediately he finds contact, backs away, gets tagged by the recon drone, but that still is going to be the 4 versus 5. The setup, the intercept. Durion tries to be a little bit, cheeky with the push. Not going to work. Shockstar's not even connecting onto Shiro, and this is going to be a full-blown retake for Bleed, 4 versus 4. Big flanks coming in from Bleed, though.
They're getting closer. Severin is ready for this, but is he going to get the kill is the question. He does give a dink down, but he's not going to find the kill just yet. He knows there are 2 players around him. He finds the kill out of Juicy, isolates him, and now it's 1 player on site and 1 player on the flank that are going to be absolutely taken care of. Shiro finds one. There comes another by every single player holding off their angles. Boom. Start off with a pistol.
Yeah, they come out swinging, just willing to take every single fight that they could take. Unfortunately for Durion's attempt there, it was basically denied, as you saw here. Just a cleanup on these replays for Boom altogether. And a good step in the right direction. Of course, they still have to keep the ball rolling. Berserks, interestingly enough, has actually picked up a Marshall.
Yeah, that's okay. That's all
Okay,
right.
that's the
Take your time.
That's the right
That's the right
name
weapon.
for
Yeah,
the weapon
that's the right
of this thing. Yes, it's not the other one. It's not the yes. Anyways, it is the Marshall on attack, but he has given Famous the hand on this Bulldog. Retla is alone. He has been spotted out, but somehow still is able to survive. He is getting closer, so he could get some damage in, along with his teammates helping him out. This is a little bit of a mistake here from Boom. They do at least somehow recuperate, as Cheryl does pick up one. Famous now knows, also waits down a little bit, doesn't want to lose the Bulldog because he's the one with the big honcho weapons, as Boom take a slower bit of pace here, looking for somebody a little bit overextended, and that could be Durion.
Ooh, he's getting close and he finds one. Durion, great shot onto Severin, but he's not going to find Shiro. Was ready for him, and now it is a 3 versus 3, and makes it a little bit easier. Famous does get a kill, but weapons are being retrieved here. Not the best of them. Here's a Sheriff, but good enough in a couple of hands. Scary will go down. Unfortunately, not going to be able to connect his shots. Scary Guy. Sorry, forgive me. Crazy Guy. I made the same mistake as
I did yesterday. Yep.
We're cut from the same piece of cloth.
Yeah, I mean, if there he did fusion, right? With Scary and Crazy Guy, it would be Scary Guy.
Scary Guy. Fair enough. I mean, he is a scary guy at times, right?
Yeah.
You know, he might seem a little quiet, but this guy, you know, I've spoken to him in interviews,
Yeah.
you know, just off the camera as well.
Yep.
He is actually crazy even in person, you know. He's got some like this.
That's true. I mean, we could turn that into like a Netflix series or something, right?
I mean, maybe.
Maybe. Anyways, ooh, it's a quick pull and trigger here for Boom. They want to use this bonus round to just get up close and personal.
Okay,
I love the
I like
setup.
this.
The wall banks or smoke banks not going to actually connect from Bleed here, and immediately in less than 30 seconds, Boom have already forced the post plant.
That's a great situation to be in because it is a bonus. So all they need is the post plant and sit in corners where they're going to have a little bit of small range angle fights. But Crazy Guy just spams him straight down. There's no way he's going to be surviving that Berserk. And now Bleed slowly closing in on positions. Kitchen being taken control of, but there is resistance coming. And Juicy swings out wide to find one. It is Shiro to try his best, but that Marshall, forgive me, is going to be left alone. Ooh. It does get one. Is he going to get more? Is the question. One more. But that's about it. Severin does do a bit of damage. Drops 2 weapons, but, well, Bleed do take the round.
Severin was hovering on mid. I think he had like a snake bite lineup, but because his teammates were falling so quickly around him, he really needed to just help them out. I think he also used it very early on, but the timer was still not in the favor of Boom. As you can see here, he was forced to just try to challenge this, but boy, oh boy, as you mentioned, Severin was hitting some of these shots very consistently. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough to really delay that defuse on the spike. In any case, Boom still have a very credible threat here on the purchase.
Boy.
One is right underneath, and Durian almost got a crew cut on his brain as the shots almost connected. He's going to have to wait for Retla to heal him back up, but at least he does survive with his life.
Scary still holding down the line here. He does have contact, and that one-way smoke is going to help him keep the opponents at bay for as long as he possibly can. They spotted Berserks here. Boom, not too keen on pushing onto the B side just yet. They're hoping that Famous is able to pull off a kill towards A by somebody's overextension, but that's not where it's happening. It's happening towards mid. It's a push and pull. They're not too keen on giving up a man here in terms of information, but here comes the swing out, and Darian's ready for it. Gets another! No, never mind, that's Scary who's on site, but Bleed have man advantage of 5v3, and time's ticking.
They waited a little bit too long for that, and they're going to pay the ultimate price. Famous has cracked up the A site, and if Boom just held on just a tiny bit more, they could have just abandoned the push on B and rotated all the way through A, because Famous was already clearing up every single corner.
Yeah.
30 seconds left.
As you mentioned, Durian was just so quick to go for that punish. Now Famous, okay, he spotted out one contact, great shots altogether. This is what we kind of wanted to see for Boom for the most part, right? It's just for them to really get them their high intensity fraggers to just keep getting these frags, but unfortunately, they're going to have to muddle through Bleed's utility here, and that's no easy feat. Famous, he knows that this is just going to be a real lost cause. Going to have to back away, save the weapon, and at least keep a little bit of modicum of that credits coming into the next round.
Yep, Bleed put up 2 on the board, and we're back to square one as we wait for the side of Boom to now try something different. They kind of went for that dry peek over there. They didn't really have utility on the back of this swing right here. They just, kind of isolated themselves because Darian, the timing of his movement towards the left, he knew that there's going to be coming a swing, right? So he isolated the fight. He let Scary take the second one. Great stuff from them. They anticipated it perfectly, right down to the T of time. And here we are as a semi-buy of sorts for the side of the attack. 2 players on pistols here still, as the other 3 have button. And they're going to try again, but this time towards mid and B together. They're splitting up their approach.
There's a fine line of things that you can punish Durian on, because if you force him to rendezvous immediately at the start of the round, right, you have a good, 30 seconds, I think, to try to do something that he will have to fight you without that TP out once again. Sure. And I think they just allowed him to do so. Crazy guy, again, he's just going to be manic, just shooting through the smoke. You know what? It doesn't hurt to try to do something like that, and it works.
Okay.
Cross on the Cloudburst. It still doesn't do anything. Famous finds an opening onto Redlaw, but Crazy Guy is holding the cross. He's only found 3, and this leaves Berserks and Blaze King way apart from each other. Good thing, though, that Berserks does have the spike on the A side, so if he can deal with Crazy Guy right now, that gives them a little bit of leeway, but he's alone. He's being congressed. It has to be helped out here by Blaze King, which he is doing.
Not be able to clear this. There it is, there's the one, but he makes a mistake. That's gonna be huge. Durion and Retla find one. There's Famous. Famous coming in, 2 versus 1, but he goes onto the other side of the wall. Now they know where he is. Does have the headhunters, but 36 HP. This is gonna be very, very difficult for Famous to try to just isolate, as both the players of Bleed are standing in hand together for that refrag.
Yeah, there's no way he's going to be able to break off this duo. They are going to be waiting for his arrival, and the minute he taps that spike, they're just going to probably swing across, and never mind, he goes on top, and Scary's ready for him, holding off that angle. Bleed. That could have turned around if Shiro would have just gotten 1 kill there. It just kind of just messed up. His angle of, shooting was so low, he just couldn't find any sort of value out of it, and he was at 2 HP.
Yeah.
He didn't use his heal because he thought he's going to be heard, right?
Yeah,
But,
absolutely.
yeah, man, just a couple of mistimed...
A narrow corridor for him to shoot in. It's like,
Yeah. He needs to either hit the headshot or he's gone. That's it. That was
Yeah.
the only condition there.
The thing is as well, right? Because of the positioning where you plant as the spike planter on the site, it got blocked by the generator.
Oh, yeah.
So that really hurt the chances of Shiro from just not pushing out of his hidey hole and exposing himself to both 2 players.
Yep.
So you also felt the urgency for him to, I gotta make a play, the antsiness from Shiro at that point. You can't really blame him because, again, as he mentioned, it was so just so stressful of a situation to be in. In any case, this is not, of course, what they wanted to happen. Bleed have gotten that 11-8, and they are really banking on this fact. Thankfully for Boom, though, they still have so much money to keep purchasing weapons, and Famous is still back on an operator.
Oh, okay, that's a challenge and a half from Juicy. Only eats up a little bit of damage, and Darian finds another kill. That's the A side being opened up. 1 man left on side. Shiro, who's going to be walling up towards the side of for 10, as he gets a frag back as well. A little unexpected for Juicy there. And Blazer King making ripples happen towards mid. Now, Bleed are going to be worried about both the backstab and the front of sight. And Shiro's going to be the one to try and challenge them. The wall is going to keep him off his mark.
No way!
Not for too long. Crazy Guy finds Shiro, and now it's Famous left alone on Heaven with the Blazer King coming in from spawn region. But can this duo make it up against that 4 amazing players on Bleed?
Well, hold on, Blaze King's making a damn good case that is going to be possible. Shot.
What? He jumped up with the Vandal and still hits the shot. Retla did, he didn't hit it while he was jumping up, but still that was going to be a shot to behold. Famous gets immediately swatted from the air as Scary finds 2 picks, and that is going to put us into match point here for Bleed. Boom. They obviously have to play perfect here, but that was very, very good of a try from Blaze King, as we can see now in this replay. Look at this.
Absolutely. I don't know how the second kill came about. He jumped, stood down, stabilized, and then killed him. Okay, that just works for pro players, I guess.
Did he fat finger the jump?
I think he might have.
But he was shooting while he was jumping.
I think it was
so,
a mouse wheel. I think
mouse wheel jump?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, possibly. Anyways, Boom have called their final tactical pause here. Of course, as this is the final round. If they do lose this, very, very big for Boom right now. It's make or break. Not pointing the fact that they need more rounds in a win in a game. They just need to get this win against Bleed altogether.
I think this should have come a little bit sooner. I'm not convinced the fact that you need to take a timeout at the, at the very end of what could be the very end of your, journey. I think they could have made this happen around 10-8, maybe, right? They could have tried a little bit more at that point, maybe instantly break out the momentum of Bleed. But we're here now, and we've got Boom trying to make things happen. Even though they've got a 4-man stack on A, they're just not able to hold off that attack coming in. They know it's an A hit, but the defense is just not strong enough because they exhaust their utility and Bleed wait for it because they don't care. All they want is to take the fights because they know they're stronger on the aim.
Absolutely. And the separation that Bleed have done is just phenomenal. So it really puts multiple members of Boom individually in their own island. So they either had to perform and couldn't really get the trades. Now, a perfect example of that was Shiro. He only got a couple of kills because he was in an off-angle position where no one actually from Boom, no one else from Boom could actually refrag on. So it was more of the cheekiness that they were positioned here. Boom trying to go for something different. They do have the Cloud Burst. There it is. They're using it to cross. 7 seconds. If they go through this, this is going to be massive damage. They can't allow it to spot them. And Bleed, they're looking behind. Maybe they're aware. Durian is feeling it, but now that they're putting a lot of more emphasis on the B-side push, this is where this could get bloody for Bleed.
Oh, Blazing King finds the spike down, and that's a big kill. Now they're going to be coming in for the flank, but Darian's going to challenge him. He's going straight in, and he finds the kill. It's going to be juicy as the flank comes in a little bit late, but it does work out. Famous gets it. They're going to wall off the spike now, and this is a really interesting play. The timeout seems to be clearly working. Take mid and absolutely tear Bleed down because they're all committing 5 on one side. They've not really split their approach, right? So this is a good, cure for what they've been doing so far.
Now, Juicy and Durian will have to push and just pick up that spike with 20 seconds left on the clock. Severan's here, spotted out already. Juicy does not find the shot. That's going to delay things a lot further as Severin can just burn so much time. There's the crossfire. Durian getting chased. Berserk finds it. And boom, a breath, a bit of signs of life. Things are not yet over, but they need, again, 3 more rounds to push us into overtime.
12 and 9, gonna be 3 more rounds of the same case, but they this time cannot repeat what they did on mid. Bleed are not gonna be allowing that because they know now that Boom are gonna be heavy commitment towards mid. So they're gonna probably this time go for the mid push. I think Bleed, if they themselves make a mid push happen towards B and they take a split approach and find oranges, I think this might be game right here because I'm pretty sure Boom are not gonna expect that.
A bit of a tech pause here as we're just making sure things are working, nice and dandy, nice and fine. But you're absolutely right. A surprise attack like that from Bleed might definitely catch out Boom here, who, at least from that previous round, indicates that they are more willing to aggressively peek out now and challenge the map control against Bleed that we didn't really see actually come out up until that very last round. So it is a kind of give and take type of strat that if you try to do that, if you're weak on one end and you lose one player, you immediately lose a whole lot of map control. But Boom are willing to try anything and everything at this point to just match up against Bleed. And you know what? It's not a long distance. 3 rounds is scary, but it's not far away.
It's doable. It is
Very
definitely doable. If they're able to break the economy of Bleed further down from what it already is, then I think this could be a map that they could possibly go to overtime, the first overtime that we're going to have in this entire tournament so far. And I believe that Boom have the capacity.
Yeah.
All they need to do is not repeat anything that they've done so far because Bleed are going to expect it. Now that the flank has come in, in such a full force manner, they're going to have one person probably hold on to it and maybe wait for a pick over there, So Bleed are really quick on the improvise kind of a thing. So they will expect it. How do you think Boom should be playing? Do they push them right in front of their faces and take the fight to them, or do they play on the retake?
It really depends now, because at least Bleed are going to be conditioned to watch their backs a whole lot more cautiously, effectively, I guess. And that could be the point where Boom might make a mistake, because at least a while ago, you saw how kind of feverish they were to just push and not get spotted by that trademark. So if that something happens again from Boom and Bleed are expecting it, it could be catastrophic here for Boom. There is so many outcomes, basically Agomato things for Boom here that could happen, especially in these just minor 3 rounds. Can't really stress enough that even if it is so close, like you mentioned, Bleed are a team that just adapts so quickly that you have to have something effective or just creative in mind to utilize each and every round.
Yep, that is true. Excuse me, as Bleed now are just waiting for Boom to finish up at their tech issues and get everything fixed, as we will be heading into the game pretty soon. But looking at stuff right now, it might be ending up in the case that Bleed, on track to win this, they could end up in position 1 of their group and face off against Team Secret in the semifinal. But all of that depends on this round right here, and it looks like it is going to be Shiro to try and stop them for as much as he possibly can. The wall goes up, instantly broken down. Crazy Guy throws out the drone, instantly broken down that as well, as Bleed are heavy commitment towards B, and now instantly they're just waiting for that flank, expecting it to come through. You can see that they're spread out a little this time, not too keen on giving up, map control on their backs. So They're just holding on for now.
That was a big commitment of utility, though, from both Blaze King and Shiro just to secure the Hunter's Fury. They've used basically everything that Blaze King has, even the wall and the slow from Shiro. Might not be the optimal point that they were kind of looking for, and even though, as you saw, Crazy Guy was tagged, there's no Hunter's Fury to come out of, so Bleed have committed to actually stopping Boom from picking up that charge, and even though that's a small thing, it does add up throughout this entire round. What is going to be the adjustment right now from the B defenders? Well, as you mentioned, nobody from Boom is willing to actually peek out. Still somehow, though, Blaze King finds one. This is tempting fate. He could use the Hunter's Fury right now to chase down that kill with the Resurrection, but Blaze King holds off and doesn't pull the trigger just yet.
He's waiting for the plant. He wants to go for a little bit of a more secure ultimate, all right? And there he goes. He gets it. Oh! Crazy Guy! He spams him straight down. He finds the tracker of the opponent Sova, and he just gets him. And now he's on his own. My God, okay. Severin gets a kill. The Retla's gone down. The plant will have to go down right now. Darion's going to make sure that it does, as Juicy is keeping his team intact, taking fights that is a little bit unnecessary, but Famous will make it easier. 3 versus 3, and here are 2 of the Tour de Forces coming into play.
Both smokes utilized. They're very close. They're going to be playing inside of yellow here. The delay tactics. Nobody's actually defusing the spike as of now. Darion hits the shot. That's going to be slowing down Severin. They're going to just have to play back. Famous has to get in close and personal as Severin is trying to find an opening, but no, Darion hits the 3K. Bleed get it. What a sequence. Finalizing and finishing it off with the Tour de Force.
Oh my God. What a victory for the side of Bleed. Last round kind of just went all around the place. I thought Blaze King almost had it. He tagged 2. And if he had gotten another, chance to pull that Hunter's Fury and shoot that laser beam, I think he would have found 2 kills. I think he would have been round done.
Where did Crazy Guy find him? How did Crazy Guy find him?
Spammed him through the smoke. Again, he's known for that. His characteristic is to spam through smokes and find kills out of nothing.
The thing is, it felt like he was tucked in the back of Snowman. So
yeah, but he got pushed back because the Hunter's Fury does that, right? So
that's true.
He got right out of position just a bit, and
that is such a minuscule detail, dude.
Yeah.
That just. All
that
right.
pushback is the recoil, right? It's the biggest, one of
Yeah.
the most highest recoils is the Hunter's Fury, because it requires a lot of power to launch every single time.
True enough.
And yeah, here we are, ladies and gentlemen. Bleed Esports going 2-0 in the group so far, solidifying, I believe, their contention to the top, because we've got Boom, who've lost out 2 games, God Squad, who've got 2 games left, still in the running, by the way, but they will have a huge round differential if they are to even win the next 2 games. And one of those games is against these guys that we see on screen right now, who are kind of the best at the moment.
This is going to be, again, this is going to be incredibly difficult now for Global. Just Bleed is just on a whole different level at this point. This is going to just blow my mind. Also, one thing, Darion was so low at that point, but he was still able to convert with the Tour de Force, peaking at the perfect time, challenging at the perfect time, just instinct and a reaction. We saw it all sandwiched together in that one final sequence from Bleed there. And as you saw, just Bleed marching out, getting their victory, and now all they have to do is just wait a little bit more, and again, as you mentioned, prep that fight with Global Esports.
Yeah, well, the Tour de Force was...
sorry, God Squad.
Yeah, the Tour de Force was taken out because he was low, right? Because it's easier for him to peek and then pop out, because one shot, that's all he needs. So, of course, the person on the lower HP usually wills the operator because, well, he's more susceptible to getting either a one shot or, giving a shot. So, here we are, 13-9, as Bleed will be taking down Boom, and they will be kind of putting their hopes to qualify in the dust. Let's have a look at the scoreboard, though, and see how everybody performed, as Juicy will be maintaining his brilliant run in terms of getting the kills that his team requires as the duelist.
And I will say, this is not what I was expecting for the overall kills for Bleed. I actually honestly thought that Retla was going to have a lot more, right? Because on the defending side of Bleed, Retla was just saving the butts of Bleed in a lot of those rounds, to be honest.
But, looking at the entire situation, you've got Darion actually with the most number of kills. He's 21 and 16. It's actually even a better ratio, but it's the impact that Juicy's given in terms of first kills, the entries that he's provided, and of course a couple of rounds where that one round where he got the kill onto Famous on belt, on pipes.
Yeah, that one was huge.
That was a big round because he initiated that. He delivered that round to his team, right?
Yeah.
So great stuff from him. Scary, you might have not seen too much of him, but the one round that he created the impact with lineups was really important. So everybody from Bleed had their great moments. Crazy guy spamming through smokes and finding kills, which is not supposed to happen, but he does it somehow every single time. Retla, the backbone of the team, getting right amount of time between, letting his team go forward in terms of, retake potential and stopping the attack from coming through and keeping everybody in line. So well-rounded performance from everybody on Bleed.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. Speaking of which, though, on the opposite end, Boom, still incredible effort. It's still not done and dusty just yet. They do have a match that is upcoming with God Squad after the God Squad Bleed matchup. So there is still a fine line where maybe Boom can equalize. I don't know. Well, we'll have to see how that is going to unravel later on. But yeah, this is it. The key team performances. Look at the first kills that Bleed has managed to ring up in this game. 16 to the 6 of Boom.
Wow, that is actually insane. That is really good from the side of Bleed, which means every single time that almost every single time that they've gone for a fight, they've found the first pick, they've gone for the, aggression, they've gone for the hold as well, which also rewards them the first kill, right? So the push and pull, again, the same thing, right? Aggression, but controlled. Defense, but also controlled. Like, they know exactly where to stop, right? So they are absolutely on top of Cloud9 right now, and they will be finding themselves going to the next stage. Hopefully, they've got one more game left, and that game is against the members who are walking up on stage right now. The latter game is going to be a little bit later, right? So we're going to have first Boom, I believe, go up against God Squad, and then we're going to have Bleed up against God Squad. The last two games of this group and both the groups. After that, we're going to have the semi-finals of the day, which is going to be a best of three, which is, forgive me, I think I've been told that the next match is actually Bleed against God Squad. So Bleed are going to stay up there. We're going to have God Squad take the place of Boom. And what do you expect? What do you think is going to happen?
I expect Bleed to just, again, perform really well coming into this next best of one of theirs. And I don't know if there's any team that can really stop them at this point. Even Paper X just looked so lost against Bleed here. So coming out of Group B, Bleed, I feel like, is your undisputed top seed at this point.
Oh yeah, they definitely are going to be going into the game with a lot more confidence. They will finish 3. They might be the only team to finish 3-0 if they beat God Squad. So let's see if that happens. But for the moment, God Squad have got another, life on the line game in front of them, and it is up against Bleed, which is not going to be easy, right? So we'll find out if or not that works out for them, because yesterday against Paper X, God Squad did have a bit of a shaky start, but they managed to put up 7 rounds, and it was kind of an interesting performance, an interesting set of agents they picked as well. SK Rossi on the Reina, which I would love to see again. But yeah, against Bleed, again, the same kind of play style from them. Double duelist, they will attack you straight onto your face. I'm not entirely convinced that the side of God Squad are ready for this, but I hope that they have a bit of miraculous powers working for them today.
You know what, we did mention how Boom really need to at least utilize what they're strong at, which is the hard contact. So similar could be said with God Squad that does play around SK Rossi mainly here. So if SK Rossi can really pop off for a God Squad here, there are some cases where I think they can take off rounds, or maybe even push that into a game win against Bleed. I know that's still, stretching out the possible truth here, but anything is going to happen in a best of one. We've seen, again, God Squad just break some teams in a best of one. Anyways, guys, we're going to go on a break. When we come back, it is God Squad versus Bleed here. We'll see who actually bleeds. Is it Bleed or is it God? I don't know. We'll see. See you after the break.
日がやってきたならねその時は二人一緒になんで
Match found.
Trying too much, got the sickness. Pray to God and His Son for forgiveness. Same crew, but another mistress. Every day, every night, getting wasted. But I miss you. What did I do? Fuck it up, laugh it off, and I lost you. If I pull through, is it too soon? Turn it up, close my eyes, then I'm with you. Yo, Marvin, stop calling. Sad Iverson is balling in the corner of a room by himself. You ain't nothing but an empty shell. Acting down.
Match found.
If I pull through, is it too soon? Turn it up, close my eyes, then I'm with you.
Let's do this.
간지럽게만 느껴지던 눈빛이 이제는 익숙하단 듯이 웃음 짓지 그쪽으로 걸어가기만 하면 돼라고 친구들은 계속해서 날 부추기지만 아직은 무거운 구두에 뒷굽 차라리 벗어버리고 싶은 이 밤의 끝 손을 내밀어줬으면 해 맨발로 너에게 뛰어갈 수 있게끔 복잡하기만 한 하루에 매 시간 머리를 굴리지만 난 hey, 지금에서야 깨달은 건데 결국 다 버려지고 너만 남아 yeah. 지난 봄에는 널 우연히 봤고 더 이상은 우연이 아니었으면 해 스치기만 했던 너의 손을 잡고 어떤 길이라도 같이 걸었으면 해
눈 앞에 왔잖아 내가 여기 있잖아 너의 입술로 말을 해줘 Say yes, say yes 나도 모르게 너에게 가고 있나 봐 부는 바람에 내 맘 전할래 Love is true
Spike rush.
My purpose is my gift. Be not afraid to accept it. Baby, baby, baby boy, love. My ult's ready.
Knife deployed.
Enemy spotted A.
Can you hear me, Sid?
Enemy A. For you.
Thank you.
Here we go! Ha! Die! Dead! Here. Many enemies. Next! Here. Here. Enemies spotted.
Mid. One enemy remaining. Long.
My S, bro!
Throwing charge. Flash.
Shock it! Shock it!
Flashbang.
I admit it. Go, go, go! Break's over.
Knife deployed. Enemy suppressed. Throwing charge.
Spike planted.
There.
Enemy spotted A.
Last player standing. Last round in the half.
Charge and shoot. Easy enough. Gotta go. Stop them, please. Thank you. We tend to die. Get out of my way.
Shutting them down. No one walks away. There.
My ultimate is ready.
Reset required.
Spike planted.
Reset.
Recovering it. Blocking sight. Enemy spotted A.
Last player standing. Switching sides.
I'm out of here. We fight once again. Keep up.
Suppress it.
Shortcut.
They're suppressed.
Enemy spotted mid.
Last player standing. Flawless. Match point.
Out of here. That jet is all speed, no skill. She's mine. Gotta go.
Shutting them down. Flashbang.
Headshot. Away. Enemy spotted A.
One enemy remaining.
Resist.
Here. Your tactics failed. Time to stock back up. Go, go, go! Go, go, go! I'm out of here. Get out of my way!
Suppressing.
Enemy spotted mid.
There.
Hi! I'm pissed!
Light planted.
Last player standing.
Got one. Go, go, go!
Three maps. That was the other hand. Of course.
The hunt begins.
Screenshot from Overwatch.
Yeah. Again,
Defenders win.
Drying up or rather making every single team really tear up at this point. 'Cause all hopes and dreams rely on them having to beat Bleed at least once to keep the dream alive, to keep themselves afloat. But that has never happened against Bleed, at least in this group league.
Absolutely, and unfortunately for them, Bleed just happen to be showing some of the best form we've seen from them in a good
Yeah.
while. And a really good while. Both Darion and Juicy absolutely playing out of their minds. We saw in the Paper X game yesterday, potentially it could have been a one-off, but as we've seen just moments ago, absolutely not. Darion and Juicy are just on a whole other level.
Yeah, they were just hitting shots every single time. And honestly, I will also mention that Redla has been really creating a lot of space in some of these crucial rounds where maybe that when Dorian and Juicy are not able to step up to the plate, it's going to be Redla. To be honest, it's the whole team, but you really see the star power of Redla there when he needs to actually step up to that plate.
Absolutely, and you need to mention as well, these teams have played against each other before. They've got data to go off of, and this is fairly recent, of course. In the TC Series 9, we saw Bleed just about beat God Squad under the name Franchise Players at the time. It was a 13-10, relatively close. Hopefully that means this game is going to be relatively close.
Yeah, and now, of course, let's look at the first team that's going to be playing into this one. It's going to be Bleed. I will say, you know, some of the teams that we've seen in Southeast Asia and APAC, they've been forming teams around them with a lot of star power. But Bleed feels like the team that has done that, but has made some really in-depth research on how to mesh those players together.
Absolutely. It feels like, particularly the likes of Darion and Juicy, it feels like they were scouted before they were sort of at their highest form. It feels like they were sort of scouted, then nurtured, then molded to play at a very high professional level. And a lot of that has to come down to the support stuff, right? Legia, of course, the coach, has put in some serious work behind this team, and you can see exactly why. But what better to have a God Squad from Singapore to go up against the God Squad from India?
Struggling but never alone. God Squad just has the overall enriching support of the fans.
Absolutely.
Their,
Absolutely.
Again, their support staff as well as even Bleed. I saw the coach was like, "Yeah, let's go, God Squad."
Yeah, it's actually incredible, the God Squad fans. I spent their first game yesterday. I sat with the God Squad fans. I could hardly hear you guys. That's how loud their fans are. So I love the kind of community that this team's been able to form. Let's see if the community support is going to be enough to, let's be honest, God Squad goes this as underdogs.
Yeah, absolutely.
Real underdogs here. So I would love to see on home grounds, on the fact you have your fans here, would that be enough to tilt them over the edge and just topple Bleed?
Yeah, again, there is a lot of emphasis as well on the star player of God Squad, SK Rossi,
Absolutely.
on being able to maybe handle both Durian and Juicy together, and that's never an easy task. And speaking of which, Durian, in these past couple of games, he's just been tremendous. Look at the performance that he's done and gone, just getting better and better throughout this entire tournament of ours.
What I think is quite interesting, actually, is I wasn't expecting Darion to go to the Reina. That's something that's usually left for Juicy. The fact that he shows the versatility in both being able to play the Sentinel in the form of the Chamber, and then being able to go to the Duelist in that double Duelist comp and have so much impact is insane. You know, it's averaging, well, I guess that's 22 kills per game. That's mental, especially against the likes of Paper Rex, the likes of Boom. These aren't your sort of PCW scrims you're finding. These are some of the best teams in the region. Yeah,
and he's just making it seem like it's child's play.
Absolutely.
For Durian, right? And what's kind of crazy about Durian as well is that it doesn't feel like he has the explosive movement that what we saw with like Jing or Forsaken. But the way that he places himself, the way that he just angles himself on those fights, just feels like there's nothing that opponents can really do against him. So again, that goes to the fact SK Rossi, also a highly explosive player. What is his different approach? What have they been doing? In the waiting room, watching the VODs or everything like that, that is going to at least have a contingency to the Durian.
It feels to me like when Rossi's playing well, the whole team plays well. And when Rossi wakes up, he is damn good. But the issue Rossi has had, particularly against international teams, is sometimes it takes him a while to find his groove, you could say. Of course, God Squad, their last match on Haven, they were so good, they didn't even touch the map. You see those heat maps? Not there. That's how good God Squad are. That's how consistent they are. All over the map to the point where it looks like there's no heat map on it. Actually, that was the full heat map. That was incredible.
The thing about God Squad as well is they're
pretty good. Of course, something else to mention as well is
they're gods, man. They're not really stepping on their thing. Anyways, I'm gonna quiet down a little bit. All right, that was just the one shout. We'll have more later on.
That's the warm-up shout.
That's the warm-up shout.
The warm-up shout. Absolutely. I'm really looking forward to seeing what this team can do. As we saw from their last matchup on Haven, they can really change their pace on a dime, which I think is something that a lot of teams have struggled to do, particularly sort of going into the top of the APAC region. So I want to see potentially if they can keep this change in place or keep this change in pace to make sure that Bleed are constantly playing catch-up.
Yeah. And
you can hear that behind us, can't you?
Even I'm feeling the hype, actually, at this point. Anyways, we do have, of course, the quick little standings for our teams here. God Squad struggling at the bottom, but once again, as I mentioned, struggling but never alone. If they can breathe in the intensity the fans are giving them, they might be able to come out of this particular game swinging. Because one of the problems that I also saw with God Squad during the India qualifiers was one of two things. They looked strong during the first qualifier and somehow went cold in the second portion of that. That's why we didn't see them as your number one spot coming out from the qualifiers there. They were the second ones. So there is that thing that, again, depending on which day it is or which SK Rossi it is today, as you mentioned, there's a different God Squad that we see from time to time.
Absolutely, absolutely. And I think that the inconsistency with God Squad has been their detriment. It's been their downfall, hasn't it?
Yeah.
If they're constantly playing at their best, then we would be seeing Indian teams sort of at the top of APAC.
Absolutely.
But right now, they're still trying to break into that international stage. This could be the time to do it.
I can't hear my thoughts right now.
That's all right. I've got a very loud thought, which is yesterday,
Okay.
7 rounds against Paper X. Now, on paper, it's all right, but the last time I played against Paper X, 16-0, or 13-0. So the fact that practice is coming in, the fact that they're showing improvements against a sort of yardstick of Paper X, the best team in APAC,
Yeah.
at least on paper, let's see how they're going to do against Bleed, who, once again, on paper, are the better team here, but in a LAN environment with the home crowd in your home country, anything can happen.
Yeah, that's definitely true. I haven't been to a LAN in a while, and I also forgot just how much impact really being on your home turf really does
Absolutely,
give. The
absolutely.
amount of comfort and confidence it gives you is just by far you can never feel on like an online tournament.
Yeah,
so
you're absolutely right.
There is something there that can really be utilized here by God Squad. Of course, Bleed also doing the same thing right behind us as they're giving themselves that bit of a hype, you know? You
Yeah.
never also do know if Bleed is going to underperform in this particular game. Of course, the stats say otherwise. They're looking very strong into this. We already know that they're incredibly, again, going to be able to match things up. Another thing that I'm just maybe curious about here is we've been talking so many times about the inconsistency of God Squad, the emphasis on SK Rossi. What else is there that God Squad has been utilizing in terms of their players?
You've also got Lightning Fast, who is a very, very effective race, particularly on maps like Haven, once he does get his rhythm. So there are some times even when... I see Bleed are really trying to throw us off our course right now.
It's all good.
There are some times where Rossi isn't even needed. If you've got Lightning Fast who's there hitting his frares, landing these entries, and Lightning Fast has quite a broad agent pool. Even though he isn't known for his rays, he has been known to go to the Jet, to the Rainer, to the Neon even sometimes.
Yeah.
So I'm really looking forward to seeing if that we're going to see the sort of expanse of the agent pool of some of these players, or even the agent pool of the team, because bear in mind, with Global making franchising, or God Squad making franchising, God, we're going to really get in trouble for that one.
Yeah, I've been getting in trouble for like multiple times now. I'm very apologetic about that. It still doesn't roll off the top of my tongue. As
With God Squad,
Yes.
God Squad, because they're Jods. Jods, they're God Squad. That's right. Do you know what a Jod is?
No.
I was taught this by the crowd. A Jod is, so you can't call someone a God. So you call, there you go. You call someone a Jod. It's
Really?
like calling them like a demigod, like a human demigod.
Okay.
You call them a Jod.
That's amazing.
On the topic of Jods, actually, let's take a look at SK Rossi.
Smooth segue there. All right, let's see the stats of the one, the only SK Rossi. An ACS of 220. They've only played once yesterday. That was against Paper Rex. You mentioned how difficult it was for God Squad to really convert after the first few couple of rounds. I don't know how SK Rossi has performed in that one, but again, God Squad play, live or die by the SK Rossi results per game.
Yeah, absolutely. And that feels like a double-edged sword to me, because Rossi locally, very consistent. But I feel like, something to mention as well, geographically, being able to scrim against Singaporean teams, very difficult from, I believe their boot camps in Mumbai, very, very difficult to do with 150 plus ping.
Yeah.
So the fact that being in tournaments like this gives you that extra layer of practice. It gives you a chance to really understand how international teams are going to be able to adapt to your own playstyle.
Yeah, I think it's also a great point to point out, because of the fact that first and foremost, usually what you kind of expect from if it's Indian versus Indian team, right, is there's a lot more familiarity as well as just knowing that, this guy's always going to be peeking this initial angle, right? But with Bleed, with Paper Rex, they tend to play off of utility sometimes. They tend to know your mannerisms, and that can really shake up SK Rossi here, who might be looking for those early fights but not really come. He might overextend if he gets knocked down. That's, as we mentioned, tends to be one of the key weaknesses of God Squad here. So will they overextend? Will SK Rossi pop off? There's so many things that could go wrong here for God Squad.
You bring up a good point as well. Overextension is something that sort of plagued God Squad for quite a while yesterday. There were rounds where we see Rossi swing out, we'll get 2 players, but that's mitigated by the fact that he's having to then fall back. Would have to fall back, instead keeps fighting, gets caught out, and of course against a team like Paper Rex, who are known for exploding off the back of these picks, really something he's been struggling with. Hopefully he can reel it in. We'll have to see sort of how strict Erase is going to be with the rest of his team here.
Yeah, definitely so. And I also want to point out, one of my favorite plays from God Squad here has got to be Hellranger. I feel like he's one of the better flex players that we've seen in India so far. Unfortunately, he hasn't really had the chance to also explode, at least in this tournament. So I wonder when he's going to be able to bring that out. I've been called out that maybe, again, you're saying that he plays the control. He actually does. He also plays the initiator. Basically, whatever God Squad needs him to do, he does, and he still finds value, or rather, he still finds picks even on those ages that he needs to just be on. So I wonder if Hellranger's going to be stepping up the play into this one, especially when this is one of those super crucial games for God Squad.
No, you're absolutely right. And on topic of crucial, tournament life depends on it. They've got to win this match. With that pressure, do you think God Squad are going to buckle, or do you think they're going to mold, they're going to turn into diamonds?
Ooh. I think they can, because we have seen, they have proven at times that, you know, this is looking just very dire for God Squad. And then they were able to beat, I believe, Velocity and Revenant all in one sitting just so that they can get into this qualifiers here in the Valorant Invitational. So there is that point that God Squad tends to go above and beyond. It just goes back to the question is today that day? Is today going to, or is that day going to be tomorrow? I don't really know.
I mean, the last time we saw these teams play against each other, it was on Ascent. In the second one, to get into our map veto, are you expecting another Ascent, or do you think we're going to be seeing a fairly different map pool here?
That's a hard question. What am I thinking right now? I think like we could be going back to Icebox once more. I feel like God Squad also does play a very good Icebox map, even though Bleed have proven that they are looking incredibly frightening in the Icy Tundras. I feel like God Squad also are, on a good day, can really make Bleed a run for their money. In any case, there's a quick look onto Crazy Guy. We were talking so much about Juicy, about Durian. The Crazy Guy also got slightly overshadowed, but he was on some highlight reels as well in that previous game.
That's the thing, if you're Crazy Guy, as amazing of a player as he is, you kind of get outshone, don't you? Because Darion goes, kills everyone, Juicy kills the rest. Crazy Guy doesn't get the opportunity to really shine. Hopefully against a team that is as good as God Squad, maybe there will be a chance for Crazy Guy to really flex his muscles, kind of roll his shoulders and get his sleeves rolled up. Yeah,
I will say though, even though Crazy Guy here hasn't gotten the most explosive of stats, the quality of frags that he has gotten in that previous game against Boom, you cannot deny how good it is. Just being able to deny utility, being able to use his own to again, put Durian and Juicy in a point where they can pop off. So Crazy Guy is doing so many things really well, is that he's a great supporter on that Sova, and at the same time, a great fragger altogether that supplements what Juicy and Durian already bring to the table.
No, you're absolutely right. And I mean, you look at the guy on camera right now, he looks calm and collected. I'm really, really looking forward to seeing what the outcome's going to be, and more importantly, sort of where our map will be. Because I used to think Icebox, I'm thinking we're probably going to be seeing another Ascent, purely because it's the familiarity, right? And I think that's sort of where God Squad thrive. They're not quite as good when it comes to reacting spontaneously as the likes of Paper Rex, as the likes of Bleed. But when they're able to prepare, when they're going into and against an opponent that they are familiar with, they can really, really exploit that.
Yeah, I think one of the things that they are very good at is being able to chain events in their favor. So if they're able to get that first pick off, they start to kind of snowball from that. They keep following it up, and that's where you really see God Squad really come into their own. Anyways, the map veto is here. We're not going to keep the guesswork rolling. We're going to finally figure out which one is going to be
another Haven.
Another Haven.
I quite like this because I believe Bleed have played Haven already, as have God Squad. So you've got that ability to anti-strap one another. You've got that ability to go, okay, here's what I'm expecting. Here's what I'm going to try and gain from this. And I think for me, on Haven, the player I'm keeping an eye on is SK Rossi, and whether or not we're going to be seeing the overextensions from him, because that was detrimental to God Squad significantly when they were playing against Paper Rex yesterday. If Rossi could reel it in, if his team can keep him reeled in, if Kappa, of course, who's been known sort of locally as the land god, can keep his composure, then we really could have quite a close game here.
Yeah, this is incredibly interesting to say at the least, because this is a map that we know God Squad has. Again, I keep reminding this to everybody that this is like where Indian teams live or die by in their own particular region. We've seen Velocity, we've seen Enigma, we've seen God Squad really prove or go through all tribulations and still perform and win in Haven. But that being said, this could also put SK Rossi in a bit of a bind, because again, we know how quickly Bleed are just able to push in, push out, get so much control in the map in a short amount of time. So there really is a whole lot of angles that GodSquad will have to be very, very cautious about when they approach Bleed, because Bleed is not a one-dimensional team. They love all dimensions of attack.
Absolutely, and sort of going into Haven now, I would like to see Darion on that chamber once again, purely because he treats the chamber like your first entry duelist, doesn't he? It's usually, as a chamber, pushing to a site can be very difficult if you're the one who has to lead the charge. Darion somehow manages it, even with his duelists behind him. But I'm looking forward to this. I really, for me, this may be my game of the day.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I think so.
All right. Mine is just later on.
Actually, because Paper X God Squad was at 1 a.m., technically that was also a game today. This is also game of the day. But if we take a look at God Squad's heats map, as you can see, I really want to highlight all of these deaths and kills that have been sort of happening in and around the attacker spawn. It sort of shows, it tells a story about how aggressive God Squad like to be, particularly when they're on that defense. And I think for God Squad, it's a pretty nice formula. The best defense is your offense, and God Squad took that to heart.
And this is a really good point that we're that we see this kind of heat map, right? It's because of the fact that we know again that Bleed is a team that is able to somehow manage and adapt through the mid rounds. So being able to have a really proactive heat map such as this on Haven against Bleed is going to be very crucial for God Squad.
The other thing I want to mention as well is you see this huge consecration of kills towards A long. It sort of tells to me that God Squad like going for these op duels. They really like taking these long range engagements. They like trying to force opponents back. And for me, that makes me think that actually, if you're Darion, if you're Juicy, the way you're going to be able to get these entries is going to be in taking these early duels with these operators, with these tour de forces, and I think that puts even more pressure on your pistol round. Remember, it's best of one. You don't get that extra luxury of sort of charging up. You win that pistol round, you're going to get that first operator out, and with Darion and Rossi both being incredible with that operator, I think that it's going to be a matter of who gets there first.
It all depends on, as well as how much value I believe the Breach players will also come out here for both God Squad and Bleed, because ideally, you're just going to get hit by a fault line and get cleared out, right? So
absolutely.
I wonder how they try to adapt to that situation, because I do know for a fact that A-Long is a very, very strong point of contention for a lot of teams, whether you're on defense or offense. It gives you so many I think, pull from the rest of the map that if they know you're coming in on A, they have to respect that and leave C side, leave B side. That's when you start seeing the attackers start moving around once they've secured that A long. So being able, as a defender, to hold that is going to be very pivotal.
Absolutely, and I think that in just a moment we'll be able to get in game. And sort of going into the agent selects, is there any other agents you're sort of looking out for? I mean, Crazy Guy's Fade has also been it hasn't had the sort of highs that Darion's Chambers had, but it's been really consistent. And for me, consistency actually is valued above how high your peak can be.
I will say though, I'm looking at the stats real quick here, and you were mentioning about Darion's Chamber, right, for the most part, but they actually, at least from the very recent game that they played on Haven, it's been...
There was no Chamber, was there?
Yeah, it's been a double duelist. So are we going to be seeing that double duelist? We'll see right now as the agent selection is right in front of you guys. Let's see. There it is. Ah, okay. So there is going to be a shuffle here. I actually like this a lot because the double duelist is usually the Jet as well as the Reyna, but oh, whoa, hold on. Okay, this is falling into place. SK Rossi gonna picking up the chamber. We know he does pick this up. Hell Ranger back on the
Crazy Guy's
on the breach
Sober as well.
And Darion will actually go for the double duelist. I thought he was going to go for the chamber, but here we are.
I really like this. You have this huge clash of playstyles now. You've got the established God Squad, skills particularly. His Astra has been something he's stuck with for so long. Lightning Fast Rays, Rossi's chamber, it's their signature heroes. Over on Bleed, it's the new composition, it's the experimental stuff, it's the new versus the old right now. Will it be the young blood in Bleed, or will it be the old wisdom and skill over years and years of practice on God Squad that will triumph here?
That's a really interesting to point out, because technically for both Scary and Crazy Guy, this was the agents that made them famous in their previous teams as well. Scary with Sersha, I believe, and then Crazy Guy with
Cerberus or
Cerberus.
Enigma Galaxy beforehand.
Cerberus, then Enigma Galaxy.
Yeah.
Also want to mention, so a crazy guy for a very long time. He was sort of battling for rank 1 Sova in APAC with Tesseract.
Yeah.
Now that we've sort of seen this tournament progress, I think he's in prime position to take that, just about take that rank 1 spot.
Oh yeah, especially with how far.
Absolutely.
Again, and we've seen Bleed just shoot up. Even though
Yeah,
Tesseract
exactly.
was just massive from Enigma in the previous games that they played, it was still not enough. So
Yeah.
Crazy Guy being surrounded by all this star power and him being a power in and of itself is really, really good for his ascension into stardom on that Sova.
The confidence might help him as well. Bear in mind,
absolutely.
you're in a LAN environment, you've got your teammates around you. If you're then also playing well, you're going to be impossible to tilt. And tilting factor, especially for the newer teams, is really something you need to take into consideration. Not so much on God Squad, because they've been together for so damn long, but over on Bleeders, especially with younger players like Juicy, 16, isn't he?
Yeah.
Really young player. Tilting is prevalent amongst the youths of today. As much as we try to stop it, it's eventually going to slip through the cracks, especially in a frustrating game, especially when there's so much on the line here. Remember, they're playing for a shot at 100K.
Yeah.
That's a lot of money.
Definitely a lot of money, but I will say as well, that's why Bleed is one of the teams that I feel like just has an incredible support system because they do have the veterancy, not just a brilliant mind in their coach, but also because of that long history in competition, he knows how to deal with players that might be, susceptible to that kind of mindset. So being able to reset your players like that, it feels like the matches that we've seen from Bleed, they don't really look like they were stressed. If you're looking at the camera, the player cams on the Bleed side, they look very calm, very collected. If they need to take a breath, there's going to be that quick timeout, and after that, they look refreshed and just able to adapt again to the situation that's put in front of them.
Yeah, absolutely. In just a second, we'll be able to get into this game. I believe we have a brief delay. I think. Hopefully it'll be remedied as soon as possible. Just a little zest of a delay. However, in just a moment, we'll be able to get into this match going on to Haven. Before we do, though, Asra, I'm going to put you on the spot. Who's winning this?
Wow. All right. I'm going to have to go for Bleed.
You go for Bleed. Fair enough. Well, I've got to go to God Squad. Hear the crowd make some noise for God Squad, right? We got the crowd on our side. So honestly, Asra, how could I not?
I couldn't take that away from you, man. I could not take that away from you. Anyways, here it is. Best of one. Very crucial game for God Squad as they go up against Bleed here in Haven. The fans are singing. The fans are screaming. Let's see if SK Rossi can bring the team back into the mix of it all. Oh, a shot already picked up by SK Rossi here. Retla does get the trade very quickly. And there's the push, but Skills, he's got a position, he's got an angle, and he is popping off.
Absolutely perfect so far. Skills also at point blank. It's a messy engagement. Juicy eventually able to level the playing field. Hellranger quick to respond. It's Rossi once again though, looking to make his third of the round. Mid-air can't quite finish off Juicy though, but does give his position away through the box. Rossi tag, Juicy backs off. There's still a lot of time left on this clock, and with the spike on his back, Juicy, he has free reign of this whole map to figure out where and when and how he's going to be able to get onto these bomb sites. Rossi, aggression through mid. I love the response here from God Squad. They stick together in a position they can trade one another. It's laboured by Rossi. He's finished off, but it's lightning fast to bring God Squad the opening rounds and potentially with a full stop to start this game.
Yeah. I'm just letting in the fans sing. I wonder if our microphones are picking that up. But I will say, smart from God Squad to just hold straight on mid, and as well as Juicy for stopping on mid as well. Because if you think about it, if he just hightails it to the A site, he was susceptible from just being pushed by 2 versus 1. So he needed to really play that into the slow pace of things. But again, SK Rossi looks very heated at the very start of this game, and this is what God Squad definitely needed.
No, you're absolutely right. And for Darion, swift onto the Stinger. A little bit of an investment going into this second round. Not the force buy that we have seen Bleed look to list towards in the past. Hellranger, timing does a favor here. Unfortunately, the smoke is going to dive straight out. There's the opening. Absolutely perfect. Using unison with the gravity well from Skills. It means that there's no way to trade Darion. Instantly a man advantage for God Squad. What can they do with it?
They're going to try to explode outside of C here once more, but the smokes, as he mentioned, making it very difficult to stun, though. From Retla sets things up, but because Durion's not here anymore, no more dashes, they're going into this just walking into things. Juicy finds 1, finds 2 actually, and maybe Juicy. No, never mind. SK Rossi denies. We're down to Scary. Smoke is the thing that only separates him from the rest of the G, or the God Squad players.
Does have a Stinger to work with.
Stinger to work with, but
Yeah, it's not gonna happen. It's not gonna matter. Skills was already literally on top of the case, so that's about it.
He's on top of things. With that, God Squad, a hell of a way to start, and I'll tell you what, you can hear the crowd behind them. Definitely the fan favorites, the hometown heroes, and for good reason. These guys have been the top of the Indian scene for a considerable time now, and for what may be the first time in a good while, we're seeing them do some, well, hopefully, if this is the trend to follow, some inroads into international tournaments.
Am I hearing TSM? Is just someone shouting TSM? Anyways, all right. God Squad, they've actually purchased a couple of weapons here and now, as they do know that they're going to be facing Bleed on certain buy rounds. Speaking of which, Rossi overextends. This might be not too good, as Bleed is very much prepared. Look at the snappy, crispy shot from Durian. Lightning Fast cannot escape because of gravity well. And Skills left to deal with this post plant, but he's so far from the situation, especially now in the 4 versus 1, equipped only with that Spectre.
1 versus 4 here, Skills. With no real weaponry to work with, it may just be a matter of trying to do some damage here. Vandal is in front of him, however, given the audio cue, maybe almost a suicide mission for him. Bleed for the time being. Just sit back, they tuck in. No overextensions, no hunting either, because they know God Squad are playing the bonus, which I really like to see. As Crazy Guy backs off, it will be the Vandal save from Skills. At least holding on to a little bit of weaponry, and with that Bleed, they'll put themselves on the board with their first round of Haven. Let's see if God Squad can counteract this now, moving to a full bite of their own. And now, as we sort of hit this sort of round 3, round 4, round 5 benchmark, it's the ultimates that start coming online that you really need to keep an eye on. With the Empress available for Juicy, we'll see if it's going to be aggression from Bleed, or if they're going to hold on to it potentially for a retake or a counteraction to existing utility.
Speaking of aggression, again, I know that, God Squad is up 1 round right now, and they still have money to buy, but the big problem here might be the overheat that we see from SK Rossi. He was good in the first 2 rounds, granted already, as we saw. He was able to pop a lot of good shots, but you saw he was so overeager to push throughout that smoke without proper utility setup, I think, from the rest of his teammates. So this could be something detrimental for them. That being said, though, still things could be adapted, still things could be changed. But that's just one thing to just take note of, just in case. Juicy, very close on the contact. I wonder if he's going to be using the Leer altogether, or will he just back away?
I like this. I actually quite like this from Bleed. I think they're anticipating the aggression of God Squad, so they're trying to bait them in. You see the Aldron from Crazy Guy, just to try and almost affirm the position here. Not quite able to telegram the coast position being held, of course, by God Squad, but it won't matter, as the assault actually lands over on this B site instead.
Oh, that is a good supplementary Leer. Okay, Aftershock's not going to delay the plant. It was a little bit too close. I think Hellranger was aware or afraid that he could have been pushed in hard. SK Rossi finds one somewhere, somehow, 4 versus 5. But again, they have to at least be very much prepared for Juicy here, who is marching up, matching up against SK Rossi. There's the big flank coming in from players of GS. But it's not going to be enough. Durian already willing to go for the punch, willing to go for the swing. Skills left by himself. Smoke to blot things out. Oh my god, what a shot! He's not on the spike though. There is still... Oh, he can actually get this. They need to go inside the smoke! But Retla denies! They were very much aware. It was close, but they were very aware.
Just a moment there, just a moment longer. Skills could have absolutely won that, but vigilance from Bleed actually to keep the spam through that smoke, to make sure the pressure is still there. And you have to admit, for God Squad, I like the thought process. Going for that flank from the forward position you had anyway means that you're able to at least have a 2-pronged assault back onto that B site. However, Bleed, the counteraction is there. You can hear the fans behind God Squad. For Bleed, the counteraction's there. In moving all 4 players off the site, you then fight one angle of attack at a time, meaning you don't have to keep turning 180 between kills. Look at the ult management. Bleed have a slight advantage here. God Squad with only a couple of pistols, maybe aiming here, so at least get some ults online, so going into the next buy round, they could potentially equalize at 3-3, assuming Bleed are able to get their damage in for this round.
Definitely that, and I'm pretty sure because of the lost bonus, if ever SK Rossi doesn't want to use the Tour de Force, or he does, he will be able to still maybe purchase an operator coming into the next round as well. So he's very much equipped in that general point. Oh, this is bad, but Durian still somehow manages to get away. Retla doubles up. Here's a 3-man push. Durian's backing up for the most part as Juicy supports him.
And this is where, yeah, rest of GS are on A side.
That kill from Rossi's got the tour de force. Now it comes out suddenly. God Squad have some firepower. They have some skin in this round.
Yeah.
And for Bleed, yes, the rotation's there. Yes, they're diving straight onto the C site, but God Squad have read this really damn well.
Okay, they're gonna deny too, but there's a lot of... Okay.
Oh,
Power to counter, that's huge! But follow-up from
perfect.
lightning fast as he pins down basically everybody from Bleed here, leaving only Scary and Juicy to remain. Spike does get picked up, 25 seconds. There's still time to rotate somewhere else, but they're not even giving them that skill, wanting to push further, but Juicy's so quick on the punish.
That punish may actually come back to haunt God Squad here. 15 seconds left. The fault line from Hellranger. This will be the make or break of this round. Perfect usage. Kappa for one. It's all on Scary. 7 seconds left and no life to see the end of round 5. God Squad, they maintain their lead at 3-2 with a thrifty round. Beautiful stuff there. And Hellranger, for me, easily the MVP of that. A beautiful Rolling Thunder sets up lightning fast for that 2K. Then the fault line at the end just makes the lives of God Squad so much easier. There is still holes in the strategy, though. A bit of an overextension from skills. It was punished, which means God Squad, yes, they're in the lead. Yes, they have the economy and the ults, but they can't get complacent.
Yeah, they definitely can't get complacent. It is still, again, neck and neck at this point. Nobody has gotten themselves the huge advantage yet. And we'll see if Bleed have learned their lesson. SK Rossi's so close already. And Scary making that mistake is gonna really bite the behind of Bleed here as no more smokes will be placed. They're trying to push in. There's the slow, there's the stun. Durian finds no contact at the rest again of God Squad, just willing to go for these post-plant retakes.
Absolutely. A man down, Nightfall available. And this Nightfall could land on every player. Please. They've got a retake to contest with. Swing from Darion. Labored, good for one. Rossi, swift to trade. Aftershock's going to delay the push for the rest of the players. Their location's known. Horn's absolutely perfect, as well as the C's. Juicy can't quite move out, but it's him and Crazy Guy who come out of the corner, swinging Juicy for his second. Blink, can you miss it? It's all on skills. And this is off the back of a huge ult commitment as well. Stars placed. Through that, though. Can skills land this? No, he cannot. Juicy, he recovers that round beautifully for Bleed.
I think he did hear the jump up through A short, just faintly through the Cosmic Divide. In any case, this was awkward for Lightning Fast. Dorian was there. It did take him a bit of time, but as long as he got the 1-for-1 trade, it still was not too bad. But look at this from both Juicy and Crazy Guy. Just insane shots that really shut down the retake of God Squad.
Absolutely. It's very easy to get almost daunted by all this utility being dropped on you. But for Bleed, they just keep facing forward. They come out fighting, and it works beautifully for them. We do have a brief technical pause before we move into our 7th. But right now, this game is neck and neck. And I tell you what, I am very pleased to see that.
Oh, yeah. And again, we saw, honestly, the first portion of our tournament, it was a lot more one-sided, but after that, it's been just transmuting into this kind of, again, as you mentioned, very back and forth kind of game, showing to us that all of the teams that we have here definitely deserve to be in contention for that top 1 spot if they can make it to the playoffs. In any case, as we also look at things, Bleed are equalizing slowly but surely. God Squad, we're going back to the point that we talk about the weaknesses they have, that they tend to overheat as well here. Do they stay back just a little bit?
Honestly, I quite like the aggression they're showing at the moment because they're not so much pushing for these first kills, they're reacting to get these first kills. And it's worked out for them. I think it's their retakes that have been letting them down a little bit here. I would like to see a little bit more wary to the fact that Bleed will be pushing into them, especially when they're deploying that utility. Also want to mention as well, by the way the groups are distributed, if GS even, I almost got it, if God Squad actually, if God Squad end up in a position where they end up winning this map, and they then go on to play against Boom, winning that round difference becomes such a huge influence on whether or not God Squad or Bleed actually get out of this group. So now we're at a stage where every round matters.
We saw that yesterday again. Oh, what a flick from SK Rossi. Okay, hold on. Bleed dissuaded to start pushing into the B site, but this is where it gets a little bit risky. Skills has got to abandon that one. It still is going to be the 4 versus 5. Durian puts himself on the high ground. Oh, Lightning Fast also doesn't fall behind SK Rossi here. That was a whiff and a miss for Scary. That's really going to hurt their case. Oh, he's I think trying to give a weapon for skills, and then he picks up Lightning Fast's weapons. Any case, or rather Scary's weapon. Any case, Bleed is not in a good spot whatsoever. Redla though picks it back up with the 2. Could go for the 3rd, but that bot line makes it near impossible for him to handle. It's all down to Crazy Guy.
1 versus 3 swings out. Good for the first, but Skills is there to finish the job. God Squad, they make it 4. Absolutely perfect from them. And an insanely fast round from Lightning Fast, who just flicks straight onto that flank. And what it means is that the members of Bleed can't back off too far because they don't know where Lightning Fast is. By the time he reveals himself, he's already up through Garage, and they've already killed Retla to the extent where, for Crazy Guy, running could mean suicide. He has to stay, he has to fight, and yes, he's good for 1. Credit where credit's due. We've seen Crazy Guy has firepower behind him, but he just gets overwhelmed. And with this blow-for-blow strategy we're seeing from both of these teams, you see the effect it's having on the economy. God Squad, yes, they won that last round, but look how much money they've got. Sub 1K for 3 of their players. Over on Bleed, it's only going to be a sheriff in the hands of Juicy. Not a pretty position at all. And I actually love the timing of God Squad's timeout going into this 8th round.
Gives them a bit of preface on what they can do to keep that momentum rolling. And I like how you mentioned again that this has turned into a blow-by-blow set of rounds, is because that is the general case here in this first half, right? You do see God Squad feeling a lot more confident in actually, as you mentioned, flanking a lot harder. So with that being said, that means that as long as they can keep winning those flank fights that we saw with Lightning Fast, Bleed will have to always look right behind him. That's where it gets a little bit tricky for Bleed to kind of look right in front and at the back.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Brief adjustment to what we said. It's a tech pause, not a tactical pause. Luckily, quickly redeemed. And so with that, Bleed, they go into this next round with the Hunter's Fury available. I really want to see what mileage Crazy Guy gets from this, as well as that Cosmic Divide on Scary. For God Squad, no ults available. Rossi's relatively close to that tour de force, but he's not going to be able to accomplish that in the next couple of rounds unless this flank bears fruits.
Look at how quickly SK Rossi's already pushing that flank. There's no sentinels here. And again, Bleed are getting gobsmacked. Durian and Juicy alone on the side itself, but the spike is nowhere near where they are.
A 4-man flank from A-Long onto Bleed here. There's no way they can anticipate this. And they've got the spike.
Yep, they're cautious about it too. That's the thing. All right, hold on. Juicy's find 1 first. This is going to be difficult because Skills and Hellranger are playing a position where it's all about the trades for them. Somehow, Juicy finds the weapon. There's going to be the refrag. Durian backs away. Skills, no, denies. And that fault line, beautiful for the punish as Skill picks up the 2K.
Hellranger is playing out of his mind right now. Not so much in aim, but his setup. His fault lines have been immaculate. And right now, this is, I mean, if he keeps this seismic activity up, the whole arena might start shaking. Absolutely perfect from him. And for Bleed, it feels like their head's in the right place. They're going into that, sort of final few moments of that round. 2 players left alive. They focus on one angle of attack at a time. Then they end up trading off one another, fighting off one another, but it just ends up not being enough. Bleed now. 2 rounds down, limited economy. Yes, there are ults, but what good can you do with them? Darion about to be able to bring out the Blade Storm, and for God Squad, it's another foray, another push, an excursion down mid now.
Oh my god, he's just shooting through the smoke. He has no care for human life anymore. Crazy Guy's by himself. Redla trying to exit this as he had the spike in hand. He's gonna have to bring it all the way through the A side. Cap is holding here on spawn. But wait, hold on. Did he just swap? He swapped weapons. He didn't even lose bullets. That's a huge thing. Now they can just go all the way around, as you mentioned, to C.
This is now quite worrying. Bleed are in such a good position to get thrust into an alpha plant. Yes, Darion, yes, Retla are low, but Darion with the ability to bring out that Blade Storm means he can give that Vandal over to Retla potentially and still have that serious impact from long. Darion, that low HP, doesn't want to risk the fight, is hit by the fault line though. The counter fault line's there, Cosmic Divide gets deployed. Suddenly this is becoming a very expensive round from both teams, but God Squad, they're able to return in kills, down to the 2 versus 3. Low HP on the remaining players. Darion, point blank, spots out the player, but can't quite kill them. Skills now, hoping for the pre-fire, hoping for the timing, good for the first, no sense the second, it's all on Retla, hardly any HP, hardly any.
Oh my!
Lightning Fast finishes the job off the back of the gravity well, and with that, God Squad are making their name.
I just have to say, what are Bleed doing? They already experienced the previous round, the round before this, that God Squad pushes on mid, and they left Crazy Guy alone to use utility.
Yeah.
He can't even hear them, so what was that about?
This is anti-stressing at its finest. They realize, look at Bleed's composition. There is no detection for flanks. There's no killjoy, there's no chamber, there's no way to figure out someone's behind you unless you face check it. God Squad, they thrive on face checks. And more importantly, in the game where we saw God Squad struggle against the likes of Paper Rex, Rossi wasn't there. He had a really bad game. He's redeemed himself here. Absolutely waking up, absolutely showing up. And as we said in the pregame, when Rossi is doing well, the rest of the team falls in unison. They're like cogs all turning, and they all synchronize with each other. And it's, you know, at first it looks like a little cog just turning. You zoom out, and it's becoming this big, elaborate machine, which is slowly but surely gaining this lead against Bleed.
Absolutely. It feels like, again, this is God Squad unstoppable version. So with all of this, you do see already Bleed feeling the pressure, calling a timeout. What is going to be the adjustment for them? They've been pulling a lot of triggers just to get certain controls around the map, but it takes them so much time to do that, that as you mentioned, that puts SK Rossi and the rest of, I think he was with like Lightning Fast or something, pushing on mid, or maybe Hail Ranger, to just play the face checks every single time.
Absolutely.
And it has really ruined the tempo here for Bleed. So what's the adjustment from the MYSG roster?
Thus far, it looks like Bleed are fanning out as more of a default, going for more of an info-gathered approach rather than going for this aggression. Blaze-storm out from Darion, having to use that first blade to, well, miss the horns, but redeem himself with the classic. Rossi, tour de force in hand, also in sewers. Not quite given a kill yet from either side. It's patience now, which is going to be the game. Will God Squad fall for the same tricks Paper Rex pulled on them? Will they overextend? Will they push too far? Or are they going to stay in position? Are they going to hold? Are they going to force Bleed to be the ones to make to play these big pushes, these big executions? Something which Bleed can do, but something we've not really seen them favor.
Speaking of just controlling the push, you know, playing passive, God Squad is doing just that. Okay, SK Rossi, not even a pump. Yeah, not even a hit of that Rolling Thunder.
Tries to go through it with a tour de force. Oh, it's quick, and he gets away. A headshot onto Darion, sent to the ether, banished to the ether. With that, Cosmic Divide comes out, already in company with the smoke. Oh! Lightning fast, good for two, tries to make it three, scary, good for two of his own though, ready to go back through this smoke, able to delay the defuse with the pull, tries to go back through his own smoke, good for a third, tries to swing out for four, finished off by Skills. God Squad make it 7, guaranteeing that victory in that first half. The question now is to what extent. You need to keep in mind as well, that's all right, you need to keep in mind that for Lightning Fast, those 2 kills off the back of the Cosmic Divide, all assisted by Hell Ranger. Beautiful fault lines coming out from him, and it's just aiding God Squad every step of the way.
Man, Scary just tried. I like the idea here. He had the budget smoke and everything. He stopped the defuse with a gravity well, but it just did not work out well enough for him.
Absolutely. I'm really looking forward to seeing now what Bleed do as a reaction. And I mean, why not keep up the momentum? You see the set pieces now. Lightning first. Going to try and garner a bit of control here. Gets the showstopper off the back of the ult orb. And this is what we were waiting to see from God Squad. They back off. Bleed now set their attention back to mid, a position which has garnered God Squad so much success. Can it do the same for the Singaporean Titans?
Yeah, a very, very committed fight here. They push in. There's the rest of them. Oh, that's going to be a quick trade for the looks of things, but Lightning Fast looking very good on the intercept. That recon dart is huge, but no! Retla whiffs! That is not what you want to happen. SK Rossi coming in for the fight as well. And the dynamic duo of God Squad cleans up house against Bleed.
You can see the support behind God Squad is absolutely insane right now, and for good reason. Absolutely perfect from them thus far. And I tell you what, we said, you know, like Rossi was the start, but he's certainly not the end. Lightning Fast now showing up as well is absolutely what God Squad are after. 8-3 the scoreline now, potentially the accursed 9-3 APAC scoreline, something which has favoured Bleed in the past, but maybe not against the likes of God Squad, an opponent who, let's be on paper, should be, well, having a relatively easy time.
You know, we have seen some teams, such as the Heretics versus Team Secret, where I was even sure that Heretics was going to win that, and it just got turned over its head, right? So there is a chance here for God Squad to definitely redeem themselves against, as you mentioned, the MOSG Juggernaut. Any case, SK Rossi. Wow, even through the utility setup, it just does not phase him at all.
You're absolutely right. Now for God Squad, this is where things get interesting. Another retake for them here. This time, though, they have the ultimates to help them. Nightfall comes out. It's going to be responded to with the Empress from Juicy. However, the Rolling Thunder avoided. Flashes, though, won't be, as will the concussion. But Juicy doesn't care. Good for one. Crazy Guy doubles down. And now the Cataclysm from Bleed is going to descend onto God Squad. Juicy with the final say in the matter. An absolutely phenomenal round from him there to bring Bleed their fourth and to finish the half, at least on a high note.
At least on a high note, indeed. It looked incredibly good there for SK Rossi. He keeps getting these peek outs and just the microsecond. I think I've seen him done this before on stream, and he's being able to do that once more at this crucial of an interval in this fight. So with all that being said, 8-4, really good start of the half for God Squad.
Absolutely. What I want to see now going into the second half, can God Squad mimic this success? Can they continue this success? If not, Bleed, we've seen what they can do with the momentum. We've seen they can turn around games very quickly, as they did in their own PRX game. But for the members of God Squads, you've got the crowd behind you. You've got the momentum already. You've got Rossi playing out of his mind. The ingredients are here to have a very contentious Group B.
Yeah, Rossi was just smiling throughout all of the kills that he was doing as the fans were just screaming out his name. So you'd really do see that he's in the zone. I think that's just as simple as it is. Rossi is in the zone right now.
Yep, absolutely. And we were sort of waiting for when this would happen, weren't we? Because that's the question mark every time we see God Squad or an Iterator or under different names going into all these tournaments. Will Rossi show up? Yeah. And we're finally seeing it. We're finally seeing the impact he can have on the rest of the team.
And now this is where the question therein lies for Bleed. What is happening? We saw Durian as well as Juicy just be so incredibly unstoppable in a lot of these maps, but now that they brought in the double duelist, now that, as you can see, they have to go play this contact sort of style, it feels like they're kind of clashing together and not really mixing well as the double entry for Bleed here.
It feels to me like the members of God Squad, their aggression is something that is, it's never one player pushing. There's always more. There's always something else. It's always a set piece. And I think for Bleed, they're trying to respond to it in the same way they did against Paper Rex, where they're responding with fights, with these face checks, with these angels, something which against Paper Rex worked because they were wanting to take these 1v1s. But these pushes from God Squad, they're tailored to take map control. And then getting the kills off the back of it is just a bonus. So I think a good example would be when we saw that combo of the fault line, the smoke from the Astra, as well as Lightning Fast, just using both blast packs to get that ult orb on C Long.
Yeah.
A huge push, a big commitment of utility, but that's just to get the showstopper. They weren't aiming to get kills off the back of that, but already they've left Bleed with only 2/3 of the map left.
Yeah. Maybe also could be the point that just Bleed not able. It feels like it is just also a combination of Bleed just never getting that first contact in their favor. I think if we probably look for the stats after this game, if at all, I feel like SK Rossi would have like a first kill score of give or take maybe 8 or 9 at this point, because he's just been getting all of these close contacts.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Going to the second half, do you still stick with your prediction of Bleed? Do you see a comeback?
I still feel it's going to be Bleed, man. I believe.
I also believe, and I believe in that noise behind me. I believe in those chants. There is no way God Squad lose with that being shouted behind them.
I Bleed leave.
That was pretty smooth. I'm going to do that. That's pretty smooth. So something else to mention as well is, for God Squad, management of GE, they flew in today. They flew in today for these matches. So the support is there from across the country. And for God Squad, they're showing what fan support can do to a team. Going into the second half, let's see what Bleed can do on their defense, or if God Squad are going to be the ones to usurp what we thought would be a flawless run in this group from Bleed.
Well, in a matter of seconds, we would know what is up. Redless already primed his stun. There's going to be that, but Durion's been spotted. He's still actually pushing through this. Durion. Okay, what was that about?
Very quick trade. Juicy potentially here could be caught out as well. We're seeing a continuous fight here from Bleed. Crazy Guy already half HP, means Juicy has to be that first point of contact, but Skills doesn't want any part in fighting this. Yes, they're fairly close to these smokes, but they can't risk going through them. The rest of God Squad, they set their gaze over to B, over to Garage. They want to fan out. They want to look for some picks here, and Scary may oblige them. Running into 3 players, swings out, spots out the first. He's good for 1, and even good for 2. Retler able to join the fray, leaving it all onto Kappa. Shot from behind. With that, we're going to be seeing Bleed making it 5.
That is...
That's absolutely perfect. You're right. And so now as we sort of go into this second round, that is the foundations laid. That is the foundations laid for what is going to be the potential of a comeback, right? For 4 rounds, doable. Very, very doable.
Yeah, very close.
Against the momentum God Squad have, do you see it happening? I don't want to keep asking you this because you're a man of faith, aren't you?
Yeah, you're putting me on the spot here.
Yeah. just so when the upset happens, we know that you didn't believe.
We know that I didn't believe.
Yeah.
Yeah, but if it doesn't happen,
if it doesn't
we know
happen,
that I believe.
If it doesn't happen, it means I've been huffing on military-grade copium.
The bleed copium. All right, hold on, because Juicy's brought himself the Vandal here, so he's not messing around. He does have the sandwich with his teammate. That's going to be Durion, and they might not be able to escape through A main with their lives anymore, although Hell Ranger, never mind, and that's going to be basically a flawless round for Bleed.
Yep, absolutely perfect. And what I quite like as well is when you invest into your second round with those Vandals, it means that the bonus still has some serious teeth behind it in quite a swift fashion. So I'm pretty happy with the investment from Bleed there. Usually you see some teams, particularly the likes of, we saw Heretics do this earlier as well, they like having a few pistols in their second round buy. Bleed not taking any risks. Everyone has a weapon, everyone has the potential to keep fighting here. God Squad, Vandals of their own come out now. Something to mention, no ults at all. This is entirely down to aim and aim alone. And with only 1 Vandal on Juicy, it means there is a lot of pressure on a very young player to have a lot of impact.
Ooh, that spotted a lot of God Squad.
Look at the rotation as well through Garage.
That 1 recon dart giving a lot of go-ahead for the flankers of basically Bleed to start pushing forward. But Crazy Guy, is he pushing them back into the embracing hands of Bleed? Looks like no, God Squad will still push, but the timing could be fatal for them. There they are, Crazy Guy still holding on. He might be able to get a shot up, but here comes the rest of Bleed from the flank.
This flank may be expected as well. Lear goes out, Swift from the Juicy, good for the first, doubles down as well, even able to get away. However, God Squad, they still have this site to work with. There's still a retake to worry about. Darion eventually finished off. Juicy, good for his 3rd. It's the final kill by Retler. And with that, Bleed comes straight back into this map. All of a sudden, God Squad, the wind's being just taken from their sails. The question now is, can they keep this momentum? Can Bleed keep this up? Or are we going to see another sort of scrappy blow-for-blow half that we saw in the first?
Crazy Guy puffed up his chest really big and said to, God Squad, there's more people here than you're expecting. And that delayed God Squad a good mile. That, again, Bleed's flank was almost always encompassed. And very quickly, Juicy, 22 kills already at the Empress this early on in the second half. It's a huge, huge undertaking for Bleed. And it seems like they've gotten their second win. Scary finds contact on C-Long, wins the duel, and God Squad are slowing down.
It's 22 kills. The rest of his team, 3 of them aren't even over 10 yet. The weight Juicy is pulling right now is incredible. Darion, good for skills. More importantly, that's the spike. Yes, God Squad, it's only a half buy here, but they still are looking for damage. They're still looking to potentially take a few Vandals out of the hands of Bleed here. Point blank, lightning fast. Oh, it's late, but Darion punishes it. Crazy Guy to get the next say of the matter. Darion will respond. Darion will equalize Bleed with God Squad. Nah, almost did it. And with that, we're going to be seeing.
And this is where it also gets scary, I just want to say, because this 2 flawless rounds means that Bleed is building a really strong economy.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. And for Bleed, this is where you've got that Empress available on Juicy. You're about to get your Blaze Storm. You're about to get your Hunter's Fury. This huge power spike for them is going to be achieved very quickly. For God Squad, yes, they're going to have more ults in a couple of rounds' time, but a couple of rounds' time, everyone's 2, 3 skill points away. As Darion slowly approaches through C-Long. Once again, the aggression of Bleed now onto God Squad to try and respond to.
doesn't even prime his tailwind. He's just pure confidence that him and Skills here will be able to find a couple of kills. Sorry, excuse me, not him, but Scary. Skills actually finds Durian right now and could open things up. And Skills not going to be taking this lying down or passive, as Retless been called on to see, but he's alone for a good chunk of time as the rest of Bleed will have to rotate or maybe just even read where God Squad are actually planning to really push in, as they have so much time left on that clock.
You're absolutely right now. And for Bleed, when you're 2 players down, you've got to fight. Either you fight or you heavily stack a site and hope for the best. Kappa is going to see the push coming his way. And oh, that is clean! 2 minutes, 2 heads to be found, and a quick transfer from one of the veterans of God Squad. Crazy guy. I mean, hey, he can do some crazy things. He is one crazy guy. That first kill could very well be the sign of more to come. Through the smoke, unable to get a second. He does know that God Squad potentially have fragmented in positioning, but it's lightning fast to deal that killing blow, bringing God Squad to 9, and more importantly, giving God Squad the sign that they can still win on their attack. It was not a lucky burst in that first half.
Yeah, they definitely do understand the strengths and weaknesses of Bleed here. Look at just, again, how cool, calm, and collected Skills was to intercept, to just, again, be willing to fight the 2 versus 1. And he was short enough that I believe he spotted Scary as well with Durian there. So he didn't just immediately back away or call the rest of his team. He really wanted to brush up the push from Durian as soon as he didn't see that Durian was priming that tailwind maybe. He knew that somebody was right there with him.
Judging by the aggression of God Squad as well, they seem to have slowed their pace a little bit, sort of going for a little bit of garage control. Nothing to overextend. It's all quite fastidious, it's quite methodical, and with this fastidious attention to detail, Bleed now, they've got to rely on Darion to land this shot. This shot backs off, information is achieved, and Darion actually will go for a second bite at the cake. However, God Squad don't even want to risk it. Skills deploying that utility, instantly forces him out of position. Rossi falls Darion lightning fast from him there, but there is still the Rolling Thunder to worry about. Deployed, it's going to catch out Darion, brings out the Blaze Storm, just about able to get away in the nick of time through the smoke. Actually, no one's going to spam him, so he'll be able to get away into the after plant. Crazy guy pulls out the Hunter's Fury, delays the plant, won't stop it though. And with that, it's allowed Bleed to get into position to try and go for this after plant. The Seas, Paint Shells combo gets deployed. Still no kill yet. Right now, timing is everything.
Timing is everything. They do have the Leer. There's going to be... Oh, that is beautiful. But no, the follow-up is not going to commence. Juicy also falls. Hellranger and Kappa finds picks. There's the push out through the wall. They're trying to bump heads into this, and seems like nobody is getting the trades. Hold on, there is going to be the 1-for-1, but that is still not enough for Bleed to capitalize on that retake. Scary and Retla, they've pushed up all of their support utility, support skills for both Durian and Juicy, but it was just a little bit too missing. There's the kamikaze from Retla. Doesn't work. Here's the follow-up from Scary, but the smoke makes it very difficult for him to find targets. 2 versus 1, there's no time, and all he really can do is save the weapon, but this position, he's gonna get devoured by the spike.
With that, God Squad just a hop, skip, and a jump away from winning their first map of the Valorant India Invitational VCT off-season. And with that, it's an official event, remember, Sari. This is where God Squad want to show that they mean business, and even against Bleed, one of the teams that are predicted to be to the top of Ascension League, are struggling now. Absolutely struggling. I tell you what, I'm even happier that Hellranger's the one to get a 3K that round. His setup with his fault lines, his rolling thunders, his flashes have been so successful for the entirety of this map. It's about time he gets his frag movie.
Yeah, he's reverse comeuppance.
Absolutely.
If that's a term that you can actually use. I don't think
it's a term now, you've coined it. So. Hopefully they can still hear us. Oh, they can.
All right,
hey,
there you
we're
go.
back.
Perfect. All right, we're still here.
God Squad swing out.
Scary's not going to be for long.
Follow up. Flash goes through. And with that, actually, I love this from God Squad. They've got the kill. They've backed off. They've baited Bleed into thinking this is a full execution. Yes, it's been delayed now, but the ball's in Bleed's court. Do they reaggress? Do they stack? Do they risk trying to flank God Squad, who are already acutely aware of the potential of a player coming from behind?
I love how you keep mentioning that again, that God Squad is just playing this so methodical, because again, this isn't a team that we really know about being a methodical, approaching team. Yeah. So with all of this
and then the fragging capabilities that they have is such a potent mix right now for God
Absolutely.
Squad. They are literally 3 rounds away from taking a game off of the strongest team right now in Group B. So with that starting pick from Scary, this is going to be looking much more difficult. Although, hold on, lightning fast, he wants to get things started. He's already used the combo with his teammate, and Redla is going to be collateral.
He may be lightning fast, but Rettler's not going to be there to hear the thunder, the thunderous roar of the God Squad fans as we see Bleed now in a very, very difficult retake. There is little money in the bank for the likes of Darion, only 950. No Blade Storm either, means that this operator needs to be held on to. And in just a moment, God Squad, they may piece together the fact this is going to be a safe. So much so actually, there's a lurk already coming from Hellranger. He wants to snatch as many weapons as humanly possible off of this Bleed side. And the second they realize they're being hunted, that's when the panic sets in. That's when the fear starts to get to them.
Well, it doesn't seem like they're quaking in their boots just yet, but
yet.
they are being pushed back, and that is the most important thing here to this round. 11-8, and as I mentioned, God Squad, they're so nearing the finish line. A team that we mentioned is struggling, is gasping for air. One of the fans, again, gasping for air?
Well, Bleed fan in that case.
Bleed fan. Fan. Wow.
Absolutely.
You know the support staff of Bleed is here.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, there was only one guy on camera. Singular.
Singular.
No, not the whole event. No, God.
No, I'm kidding.
Toxic.
I'm kidding.
GC has the Empress available. Kappa with a Nightfall. We're about to see a tournament Moscow out on Rossi, meaning that sniper presence is definitely going to be there. The counteraction, though, Bleed ready to bring out both their Cosmic Divide and their Rolling Thunder on Rettler and Scary, means that there is a lot of utility to work with, and soon to be even more to work with now. A fight for long. They know the operator is going to be somewhere on this site. The question for God Squad now is, can they take that off of the hands of Darion while simultaneously hitting map and series points?
Skills bringing out that smoke just so that they can get a quicker access onto A-Long. Forces back Juicy purely from a little bit of utility. Hellranger here, though, takes a bit of a beating, but still not knocked down. Juicy is just dealing with so much utility. How is he still alive? But he is getting pushed back so far by God Squad. Speaking of the team, they haven't really committed to the fray just yet. They have baited a good chunk of utility here from Bleed, and look at how they've rotated SK Rossi back up onto A-Long. Now that the smokes have dissipated, if somebody picks this out, SK Rossi's already willing to go for the switch and the pick with the sniper.
Absolutely. I actually really like this from Bleed. I love the fact they're being quiet. They know they've damaged God Squad, so they want God Squad to make the first move. Really, really smart stuff from Bleed here. 25 seconds left. God Squad, they have to move. Swing out instantly there. Rettler, good for the first. Timing isn't everything here, but the Rolling Thunder gets deployed. That's enough. Juicy, ready to be let loose as both SK Rossi and Kappa alone in a 2. Make that 1 versus 4. Rossi, no choice but to back off. Save the operator. Bleed, they still have life. They still have the power to bite. And with 9, Rossi, he's certainly going to go down fighting. The question now becomes, will he go down at all?
Well, it seems like he doesn't even want to save. He's just willing to fight every single opportunity that is given to him. I will say, though, that round from Bleed looked incredibly scrappy. You did say that they did cut the noise. They were looking for utility to set up, but look at that weird Rolling Thunder that came out from Redla. Yes. It looked like he was just not expecting anybody to actually be right in front of him, but thankfully he got it off, which allowed Juicy to capitalize and start getting picks.
There was so little time left there for Rettler that in deploying that Rolling Thunder, it was the make or break. You know, if he's in a position that's going to be pre-fired anyway, so that he dies and doesn't take anyone with him, he gets the Rolling Thunder off and dies, but at least he's delayed enough for Juicy to be able to get the follow-up. So I'm actually really liking Bleed's defense right now. It's this sort of opening kill, which has been so consistently going in the favor of God Squad right now, which is really slowly becoming their undoing.
Well, God Squad, different approach, looking for B, straight up. Retla, any post-plant aftershocks? Not gonna connect. That's gonna be a successful one, and this forces the hand of Bleed to start retaking in onto B. Smokes do dissipate, but as you can see, Skills is very much prepared to keep supplementing that. Hellranger finds one, already has that Rolling Thunder. This is gonna be very risky, but somehow Retla finds another pick altogether, sets up utility, but nobody's there to follow it up, and he gets easily picked off by God Squad.
What I absolutely love is that rolling thunder by so much time as well. Skills down in the crossfire, Bleed. They have to really rely on Scary with this flank. In fact, it's only on Scary with this flank. And Kappa will deal that killing blow. You can hear the fan reaction. The GE management in favor of God Squad, and for good reason. An incredible round once again by Hellranger, who right now lands a perfect rolling thunder. Once again, when you have to fight on so many angles, the more you can remove, the better off you are. And that rolling thunder just means you don't have to turn to fight that angle of attack. That whole entire A link just ruled off limits. Perfect stuff from Hellranger to set up God Squad for what is now map points. Rossi available with the tour de force. Bleed, they've got the Empress on Juicy. This is the make or break. Darion, operator in hand, sees both his opposition, but doesn't quite take the fight. Shifting into Rossi, a battle of snipers, a battle of two of the best snipers in Asia. Who will come out on top? It's a quick peek, a dash from Darion. No shots fired. Instead, Darion actually playing with his position, playing with information, a very disciplined way to approach trying to fight for this man advantage, something which is already ascertained on the other side of the map.
I'll see as well. Juicy off-cam kill onto Lightning Fast. They did have a stint on mid, and Juicy finally gets a pick here, finally. Even though he's been top fragging for the first half, the second half he's been a little bit colder than ideally what would be good or what would be wanted by Bleed. But this does slow the pace down for God Squad, because now they don't have those double satchels for Lightning Fast, which even though SK Rossi, he's been making those highlight plays, this again halts the progression of God Squad on the offense.
So to mention as well, is in losing Hellranger and Lightning Fast, you lose your stun to push and your entry. Trying to get onto these sites is going to be so damn difficult. 30 seconds left. Crazy Guy could stop this single-handedly, while the rest of God Squad, they shift up, looking to have the element of surprise onto the safe sites.
Oh, no element to be surprised there. Perfect positioning from Kappa. This only leaves Juicy by himself while he waits for the rest of the team, but he's done some damage, leaving Skills and Kappa to remain. Kappa actually decided to hold on to that operator in a 2 versus 4. This is interesting, but they do have delay tactics. And now he's by himself, pushes out. Okay. Off scope or no scope shot, we'll take it, but in the end, it still Bleed to remain. So they got 2 more rounds if they want to get this into our first overtime of the tournament.
Oh, are we seeing overtime here? We're seeing overtime, Asari. Well, that's all right. Overtime?
I was so focused that I wasn't able to hear that question, but I feel like we can go to overtime.
That was the question, good guess.
Yeah.
Overtime, entirely likely here. You can hear from the God Squad fans. They are ready to close it out here and now. If God Squad wins, I can't wait to hear their reactions, because right now, they're inevitably going to be the fan favorites. We're in India, of course they will be, but to this extent, it's truly incredible. The atmosphere out here is actually very hard to put into words, because Bleed now. 2 rounds to find. Is this where we see the timeouts? Oh, it's a timeout, but it's a technical one.
It's a technical one, yeah. They need to recuperate themselves. Look at how far Juicy has come. 28 kills already, way above the rest.
Absolutely. Juicy right now is playing out of his mind consistently. And what I quite like about Juicy's gameplay so far is he's playing so well, but he's playing disciplined. He's backing off when he gets kills. He's swinging when he's with his teammates. He's fighting off of his teammates exactly like you would want an entry to do so.
Yeah.
Something else to mention though, over on God Squad, you've got Skills, who was on the Astro. You wouldn't expect him to be one of the top fraggers, but he's currently top fragging above Rossi, actually. Really, really good game from Skills. And all of a sudden, God Squad, they're turning into, maybe not a God Squad, but you could say a Jod Squad. That was the Indian viewers there.
Oh yeah, that's a little bit different.
Lead now. Darion on the close angle, once again ready to take this duel with Rossi. And considering both operator players haven't really been able to have their sort of proper engagement yet, Darion shuts down Hellranger. Oh, for a moment it looked like he was considering re-peeking here. I think Rossi probably invites it. Juicy close in this smoke, plays for the timing, but Rossi so damn quick. 4 versus 4, Asarian, all of a sudden it turns on its head with Crazy Guy's aggression.
But he does get immediately spotted, so he might want to back away here as he doesn't want to incur the rest of the attentions of God Squad. But that was perfectly timed by SK Rossi. He knew exactly when the smoke was going to drop, and it gave him that split-second difference. And with SK Rossi, that's all he needs. Still, it is a one-for-one trade here. Durian still threatening with the operator. Now he's found, one player, but the spike not there. It's actually going to go all the way through C long. And nobody from Bleed will actually intercept this. There is some manpower on Garage, but not enough to stop them from just walking straight up to C. And did Scary actually spot them, or?
I don't think he did.
He got no information whatsoever.
Oh, this is going to allow Gold Squad to get into just a retake setup that they're comfortable with. Rossi holding for Garage, Skills ready to swing from sight in unison with his teammate here, with Skills also watching that back line. Right now, the player to keep your eyes on is going to be Rossi. Can he get this opening? Yes, he can. 3 versus 3, no ult available, but it may not matter. Missed shot from Rossi, attempting to recover. It's Crazy Guy to chime in once again. Headhunter in hand, Redler follows it up. It's all on Skills, good for 2, makes it 3! God Squads, they make it 13! They take down Bleed, and they continue their survival in Group B after an absolute bloodbath of a match. It's death by 1,000 cuts, and with that, the Indian dream stays alive.
That's why Skills and Stop Fragging, that's why he's the one that is on top of the kill board alongside SK Rossi, because of the fact that his clutch value has shot through the roof in this game alone.
Absolutely incredible stuff from God Squad there, and a fitting way to end. We were just mentioning how good Skills can be. We were just mentioning how it's surprising for an Astra to have so much impact. Well, if you want impact, there it is. The round, the map, the game-winning round is a 1v3 by Skills, punishing every single player. Incredible.
Incredible indeed, and as you mentioned, that still gives a fighting chance here for God Squad. If I'm just going to be checking the point systems real quick,
there's a chance.
There is a chance.
So the requirement now for God Squads is to beat Boom, and they need to do it with a good round difference. I can't tell you how good, but it needs to be good.
Yeah, so at least all in all,
there's a chance.
Most simplest of it, there is that chance. So now, can God Squad perform in that next series of theirs? That is the most important thing for them to do here and now.
Absolutely, and I'm so damn impressed with God Squad. I haven't seen them against Paper Rex. Yeah, there was a little bit of improvement. It was slow, it was steady. Paper Rex still won, so on paper it was as expected. But my God, what a way to end a map, and what a way for what a way for your home ground boys to be able to make the arena have a bit of noise.
They did what Paper Rex couldn't do. Beat Bleed.
Which is weird when you think about it, because Boom couldn't beat Bleed or Paper X, but God Squad struggled against Boom.
It's not transitive property, man.
It's matter is complicated, man. But in just a second, we'll have some stats for you, something we'll try and break down and potentially bring you a little bit more clarity as to how God Squad were able to craft such a it wasn't so much a convincing victory, but certainly one if you're Indian, you're definitely going to enjoy. We'll take a look at our scoreboard in just a moment. Let's see who it was who was able to craft this victory. SK Rossi with that MVP, 8 first kills for SK Rossi. Entries were perfect. I want to mention though, well, Rossi did well. Almost all of those kills were set up by Hellranger. Hellranger for me was the MVP of this map.
I gotta give it to, I feel like Skills is gotta have to be the MVP of this round for me in particular. Like his ability to just clutch those crucial rounds for God Squad and keep the ball rolling is so important for God Squad that I felt like Skills definitely elevated their game here. And again, SK Rossi was on the top of the leaderboard, MVP as you mentioned, but Skills was definitely my MVP for this game.
Absolutely. Also, we can't talk about Skill without talking about Juicy, right?
Yeah.
28 and 12. Juicy has not only been dominant this tournament, he's been consistent. And bearing in mind, oh, you hear that? Look at that. Oh my. a well-earned victory there. Take a moment of silence to hear that crowd, because that was incredible from them. But as we were saying for Juicy, 28 and 12, really strong performance, and he's doing it consistently, and which is way more important. Bleed, they're guaranteed to go to playoffs, which means that going up against, I believe, Team Secrets. I believe it might change based on round difference. But it should be Team Secrets. Assuming it is, you need Juicy to be firing on all cylinders. The fact he's shown he can means that it falls to Darion. If he too can be able to have this effectiveness, then we are going to have a serious tournament on our hands. We'll take a look at sort of the team effectiveness here. I want to mention the God Squad success rate in post plants has been absolutely incredible.
Yeah. Well, Bleed is kind of hovering around 50-60%, which isn't really too bad, but overall, God Squad was just of that different breed. And this goes to the point where I actually wanted to talk about, at least for this particular tournament, now we set the, what's the word here, the results, that Durion's Jet might be struggling compared to his Chamber.
His Chamber is considerably better, in my opinion.
Yeah, exactly.
That being said, he did land some very successful entries. On topic of entries, take a look at the first kills. For this map, it was a guarantee. You get the first kill, you win the round. And so it shows that duel between Rossi and Darion was so indicative as to how that half played out, that Hail Ranger's ability to be able to stun, to be able to concuss, to be able to flash, then gets sort of times tenfold as to how effective it can be for the rest of the team.
Wow, so I don't know what's going to happen here for Durian. He definitely, even though he did get a couple of those impact plays, it didn't feel as, because again, when he plays alongside Juicy, it feels like both of them are going to be, when he plays alongside Juicy, they both perform on a similar level. This time it felt like Juicy was overperforming compared to Dorian, who was underperforming. So they really need to pick things back up with Dorian there.
On topic of performance, actually, take a look at the economy graph. You can see how blow for blow, especially this first half was. You can see where Bleed found their momentum, where God Squad found their momentum, and in this constant sort of battle of economy, it's when it comes down to those minute decision making, that's when to swing, how to swing, who to fight, when you do swing. It's so much to take into consideration for every single round. Only 3 rounds in the difference. If we'd replayed this map kind of 10 times over, we'd have something different every single time.
I think another thing that you just talk about what it looked like the playstyle of God Squad was they basically gave no respect to map control for Bleed here. Whether it's because they knew that Bleed didn't have a Sentinel to handle that anti-flank, or the fact that they just didn't want Bleed to, again, challenge that map control that we were talking about, because we were expecting Bleed to actually have the better map control in this game, but it was the complete turnaround when we saw how just far forward and willing God Squad was in chasing their opponents down when they were pushing. Absolutely.
And I think that now as we sort of move into our MVP in just a second, it's probably going to be Rossi, sort of based on his entry success rate. But when we talk about sort of how the cogs turn in God Squad, what I quite like about them as a team is it's very easy to see how everyone has their role in the team. It's very easy to see how each player helps one another. It's very easy to see sort of how they're able to craft these victories. And so we take a look at skills, of course, the 1v3 to end the series, and well, 22 and 12, you rarely see that from an Astra. Incredible performance from him.
Again, not your MVP overall in the game, but definitely presence felt for skills. And with, as you mentioned, just pure clutch genes being worn today by skills.
Absolutely.
And man, if he can keep this, if a whole of God Squad can keep this when they're going to be facing Boom later on, right after this break, it is going to be, again, as you mentioned, so close that we could see an Indian team come into the playoffs, maybe even the playoffs.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And sort of going into playoffs, I would love to see God Squad here. I think in best of threes, that's really when they can shine, because the inconsistency, we have to bring it up again. Yes, there is inconsistency with the likes of Rossi, but when you're in a best of 3, that inconsistency, the damage it causes can be mitigated quite a lot.
Yeah. This would mean that they would equalize if they win against Boom. They would equalize between Paper Rex and Bleed. And then, as you mentioned, it's all going to boil down to the math of the round differential.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's pretty big.
That being said, remember, Global, they're playing another match in like 10 minutes. they really, really have a packed schedule for today, but if they're going into that match, running off of the high from this, we could have a lot to look forward to. We'll be back in about 10 minutes or so with that next match. It'll be Boom taking on Global Esports.
they automatically knock Boom out. Boom can
Yeah.
no longer qualify. They have two losses, therefore, the fact that there are two teams that already have 2 wins, it makes it impossible for them to qualify. But God Squad,
Yep.
they are 1-1.
Oh, yeah.
Which means if they get a win against Boom with enough round differential, they stand a chance.
But this round differential, ladies and gentlemen, is not as easy as you think it can come, especially not against a team like Boom, because God Squad need to win this game 13-2 or better, because they've got a differential
Is it really
of almost,
13-2?
Yeah, 13-2.
Wow.
They need a round differential of 11 to make up for lost ground, which they have gotten against Paper Rex yesterday. And today, the number of rounds that they've let Bleed take up against them, which is 13-10. So this match being too close for comfort allowed Bleed themselves to be a little bit more easier in terms of, letting God Squad dictate their mercy, because now the God Squad team has got a bigger margin to cover, and that seems a little bit, unlikely given its Boom against them.
Yeah, but let's have a look at the two teams playing here. Boom, of course, having some really recent good results over in the APAC LCQ.
Yep.
Not the best group in Champions to play up against. They had a really tough time, and now with kind of bringing some Onic power, haven't been able to bring it to the stage today in regards to the opponents they had to play against. God Squad. Yeah, man, everybody knows the tried and tested story. Everybody has been following these guys. What a match have they just had?
Yeah, absolutely. Bleed are a team that you cannot, take down easily, and they did give them competition until the last bit, right? So Boom did have a couple of strategies up their sleeve, but it just wasn't enough to push them over the line in certain rounds where the speed, which I believe is one of their biggest, weaknesses, because against Paper X we saw, on Fracture, it was a game of absolute speed and pace, which they just constantly kept throwing in the faces of Boom, and they just couldn't handle it, even though they had Neon, which is supposed to be the faster deployment agent, right? Now, the minute you have Neon, you expect, okay, there's going to be quick executes, you're going to have the breach, Neon combo, run around, but they just couldn't even keep up with the pace of Paper X, who did not even have a movement duelist. They had a Phoenix and a Reyna, and they just toppled them over. Now, do you think God Squad can somehow replicate that sort of gameplay?
Look, already Boom didn't start their day right.
Yeah.
It was, quite frankly, a miserable day, right? The worst thing that you could have is play against the most difficult teams in the entirety of the world, especially in APAC, and destroy you with a new composition that you've never ever seen before.
Oh yeah.
Second match, you expect something different. Well, you are a little bit more competitive, but Bleed still gets the better of you. You already got basically nothing to win, but you've got ego to lose, essentially. Losing to God Squad would show that, maybe there are a lot more things that need to be fixed for this team if they want to be competitive in that champion circuit next year to try and make it to VCT and be one of those partnership teams coming 2024.
True, absolutely. That Boom is a team that really works around a little bit more structure, which is kind of similar to the way that we've seen God Squad play. They did have so much discipline going up against Bleed, right? So they had their patience, they had their moments, they're playing for picks, which is one of their important game styles, right? God Squad plays for the picks most often, and the picks come usually from their talisman, Eskirasi. But let's talk about the talisman of Boom Esports. Who do you think needs to step up in this game?
So Berserk's obviously, has got his massive moments, but I think it's the fact about Boom Esports is that they have a lot of players that have a lot of clutch potential. A lot of unfortunate circumstances in earlier rounds may not hinder them from actually converting rounds in their favor, right? In a lot of clutch positions, they can come out on top. There are a lot of highlight moments that we've seen from Boom in the past, especially after bringing the likes of Shiro and Severino. Now, I want to see more of Shiro, right? I want to see a lot more of him because he dabbles in that chamber role, at least he used to when he was on Onic. He's usually the second person to entry, and we saw Benkai do that today. He was absolutely insane on that second entry. I mean, you need a player to be have someone to rely on, and Shiro is probably one of those players that you need to step up for the rest of the core team to feel safe.
Yeah, and Boom Esports as a team together, just like you mentioned, they might have not played a game yesterday. They didn't really have, the pressure of having to play on 2 different days, but the pressure caught to them in terms of the crowd support, because both Paper X and God Squad have got immense love from the crowd, right? And I think that might be kind of a thing that maybe caused Bleed to take a little bit of a downhill road. I think that the pressure from the crowd on the LAN is always something that kind of gets to you. And given that this is Bleed's first LAN with this roster, right?
Yeah.
So that's also something, because when you've got people shouting and screaming for the other team and the tables start trembling, that's when your hand goes a little, I'm not ready for this kind of a stage.
Yeah, it's daunting, right? You get a victory and no one cheers for you. The crowd is quiet. But your opponents win just a kill. They just get a kill. The crowd goes wild. And that is something quite daunting, I would say.
It is the home ground advantage, as we would call it in football, which, a lot of teams, of course, do take great advantage of. Some of the best teams in the world, both in football and esports, love to play on their ground, which, by the way, Loud, I think, will experience in Brazil when we go to Rio next year, right? I mean, not when we go, when we watch. I watch. I don't know about him.
That'd be dope. I'm definitely going to watch.
For now, we are going to be watching a Boom take on the side of God Squad. And as the teams are getting prepped right now, I believe that you were talking about the secondary duelist for the side of Boom, which is Shiro. He needs to come in like the second entry, right? So that job is currently done by Lightning Fast. But he plays the primary duelist when SK Rossi's got the chamber on him. So how important is this guy going to be? Because even in this game, he had an amazing impact as the Raze.
I mean, it's all up to setting SK Rossi for success here. I think the dynamic of this roster is a little bit different in regards to how Boom play out. It's a matter of kind of push and pull that we've seen that they've been able to perform. It's the second part of that tactic that sometimes falls flat for these guys. They sometimes don't really have that pull back ability to able to have the the composure to make those mid-round calls to kind of drop back.
Yep. Yeah, that's true. And I think that one of the most important people in the last game was Hellranger. His utility usage as the breach, we mentioned this before, he is an amazing breach. He knows how to play that agent, allow SK Rossi to be set up, allow Lightning Fast to be set up. How many times do we see those stuns effectively be used for kills? It was really good from him. But again, I think it's going to be depending on the map that we end up. Where do you think we could be seeing the battle happen?
Given it's God Squad, I'd say Haven.
Haven again? All right.
I reckon. What do you think something different?
I mean, I would love to see another Fracture come in. I don't know. I hate playing the map, but I love watching and talking about it. Right?
I don't think Boom would want Fracture after what just happened. Obviously, they're playing against a different opponent,
Maybe.
and I don't think Global would pick Fracture themselves. I feel like they're stronger on older maps, ones that have been released a lot longer in the past. So I quite doubt it. It'd be cool. It'd be cool. And you'd be able to tell me, you're wrong.
Yeah, well, we'll find out in a bit. For the moment, we can see that the players are getting set up on the side of God Squad. Boom as well. Right behind us over here, they're setting up their PCs as we are getting ready. For the moment, though, ladies and gentlemen, I think the biggest talking point is going to be that round differential. Can they hold it off? Because they lose the pistol, God Squad. Might as well, call it done. Because yesterday, RRQ were in the similar position. They had to win 13-1 against Enigma. They went up to 6-1. That was quite a distance, and we were starting to believe, okay, you know what, RRQ maybe can do this. And then Enigma flipped the switches on terms of pace, and they took them right out of the competition with them going down themselves.
And that's the thing about esports, and that's the thing about Valorant as well. As much as you may gain, sometimes you may gain momentum in your favor. You can quickly drop the ball, and the facts quickly just are no longer there for you. You're no longer feeling comfortable when you get that first kill. You're no longer feeling in the zone. I'm sure every one of us has felt that on just everyday servers. It's just a little bit more fluctuated for us because sometimes we may top frag and just get a star performance, and sometimes we just go 1-16. I'm totally not talking of personal experience here, and I'm totally not hating myself for dropping 3 ranks in one day. Either way. It's a matter of competition. It happens to the best of us. Obviously, it doesn't happen as much for these guys, and it doesn't happen at that extreme level. But consistency is a massive aspect of this tournament.
Absolutely, consistency has been key, which not exactly has been a virtue of all the teams, right? We've seen Heretics, give way to Secret, and that one game itself allowed Secret to qualify right in front of their competitor RRQ, who could have been you know, a semifinalist themselves right now if, you know, there was a bit of extra work being done by RQ. Same way, we've got two teams here who are currently...
just 2 people
forgive me.
times
Yeah.
5.
2 people times 5, yeah, 10. I'm not that great at math. I think we've established that even before the game, so I'm just going to let that slide. But yeah, we've got 2 teams here who are at the 3rd and 4th place. One of them has a chance to qualify, one of them doesn't. But hey, somebody who doesn't have anything to lose instantly becomes a really dangerous person, right? And that even applies to a Valorant team, because what if they pick up a roster like Paper X? Maybe I want to see a Harbor from Boom. What do they do? You know, just as a, I don't know, you know, just have fun. Just go for it.
Look, it's a long shot. I don't know how far they've been able to prep. I think what some Paper X have done is something that has been pre-prepared, and I don't think in a matter of just a few hours they can bring that up. But let's have a look at a head-to-head here with Berserks and SK Rossi, their impact in the game.
Yeah, they've been pretty amazing in their own right as duelists. SK Rossi clearly has had the better impact across 2 games. When they're playing against Paper X, he picked up the Reyna, which was not something that we expected, but he wanted to give the fight straight back to Paper X, which did work out in his favor, right? He got a couple of good kills. Sometimes a little overextensions did happen, but they learned in the end. It did end 13-7, still halfway across where they wanted to be, but in the next game against Bleed, this guy popped off. He had so many great impactful kills. He peeked out through smokes with an operator and still found and instantly rendezvous away.
Yeah, it's magnificent. And you look at SK Rossi and you look at the final round of getting a triple kill all by himself to solidify the victory for GE. It kind of, for God Squad, I mean, used to be GE, so of course I make that mistake. It just shows how much impact he has for the team, how influential he is. And if it wasn't for him, I don't think GE would be anywhere close to this.
By the way, if you want to look at the impact of how important this guy is, even if it's on the chamber, all you got to do is look at his first blood percentage.
Oh,
that's 30%, which means almost a third of the first bloods are coming from this guy.
And that's over 2 games.
That's absolutely insane, because he's got an average of 16 kills, which means about a third of those, around somewhere around 8, 9, 10, or 8, somewhere. My math is bad, like I've mentioned, are first kills, and this guy is really good at getting those kills, whether he's playing the chamber or the Reyna, whatever it is. So, do you think, with SK Rossi at the helm, he's right now really hot red in form, can they make that 13-2 happen?
What do you guys think? Can they make the 13-2? I don't think you mean it. Can they make the 13-2? All right. Okay, I guess we'll wait and see. Let's look at the maps that we'll be playing on. It's a best of 1 after all, so let's see what will be the ground in which this will be performed. No Haven ban yet. It's Haven.
It's Haven.
Called it.
Haven. Well, back to Haven we go. It seems like it is going to be a safe haven for God Squad, as they will be trying their luck yet again on this map. Same, roster, I believe. I don't think they're going to change any of the agents that they picked up, because we've seen 2 different Haven maps from them, one of which they picked up the Reyna. Now they're going to be picking up the Chamber and let Lightning Fast explore the option of the Raze. If they continue with that, clearly they've had success against one of the top teams in APAC, which is Bleed, and now they're going up against Boom, who, to be honest, are in the most vulnerable spot that they could be in.
It's without pressure, though, because after all, they'll never make it to playoffs.
Oh, yeah.
So, what is there to lose?
Exactly. I wouldn't mind seeing something crazy come. Pick up a Euro. I don't know, man. Pick up.
I mean, the Indian fans will love them for allowing God Squad to pass through if that happens.
Everybody loves a wacky set of agents being put up together, and of course, especially when it's on the LAN, you always get a little bit of love, which, Paper X are famous for, so.
All right, let me ask you something.
Yeah.
This is Haven, right? This is a map where God Squad are well refined. How much of an advantage is having this map for this best of 1?
Well, I believe that this map is one of their most played. They've played it 84, 85 times, including Bleed, which means this is their 86th map. So they've got experience, right, for sure. But not a lot of that is against the APAC teams, right?
Yeah.
So I believe this is a great boost. Having beaten Bleed, they will have confidence in the highest order. And they've got the support of the entire crowd in front of them, right? So I think they should be going into this game expecting at least the first half to end up, you know, I wouldn't really expect anything below 10-2. I think they should be thinking, even if we lose 2 rounds, we don't give up anything more, and we finish it right there.
Something very key we can see on the heat map right away is that this is how God Squad like to play. They like focusing on the extremities. That B site is always a D plant, not even close to A, B, or C, right? So that is a rarity, and whether they're able to bring that to the table and whether Boom kind of put emphasis on it, I'm kind of considering that Boom will go for something a little bit more passive, right? Kind of have a Sentinel that can leave an ability into B, sort of leave it open so the rest of the team can focus to the other sides of the map. It's a matter of finding those numbers advantages on that defense, and I think Boom has the ability of doing that.
Yeah, they most certainly do. And I think the concentration on that C site has been pretty heavy because God Squad on their attack always go for that presence, right? They always have skills lurking towards C long, or they let him push up, put down a smoke towards the, you know, the choke point, and then he trying to plays around with the operator if it is on top of the boxes or anywhere on the back of site. And you can see that they love lurking on that site. So they find more kills, as you can see, towards that C site because they have that lurk potential. And Bleed, their disadvantage was not having a Sentinel on their lineup. They played double duelist, they played a double initiator, and not having that chamber kind of took away a lot of, chances of them to, rectify those lurks coming in and backstabs.
So I'm going to ask you this.
Yep.
I know what your heart thinks. God Squad?
Yep.
13-2?
I'd say in a fair world, at a chance, I believe that God Squad can do this.
Wow.
It's a world where, I would say it's a 90-10 chance because restricting a team like Boom to 2 rounds is really difficult, right?
Yeah, it's really important to establish how difficult this will be, right? It's super important to say that Boom Esports are definitely the favorites to win the match, right? It's not wrong in saying this. They're the favorites to win this match, albeit the performance they've had today, due to the past and how much experience these players have, right? But there's hope.
There's hope, but
and hope
I
does
still
last.
don't. I'm going to disagree with you there. I don't think God Squad are not the favorites. I think there's a lot of people here who would say that God Squad are the favorites going into this game.
Great.
That's clearly a sign of
That's
favorites.
what I mean by hope. That's what I mean by hope. As long as they've got people shouting behind them, they've got a chance. And Boom, I think let's talk about winning conditions here for God Squad. Let's start thinking, how do they get this win? Because obviously we're talking a lot more about them because there's more on the line for them. Boom Esports, their deal in this tournament is kind of already solid. For for God Squad, what can kind of give them this victory? What must come into place?
I believe the one thing that they need to do is maybe counteract Boom on the speed. Speed is something that I mentioned before is a bit of a problem for Boom. They're not able to handle the pace if it's too high, going up against them. I believe that Boom do have a good chance if God Squad are held at bay, right? If they don't do too many exciting maneuvers of running straight in towards A with no, cares about what's happening on the back end, Boom might not be able to handle it. I think for a couple of rounds at least, they will learn, definitely. But I think the speed of God Squad needs to be like double of what it is right now, and I think they might do it.
Speed, stamina.
Pace.
And Boom, all right, let's talk about them. Who will be most responsible on denying this playoff spot for God Squad?
I think it's going to be, I'm going to say Blaziking again.
Blaziking, huh?
Yeah, I think he was one of the better players in the previous map of Icebox. I think he did a great job of, getting choke points, out of Bleed when they were attacking, right? So he was playing the Sova, of course, right? So he knew exactly how these players are going to be playing after a bit. It took a little bit of time. Bleed had the advantage, but Blaziking allowed his teammates to form around him, and he had a couple of clutches as well. 3Ks on a couple of rounds, 2Ks as well. So Blaziking, I think, is going to be a person who will have a little bit of extra impact. I think he's going to be woken up in this game, and I think he is the one who should be taking his team to a better route in this game.
Obviously, his stats are not going to reflect at a very high level due to the fact that they've had 2 very big losses. But I think even though their losses were so great, he wasn't falling that far behind. And he was always one that was able to grab picks. Now, that needs to come at a different level here. I think it's kind of a team effort to group up your forces and play the best you can individually as well. This isn't going to be a matchup where they don't know what they're expecting. God Squad have already played Haven twice. They know what's coming. They're not going to be sign-blinded by a Harbor, hopefully. And, my words, hopefully I'm not caught wrong off of this, but they're not going to be blindsided by a Harbor or a Phoenix pick. They know what's coming. Therefore, this is down to the individual power of all of these teams come together.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that with the agent picks is going to be the most important part of Boom's revival, at least getting 1 win out of this, because they recently played the Killjoy on it. So which of course there's a great counter for Killjoy in the form of Breach, right? Because he's got the aftershock, he can destroy any of her utility with that, including the oh so powerful ultimate that she's got. And they played the single duelist on Jet, so they've got a Sentinel. I'm not quite sure if they're going to be continuing that one. Are they going to pick up Chamber? What do you think? They should go for the Killjoy or the Chamber?
I mean, either can do the job very well. A Chamber's really good for early picks, but then you're going to have to deal with some very dangerous aggression from God Squad. Killjoy is able to kind of, leave a site a little bit more vacant, which is what we talked about that B site, kind of force more players into the extremities. So Killjoy might be the style to play against a team like God Squad if you want to counter them hardcore. But both can work, but both can play the role that you need to on this map.
Yeah, I think that if Bleed had a Sentinel in the previous game, the scoreline would have been really different. I'm pretty sure about that. Let's see if Boom are able to, make those mistakes made by Bleed into successes. Let's go to the agent selection, ladies and gentlemen, as it's coming up for the teams. Let's see what they've picked up. What do God Squad have in store? Are they going to be changing anything at all? Let's find out.
Let's see. Because it's been hovers, we got baited before, right? We don't want to get baited again. Famous.
Oh, okay, wait.
All right,
we already got a
fast,
change.
going
We
for
got
the
a
Killjoy. Neon play by Boom, apparently, assisted by the Astra. Really nice picks coming their way. It seems they're going for the control. Rossi with the Jet, wanting to be the star of the show. And we are in for a treat.
Well, this is quite a surprise. I didn't expect them to pick up the Killjoy. I really thought they're going to go with the Raze again, but...
Yeah, no, the biggest change in this one is Boom, bringing in the Neon instead of the Jet. And they no longer have the Killjoy, right? They switched over to the Chamber. They've tried and tested the previous one. It didn't quite work as much as they wanted to. They're going for something hyper-aggressive. The Breach's role is what you most need to look out for, because whenever he's got flashes, that's when you can expect there can still be a lot more power to come through from Boom on their attacks.
I do have a... bone to pick with you. Do you think the combo of Breach and Jet is better than Breach and Neon, or?
Depending on the map. Highly depends on the map.
Okay, what about this one? Because Neon has got speed across the board.
I personally prefer Jet on this map, due to the elevation that B has, perhaps. Whether you want to get onto the A side or the defense as well. Neon has its strong suits, but I'm a fan of Jet more on this map.
All right. Well, clearly SK Rossi is going to be showing us his age-old Jet skills, which, by the way, he's been famous for the last 2 years. And that's exactly why the minute we saw the Jet, there was screams of joy in the crowd. But here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, God Squad for qualification. Can they do it?
Starting things off, God Squad playing a little bit past the mark of mid. Lining fast, opens things up with first blood. And instantly, God Squad feel a little bit more comfortable. Severin is a little bit isolated here. There's a one-sided smoke in his favor. He's able to find one. Doubles up! Triples up! Severin shutting down the play of God Squad. And this may be over quicker than we thought. Kappa looking to turn it around, but Famous has found an off angle to work with Boom with a first round in the bag.
How did Severin get away with 3 there? I don't know how it just did not work out. The counter utility, perfect, right? The Breach, Fault9 came in right on time. They got the mid region, covered. I think they could have probably gone B, but SK Rossi dashed in, then there came the stun. He wasn't ready for the fight, and his teammate, Hellranger, couldn't come in time because he was stunned as well. And with that, number 1 already down.
Number 1 already down. God Squad can afford to lose only one more round.
Yep.
But they're going for pistols, which means they're happy to give this one over and go 13-0 after that.
Yeah, well, let's find out if or not that's gonna translate the way that they want to.
Look.
Going in garage again. This time nobody challenged him except for a trademark. Oh, a shot coming in from Famous there, but he will be teleporting away. He's still on site though, and there's support around the corner, and they come in for it. Trades coming back and forth. Still Boom in the lead as OK Blind's coming in. Skills finds another, but he will be taken down instantly as SK Rossi from the backlines now in a 1v2. He's not a stranger to these kind of situations, even with the health that he's got. He's done some miraculous stuff. Can he do it again?
C's won't be catching him with the Prowlers going right after him, and he's going to be followed up by Blazer King swinging past that corner. Boom doubles up, and they've got 2-0 on the board.
Okay, well, the margin's gone, and now God Squad cannot afford to lose a single round. But hey, they can still play for the win here, you know. This is the only team from South Asia. There were only 2. Of course, this is the only team to get a win, right? So it's still something. It still says something about them. But yeah, now they're going to play as meticulously as possible if they want to qualify, which is going to be a miracle to achieve.
It's going to be hard, but it starts off with a rifle round. They did some damage towards Boom that last round, so lesser weaponry, of course. Shiro and Famous, back to pistols. Oh, SK Rossi, very aggressive on the approach. And he's unassisted though. There was no follow-up, he was all alone.
Yep.
And it will cost his life without a trade.
Nobody even close to him. Of course, as the Jet, you can dash in, but you need somebody to back you up there in case there's more people. Think fast. Oh, he's gonna be stunned. This is good. Utility uses from Boom to push them off, even get a kill, but he just got away about in time. El Ranger, though, has made his entrance onto the ace site. Lot of utility being dumped here, and they're not getting any frags just yet. Lightning Fast's gonna be the first one to get 2. Shiro finds one, but it is God Squad still in charge of this ace site. They've lost 3 players, and that's expensive. And here comes the Famous flank.
Suddenly God Squad find themselves alone on the A site without knowing where the last player is. Famous is creepy crawling all the way from long. The spike hasn't even been planted yet. They don't know if they have to go to spawn, and all of a sudden Famous, easy pick, and Vandal in his hands. Kappa, not much health left on him. Swinging by, they both know each other. They've looked each other in the eyes and they know what's up. Kappa, he can't drop this. This is where he needs to shine. Bulldog in hand, looking to peek by. Kappa gets it, and God Squad alive with the hopes of qualifying the playoffs.
Oh boy, that came really close though. It wasn't even supposed to be that. They've got 4 players dropped, and that is heavy investment cost in the next round because this is their buy round. They needed to keep as many players alive as possible, and the bonus clearly pays off its dividend. You know, great bonus from Boom.
You know there's pressure on both teams here.
Oh yeah.
Because Boom Esports, this is also pride. Coming into a tournament and losing every single game, no, they're not going to have that. They might as well end it off with a bang. And that's what they're thinking. So they're not going to give God Squad an easy fight, but SK Rossi doesn't care. He doesn't freaking care! Doubles up and already has freed up the A site.
Shiro coming in close. He does have a flash. But SK Rossi is unfazed. He's still going for this. He wants every single kill all for himself. He's a maniac, but look at the side of God Squad. They're actually going towards B, and there is a little bit of awareness from the side of Boom to get rid of one player, but what they don't know is that everybody's actually going from B to C.
And SK Rossi's still behind them, which you won't let them rotate easily. The thing is they haven't cleared out long, and Severin is just lying in wait. There comes a first shot, damaged up, unable to find a kill. Does throw out a Nebula to reroute his efforts to a different location, but SK Rossi hasn't achieved a thing in the back line. Still, we're equal, 3v3.
Well, Hell Ranger's actually flanking the flankers now, and he's going to try and do a little bit of magic mania here. he's famous for. It does get the kill. Shiro's gone down, and now it's a 3 versus 2. Severin's coming in from C-Long, where he's been for all his life in this round, and he's gonna try and play this one for the tap, hoping that God Squad peek out. They do, but it's a double peek, and there's no chance he's gonna get away from there. There might be a frag coming in for Famous, but no, says Lightning Fast, and it is gonna be Boom, giving up another one.
You have to get kudos to God Squad there, kind of allowing SK Rossi to gain that A site control all by himself, and then sort of alluding to Boom to that the A site is where they were hitting. But no, the plan of God Squad all along was to head towards B, which they garnered very quickly. But as they saw that Boom were very close, they saw that it was the best idea to wrap their efforts towards C, quickly adjusting on their feet and getting themselves around.
Well, it is an eco now for the side of Boom, as they're on a couple of sheriffs, and they are yet again challenging that A-long side, hoping that SK Rossi dashes into somebody's crosshair again, and it is Berserk's ready for it, but he gets a bullet straight to the dome, and Lightning Fast adds another to a quick flank to shut it down instantly.
Well, there's a sheriff round, so Boom was expected to go a little bit quiet here. The God Squad, they need to build an economical lead that cannot be broken, cannot be afforded to get broken. They have to be buying every single one of these rounds to increase their chances of going 13-2. So far, so good. Kappa the only one with less damage as well. SK Rossi down to 40. Only one player to collect here if they want to stay fully healthy. Kappa falls, but that's all that Famous is going to get, considering there's also his backline being interfered with. He's not going to go down easily. He wants to challenge it. The Lightning Fast acrobatically jumps in front of him and picks him up.
3 in a row for the side of God Squad as they start building up momentum, money, and confidence. But Boom, not out of it just yet. Another Byron coming their way as everybody in the crowd ecstatic to see them get not just a round, but every single kill that they can find.
Right there.
Ultimates coming available for both of the squads now, right? You look at the 4 of God Squad, quite an ordeal. You look at 3 of Boom, a lot to be counted for.
Oh, he dodges the flash, but gets away without a kill. Comes right back though. Famous is not afraid of taking these fights. They know there's a breach there, but they still want to challenge him. Lightning Fast crawling in towards B as God Squad now going to attack B. Get the plant down as the Astro Wall comes up. The Cosmic Divide gives them an ulterior dimension to play along with, but can they capitalize? Because there's a lot of utility coming in, and it doesn't even look like Boom want to let them get the plant.
No, it doesn't look like it at all. Unrelentless, SK Rossi having the upper ground, yet to be stopped. But God Squad are on the back foot, lesser players. Boom. They're slowly gaining the spike control, getting a little bit closer to it, and Severin is there for a guarantee of a flank, but can Kappa expect this? No, he cannot. All down to the star player of God Squad, SK Rossi.
1v3. He's done this before. They need him to do it again. They've got a crossfire, which is unbreakable, but he does take down one member.
He's scared of his back line, man. He doesn't know where they are. And the crossfire is perfect. Literally holding up that position. The more he rotates, the more Boom, Wonder. They peek him, but he's only good for 1. Boom have gotten a 3rd round, and with that, do not allow God Squad to make playoffs.
That might be the end of their journey in this tournament here, but they've put up quite a performance so far, and we still have many more rounds to go. So entertainment value, definitely. We will be enjoying what these guys can do in terms of their individual skills, but Boom and God Squad now playing for not the 2nd spot.
Playing for 3rd place?
Playing for 3rd place, yeah, actually.
You know?
Boom. They're a bit down in terms of round differential, but I think they can make it up.
And look, you can look upon this tournament, you know, happily if you ended up with 2 victories. One which you should be a complete underdog. So God Squad still have lots to play for. Boom as well. Do not want to hand this over. SK Rossi, something we've seen time and time again. Only good for 1 this time around. As Berserks make sure he keeps him back. And as God Squad realize the A site hasn't completely been taken over like the times before, look to route their efforts towards Garage. Famous. Oh, that's a hand. That's a prowler. Tries to get a shot in, but backs away.
Lightning Fast still holding down the line, doesn't want to give up too much ground here. He does have the ultimate available, and with one orb, they can even get the Rolling Thunder onto Hell Ranger. So they're probably going to be looking for that opportunity towards A, where Boom have got 2 players standing in a crossfire, which I'm not quite sure if they're going to be expecting this.
It's a little bit rough because God Squad already used so much of their utility. They've used their flashes, they use their aftershocks and prowlers. They're going to walk into this one blind. The only thing they've got is a lockdown. Will it be enough though? Shiro, can he hold the line before he has to drop back? He gets 1 kill and calls it a day. Sight taken over by the God Squad.
For a second, Shiro was ready. He had the aftershock turned around towards A short, right? He was almost expecting it. But here we are, does let the lockdown go through as God Squad take the side 4 versus 3. Numbers not in their favor at the moment, but they do have an ultimate, which will deafen the defense for the moment, but can they capitalize upon it? Boom are not really keen on pushing. They know they've got time.
They're walking in meticulously, carefully. Who will be connecting first? Berserk's opening things up for his own team. Oh, Hell Ranger, all down to him. 2 players up against him with not much health, but he realizes he's got a Rolling Thunder. As soon as he hears the spike touch, he's going to be using it.
There it goes. The Rolling Thunder will get Shiro off, but it's been halved. So all he's going to do is now wait and hope for nobody to stick that down. They will get the kill, but will they get the defuse?
He's got plenty
They've
of time.
got it. Yep.
Plenty of time. Boom. They ease up ahead, 4 rounds in the back.
Well, clearly they're having fun. Boom, laughing about something. I wish I could hear what it is, but came really close there. A second and a half to make a difference over there. If he had gotten 1 kill, I think he would have been able to get that round, right? Because the other one would be worried on where he would peek out from. And now, 4 and 3. Boom, right back in the lead again as it goes blow for blow so far.
It's fairly equal in regards to the rounds and how it's been going, but Boom slightly having the edge. God Squad giving the blades over to SK Rossi. The rest of them have riflery to work with. Not so solid for the Boom side, although the closer distance with the judge can be quite a bit. Ooh. Famous nearly got killed there. SK Rossi finds himself onto the C side. Severine ends up falling, goes in for more, and all of a sudden there's a dangerous man at the back line. Can he get out of this though? Stunned and taken back, but he's done a lot of damage. He's taken over the site and the rest of the team is following up. C is now theirs.
Blazer King left alone. He's got utility to work with, all of it for that matter. Can he please damage their economy is the question, because they are pretty low in terms of money. But what he doesn't know is that there's a flank coming in the form of Skills, who is, okay, never mind, he's not gonna go in his direction. But Lightning Fast is right around the corner, and he might spam down that backup B side. Will he expect him there? Oh, okay, now they've just gone past each other.
He's just gonna try and save. All he can do. Oh, well, Lightning Fast leaves. I guess you live to fight another day, Blazer King.
Well, he's not going to be getting the frag onto the back side. He did see it for quite a while, but didn't bother to check it completely, as Blazer King will survive with the Vandal in his hand, and God Squad instantly making it equal again.
See how much of a fight God Squad have in them. Yeah, it's equal. I think what was really important about this one is the fact that, you know, both teams are looking at economical devastation, right? Now that Boom have lost it, they kind of have to fall back to an eco, and they drew out the timeout. I think that's really smart of them to do at this point in time, because yes, they've been able to win out a lot of these rounds, but when it comes to allowing SK Rossi nestle himself in the backline that easily, they can't let that happen.
True. He just walked into the C side, found himself almost a free kill, but there was a little bit of damage.
I think he got a couple of kills.
He got 2,
yeah.
But you know, it wasn't the last blade that he had left in his armory. So good stuff from him, but his team just could not keep up with him. They went towards the other side, found themselves the kills, and there's just 1 man left. Now, they've got an ultimate available, Boom, right? They've got the Rolling Thunder, and that's 1 win condition kind of an ultimate, right? Do they use it in the eco, having buying around the Vandal that they have, or do they save it for a better spot?
It's gonna have to be a hero Vandal, I reckon, man. It's gonna have to be the only Vandal in their hands. I wouldn't be surprised if they handed it over to Berserks, but I mean, what I do believe is they're going to kind of use Berserks to take some space early, maybe go for an aggressive maneuver, or kind of hope that Blaze King is able to find some picks early without being traded. That's their only kind of winning case scenario. They've got a couple of other SMGs in the bag that can be used at a closer distance, but when Berserks drops that quickly, and you've only got short control, and when you lose your Vandal, your hopes dwindle.
Shiro is right around the corner. He's still keeping himself alive for maybe a trade frag, which comes through. Shiro will find a trade, but instantly SK Rossi from Alon comes in to save up this round by taking out the breach. Now in a 3v2. I'm not quite sure they know he's here on Heaven. Famous is slowly crawling into that smoke towards spawn. Does get spotted out by the Hunt as well. And SK Rossi is ready for this. Yeah, he has no clue that SK Rossi's up here. And that leaves the one man on the flank, Severin, to come in with a Phantom in his hand. He does have a weapon retrieved. Can he find it? No, he will not. Lightning fast shuts it out. 5-4. God Squad back in the lead.
That definitely puts them in the lead. That was kind of expected. I think the question is how it can be converted from now.
Yeah.
Right? They seem solid, God Squad. I think they found confidence that previous game. You know, they realized, we can win these.
Yeah, absolutely.
These players we're playing against, they're humans. They can make mistakes just like we can, and we can punish them. And I think they also realized that with their match against Paper Rex. Yes, it wasn't a victory, but they got so many rounds that it just made them believe. And that's all you need to do sometimes.
Absolutely. They are believing right now, and all their belief is leading them towards the B side, where SK Rossi has actually crawled in towards A-Link, and I'm pretty sure they know this. He's been blinded by his own teammate just for a bit, though, as God Squad will try and take down towards Garage as well as B. There is an A-main push, though, from the attackers as well, as they have found SK Rossi getting the successful A-main A-side hit, and he's going to lead them to a plant as El Ranger is keeping the side of Boom busy towards mid.
Well, with the control, God Squad have gathered. SK Rossi very far aggressive, and Severin could never have expected that Shiro, though. Might be there to deal with him. Couldn't quite connect the crosshair in time. Skills. Only one for God Squad to try and defend this on this back end. Boom. They've got quite an advantage with these two players that they have with the Rolling Thunder as well, but they don't know where their opponent is. That's the important part. Skills needs to be sneaky about this. And if they line up for him, that would be perfect. That's the first, doubles up, maybe. Berserks moves closer, uses the wall, walks in. Skills gets it! The clutch for God Squad, putting them on 6.
Great stuff from him. It should have been a God Squad round much more easily than it actually ended up being, right? Because they found the A side clearly, they found the plant down as well. Hell Ranger keeping Boom busy on towards mid. It came down 3v3, and SK Rossi kind of overextending, I believe, towards Heaven, you know, which kind of was unnecessary. He could have held on to the side with his teammate. But hey, a clutch comes in for Skills, as he's famously called DJ Skills, and he's bringing the music right to the party.
Can already hear the bass shaking the arena. Boom. 2 rounds left in the half. Chance for equalization, but maybe this one may not be it, you know? Rolling Thunder, Cosmic Divide, there are important sets of utility available. It doesn't feel like they've been playing too aggressive, right? It kind of feels like they've let God Squad take the upper hand, you know, control that tempo. They haven't really been trying to disrupt it themselves, you know? It's always been a very reactive game, and I wouldn't mind seeing them a little bit more aggro from time to time.
Yeah, but they're keeping themselves a little bit disciplined, and I think that's because right now they, you know, their weaponry is pretty shallow in terms of comparison.
Could be
overall,
a reason to, you know, take more chances.
Maybe. Actually, that's true. That's true. You know, go a little bit aggressive, but they're, like you can see, they're holding up only choke points. Heavy commitment towards A, though. They've got 3 players there, 1 in spawn. So the C side is exactly where God Squad are going to end up on. Great read, and SK Rossi finds a fake potential kill on towards the A side.
Very smart from God Squad to read the situation there to get themselves over to the C site. Severin tries to peek alone and is unable to connect the shots on that distance, therefore loses his life. Boom. I have less players to work with now, but Lightning Fast so close to this action is not going to let them pass. Double kill, nearly a triple. Famous does not allow it, but shortly falls after that. 7 for God Squad. They're feeling it.
Oh my god, you could see he was twitching to kill every single one of them Lightning Fast there. Ran out of bullets, unfortunately, and instead of his classic, out came the knife. I think he would have gotten the turret, but this was such an amazing push and pull technique from the side of God Squad. Going in towards C, letting Esquirasi instantly capitalize upon the pullback from A, and they make it 5v3 out of nowhere.
There's 1 round remaining in the half with 3 ultimates per side. And on top of away from a couple of players, so we may see contention around them. Famous, that's an aggressive maneuver, and it pays off, finally taking the hurdle in their own hands.
Kappa's got an operator on him, by the way. We haven't seen that yet from him. Interesting pickup, as it is an attacking operator on a Fade, not something you see at all, for that matter. And on the other side, you do have a Rolling Thunder and a Nightfall available, so great retake utility if at all they go for it. And the attackers this time put down their utility, as the Killjoy lockdown will be looking to clear up that C site.
Uh-oh, aftershock, denied.
Face your fear.
Boom, they're very far back here. Oh my goodness! Where does he find these? How does he find these? SK Rossi! What an absolute monster! And now 2 remain, and he looks to put them on his mantelpiece. 2 more to complete this collection. 2 more to complete this ace, and put God Squad on 8 rounds.
Well, it is quite an ask from the crowd as well. They want him to get the ace. Is he going to go for it is the question. Oh, there he goes. The knives are out. SK Rossi looking for more, looking for every bit of the blood that he can find onto Boom. There comes the Nightfall. He does not get the ace, but he's done more than enough for his team to secure number 8.
And that signs the end of his half, 8-4 in favor of God Squad. And I think the arena buff is really hitting right now. Boom. They're having the same struggles that Bleed have had against them, you know. It's difficult to try and maintain composure, difficult to try and have the momentum in your favor when every time you get killed, there is cheering in the crowd, an antithesis to what you should be feeling in that moment.
Indeed. I'm pretty sure they, even though they're wearing the, noise cancellation headphones, the soundproof headphones, I'm pretty sure they can feel the sound, vibrating beneath their feet, because the crowd is just so supportive. And with the halftime pause coming in here, Boom have got a lot of work to do.
They definitely do. Right, they've been on the defense, they couldn't quite control the pace there, but on attack, they've got another chance, right? That is where they are supposed to set the tempo. They're supposed to set the pace. But let's have a look at what SK Rossi has been able to do this half so far, with some tremendous starting power, some tremendous entries, and the reason why is so shined. ACS at 468, you can feel it in the crowd.
Wow.
That is quite a score.
19 kills in the first half. That is insane. Minimum a kill and a half, which means he's got a kill and given damage to almost kill another guy.
Yeah.
Amazing stuff from this guy here on the Jet. This is vintage SK Rossi.
Yeah, if SK Rossi pops off, God Squad do well. And that's the narrative that continues on and on. And Jet, he feels most at home.
Oh yeah, of course he does, and he is loving right now the way that he's been getting kills back and forth every single round. He's able to get lurk kills, he's able to get entry frags, he's doing everything. Around the block he goes, and he's just popping off right there.
Look, there are many moments that you see SK Rossi do things that shouldn't work.
Yeah.
Right? Walk into A-Long, you're up against 2, and you've got no assistance with any utility on behind you. And he ends up getting the 2 people in front of him.
Yep.
That shouldn't be happening. But it's happening consistently, which goes to show that this man is special.
He absolutely is. He is really special, and I'm pretty sure everybody recognizes and knows that, right?
Yeah.
But for now, Boom need to find a remedy to this specialty of SK Rossi, because if he's continuing this form, there's nothing Boom can do to stop the side of God Squad.
Remember what I said about Shiro and he didn't step up?
Yeah.
He's had an all right performance.
Yeah.
But it's by no means as close to the star power that SK Rossi has brought.
True.
It means that Shiro needs to level up. Now, of course, SK Rossi's playing an attack. That's when he feels most comfortable. That's when he gets most of the victories and where most win conversions come their way. So it may be a little bit more difficult for SK Rossi to keep that tempo. So it's time for Shiro to shine, but also Berserks to start shooting and zapping some people.
Well, let's find out if or not that Neon is going to be as fast as she is in the hands of any other player that we've seen who knows how to work that agent. Berserk's taking it straight to the seaside, puts up the walls of fate to clear it out, and the seaside is actually given away. They're playing on a retake here, God Squad, so boom. Not gonna have too much problem with that.
God Squad very comfortable to take the retake. Hellranger knows that his team will arrive later and doesn't use a single piece of his utility apart from the fault line, which can come up in a few seconds. SK Rossi, though, he's going for a flank. He's known to perform best alone. And a lone soldier he shall be once again. A lone soldier that trades his life surrounded by 4 players. But that gives room for God Squad to move onto the site, quickly getting themselves onto the spike, making sure they can touch it and put pressure on their opponent's skills. Opens things up already, not quite diffused halfway. Berserk is able to deal with skills, and it means that God Squad are left with 3. Onto the back end, Severini falls, Berserk's alone, bomb is still defused, it's already defused. Oh my God! Berserk goes insane, Berserk with an ace, shutting down God Squad.
Well, they had a plan. God Squad did have a plan, you know. Send SK Rossi towards C Long, get everybody from Boom to worry about him because he's going to be, you know, the most attention-seeking agent there. But what they didn't realize is that towards C Long, they've got another guy with the same role as him who just popped off. The Neon comes to life. 32 HP. He could have died with 1 bullet, 2 bullets, right? So really difficult here for the side of God Squad to digest that because I think they almost should have gotten it.
Well, it's a really important round here for Boom if they want to close up this gap, and why not? They probably should have the opportunity to do that. Hellranger not relieving his mark, only gets 1 for the trade. SK Rossi dropping back. This is a forced buy by God Squad, and they might be able to win it. There's no way Boom expected it, but Famous has turned it around, and so has the rest of his team on across the map now. Lightning Floss was quick as hell. And I was left in a one-on-one, Spectre v Spectre. And they're just dancing around the site, ring around the Rosie. Famous catches him, and Boom comes out on top.
Well, they are going to be finding themselves getting a little bit of groove back into the game. That force buy almost came through there. I think if Skills would have waited for just a little bit longer, he went by himself through the smoke in a 2v2. Maybe it would have been a different round, right? But
I think the thing about second round forces is that you have to win them.
yeah,
If you lose them, it gives your opponents way much momentum. It gives them 3 free rounds.
absolutely. And I believe that we are going to be looking at the side of Boom get into a groove now because they're going for the aggressive peaks and they're going to be finding them. But SK Rossi, he doesn't win that duel, and now he's going to be giving his team a lot more trouble, but there are flags coming in. They're circling around that B side. With the shorty, though, there's only so much Hellranger can do.
Again, SK Rossi's limited spatial power does not allow him to gain an advantage for his team. Locked to the back end of the site, Boom clear it out, and then we'll take the site over. Now, remember what I said about those 3 rounds free? From a 9-3 scoreline, we'll be looking at a 9-6 if Boom are able to close this out if they don't drop the ball.
Well, here we go. They've gotten the plant down, and there's nothing Hellranger and Kappa can currently do about it. 2 veterans of the team, 2 of the most experienced players in the region. And Berserk looking for another ace. Never mind, he gets the 4K. That's 9 kills in 2 rounds for this guy.
We said that Berserk's had to pop off. Sorely he's showing why he's most comfortable where he is right now. And that's where you kind of see that composition coming alive as well, the game plan into it. Now, God Squad have got game plans of their own.
Yep.
But it has come down to the wire, hasn't it? It's always to that last player. They can't quite pull it across that finishing line, which, to be fair, if they had won those 2 rounds, maybe now they'd be at 11-6 instead of 9-6, and that's quite a differential. But now is a buy round, and now we'll be able to see whether Boom can completely close up this gap.
Well, let's find out. There is a bit of aggression towards A and mid. Hellranger finds the kill all by himself. There's a surprise there that nobody came in from window to try and support the mid region for Famous, as SK Rossi's tucked himself into the Cubby region outside B. No real threat yet from the side of Boom. They're just held on outside of every single region on the map, hoping for a little bit of overextension.
Severini might be forcing his hand here. He might not wait for a mistake, he might just be forcing it. They've got to. Down in players. Ooh, SK Rossi in mid, going on a little adventure. This should be God Squad's round now that they've got so many numbers, but careful of that C site, playing it slow. Kappa swings by, SK Rossi is already in the fight. They've pincered them in. Shiro is trying to be herded. Wow. By the Shepherd. Rossi showing him where to go and points at the ground.
Insane stuff. We've got a bit of a message here. It is
VCT, here we come.
all right. All right.
And SK Rossi is going there.
Yeah, of course. You know, he is going to be showcasing his talent across the world. Starting off with Brazil next year, of course, but how much more can he put up here? He's already on 25 and 12. And the person closest is on 15.
Yeah, no, it's mad. Absolutely mad. Berserks looking to speed up onto the A site. God Squad happy to go for a retake here. You know, haven't really placed their abilities, or haven't placed their players towards this A site. It's only a Killjoy lineup for them. So the site will be taken over, the spike will be going down. It's all down to God Squad to try and put their forces together to take this over. Mind you, Boom have got a really good post-plant setup together with the Overdrive and Rolling Thunder. That's a lot of firepower and a lot of disruption.
Oh man, he teleports right into the faces of his enemies, and now they've got an opportunity to get in. But what they don't do is check corners.
No!
Oh my god, Shiro, how did not get a Blaze the King though? Will trade back, finds
Oh
three.
my god!
And he makes something out of nothing. Your Kappa though makes it an even 2v2. Blaze the King is pretty darn low, and Lightning Fest is actually sticking the defuse. There's utility coming his way, but will he be able to find the kills is the question. He's still playing around that side. Kappa finds another. They need to stick this defuse right now, and Kappa makes it happen!
Damn, that was so close. Damn!
That teleport from the chamber, unfortunately, Famous didn't know where he was going. And then this moment right here.
Man, that was so awkward!
He was just regaining his vision.
And thinking that Blaze King sort of turned around in their favor with that triple to be turned right back up again.
Yep.
Tables are being flipped over and over and over again.
Well, currently on top of the table sit God Squad as they have thrown the side of Boom on an eco or a semi-buy of sorts. Berserks will find a Rossi on top of B. A little bit of overextension there. Maybe didn't need to go for that re-peak. Now man advantage for the side of the attack. Can they do something with it? Famous is one orb away from his ultimate. The Tour de Force can do work, but they're not letting him take it. They knew he's gonna come and try to get this orb, so they send Boom away towards A, where there is a bit of utility waiting.
Second time running BME, Boom Esports will be able to find this A site open. Of course, with all the utility in place, it may delay them, you know, damage them up a little bit, but the spike will be going down. That's the important part. What is intriguing me is how close Lightning Fast is. He's not waiting for his teammates. He's going in alone, very alone, and they know of it. Flashed out, able to avoid it, but he's keep on moving. Lockdown in the middle of the site. Is he mad? He dies, and the lockdown will be taken down as well. Grave mistake by Boom.
God Squad coming from the flank as well. Skills is making this a little bit easier. He's got a stun to help him out. Finds the kill. On to another. Now it's coming down.
No way!
Fighting two more. Now he's been a one.
No way!
God Squad living up to their name, and definitely right now they are the gods of this matchup. They are the gods that are being worshipped by this crowd and across the country.
It all started by seemingly God Squad being over-aggressive, with Lightning Fast putting a lockdown where he should have no business being in that position.
Oh man, but this flank, the supporter utility, knowing exactly where these players are going to be positioned, amazing stuff. Their weakness of weaponry loses them out.
How many get out of jail free cards did they get?
Oh my, so
how many?
Too many. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen, halfway across the world. Boom, need to find themselves one round to survive.
There's so much pressure. They're looking to push onto the C site. Two players holding back. Lightning Fast with the power in hand. Oh my god! Doubles up, eventually taken down, but Boom. They've got the spike down, and God Squad with them right now.
3 versus 2. There is still the breach alive, there's the fade alive, and he's got 2 flashes and an aftershock available. That's a lot of great retake utility, unless Famous can do something about it. He needs to connect his shots, and he's looking in the right direction. SK Rossi's coming in from the back, but they're going to wait for Hellranger to maybe cause some distractions, and then he's going to come in through.
They know where Famous is. They know he's playing side. Now they figured out that Blazer King is also playing on that garage position. That's the information they need. SK Ross coming in from behind, and nobody knows. Capo wins the trade as well! Adrian Squad have done it! It means nothing to the tournament, but it means everything for India. 13-6. They get the second win and go 2-1 in groups.
Wow.
For a squad that has done marvels for the scene, for a squad that has seen players promoted to the highest of echelons of play, they have done their country proud. Yes, they do not go to playoffs, but they end their tournament run with a bang. Or might I say boom?
Well, God Squad deservedly will find themselves a win. 13-6. They will not qualify, but this was a mighty, mighty performance. An amazing performance from the side of God Squad, and they will be going to the 3rd position, but hey, they still got the same number of victories and losses as the rest 2 who have qualified, right? So, God Squad, honestly, hats off. You guys deserve all the love, and
take a bow, boys. Take a bow. It's been a marvelous performance. Well deserved. God Squad, everybody! Well, as I take the pictures with the Indian flag as well, God Squad, what a performance. Wow.
yeah, absolutely
The
amazing.
passion, the love, the community they've built over the years.
Beautiful, beautiful stuff. God Squad deservedly will find themselves getting 2 wins. Might not allow them to qualify, but it does give them an amazing amount of confidence, an amazing amount of love from the crowd. And honestly, I don't think it could have been anyone else. Enigma did come close enough to beat RQ, but it is the pride of the country. It is God Squad to find 2 wins in the Valorant Invitational India.
And while there is a victor of this game, there's a team that hasn't made it out on top.
Yep.
And hasn't had the best performance. You know, they haven't quite gotten a victory in the group stage, but I do believe they do deserve some respect. So everybody give it up for Boom Esports for making it out here in India. You know, I'm glad they were able to cheer for Boom Esports as well, because, you know, they've had a rough time. Obviously, this is a new roster, this is a new project. It hasn't started with a bang, right? God Squad, on the one hand, have got years of experience together, bonding together and playing in a team, and know how to play with each other. But for Boom, that wasn't the case. So they still have time to build up their squad. But let's have a look at the scoreboard here, as SK Rossi had one of his games of his life.
26 kills, 14 deaths. That's almost a 2 KD ratio. 7 first bloods out of all the rounds that he's played. That is insanely good. Set up by Hellranger for success. Set up by Kappa for success. Lightning fast with the 2Ks. Skills with the hold downs towards the C side whenever he played. Just an overall well-rounded performance led to victory by the spearhead that is SK Rossi.
It all came together, didn't it? Yeah, it really did. You know, you want to highlight the rest of the players of God Squad as well. You know, the IGL and Hellranger, the rest of the squad helping out with the utility exactly when needed, rotating over at the right moments. They had their heads in the game. I want to talk about Boom a little bit. What went wrong? Why did they crumble? I think we can use this match as well as an example, but maybe the entire tournament. What would be, in your opinion, what hasn't succeeded for Boom?
I think that they still need a little bit of work in terms of team chemistry, because whilst we did not see any particular executes coming out from them, it was always almost like, you know, they're playing for picks, but every single round is kind of a, you know, it's a mania that you follow, thinking that, okay, you know what, we're going to play here. We're going to go find, maybe a pick towards A long, B long, C long, wherever it is, right? They're playing mostly on that. I think if they had a couple of set executes, right, maybe, clear out the entire site, which, by the way, again, when it happened, the one round I remember, they had the site cleared out. God Squad were so good at the retake. Their retakes were so good. I think, how many retakes did they get successfully? I'm not even sure, but
a lot.
Amazing stuff.
A lot. Boom. There's another thing that I think they didn't quite have in store. It was the lack of confidence coming into this.
Sure.
They weren't really creating their own plays. They weren't really taking too much space early on the defensive side. And they didn't quite find their pace. Now, there could be a number of reasons why that happened. Maybe they were scared, maybe they were nervous, maybe they were already disappointed with the results they've had the past couple of matches, although that theme repeated itself even then. Maybe it's the coordination. There's something to be fixed. And Boom Esports, I'm sure they're on the case. A very competent squad. Meow, quite a coach, and will definitely get them right back on track. But let's have a look as well as the economy of this game, how much of a landslide it was. You can clearly see that God Squad on attack could not be dealt with.
Yeah, well, they were absolutely on track with keeping up the money right where it needed to be, making sure that they have a buy almost everything around.
Yeah.
It was 20,000 cred spend, which is an even $4,000 a player, which basically means they've got a Vandal, they've got utility, pretty much everything secured, right? So good stuff from God Squad to keep themselves in terms of men alive, in terms of, able to drop each other as well, when there's one player extra, just normal stuff. But I believe in the overall situation, what Boom maybe, had a little bit of trouble with a little more was the fact that they, like you mentioned earlier, that on defense, they weren't really proactive, right? They didn't go out. The one run I remember where you said that they've got a scrappy buy. They've got a Spectre, a Sheriff, which they could have used as an opportunity to move across their lines, maybe find something as a team pushing in towards maybe A short, towards B, but they were just sitting in sight, waiting for God Squad to come to them. And I think, again, that translates to the lack of confidence that you mentioned.
Looks like we won't stop talking about SK Rossi because there's a graphic coming right up with his performance in the last 3 matches and how insane he has been.
Wow, that is...
Wow. Yeah,
the progression is amazing. 15 on the first, 18 on the next, and 26 here at on the final game. And he is on fire.
Very good stuff coming in. And 3 different agents as well. I have to say, I do love him on Jet. I have to love him on Jet. Now, yeah, the headshot percentage, nearly close to 50%, which is mad. Which is very mad. I mean, it makes sense given that there was a lot of operator in play when Reyna was being played out and, his chamber. But the headshot percentage, this one was incredible.
This is insane.
Yeah?
26 kills and he's got half of them headshots.
Yeah.
13 of them were headshots. Almost 12 of them, right? But insane. That is not something that you see commonly, do you?
No, not at all. Especially in a hyper-competitive environment. All these players up here in the Valorant India Invitational have got what it takes to be at the higher echelon of play. Echelon, might I say. I've been told I say that word weirdly, incorrectly. But all right, everybody. This means we've got both groups settled on who goes against who in the playoffs, in the semifinals, in the top 4. As we said in Group A, we had Heretics and Secret. In Group B, we have a top seed. If I'm not wrong, it's Paper X and second Bleed.
Yep. So we're going to be seeing a 1-2, 2-1, matchup coming in, which basically means we are going to be seeing Bleed face off against Heretics, and we're going to see Secret up against Paper X. But let's have a look at the top players across the entire tournament so far who have performed their best. And there are the best ones. You've got most of them being duelists, of course, but it is currently Juicy right on top of the board.
Yeah, he's done a hell of a job with Bleed, getting some strong results. And I mean, it's without a doubt, these are the players that you really need to look out. SK Rossi slotting into that into the top 5 for sure. But overall, guys, this was quite a journey in the group stage. And now we have our top 4 teams from the Valorant India Invitational. If we can remove the graphic to kind of put a closer to this group stage, kind of which team do you think, now that we've seen these teams compete, all of them, at least with their respective groups, which team now do you think has the greatest chance of making it to the top?
Well, I believe I'm going to still reside with Paper X. I think at the moment, even though Heretics are also pretty good, they do have a bit of a faltering movement when it comes to teams who've been playing for a while, which is Bleed. I believe, according to me, right, it's a best of 3, which means they've got their, stature of coming back to normalcy back again, which means they can play the long games. They can hope for victory even though they lose the first map or even if the second map. Let's have the group standings as we talk about this, because I believe the final is going to be Paper X versus Bleed again.
Yeah, it's going to be, well, could be very much. But for the semi-finals, as we can see, the top 4 qualifiers, Heretics will have to play against Bleed Esports up next. Paper X have to play up against Team Secret. We've got EMEA and Pacific representation. What is interesting about this, only 1 team out of the 4 will not be in the partnership VCT program.
Yeah, and that is Bleed Esports.
Yeah?
And they are looking,
Strong.
right on track to maybe get that, next year. Their season so far, off season has been pretty good. They've been right on track with multiple victories, great, form as well, having beaten Paper X just a couple of hours ago, last night actually, and now they head into the playoffs, and I believe that they are going to be a really good competition for Heretics, and Heretics might be a really strong team right now from EMEA, but they've not faced off a demon like Bleed, who play like Paper X, and I'm pretty sure Heretics, if they're considering Paper X in their mind, now they need to put Bleed right next to it, because both these teams are so good with that double duelist setup.
That's very true. Well, we've seen a plethora of playstyles as well from across the board, so it'll be very interesting to see how this one happens. We hope everybody sticks around for those semi-finals because they are absolutely insane. As we said, Heretics and Bleed will be the next matchup. So everybody stick around for that one because we know it's going to be a banger. Star players all across the board. It's going to be EMEA versus Pacific. So I hope you guys don't miss it. Either if you're home or in the arena, stick around because that's going to be a banger. We'll see you guys after a break if we can go to that. Okay, I guess the break will come in a little bit later. But man, it's been an incredible journey so far in the group stage.
Absolutely. Yesterday we did have a lot of things happening around, not just technically, but we also had matches. We did finish up everything. And today, we're back and on track to go to the semifinals. Best of 3 is coming our way, ladies and gentlemen. Heretics and Bleed on the other end of this break. We'll be right back.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Valorant India Invitational by Galaxy Racer, powered by AMD. I see all of you folks out there, but I need some energy. Let me hear it, ladies and gentlemen. On my cue. On my cue. Can I hear you, Hyderabad? I like this. I like this. We've had 12 grueling matches, after which only 4 teams remain, 4 semi-finalists, who are going to give it their all. They're going to give their blood, sweat, tears for a chance at the glory of being called the champions of the Valorant India Invitational. Who is it going to be? We'll find out tomorrow, but right now, it's a fight for survival. Right now is the fight to make it to the finals. But the first 2 teams in question are going to try the best to make it to tomorrow. Let's have a look at the first team in question. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Bleed Esports! Well, that's Bleed for all of you folks, but now we'll have a look at the second team in question as well, who are here to contend for the trophy, of course, but we have seen a lot of love for all the players from both these teams, especially for the one on my left. Let's have a look at the second team in question. Give it up, ladies and gentlemen, for Heretics! Wonderful. These are the 2 teams which are going to go up against each other. I'm not going to bother them before the match, but of course, I'm sure they're both pumped. You guys can have a handshake, get settled in. I'm sure the casters are ready. They're riled up and they're saddled in. Boys, take it away.
Hello, we are back, of course, to bring you the action for this first semi-final of the Valorant India Invitational. And my, oh my, have we got some action on our hands. EMEA representatives and Pacific representatives. It's going to be Heretics versus Bleed. And my goodness, are we in for a treat.
Absolutely, I can't wait to get into this, and we finally hit our best of 3s as well. So all the arguments you can make about our best of 1, about how teams have warm-up times, how teams can get lucky in a few crucial rounds, no longer the case, Pavlos. There are no more excuses. In the semi-finals now, the winner will be looking to go through to the grand finals, where they will look to get the lion's share of $100,000.
Now, even though Heretics were the top seed of their group, they had the exact same score as Bleeded, as they also qualified second, and it was only by a margin of rounds. So we're looking at 2 teams that have made mistakes and have been exploited. Therefore, we're looking at a match that can very much be won by either one of them.
Absolutely, and surprisingly, both teams lost to opponents you wouldn't really expect.
Oh yeah.
Heretics, after 2 very, very strong matches, lost to Secret, despite on paper looking like they were going to really have quite an easy ride. Then, of course, Bleed were able to beat both Boom and Paper Rex, but they then ended up losing against God Squads. That is a weird conundrum to face. We'll have to see how they're going to fare against one another. Now, I don't mind blowing, but in just a second, we'll be able to take a more in-depth view about these teams. But before we go into the nit-grit, stats and data, Pavlos, who do you think is going to be winning this? And
I'm going to go with Heretics.
If you're feeling brave, do you want to give me a match score?
I'm not going to give you... Actually, yeah, 2-1 Heretics.
2-1, that's all right.
Yeah, because I think it's going to be a close one, right? We got Bleed and Heretics, of course. Let's bring out that matchup screen. But overall, man, you're right. This is a close one, and I want to ask you exactly the same question. Before we get into the analysis, before we dive into the teams and what they've been able to accomplish so far, who's taking it?
Honestly, I think Bleed are going to be taking this one.
Right.
I think when Darion and Juicy are on fire, they are really on fire. Very high skill ceilings. And Juicy, most importantly, he's shown us that he can be consistent. Now, As you mentioned, it will be close. This is definitely going to 3 maps, but I think Bleed just take it 2-1. We'll have to see who's right in just a moment. But of course, looking at this sort of on paper, you've got Heretics' relatively new roster who have come together, arrived in India, and from the get-go, they've been strong. What seemed to be their dismantling was when teams are a lot more established, they give them a little bit more respect, and they punish the attempts at taking Angels, which Heretics thrive so successfully off of.
I'm not going to lie, 2 of the victories Heretics got came off of the basis of their opposing teams being a little bit quiet and not playing to their comfort.
Absolutely.
Right? It felt like they were a little bit scared, a little bit wary about what is to come, because obviously Heretics have got some scary names in there, right? You've got Champions Victor, Zeke. You've got some of the G2 core of last year. You've got previous G2 players such as Kellogg's, and you've got the coaching staff for days, right? Weber and Nelzinho being absolutely incredible when it comes to kind of coaching up this team and having the right idea on how they want to play Valorant.
So when you put it like that, there aren't many players on. In fact, there aren't any players on Heretics who aren't scary. I
was about to mention the only player I didn't mention was Boo, and then you said that.
There we go. Exactly.
There you go.
You complete me.
You complete me. We're a jigsaw puzzle, man. A 2-piece jigsaw puzzle.
Absolutely. But of course, on your screen right now, you've got Bleed, and when we talk about Heretics, you have big names, very, very strong Angels. Bleed, same premise. However, what I quite like about Bleed is they know when to pull it in. We can see Bleed actually, they've shown another dimension to themselves over the course of this tournament, which is this very tactical, very sort of well thought out team, which is, I imagine the influence, of course, that comes from Legia. Now, Bleed have never played against a European team. No. Ever. And that's including their core players, not just under Bleed. So
the organization.
Exactly, the organization never having played against a European team. So this will be a very good test to see how they weigh up against arguably some of the better teams in the world. That being said, though...
That is insane. You're right.
That being said, though, with Legia, of course, being German, he does understand this sort of European play style. And has played in it himself. So I'm really interested to see how that transfers and how you would prep a team going up against a European side.
Even though Bleed Esports has been considered to play a few weeks already, this is not their debut tournament. They have been established in this current iteration as of October. Yes, they brought on the previous core as Bleed did drop their roster earlier on in August. You've got Darion returning, you've got Retlo returning, but the rest are new, right? You've got Juicy promoted from the academy team. You've got Crazy Kai. You've got Crazy Kai coming over from Nigma Galaxy, and Scary from Exertia, right? So you've got a plethora of players that can be absolutely insane and have been in positions to succeed and have got worldwide experience.
Absolutely, and on sort of the topic of worldwide experience, you've really got to look at Juicy, who is the least experienced on the team, but one of the heaviest hitters. And what I think that means is the experienced players of Crazy Guy, of Scary, what their job then becomes is to sort of set up Juicy, to nurture him into positions in which he'll be comfortable and positions in which he's going to be able to exploit his opponents. Even in the game against Global, where Bleed lost, we saw against God Squad Path loss, not against Global. With that, Juicy, he was still able to drop 22 kills in the first half. You know, that was because he was set up so damn well on that Reyna.
And we might have seen the Bleed squad just moments ago, but it's time to have a look at Heretics, as they've had a tremendous journey so far in this tournament.
Absolutely, and when you talk about Heretics, you can't not talk about Zeke. Zeke on his raise is, I think, at the moment, the highest statistically rated player in the whole tournament, having played 3 games. And this is a man who's, I think, averaging 280 ACS. Yeah. He is damn good on that raise. And of course, going into a best of 3, you're guaranteed to have a map at which you're comfortable.
And you know the household names of EMEA, Nukia, CNED, Durka, Alfaya, all those names that get shouted out over and over again. Zeke has been overshadowed in his own team back when he was in Ascent, right? He kind of had that teammate CNED do everything, or at least be the one that always separates from the rest. Now, Zeke in this Heretics roster, he's the one, he's now been given a chance to shine. And that's what's really cool about this. But overall, this roster comes with a core of players that have had experience in the past together. Weber, you know, coming from G2 back earlier in his career, has had his experience playing with Mixwell, has played with Kellogg's. also very well knows their strengths and weaknesses and has put them together to know how, in positions where they can thrive.
Yep, absolutely. And on the topic of thriving, what I really enjoy seeing is, especially when Heretics are sort of landing their shots, they're feeding their confidence, we end up seeing this really, it's like hybrid aggression where they're not quite face-checking every corner, but there's always something else. Whether it be, if it's a swing from Zeke, there's something to assist it. Whether it be a flash, concussor, near sight, there's always something else there. And what really caught my eye with Heretics was their utility. It's split-second decision-making. Within the millisecond an execute comes in, they know what utility to use, how to feather that existing utility, and then how to use that to delay and, well, in some cases, just kill your opponents.
Well, let's have a look at a head-to-head of two very influential players of these two teams, Kellogg's from Heretics and Juicy from Bleed, who both have had their moments of shine. They've had highlight clips, but also have been very, very solid.
Absolutely, and the one the statistical data I want to draw your eyes to is the damage per round. Kellogg's, you think average kills sort of 9, you think that's a bad thing. Not really, because to average 9 kills while the rest of your team are averaging, in the mid-20s, and in maps which you are winning in a very one-sided fashion, is actually quite impressive. And you sort of see that in that damage per round stats, 99 damage per round, almost killing a player every single round.
And the thing about Kellogg's, he's there to create space a lot of this time, right? Yeah, maybe on the chamber we didn't see him frag out as much as we would have loved, but when he played, that aggressive duelist, he was often kind of in a position where he gained space for the rest of the team to shine. So he hasn't really been set up in a position to succeed. Instead, it was Zeke that followed up on that second entry, on that raise. He had so much freaking influence, man. So it was kind of difficult for Kellogg's to shine. Overall, they got the result. So whether that is because of Kellogg assisted his team, whether that can be increased if Kellogg is able to succeed in his own entrying, that's something that we can wait and see.
Absolutely, and I think that the win condition for Heretics here is making sure Bleeds don't get established. If Bleeds are able to get Darion out with the operator, they're able to get Juicy sort of feeling a bit warm, feeling a bit confident, it's going to be very hard to stop that momentum, regardless of sort of timeout utilization or how slow you can play rounds. However, if Team Heretics, same theory applies. If Zeke is feeling it, if Mixwell is feeling it, and they're landing their utility, if the decision-making is as good as it was when we saw them play yesterday, I'm really, really looking forward as to how this best of 3 is going to pan out.
What we've also been very much looking forward to in this tournament so far is Heretics' role switches. And Mixwell has been one of those players that has switched over his role to a breach, a flasher, someone that initiates, rather than someone that is playing a more sort of fall-back position, right? And he's been more involved in the killing, and it's been showing in his statistics.
Interestingly enough, when we did have that role change go through, both of us went, Mixwell on the breach, is that a good idea? Then within about 5 rounds of the first map, it was pretty clear it was a great idea. It's Mixwell showing a really sort of well-rounded player. He's able to play all, if not most, roles, and demonstrates it beautifully with the breach.
Essentially, he's now the first rotate, right?
Yeah,
he's no longer the anchor of sites, right?
Absolutely.
Either playing on the Sentinel, on the Viper. He's now the first one to respond, and it looks like he thrives playing together with a team rather than being on a more lurking or anchoring role.
Absolutely, absolutely, and something I think that favors both teams here is both of them have the ability and the option to go for double operator setups, which means maps like Breeze, sometimes even Fracture, when you do go for these double operator setups, there's absolutely there's space to do so.
Well, there was a very influential player over to the Bleed side is Darion, and of course we've seen him shine one or 3 many times with 3 different duelists on his 3 different games here in the group stage.
Absolutely. I feel like his Jet was a little bit lackluster compared to his Chamber. And we sort of saw that in the game against God Squad. A little bit shaky. That being said, now that he's over, he's going into the best of 3, we're more than likely seeing him move back to the Chamber where he can sort of play the longer ranges a bit more easily, and he always has that sort of pocket tour de force should he not have the economy for that operator.
And do you reckon Darion is like a make or break for Bleed, or are they like fallback people for the team?
I think Juicy is the make or break. I think Darion would. So whether or not Darion's playing well depends on how well Juicy has to play.
Right.
If Darion's playing badly, Juicy really needs to step up. If Darion is sort of averaging it, if Juicy averages, they'll be fine. But if both of them are on fire, as we saw both today and yesterday, if both of them are on fire, they could be unstoppable.
Yeah, this double duelist setup is definitely doing wonders for them, but that also puts pressure. That also relieves pressure of Juicy, right? Because
exactly.
if he's inexperienced or less experienced than the rest of his team,
Yeah.
if there's another duelist and he's not doing the heavy lifting, they can put him in a position where he has to take space, and then you've got Darion that can pull up the weight in regards to that second frag.
Yep, absolutely. And on that note as well, is we can't understate the impacts that Rettler and Crazy Guy can have.
Oh yeah.
Crazy Guy's Astra is deceivingly good. There are times when it looks like he's trapped on a site, or his utilities, his stars are on cooldown, and he looks like he's in trouble, and he just comes out swinging. And we've actually seen that from Scary as well. Sort of two newer guys to the roster, both of them having huge, huge impact.
And as we previously said, Bleed, this is not their first tournament ever since they brought back this new roster, right? Yes, it did get created this October, where they brought this 5-man together, but they had a chance to play a plethora amount of games, right?
Yeah.
So previously to this tournament, they had 20 games played, 20 matches played.
Yeah.
Out of those 20, they lost to 3. So if you increase that number, you see that we have 23 matches played and 5 loss. That's quite a good record.
That's a very good record.
4 loss.
What I would mention with that record, though, is a lot of those are best of ones.
Yeah.
And so, Bleed, as we've seen, they're a good best of one team.
True.
Going into the best of threes, we're now going to see how diverse their map pool is, and more importantly, if they can find a way to reset between maps, and/or, if needed, carry momentum over between maps.
That is actually a very good point, because now we can kind of diversify into the idea of how these best of 3 can play out. Because if you look at Heretics and their group stage journey, they had only 1 map played. There were 3 games they played, but always on Haven. So do you think they have a deeper map pool that they can bring out and maybe surprise some people?
I absolutely think they do.
Yeah?
I really think they do. And bear in mind, Ascent right now is turning into the map that everyone knows. It's just not the map that we see all the time. And as we get into our veto, we'll see if I'm right, Pavlos, or if we're just if it's just flatulence coming out of my mouth. We'll see. Just a moment.
We'll get to see it live. We get to see it
live as well.
This is beautiful.
What maps do you like to see here, Pavlos?
I want to see a Fracture, to be fair. We
I'd
saw
like to see an
Paper X
Icebox.
play. You want to say Icebox? That would favor Bleed, right? It's a very APAC heavy map.
Yeah, exactly.
Icebox.
And with Juicy on the Reina, with Darion wielding that operator, Icebox is a map that on paper would actually favor Bleed quite a bit. Going into now I've said that, let's see if we're right. Going into the first map.
Yeah, there we go. So I love that what we both mentioned. I said I'd love to see Fracture, Bleed say no. And when you said I want to see Icebox, Bleed say yes. So it seems like they like you a little bit more.
Yeah. Well, I did predict they'd win, Pavlos. So
that is very
true. What do you want to see from Heretics here?
Look, they've had decent results on Haven, but everybody knows how they play. So I don't blame them for trying to switch it up. Bind is also a fairly back to basics map, but also one which has diversity in regards to how you want to approach it. And the composition is yet unknown.
I imagine this is going to lead to a decider of either Haven or Ascent. Probably Haven, from the looks of it.
Yeah.
I think it would be quite funny if Heretics are managed to find a way to sneak Haven into every single one of their vetoes. But,
no, they ban it.
Oh, now the diversification
To be
comes
fair,
out.
they did lose their last
this.
match. They did lose their last match on Haven.
That's
So
true.
they're not coming off of a victory on it.
That's very true. So with Icebox, Binds, and Breeze being our map pool, I really like this for
diversity.
Both opening 2 maps, right? Bleed, very good on Icebox. On paper, I see why Heretics would be very good on Binds, purely because their strategy of sort of compartmentalizing the map is something that works beautifully on Binds. Then with Breeze being our decider, double operator setups work very well over on Bleeds. And then for Heretics, because it's such a big map, being able to catch out rotations, being able to get behind enemy lines is exactly what Heretics excel at.
So you say if it turns out to be a third mapper, Heretics may have the upper hand?
Bleed may have the upper hand.
Bleed may have
I
the hand.
value that double operator setup quite strongly.
I see. Right, okay. It's not as if Heretics lack on the sniping department, but maybe setting them up for success will be an issue?
It's not like it's categorically bleed or win. Like this is probably overtime map 3. Like we're not sleeping till quite late today, but that's okay because good Valorant keeps me awake at night. It does keep me awake at night. So I'm really looking forward actually to seeing how this is going to pan out. Icebox for me, I think Icebox is a map that favors Bleed by quite a distance. If I'm on Heretics and I've not practiced Icebox, my plan going into this would be try to stall them out as much as possible, delay how much momentum Bleed is able to get, then go on to bind as if it was just fresh from the beginning.
And I think it's very important to premise for everyone at home, this is the debut tournament of Heretics, and the only map we know of them playing is Haven. Therefore, we have no knowledge
Not
of
much
how
data
they
to
will
go
be
off.
approaching, right? The only thing that you may consider is how have Weber approached it with his previous teams, you know, what teams the players individually have been comfortable on, and that's how you kind of get a grasp of how things goes. But
Absolutely.
Paper Rex themselves have gone for a massive difference recently on Fracture, and I'm sure they've got other differences as well. So anything could have been prepped the past few weeks.
I think we might be able to get a good timing here, but behind my leftmost shoulder, you'll see the huddle from Team Heretics. Do we? See if I was hoping to see if we get the final moments of it and the cheer, but let's look at Bleed statistics on Icebox. And judging by the heat map, they do have a bit of a preference here to that A site.
They do. But it's not to the thought that they don't take over the B site. It's actually a fairly back approach, but it's actually a very diverse approach because they can either take it back, you know, get the spike plant and sort of drop back from that and, you know, play for the lineups, which many APAC teams do, or they have the option of actually over-aggressing if they feel like they have limited space, limited pressure, so they can themselves put pressure on the retakers and not allow them to get the adequate setups to get a correct retake.
Absolutely, and something that Bleed used to do quite a lot on Icebox, it's fallen out of fashion a little bit from them in the most recent couple of times we've seen them play, is they were really, really good at going for this mid-wrap to B. They were so damn good at getting control of Yellow Box, they were so good at literally just removing that midpoint and cutting off the rotations for the entire match, splitting it in half. Once people realized that's what Bleed are good at, they really focused on making sure it doesn't happen. Something that did end up causing Bleed some real issues, I think, the last time we saw them play Icebox. But I would like to see them bring it back. I really like mid approaches on Icebox.
It seems like even if Bleed Esports had less mid approaches, maybe they got away with it, right? Maybe they didn't kill or die too much in them, right?
Yeah.
You know, with their setups. But you can't always go for it. It's not something consistent. You can definitely be funneled into it and fall into a trap.
I want to mention their defensive win rate of 50% is actually pretty high at a competitive level. So I think for Bleed, stats really actually showing quite a positive picture for them.
Is there something you can expect from Heretics, given that they haven't really, we don't know how well rehearsed they are as a unit? Is Icebox a map that you think they would have put into their map pool?
I think it probably would be. I think going into a tournament with a lot of APAC teams, Icebox has to be one of the maps you look at. That being said, I would love to see double duelist from Heretics, and a double duelist, a chamber, and then maybe a stage. And then they just go hard on trying to be aggressive to stop Bleed from setting up and stop Bleed from being comfortable, so they never really get into the groove of their own map.
Yeah, that could be tough. That could very much be tough. So they need to get at least quite a number of rounds to make sure they're comfortable later on as well, or maybe even upset on Icebox. And I think what's really interesting about Heretics' approach so far in this tournament, even though I guess what I'm about to say doesn't really count for the third team they played, but what is really interesting is that they gave respect to every single one of those teams, even though they were either quite far ahead of their opponents in regards to the score, even though they might not be in a situation which favors them, they always respect them, always give them space, kind of make sure that there's always a chance your teammates can catch you off guard. And that is a really good way of approaching Valorant.
Absolutely, and I think that it's a trap that a lot of inexperienced teams fall into when you've good players playing well. He wants to keep fighting, he wants to keep pushing, and it ends up working against them. Heretics, of course, as experienced as it gets, they're not going to be falling for kind of baits and overextensions like that. So I think that for Bleed, they need to be bringing their A game, and even then, it's going to be a tough match.
Very much could be, very much could be. So, Bleed Esports versus Heretics. I'd like to hear the crowd a little bit on this. Obviously, we have no more Indian teams in this tournament, but I'm sure we may have fans from either of the sides. So let me hear the Bleed fans real quick. Bleed Esports fans, let me hear you scream.
Oh, that's quite
All
a few of
right.
them.
Quite a lot of APAC fans, but let me hear if there's anybody here for EMEA, aka Heretics. Even louder.
Quite a lot, actually.
And they keep on going.
Keep on going. There's more to it. It's a surprise. It's actually quite impressive. And we were sort of talking about this earlier. We've got quite a nice crowd here.
Yeah, no, it's starting to stack up very nicely.
Yeah, I was usually sort of the main worry, especially for teams going into this, is sort of going up against, Enigma going up against God Squad. the worry was the crowd's going to be against you, right?
Yeah.
But even, I think Paper Rex versus God Squad was a great example. God Squad fans, they're applauding when, Paper Rex wins and vice versa. So very good sportsmanship here.
Yeah, it's very good sportsmanship. And to be fair, I'm actually surprised there weren't more fans for the Bleed side, because obviously India is in that APAC region, right? So as that rule goes, you kind of would have thought that maybe there'd be more fans in that favor. But it also doesn't surprise me that
Bleed,
a lot of people love the
I'll
stars
tell
within
you why.
Heretics.
I'll tell you why. Bleed knocked out Global. So
right.
Heretics knock out Bleed.
Yeah.
Then it's okay, right?
Yeah. The Heretics knocked out Enigma.
That's true. Both of them. it's going to be even for both. But we'll see in just a moment. Hopefully we can get underway on Icebox in just a moment. Judging by the look of the players, we have one quick issue before. That was the universal gesture of come help, wasn't it?
Hello, I need help, please. Help. Something's going on. My teammate has got something.
Yeah.
Good old Mixwell.
You'll have to see it.
Have to see it. All right. I think we've covered the basis when it comes to these two teams, what can be expected, what we two think. I think the general consensus here is that this is going to be a close matchup, right? It's going to be very, very close. What do you think, though? I mean, I don't know. I kind of want to take it a little bit deeper, right? Obviously, we don't have too much information on Heretics, but what would it mean for Bleed if they lose this Icebox, right? I think there's a lot of accountability on them to actually come out ahead.
I think if Bleed lose Icebox, it's 2-0 Heretics, without a doubt. I think both teams are, at least if it's ideal world, both teams win their map pick in quite a convincing manner. You go to your final map, it's usually going to be very close. Yeah. That's sort of how I see this series going. If Bleed struggle, they end up losing Icebox. Heretics, they're not a team that will forgive that, right? And I think for Heretics, if they don't get started, Bleed won't let them start.
I love that we can see the progression. Wait, I can't point. Oh, there we go. Yeah, I love that we can see the progression going on behind the scenes on how everything is going. It seems that issues are slowly being fixed up. I'm not seeing headsets on everyone, just the earpieces, so I'm not quite sure if we're quite getting there.
I've kept track of something today. Now, I haven't told you about this yet off camera. Is, as you know, on the way behind to the practice rooms, sort of over past the stage, there's a bit of carpet that's like just lipped upwards. Do you want to guess how many times I've seen someone trip over that today?
And you've kept the count?
It's not even, I haven't even been watching it. It's just every
today.
time I've just been in eye shot and seen it.
Just today?
Just today.
I don't know, man. I've been tripped up by that a couple of times.
Me too.
I'd say around 20.
It's about 30 times.
Oh my god!
I think it was like 32 last time I checked. I've seen people fix the carpet to try and like flatten it down, turn around to walk back and trip over it again.
For the people online, the thing that everybody knows most is the no, hey. But for everybody in the venue, or at least the people trying to get behind the scenes, it's that little lump in the carpet.
Yeah, it's that little lump in the carpet. That lump is a killer.
That lump is a real killer.
It does more damage to us than I think any of the players could deserve.
How much HP would it take if it was in Valorant?
Oh, 80.
80?
Yeah. It wouldn't.
I've got an insane idea for an agent.
Here we go, Pavlos, let's hear it.
All right. It's an agent. Something like Breach which can control the ground, but, with one ability, it kind of creates a lump in the road on kind of the floor, and when players have to cross it, they kind of get slowed down, but also trip. So they have to fall at a lower level. That is a terrible ability.
It's a Sage Ice Wall with a slow wall.
I love that I had a little bit of a lamp moment and be like, ding, I've got an idea, and then I realize, I say it out loud and I realize how bad it is.
It's such a good idea, it's already been done. Sage Ice Wall and slow wall. It's exactly how you just described that.
Fair enough.
Yeah, it's all right, Pavlos. I have some pretty rough ideas. So.
I mean, so many abilities and so many games have been made. It's kind of hard to be creative. Props to Valorant for having so many different agents.
If I were to come up with a gimmicky agent, I would have it so every time you get shot, it changes the whole language of your game client. Just why not?
For cultured people like you, I'm sure that would be right. For many others, that would be quite troll.
Well, you just have to remember where all the option settings are. But No, we'd be screwed. We would be screwed.
Imagine if it was just
It would be
Egyptian
very good.
hieroglyphics, and now you just have to find out from the pictures to figure out, is this settings? Is this language?
No,
Is-
options is star,
Options?
squiggly, circle, square.
Yeah. As you guys figured
you
out,
tell,
there's a little bit of a tech
bit of a
pause
tech pause.
delay
We do
as we're
apologize.
trying to get into the game. Yes, we are speaking nonsense, but we're also trying to keep you guys entertained before we head into a matchup.
I've come
Because
up with a better idea for an agent.
Okay.
An agent which doesn't heal health, heals armor.
that's already been done, but in a different game, obviously.
Then you can overheal.
I've got good news though. No more
Yes.
agent bad ideas.
That's
It's
good.
time to
It's
figure out what
our
agents
ideas.
are actually
Our
going to be
ideas are
played
terrible.
in game. Oh, that's not.
Uh-oh, that didn't sound good.
That didn't sound good.
Okay.
But I can be heard again.
Maybe a bit longer.
No, I think we've got agent select, and we'll be
Agent-
showing that
Oh,
right
agent select's going
away.
out. Just a moment.
In just a moment. We've been debated.
We've been debated.
Debated? I don't know why it was so hard for me to say it the second time.
That's all right.
That's all right. It happens to the best of us.
That happens to the best of us.
Any more agent bad ideas?
Genuinely, I think the more you put me on the spot, the worse they're going to get.
Agent select.
What would a...
If I'm not baited for a second time. We've got agent select. There we
Hey,
go. All right. Round of applause for agent select, everybody, please.
Hey.
A little bit of a golf clap. I
That-
like that.
that was a golf clap.
There we go. A golf clap.
Looking at the agents, we've got Juicy once again on the Reyna. Glad to see it. Darion back on his comfort pick of the chamber. It looks like nothing too unorthodox just yet. That's a Rettler, essentially. There you go. Out comes the stage. It's fairly standard. Almost a mirror matchup, except we're seeing Mixwell move to the Killjoy, meaning this is a duelistless Heretics.
Yeah, Mixwell kind of falling back to what we know him for, right? We know him for playing that Sentinel role, so no longer being on the breach, kind of going for an even greater flex. But I don't blame Heretics for trying things out. You know, we're still in the off-season. They haven't yet made their way over to the EMEA VCT circuit, so they still have time to play around with how they want to approach this. But yeah, looking to play comfort roles here. Boo playing the Sova as the IGL. Now that is one difference that will stay with the team, as he used to be controller in OG London United. So yeah, let's see how this one works out. Which composition are you more a fan of?
I quite like duelistless comps as a premise, but I've not seen one that is sort of head and shoulders one from the concept.
Well, it's time, everybody. Let me hear you applaud as we head into the match of Bleed versus Team Heretics to see who will come out on top in the first semi-final of the Valorant Indian Invitational. And they head off. Bleed on the defense, Heretics on the attack. A very aggressive approach. Kellogg's with 2. Darion able to square things up a little bit, but a lot of damage done for the European side.
Heretics straight into an aggressive start and already doing so much damage to Bleed. The silver line of Bleed can take low HP on both of Bova, down to 1. Zekon only able to heal up a little bit, but Mixwell on 20 HP as well. This is by all means doable from Bleed, but they need to get these kills, they need to get them fast.
Darion looking to walk in here. He's in trouble, but he's spotted out one and able to take one down with him as well. Like we said, Heretics are fairly low. Mixwell and Boo looking to play the crossfire, but Boo doubles up all by himself. All that is required, really, and 3 survive for Heretics as they get the first round.
Absolutely, and honestly, I quite like the aggression from them. They sort of realize that there's probably going to be a peak coming from Bleed, so they set up for it, and they just punish it instantly. Great opening from Calox, and there's no true follow-up from Bleed. They just didn't have the man counts. Beautiful round from Heretics, and a hell of a way to start this best of 3. Remember, in series like this, especially when you're out against the unknown teams, at least unknown to each other, you really need to work with your momentum. And we're into a tech pause.
Oh, that's unfortunate. Hopefully it's a small one. Hopefully it's a short one. But got anything to say, at least for the first round? I know we didn't get too much of a sample size. There was some early aggression from Bleed.
Yeah.
They did get 1 kill, but overall Team Heretics just was able to trade that out, and with that momentum, they carried it onwards and doubled up. So they had the advantage on the post plant. It was a 3v2, and albeit Darion's best efforts, it still went their way.
Absolutely. I think for Bleed, I really want to see them continue this aggression. I don't want them to get shaken, to be sort of caught flat-footed, and then be scared of Heretics, because when you're scared of Heretics, that's when they beat you. That's when they win. Secret, they just gave them respect. They just treated them like every other opponent, and it worked beautifully.
Zeke, Kellogg's getting themselves kills. Rettler trying to run away, but really unable to do so. Scary. He's got toxins thrown at him. He's got hot lead to his face. That's got to sting. Crazy guy. He's the only one left, and he's a little bit too far off from the action. Only one kill has gone to the way of Bleed. This one, they wouldn't mind to get more damage, to deny more weaponry, but that won't be happening. It's the Europeans to get the second round.
Really, really strong. It's an anti-eco, so they are expecting to take it. It's not too much damage done, so I think both teams will be all right with the result of this round sort of going forward. I want to see now what Bleed do when they have rifles, when they have sort of a premium position to work from, especially now that they have the firepower advantage with only a Marshall over on Zeke. You've got Spectres in the mix as well. The Vandals, they need to try and keep this round as clean as possible. If they have 3 players left alive, they've won. Anything less, that's where things get a little bit shaky, especially in the finance department.
Well, there's definitely potential for Heretics to do damage this round, you know?
Absolutely.
Especially finding the right angles and having the right idea. They're grouping up together, leaving Avova for the duties of mid. A lurk that hasn't been contested, actually. He's walked very, very far. Finally, someone spotting out in mid, giving him some pressure, but the rest of the team find the opportunity to start moving in. They know Juicy could be on this upper level, and they're starting to shoot by, but Crazy Guy, Riddler, and Juicy, all of them combined power to take over the attackers. Heretics thought they might have had a chance. They might have had the pressure from mid as well to join in, but no. A big denial by Bleed, quickly wrapping in the direction of the attackers and taking them down. Boo, the IGL will be the final player to fall, but it is Bleed to find their way on the scoreboard.
Absolutely perfect. We said they needed 3 or more players to be comfortable, and my God, they will be comfortable now, sort of going into this next round. Thus far, I think that for Heretics, it has been a almost feel around to see how Bleed is setting up their A defense. They've not attempted anything over to this B site. Now they have rifles. This may be exactly the case. We see them now all listing over towards this B main position. I also want to mention very early attacking operator to come out on Kellogg's as well. You look at the ult management, over to Avova, 1 away from the Viper's Pit. If he's able to get this ult orb, that's going to be an early Viper's Pit on that B site. But Bleed, that's going to be damn hard to retake.
Ooh, Avova first to fall, again on the lurking duties, but that's an important pick. Very important pick by Bleed. That's the Viper. Consider the setup that they could have.
Absolutely, and you look at Boo and Kellogg's, they're the 2 players you have to worry about. But on top of lurks, let's see what Mixwell can do, Pavlos.
Very good shot, and he's still alive. He can back away, but that means the A site is exposed. Fully open for the elements. Oh dear, that's a rough one, but still gets it done, and again runs away. No damage taken by Mixwell.
Can't use that yet.
Mixwell, an element of luck to this so far. However, he has still been blessed nonetheless. Juicy is going to try and prevent this with luck, but Mixwell, there's no stopping him. The rest of Heretics, they're going to be able to get onto the safe site almost scot-free.
The man from Spain has come to conquer. Incredible. And 2 left for Bleed here. This is a difficult spot. Usually teams here would just make the call, just fall back, save. I think Juicy is looking to see if Heretics will give them anything. A gift. Because that's all he needs. First shot doesn't connect, has to fall. Surely this is a call to fall back, but no. Darian drops as well. No survivors for Bleed as Heretics take another.
Absolutely, and it's this continued presence from Heretics which is working so damn well for them. Over to Bleed now. How do you respond? Because they've been caught out through mid, even when they had a man advantage. Furthermore, they've been struggling a little bit when it comes to trades, especially in rotations. Heretics needs to, well, Heretics don't need to change much. Bleed need to find a way to stop this momentum as quick as possible. Bringing the operator out on Darion, again, another early operator. I really like that. We'll see if that's the missing piece of the enigma. For the rest of Heretics, though, with that Viper's Pit available, everything else soon to come online as well is once again going to set their gaze over to this B site. This time Avova, though, much more passive in mid.
But still shows his presence there early, throwing that poison cloud, which does put caution to the wind to Bleed. That's why you see Darion playing it slow, playing it safe, still keeping himself cautious in that mid direction, leaving the rest responsible for the B site main entry. Crazy Guy also rotating over to Snowman. The Owl Drone will slowly figure out for Heretics that no one is nearby. They can start walking in, but look at the quick adaptation from Bleed. They've wrapped around, well, 3 in close proximity. Scary doubles up. And Heretics denied the plant, even though they get it at the end. They still lose all of their players, apart from 2, Mixwell and Kellogg's, onto the back end. Need to do it alone, but Mixwell has started off on a good foot. Can he carry it on, though? That's the question. Holding the right angle, but Darian is quick. So damn quick. Unfortunately for Kellogg's, though, there's a one-sided smoke that he cannot peek. He knows his fate, he knows there is no chance, and drops back to save that big gun of black.
A very, very clean round from Bleed there, and an immaculate retake, being able to catch out 2 players before that spike is even properly cleared. Really, really strong stuff from them. And for Heretics now, I think getting onto this B site either needs to happen quickly or with the assistance of players through mid. And sort of as demonstrated here, if they just try and get this plant and back off into off plant positions, Bleeding have no problems retaking this. The ult's really starting to come online now, and we've got the Resurrection available for both teams. There's Empress available for Juicy, Hunter's Fury on Boo, and Viper's Pit on Avova. A myriad of abilities, and with these operators being the main tool to try and pluck players out of this round, we'll see if Juicy is going to be the one to try and get this early opening.
And we haven't seen Heretics be ultra aggressive yet, have we? That's also because of Bleed's utility to slow them down. The Sage, talk about abilities that can slow them down. Some of those are bullets, and it's Juicy to find first blood onto Zeke. And look at Darion.
Absolutely, and Darren, he's just been able to cut off half the map.
So much info.
It's either forward or save.
And that gives a call for the rest of the Bleed to wrap themselves over to that A site, just pivot all of the defensive powers to the area of the map that they know is where Heretics will be. By process of elimination, they figured it out. Redler trying to go for something aggressive, but it does cost him. There's no return from where he's gone to the Shadow Realm. But Heretics still sustain their position. Look to carry on their onslaught towards the B site. He spent so much time here that Darren is also making his way around, but Crazy Guy is taking down 2. Triples up, now that is clean. Bleed have equalized the scales down to 3 rounds per team.
I am going to think a little bit far forward here, Pavlos. Remember, when you are running a composition without duelists, your attack is always going to struggle. And so, the entering of the chamber is a really fine art that there aren't many players in the world who have been able to figure out how to do it. Now for Heretics, 3-4 rounds on their attack, I would argue, may very well be enough.
Yeah, could be. Could be. You said that the defensive side for Bleed has been very strong.
Yeah, it has been, which is why I think for Heretics, they need to find a way to keep momentum, keep their confidence. Hunter's Fury deployed, Boo not quite able to find his mark with it. What he has done, though, is he has completely cleared this A site, bar Juicy, who has been very aggressive for a solo player, Pavlos.
He snuck back in, right? It's when we used to see the double duelist setup with the Jet and the Reyna, kind of leaving Reyna very deep to let Jet do the rest, you know? Doing the role of the Killjoy and having that aggressive option towards the safe side. But this time it's alone, you're right. Heretics, again, passive towards the safe side, but Bleed are a little bit more hesitant on gaining the information to the B extremity.
Oh, I like this. It looks like lockdown's about to be deployed. Juicy, he's going to have to try and flee the scene at the moment. Hunter Fury comes out, which means Juicy can stay. Oh. He can stay and he can fight Pavlos.
Great kill and great fall back from him, and that puts Bleed in the lead in regards to the numbers. Heretics have got space control though.
Absolutely, that plant going down thrusts straight into the 5v4 retake, but Bleed, they need to find this position so quickly. Resurrection comes through, now Bleed needs to get a move on.
Heretics have got the shock darts and the nano swarms to try and delay this. Can they though? One has been left behind. Make that 2 because Kellex is aggressive. Boo ends up falling, but Kellex on the back line will be a menace to deal with. They jump, there's a wall that can hide them, but can they move in further? Kellogg's, what a man! He's putting so much pressure to the backline to Bleed, but they still need to clear the front line. They don't know what to do. And Kellogg's keeps on killing. He keeps on destroying. And now he's got a friend, a brother in arms to help him. Mixwell holding his hands, helping him in his efforts. Darion trying to find an advantage, but he's funneled into Zeke. And just like that, Heretics guarantee.
Taking a step backwards, fighting a bit more, taking a step backwards, fighting a bit more. Then eventually, after getting that second kill, realizes that actually holding his ground is the best position, continues that execution. When assisted by the threat of his teammates coming to fight as well, he's able to pick up 4 kills in a beautiful fashion. Darion, tour de force to come out to try and duel, to try and limit the impact that this operator on Kellogg's can have.
Great balancing of ultimates from Heretics, right, as well. Didn't have to use anything. Well, just a couple of ultimates.
Absolutely, and for Bleed, you need to keep an eye on their economy as well. Yes, Darion has quite a bit in the bank, but that's it, strictly speaking. For the rest of Heretics here, this is where things get interesting. That Viper Spit has been up for Avova for quite a while now. I want to see what mileage it gets and what utilization Heretics plan with it, at least for the time being, what sight as well, because when you're lurking with that Viper's Pit ends up becoming so situational. We only see it sort of once, maybe even twice a half.
And the fact that Viper's being such a menace in mid, it's scary for Bleed to leave it unaccounted for.
Exactly, exactly.
Darion will be spotted. We'll stick around for a second shot, perhaps. Oh, they know that they hasn't pushed by. The wall comes in time, the coordination.
I love it.
The coordination. But it's actually Heretic's wall. It actually ends up hurting them than helping them. But either way, Juicy has got other deeds to deal with. Avova ends up falling. Heretics, they've got a mission. The A side is where they're going for, and they're running out of time. They're running out of players as well as Bleed deals with them one by one. Can Heretics close the gap, though? The wall is still up. The Aldroin doing a lot. Mixwell, the timing is not with them. And little by little, Heretics get destroyed. They get taken off this map. And albeit Boo's efforts, they're running out of time.
After 50 seconds left, there's not much they can do here. They need to save.
And Redlow's on that right-hand side corner. Is not going to let them push. All of them end up falling. Equalization yet again for Bleed.
That's the first time I think we've seen a proper a gap in Heretic's playstyle. Real gap in Heretic's playstyle there. The fact that wall comes up just as the recon dart comes down, it means Darion is able to survive that position. It forces Heretics into that ace site where they don't have any map control whatsoever, already at a player disadvantage. And then here, 13 seconds left, and and Kellogg's is trying to push.
And it's those very small micro plays that end up giving the advantage to Bleed, the
Absolutely.
Informational advantage.
And when these teams are both so damn good, those micro plays, those small mistakes, they stack up so quickly.
Avova seeming willing to lead the charge with that Viper. Now they've got the Viper spit. We might be seeing a Fnatic ultimate come out, but not when Avova drops so quickly, and it can't be retaliated! Crazy! Oh, stop it! Unstoppable! It's a murder! He's a serial killer! And Mixwell will try and shut him down to avenge his teammates, but he's got a lot more to do. With the Guardian in hand. Wait a second.
Oh, this is doable, Pavlos.
There's no one in kitchen.
The spike can be retrieved.
Not quite. Darren has just made his way in that direction. It's not impossible, but man, he's taken his time, which means Bleed have positioned their players correctly.
Absolutely. 50 seconds left. Mixwell does have enough time to make Bleed doubt themselves. That element of doubt can be just as deadly as this Guardian.
Can he peek it in time? Getting the kill is at the right corner going to be, but Retla on an angle, elevated slightly, will be able to deal with it.
What's around by Crazy Guy? A 4K,
Insane.
3K spray down as well, and that shows what the shock does. They tenderize his opponents. You see Zeke and Boo both already low, and Zeke hasn't fully healed by the time he's taken that fight, so it allows Crazy Guys to go through all of them. Perfect stuff. And more importantly, that investment from Heretics, yeah, it wasn't a full investment, but there was still money in that round, which was just quenched instantly. Heretics straight into a timeout off the back of that. I do not blame them. Kellogg's got one shot out of that Sword of Force before instantly being killed.
I don't know what the decision should have been there. I don't know if that was the right decision to have him at the front of the line, kind of trying to make space for the team. He was the one with the Viper spit. It sort of felt like he was the win condition at the last stage of that round.
Absolutely, and pistols like that, and Spectres as well, so good in a Viper's Pit. Unfortunately, he wasn't quite able to get into a position in which he would have been able to activate that Viper's Pit. With this timeout, I would love to see Heretics try and either... It's the same premise applied to Bleed when they were against Paper Rex. It's either you slow it down to an absolute crawl, or you speed it up to warp speed, and you try and get onto these sites before Bleed can react and get their rotations in.
I think we're starting to see some weaknesses of Heretics that haven't been able to be refined, obviously due to the limited time span they had to practice with this team.
Another glass cannon operator comes out. That's our third of the game so far.
There's a lot of confidence
from both teams. Darren's gone for one glass cannon. This is the second glass cannon from Kellogg's. If this doesn't work, then we may be seeing his confidence get shaken a little bit here.
Yeah, could backfire.
Absolutely.
Viper Spit preemptively enabled here for Bleed, limiting the entrance towards that A site, but Heretics don't care. They still place players in that direction, making sure that there's no overextension by the defenders.
This is a really aggressive Viper Spit as well. Not that it matters for Juicy.
Oh my God! Kellogg's! What? You Houdini! How do you even see it? It's magic, Crema! It's magic!
He's got Da Vinci vision. What? Okay, well, for Bleed, I think it may be a matter of trying to cut your losses here. just as we were sort of calculating how long before keloqz loses confidence in himself, he's guided by the hands of something we clearly can't see.
That's a play of a different dimension, man. Oh my god. Bow down to your king, keloqz. What a play. Mix-up. We'll be dealing with the rotates. The round has already been decided, man. It's already been dictated. The fate has been sealed in a box, shipped away. You know, Rettler will make it a little bit more expensive. The round goes to Heretics, and the round score keeps being close.
Absolutely, and this is just what we wanted, fam. That's a close semi-final, blow for blow. Our two heavyweights, neither of them showing any sign of slowing down in the ring. Oh, that second shot.
I could see that play on replay for days.
That was a headshot as well. There's no luck to get you out of that, is there?
No.
For Darion, there's another operator invested in this round, Pavlos. It shows the emphasis these teams have on being able to wield that sniper. Darion on the high grounds. Gonna have to avoid the recon darts, while the rest of Bleed, I think, need a moment to recover, frankly.
They know how strong these long distances are, how important they are. That space has to be covered or controlled by every team. Of course, Bleed being on the defensive, they've got the initial control of it, but if they're forced back to the ends of the sites, the retake capabilities of Heretics is just that much stronger. That's why Icebox may have been considered quite the attack-sided map.
Fury comes out, Darion. Not able to exploit it, neither Crazy Guy able to get too much damage off the back of it.
Oh my god! Boo is being an acrobat while shooting. That was a flyby, not a drive-by, a flyby. He wasn't an A380 just shooting his gun.
Almost broke the sound barrier on his way down there. What do Bleeds do? The gods are against them.
Toying with their food, Zeke going for the final blow. A quadra for Zeke.
First it's keloqz.
The new star of Heretics.
Oh my lord. And well, he shows us exactly why he chose this team, why he chose to go into a fresh start. And it's with precision like that. The marksman of Heretics brings them their lead, 6-5, and now Bleeds currently a round down on their map pick, remember, Pavlos.
That's a battle sage if I've ever seen one, man. A battle sage.
Yeah.
And they've got ultimates for this last round, man. And Bleed's not the best weaponry, right?
Yeah.
Guardian Spectres, no operator, Hunter Suri. Very early enabled here by Boo. Finally gets one tag at the end.
You should run.
Rettler replenishing himself, lockdown. A lot expended towards this A site. Heretics want it and they want it bad, but look at Juicy, he's going aggressive. The bot is able to conceal the attackers. Juicy has to concede the angle, has to concede the site, and Heretics will be able to get the spike down.
Absolutely, and for Heretics, this couldn't be a better position. The alarm bot on top of the wall means that there is going to be so much setup now for Heretics. Just cancel Bleed's effective.
Uh-oh. Well, it seemed that Zeke was out of position. He does get traded. Rettler bringing his teammate back to light, so that will give the advantage back to Bleed, but scratch that up because of Over's close and personal. Mixwell ends up falling, so no more nanoswarms can do the job. But Boo is ready on the back line with 2 shock darts that can deal damage to anyone that tries to defuse. Either way, the rest of Heretics are up close and personal and dealing it with weapons. Boo ends up falling, and so do the rest! Bleed take them down in a matter of seconds, and they get the defuse as well.
Oh, Pavlos, just when we were talking about consistency, just when we were talking about players to watch out for, particularly from Heretics, it's when Juicy comes alive, when Juicy shows us that actually there are still some players you haven't mentioned just yet. What a retake, and for a good 10-15 seconds there, that's pure chaos, Pavlos.
I don't know, man. It felt like Heretics were overzealous there. Why wouldn't you want to fall back given the utility you had at hand, you know? Just a very small mistake, but it's dead even at halftime.
Absolutely.
The sides will switch.
Now the sides switch. Heretics, without a duelist, move on to their defense, and with a composition like the one they've got here, the defense is where they're favored. The defense is where they're comfortable. For Bleed, I worry for them going on their attack. Juicy is playing well, which is, you know, the silver lining here, but I feel like Darion still needs to step up. I feel like the rest of the team needs to focus more on enabling Juicy for this, rather than microaggression around the map, full-blown commitments to just cordon off areas away from Heretics.
Just trying to figure out how the players are feeling, having a look at their faces, their mannerisms. You know, saw a few smiles over from Bleed, mainly focus.
The way Juicy drank that drink makes me think that he's feeling pretty confident.
Yeah, but if you look, oh, yeah, he does.
Yeah.
Hey, mate.
Hey, happy man.
Hey.
Happy man.
Thumbs up. But the rest look a little bit stressed out, you know,
Darion
in a
particularly
focus mode, and so is
Yeah.
Heretics.
Yeah, and if Darion looks, a little bit shaken, he's meant to be the guy up there with Juicy. If he's struggling, then what's the follow-up? Whereas you look over to Heretics, sure, we're not seeing too much excitement, but it seems to be calm. It's a lot more cool and collected. Do you want to stand by your prediction, Pavlos?
Yeah, absolutely.
You'll stand by it?
Yeah, 2-1 Heretics.
2-1 Heretics. Yeah, I'm sticking by Bleed as well, though. I think that once Darion comes online, suddenly there is a lot more firepower.
To be fair, if Heretics win this map, I'd go as far as to say 2-0.
I think if Heretics win this map, yes, but the same can be said for Bleed. Win Icebox, there's a very good chance they take Bide convincingly.
Fair enough. Can I argue with that? Smiles on the other side.
I believe you have some stats. Stats are meant to come up now, aren't they?
Yeah, no, usually we get to that at this point, but we don't need stats.
We don't need stats.
We don't need stats.
No stats this time as we go to the second half. I think pistol round once again as is really going to be where we sort of see the pace setter for this second half. With Heretics without a duelist, it means that you are going to be a little bit more defensive. So will Bleed be exploiting that, or are we going to be seeing something a little bit more concerted?
A little bit. What was something disappointing is that we didn't see too much of Darion on the defensive on that chamber. But now Kellogg's maybe even further enabled. Yes, he had a good attack, but now he can just stand and wait for the opponents to come to him.
And look, he's actually going to take the fight to his opponents. A push through mid from Heretics here. It's not going to garner too much control.
Oh! Woo! Jesus, man! That should be illegal. Lock him up.
Murder is illegal, Pavlos. With that, Heretics instantly a man up. Bleed almost stunned into silence.
I mean, again, it's a microplay. It's something that is very cheeky. Throw down a bot, distract the opponent that is shooting it. Once he shoots it, peek him, and one-tap him.
Absolutely. You know? Worked absolutely beautifully. For Heretics now, how do you follow this up? I like how Heretics have fallen back. We see that discipline from them once again. Over to Bleed. Look how they've been slowly going through mid, they've come back, they went into A main, they've come back, they're looking over to B. It seems that it seems more like indecision rather than trying to find a weakness into Heretics' defense here. Crazy Guy is sticking around, trying to garner a bit of control, maybe even trying to keep the rotations locked on that A site, while the rest of Bleed just run the cannonball run over to this B site.
Trademark reveals their positioning. The plant will be going down. Snakebite, Poison Cloud drop to try and delay the plant. Ooh, it's done quite a bit to Redline. They try to force the play. They try to force the kills. Redline's the first one to get the kill and try to get the spike down, and that's equal. Try and deny it. Oh, it's close, but still down in play is maybe quite equal. Juicy doubles up, but it means that he is alone with 4 points of health up against 2. He has to be so darn clean, but he moves up. He wants to take the fight to his opponents. Avova doesn't want to peek. Solo, but Boo gets it done. Juicy was solo, 1 bullet was required, and Heretics get the first round of the second half.
Absolutely perfect from them, and it's off the back of that incredible peak from Kellogg's. Every time we think he's going to slow down a little bit, every time we think, maybe he'll just let them walk into his crosshair, he keeps fighting, he keeps taking engagements and winning duels, which many players at the professional level wouldn't dream of being able to win. Going into the second round investment as well, once again, Heretics, we've seen in the group stage that they were really enjoying sort of wielding their pistols.
Kremer, they're forcing.
That's brave. That's very brave.
I don't know what I feel about this.
I don't like it. I don't like it at all. It's a risk on a map which you're comfortable on. You're taking needless risks, I would argue. But if this works out, Heretics in deep trouble. Because, as we mentioned in the group stage, they usually have pistols left over. Not this time.
Darion looking to enter. Can he be as successful as Kellogg's was for his own team? Oh, the one-on-one between Chambers comes out to work for Darion mostly. And the men in red look to continue to stand by towards this A site, while the hooded figures of Heretics just hold to their original plan. 2 per site, polarized. Juicy opens up. Boo has to reveal himself. A spray down. Wall comes up and solidifies the positioning for Bleed. The plant will be going down. We're looking at a 3-on-4, maybe 3-on-5. Maybe this force has worked.
It very well could have, actually. A huge risk. But I tell you what, Pavlos, the call was right. Masterful from Bleed here. And for Heretics now, they need these kills fast.
They do. And Bleed has to solidify it quickly. Shock dart to the feet of Boo. Barely avoiding it to take maximum damage. And Bova finding the first one. Boo as well. They're working so well together. The peak comes through, but Juicy finally gets one. Can it be denied? Poison clouds, making it very difficult to the part to be diffused. Darion to the sideline and finds himself to the back line. Mixwell is starting on top of him. He's coming up behind them. Darion is low, but he can't get to the spike on time. Darion can just hold it. Maybe Darion falls, but it cannot be diffused. They've run out of time. Only one survives, but it's Bleed to get the round.
We see our first kill from Timmy the Turret. I'm very happy, Pavlos, and more importantly, I'm happy with how Bleed were able to use that force by really, really strong. And I didn't like it for a very long time, but when you're landing entries like this, Darion, it's the redemption arc for Darion. Bear in mind, Kellogg's, especially in the first half, was really starting to run rings a little bit around Darion, but now he's finally able to strike back. We'll see if this is the start of a new trend, or if on the flip side, this is just a shot in the dark, and for Darion, this is just a silver lining. Juicy, already with the Empress available now, and Bleed, having lost every player in the last round, full buy comes out. There is that Guardian still on Mixwell, but it's pistols on everyone else.
They're benefiting from the spoils of the second round victory, and it's showing within their arsenal.
Big risk, big reward from that second round buy, and I'll tell you what, for Juicy, you can see with that, with the confidence that owes this beast, like, I want to see what this Reyna can bring on the entry.
Oh, okay. Kellogg's 2 bullets on that Headhunter.
That means you're going to have to share, boys.
Oh, 2 are required to get a kill. All right, switching back to the classic as Heretics join quickly. The wall will be going down. It wouldn't be expected of Heretics to win this. It would be crazy if they do.
Yeah.
The Bleed, hold strong, level the playing field, just hold back.
The X factor for Heretics right now is this Guardian on Mixwell. It needs to do the work here.
Wait a minute. Boo, you're not supposed to do that. You've only got a classic. Retler trying to bring it back to square footing. Looks like he succeeded in doing so. Boo denied the space. Mixwell has now got a Guardian and touches the spike. Can't get it to halfway. Kaskeri swings past him, and that is Bleed, although an expensive round, managed to secure it.
Very expensive round, Pavlos. And we talk about the butterfly effect quite a lot in Valorant. We're seeing it now. Yes, Bleeds were able to get this huge economic buff because they were able to win the force buy. That's been completely mitigated by the amount of damage they just took to pistols from the members of Heretics. Now that the roles are sort of vice versa, Bleeds, they're going to have to reinvest. They went into that round buying down to 300. What guns can they bring out? Yes, there's Vandals, but it's half armor on almost every player. A lot of them buying down to 0 for Heretics. I mean, hey, why not another glass cannon operator, this time over on Kellogg's. I believe this is his 4th glass cannon of the round. And out comes the Viper's Spit instantly from Heretics, trying to shoehorn Bleed into the awaiting crosshair of this big, scary player in the form of one very scary Frenchman.
Wouldn't it be great if production had a
glass
cannon counter?
Like a little counter at the top.
Yeah, little counter at the top.
A little tally shot in bloods because the amount of times it's worked out and ends up killing the entire team.
True.
Maybe we can make that happen.
Maybe.
We'll ask them nicely at the halftime.
Bleed, though, very meticulous with their approach this time around.
Deploying drone.
One left and maybe taken by surprise because Zeke has traversed all the way around. Peekaboo, you're dead. And Zeke gained that advantage and dropped back into the safety of the site. Mixwell needs to be careful, though. There are some players moving upon Kitchen. The bots will be spotting them. Gary taking down Timmy the Turret. The Heretics, the numbers advantage that they have, stay strong with their defense. Resurrection required, and Bleed have 30 seconds to try and take this B site.
This could be too little too late. There's no time at all. They need to kill Zeke as quick as possible. Zeke can just play the timing game, especially with Kellogg's there to bait them into him.
No way Heretics are going to play the yellow corner. They both been spotted, I suppose. Double shock that coming their way. Kellogg's can move back, but Zeke can't. He has to trade it, but he's not able to. Kellogg's does before he's able to form back. Bleed, that's but they can't get the spike down. 3 players. Can they do it? Can they spray it down in time? 5 seconds, Boo delivers, wants to kill them. The plant has come through, but it's a 1 on 3, and Boo gets the job done. Heretics come out on top and secure the 8th round.
I love the thought process there. Without a single word being said, every single member of Heretics, they go onto the same page. They realize that time is going to be the biggest advantage for them, so they throw themselves onto that spike. We saw that kill through the hole in the spike, the ice wall. They're expected to be traded, but they buy time. Perfect from Mixwell, and you wouldn't expect anything less from such a smart, experienced player. Even the drive-by here, you're trying to cancel the plant. You're not trying to get kills, and they do just that. Yes, eventually the spike goes down, but with such small time left, they're not able to get off the site. Look at Bleed's economy now. Yes, they've got ults. Sure, it's almost level pegging, but what good will it do? Over on Heretics, we do still have an ult advantage. We're about to get 2 more, and for Kellogg's, my God, Pavlos, he does not miss.
What's around for Heretics?
Ooh.
Oh.
There's a new player.
Wait a second. I thought we could calm down for a second. This should be a simple round for Heretics, but apparently no. We've got to focus a little bit longer. Boo forced out of his position. Mixwell can stick around. Do they know that he's there? Will they check it? Timing fares well for Mixwell. Crazy guy. He knows of his opponent's positioning. He's dropped back, but Heretics still have the advantage. Bleed are still making this look scary. They're on site. They need to get the spike yet. There's a lockdown available for Heretics. They've got some guarantees.
Absolutely, and with the Hunter's Fury still available for Crazy Guy, there's a world here where you can just use it to play the afterplan.
Exactly.
Only 1 shock dart as well means that conventional lineups may not work though, and unfortunately for, well, at least for Bleed, Heretics have the option to send them over into the back line.
Bleed have waited a while to put Heretics in the dark and make them think a rotation has come through. But they go for the plant towards this A site now that it's been cleared. Oh, Scary gets hurt. And Crazy Guy dies. No more Hunter's Fury for Bleed for this post-plant. This has got to be a one-man journey. 1 HP, walking through the toxic screen, and 10 seconds approximately to work with. Try and get the plant down. Jersey thrown towards him, Recon Bolt revealing him, and Avova finishing the job.
So much utility to delay these plants, to catch players out of position. You really see the appeal in playing a duelistless comp, and it's sort of demonstrated there. You've got your shock darts, your Hunter's Fury, your Snake Bite, and your Recon darts all being thrown on 2 players who are just desperately trying to hide so they can plant, not given the time of day or the space to be able to garner any control. And I think that's really where Heretics are thriving. They play Valorant like a boa constrictor, just slowly wrapping themselves around these sites, forcing Bleed into these unnatural positions, sort of dislocating how they're playing these defaults. And as the tour de force comes out, yes, ults available for both sides. Unfortunately, my eyes are drawn to the economy. Heretics, yes, they are winning rounds, but you know, Zeke's still only on 100. Bleed, I mean, it's an even worse story with a good couple of players now sub 1,000 credits.
It seems to me that Bleed are heavily avoiding that B site. They don't want to deal with Kellogg's.
Understandably so, frankly.
But they've got an opener this round.
Look at the aggression as well.
Information gathered from Heretics. By the process of elimination, it's got to be the A site. Rotations coming through, 3 defenders nearby. But Bleed can always have the numbers game. 1 left behind, but may get caught out by Kellogg's. Oh, and he does. That's the first pick. Now equalizing the scales. Avova, can he deny the plant? So far, the utility has kept them back. And this has taken a lot of time for Bleed. This is putting more pressure on their shoulders. Avova sneaking into a corner. Boom. Right from the other side. Mixwell is the first one from Heretics to get a kill this fight. Wall comes through. Can they get the plant down? Just in time to interrupt Boo, but he's entering another fray. Crazy Guy deals with him. Heretics on the back foot.
Look at the HP on both Juicy and Crazy Guy. Yes, there's a man up, but HP, it's about the same here. And both ults are available for Heretics. Over on Bleed, still a myriad of abilities to work with.
Crazy Guy, if he falls back, he can play the post plant with Hunter's Fury. And Heretics know this. They need to push. Not only need to get the kill on the site, they need to get those even further. But do they expect Juicy to be left behind? Yes, they do. But it's still a trade, and they can't afford to trade. They need it to be clean. Recon taken down, but still revealing Kellogg's nonetheless. Hunter Fury is enabled, which means Kellogg's has got nothing more to do rather than push. Goes to the spray down, Retla covers it up. Bleed are able to equalize and keep themselves in the game.
I quite like the small bit of tech there, where the trendils of the Hunter's Fury mean that Kellogg's is unable to see the Retla, who was on the other side of that position. Really, really strong round from Bleed there, a round which, for a good while, looked like they had no equity in whatsoever. But nonetheless, Juicy, absolutely incredible from him. Yes, it's only 2 kills, but it's the impact of those 2 kills, Pavlos.
This is very back and forth, man.
It absolutely is.
It's a tug of war.
Well and truly, look at the ults available as well. That Empress on Juicy has been available for a while. You've still got that Viper's Pit for Scary. Over onto Heretics on Resurrection, the lockdown, the Tour de Force, which is already in use from Kellogg's, who realizes, you're not going to fight me on B, I'll go straight back to A.
I feel like Zik wants to play a duelist, man. He's gone for so many of these aggressive pushes. Oh, no! Kellogg's caught off guard. Mixor trying to bring it back. He's still alive, but takes damage. Juicy sprays upon him. Bleed are on top. Bleed want the lead. And with the Viper's Pit, they can safely get that darn spike down.
Oh, Pavlos, I think the Juice may very well be loose right now. Goes for the high ground. Good for even more.
Oh, Juicy is looking flexible. He's looking acrobatic. But he eventually does have to drop. Scary's low. And the spike hasn't gone down yet. Avova. Moving on, they spotted out his feet, and he falls. Bleed, with a round advantage, get to double digits.
Absolutely perfect from Bleed. For a good while, it looked like they'd run out of steam, but they've just found that second wind, and now they're really gaining this momentum. Absolutely perfect so far. And what they're starting to do now is they're starting to recover from these initial sort of first blood fights so damn well. Juicy, for instance, the confidence to go that aggressive is starting to catch Heretics off guard. Really, really strong from them so far. Heretics, really well-placed timeouts. The question now is, what do they change?
Yeah, no, for sure. Heretics, economically crippled, scratching their head, wondering how this lead has been created by Bleed. This has been neck and neck, but often Heretics has been the team to be on top most of the time. But Bleed, they completely flipped that switch. And now they're the ones ahead. And, you know, Heretics are in danger of falling around even further behind given their situation.
You're absolutely right. And I want to take a look at the economy in just a second as well. Someone said something really funny on stage. I don't know
I can see smiles, I can see laughter, I hear laughter over the Bleed squad.
Well, for those detectives in the audience and on the stream, someone on this stage has a really girly laugh. that was a really high-pitched laugh.
It was nice, it was nice. Don't tease laughter, I've got the weirdest of laughs, man.
Oh, that's true. I laugh on the in, so you breathe in.
Every time I laugh differently. I get teased for it. Yeah.
Heretics are looking to potentially tease us with a couple of ults here. With that Resurrection available and that lockdown. I doubt we'll see them use this round, but with the potential maybe if these Sheriffs suddenly get a lot of control, they have that in their back pocket as almost an ace up their sleeves. Over on Bleed, yes, they have an advantage now in firepower. Not quite in ultimates, Retla only 1 away from his Resurrection, but with only sort of 2k, 2.5k in the bank, it's enough to reinvest, but it's not enough to be comfortable. They still need to be very disciplined and very vigilant as to their position.
A reminder, Icebox is Bleed's map pick. Winning this increases their chances of winning by a mile. It's a best-of-3 series in the semi-final here at the Valorant Indian Invitational. And as Bleed progress their onslaught towards this ace site, it is mostly spotted and telegraphed by Heretics. What is their response, though? They're putting a lot of faith in their utility to delay the plants. The wall will eventually come up, but will it guarantee that spike going down? A lot of spray coming through. The knife as well, but they cannot deny it. Damage inflicted, will it be enough? Boo, the first to fall. Avova, also as such, trying to jiggle peek it, but he just can't not make it work. Retla on the mark, and he's hungry for more. Give him it. With only Zeke remaining, his life is short-lived, and Bleed increased the lead by 2. Only 2 rounds distinguishing them and victory on the first map.
Even though it's against an eco, that's the cleanest we've seen Bleed positionally for a very, very long time. I'm very impressed by the fact that we were able to, where Rettler is able to sort of make his way around this site, and the timing on his ice wall means that even though that Viper utility is well placed, they're not able to capitalize off of it because they still need to be able to take down each segment of that wall. Over in ult management, once again, yes, there is that huge advantage for Heretics in ult management. The operator comes out on Kellogg's, but Kellogg's has definitely slowed down in the latter stages of this second half.
Definitely has. Seems like the two chambers favor the attack. Be able to play the way they want to, creating space, but Heretics don't feel comfortable to do so. But by merely holding the angle, Kellogg's has secured one and forced Bleed to use that resurrection. Oh, but he finds one nonetheless. No more Viper for Bleed.
And they are able to get the ice wall. Darion instantly able to redeem himself, having already fallen to Kellogg's once this round. He's going to try and make sure it doesn't happen again, though.
So much pressure. Bleed know they no longer have the controller, therefore they have to control it with their presence. Rettler pushing forwards and Boo is down. They've got the numbers, but they're very low.
Darion, 1 HP. Lockdown goes down. There's no way to stop this lockdown. Bleed, they need to come out fighting.
Mixwell has already leveled the playing field. No utility, no players for Bleed to play it really far back. They have to play it themselves, and one has been caught. You know that Juicy will try and save him, but they're trying to get onto the spike diffusal. There's a Viper Spit, a smoke, everything covering them, and Heretics get the victory by mere just diffusing.
Just defuse, Pavlos. Who'd have thought, but hey, it works out for them. Both teams now hitting double digits in round counts. And I can't help but think, for Heretics, that may be the door opening for them to get back into this game. It hadn't have fully slammed on them. Bleed were trying their best to make sure it does. But you need to keep in mind, that was the precipice of being reset for Heretics. If they'd lost that round, they'd have been in deep, deep trouble. But nonetheless, they redeemed themselves. And now for Bleed, how do they go into this without any ultimates to work with, but with a bit of confidence, more importantly, with Juicy showing up?
Kellogg's has switched up his position. Fundamental part of the previous victory. Taking down the Viper, putting Bleed at a difficult spot. Falls back, but they know where he is. Tries to find cover and tries to get another shot, but a simple wall will come through to try and get the plant down. Switching up the position second time around. Bleed should be able to get this. It's a 5v5 retake.
How are Bleed going to be able to hold this site without people going back through mid and flanking these retaking players? In fact, that's exactly what we see happening now, but they can't risk it. Heretics are so fast to spring this retake into action.
Arjorin covering at least the far extremity of yellow, but there's still two players there. Oh, and Kellogg's is wary of it. Darren is no more. Nano Swarm to the feet of Juicy, as well as the Sage. Slow, Rettler, Juicy are bolting bomb, but it's still being defused! It's being defused! What? And the Heretics win the round yet again, right underneath the noses of Bleed.
Stolen, a round snatched, like the rug yanked from under the legs of the members of Bleed. That has got to leave a sour, bitter taste in their mouths. For a moment it looked like everything was going their way. Rettler and Juicy both chime in, but it's just not enough.
And it was a hero wall by Zeke to allow that. Leaving it vertical, up against the wall, looking in the direction of where all the Bleed players was, meant that there were multiple levels of that wall that had to be shot down to stop Heretics from defusing.
Such a smart play from Zeke there. And for Bleed now, that lead they had, that what looked like their map to win, suddenly looks troublesome. 11-11. Once again, they're going to try this B site. Once again, it's going to be Kellogg's, who is pinged, retreats, but waits for his chance to strike. Coils like a python.
Bleed are definitely amping up the pressure here. Very aggressive on their approach. Wall differentiated, going for something different. Darion may be in trouble as soon as the wall breaks, but no, it's a Vova from above to get it done. The spike has only just gone down, but Heretics are taking casualties. Still scary, oh my goodness. Juicy enabled! And 2v3, Heretics on the back foot. Bleed can stand by. They've taken the fights they needed. No over-aggression necessary. But can Heretics take it underneath their noses again? Juicy finding another Vandal to shoot from. Kellogg's up close. They need to act quickly because the spike is ticking. Time is of essence. Kellogg's again. 2v2. Knowing where one is. Oh, that's a thing. Put it through the box. Not enough. The diffuser needs to be stuck with, but there's a Hunter's Fury. That is the end of the round. Bleed will get themselves on match point. Excellently done, switching up their play. And it puts Heretics up against the wall.
I absolutely love that round from Crazy Guy. Once he gets that kill with Juicy, usually you see two players who sort of swing off one another, they bounce off one another, and that's exactly what they did. Look what Crazy Guy does the second he gets his ult. Backs off, runs straight back down to Garage, where he's then able to use that Hunter's Fury to guarantee the round, realizing that there's no time left on that spike. An extremely smart play from the Sova of Bleed. And now, as we go into the final round of regulation, look at the economy of Heretics. It is not in a pretty spot at all. This Vandal on Mixwell has to pull some serious weight. It has to lug some serious presence, especially against the Bleeds now, who know their opponent is weak.
Heretics are in trouble. And they've gone for a stack towards the safe side, having to take a chance, needing to. No other way around this. Zeke narrowly avoiding the sightline of Bleed. Oh, but he ends up falling through the shot of Big. Oh, Kellogg's gets one and runs back, but Mixwell loses his life. Jordan falls enabled. Hunter Fury from the bar end. Can it be enough? Kellogg's with another. It's still close, but the resurrection puts Bleed back on top in numbers. Kellogg's, can you do it? Darian bringing it back. Oh my God! It's nearly there. Avova with a Spectre and on a flank.
Daryl, he suspects it. Pavlos, he suspects it.
Oh no! The timing. Avova right behind him, and he gets a kill! It's up to one! Can he spot him above him? He has no idea! Oh, he does it! We're going to overtime!
What a round from Avova! Once again, Heretics, they call for heroics, they look to the skies, and they cry for help. Their prayers, they've been answered by Avova. The Danish talent brings Heretics to overtime with a mere Spectre off the back of the inroads laid by Kellogg's, and it was all in just response to Darion absolutely tearing through the start of that round, but it's just not enough.
Wow. Now that's a confidence builder.
Oh my God. We have a game on our hands, ladies and gentlemen. And well, for Heretics, this is now going to be a tough position. Both teams a shaky attack side, especially in the latter stages of those halves for both of them. Now that we have Heretics sort of, well, after this technical pause, trying to garner a little bit more momentum and carry it over, I would like to see potentially Heretics slow down a little bit.
Right. I mean, if it wasn't for Avova at the end there, you know, it could have very much have been the game, right? It was a clutch that gave them the win. And, you know, clutches like these cannot be guaranteed, and they cannot be sustainable.
Absolutely, absolutely. And it feels kind of similar to, I'm going to bring you back to sort of round 5, round 7, midway through this first half. That shot Kellogg's had through the Viper spit, instantly hitting, I believe it was Scary on that Viper. When little gems like that are dropped, Pavlos, I don't think you question where it came from or how it happened. You just appreciate that they're there.
From the start of this game, the rounds have been going to team per team, like a game of tug of war, pulling the rope in their favor. And it was Heretics, the most recent, to make the biggest tug. And it's Heretics again to start off this round with a massive bang.
Absolutely, Heretics, what a way to enter overtime. It's a little bit slow to start, but instantly they find themselves in such a strong position.
It's clean.
Every single player winning their Angels. Juicy alone in a 1v5, Pavlos. Winning this would be career-defining.
This is clean by Heretics. Juicy trying to mask his drop with his gun, but Mixwell knows. And collected. Heretics with 4 alive are now on map points on their opponent's map pick.
Regardless of experience, regardless of the amount of teams you've played on, served on, or time on this earth, there is no way you can stay calm in a situation like this, Pavlos. You can see it in the eyes of Heretics. They know that this is their game to win. This is their game to snatch from Bleed. The second Bleed hesitates, they've been punished. And oh my, Pavlos. This is a treat of a semi-final, because this is just map 1.
It really is. But now Heretics on the defensive side. Can they keep it going? Can they cross the finishing line? Or will Bleed take us to another round of OT?
Boo, a little bit quiet for the time being. Just trying to garner a bit of information, figure out how Bleed to position this. Does spot out, I think, including the shoulder, 3 players there. And Zeke actually wary about the flank that could potentially come back around through mid onto this A site, something which, as we mentioned before, Bleed have been a bit impartial to.
Juicy, aggressive, waiting for the team to arrive so they're able to fight from multiple levels. Kellogg sneaking to see if he can find a kill. Zeke as well, so close to the
It's another glass cannon operator on Kellogg's.
Is he going to pay the difference though? Zeke is the first one to drop. Juicy on top. Boo is in trouble. And he's dead. Mixwell might be able to find one. He's still at the back line of the side, but can't quite find the crosshair placement onto his opponent. And there's 2 left. Kellogg's. This is difficult, but Avova. Oh, Avova. Oh, are we seeing history repeat itself? Avova! Oh, scary. For a moment, that did get scary. And Kellogg's on a 1-on-3 has got a near impossible task.
Oh, Kellogg's, what can he hope to do? Players in so varying degrees
It's
of
too
angles,
tough.
altitudes,
No
time
way.
still isn't with him, and now they know where he's coming from. For Kellogg's, this is a Hail Mary, which Juicy will happily answer, just not in the way I think Heretics were expecting or wanting. Pavlos, they're going to double overtime.
Heretics denied the opportunity to close out the match here. Bleed, now they're the ones controlling the pace. Looking at this, there's no way of telling who the better team is.
Absolutely. I want to mention that both teams actually in this overtime have used their attack rounds fairly quickly. They've really been quite fast with their assaults to these sites. I also want to mention the head-to-head between Juicy and Kellogg's. You've got Kellogg's, this established, known, and quite confident French player who's been around, he's been with Heretics for ages, and Juicy, who's been scouted from academy teams. He's only just turned 16, and he's level with him.
Speak of the devil.
Speak of the devil, and Zeke shall appear as the wall goes down. Plants soon to follow, hopefully, from Zeke, who might try something a little bit ambitious here with that wall.
So they're taking space early here, Bleed, but Heretics, instead of committing to the B site, they've wrapped towards this A site, and courtesy of Mixwell, guaranteed the entirety of A is clear for the taking.
Very on loud with this rotation as well. Heretics may have outmaneuvered them.
Oh, denied entry on all fronts. Heretics, this is clean. This is cleaner than clean. This is squeaky clean. Retla cannot account for his backside. Heretics, for a second time running, are on map points on Bleed's map.
Once again, they make it look like Bleed have had to limp their way here. But remember, just a mere 6 rounds ago, Bleed were just a hop and a skip away from being able to hit that 13, being able to close it out, force Heretics onto their map pick, a map down. But no, Heretics, their prayers, they were answered. The skill was found. The pressure turned them into some sparkling diamonds. And as you mentioned, a sparkling clean round to push us to our 3rd.
And silence creeps amongst the players.
You could hear a pin drop in this arena right now. Everyone's so tense. We do have now we have the tactical pause from Heretics. They've been holding on to that for a good while. I love this. I really like this. I want to see sort of what the response is off the back of this pause, because both teams in overtime, it's been an A hit and it's been quick. What's the change now? Because last round we did see an attempt over to B, didn't quite work out, ended up going back around to A, but with those fakes being sold now, do we end up seeing that full commitment?
What are Boo and Neilzinho thinking? What is the next plan of action? Keep in mind, also Bleed have the chance to speak with their coach.
Yeah.
Also can converse during this tactical pause. Both teams have the availability to do that. Which team will it favor most? We've had 2 overtimes. And now Heretics, for the 2nd time running, on match point.
Another glass cannon operator Pavlos, this time in Kellogg's. And usually I'll disagree with it in overtime, but frankly, Kellogg's has done so well with it all game, currently going 27-20. I completely understand this operator coming out for Bleed now. Set up, ready to hit this B site. This is it. It's do or die.
There is a lurk for Bleed over towards the safe site. That could obfuscate Bleed's movement. Heretics holding strong to their positions, not taking any bait into consideration, sticking to their holds. Starting to reveal their positionings. Snake might to delay. Bleed, stick around. Again, Scary's over towards that A site. At a moment's notice, he could go for a lurk, could go for a push. If Heretics overstep towards that A site, could be a kill. They've got time, 1 minute.
I like how Bleed have gone quiet. They did this earlier in the map as well. And Heretics, they seem to get into their own heads when things go quiet.
Heretics know they're still around. Auto Q given from that orb pickup. And with that owl drone, they find out so much. Wall, a very early wall. But with 40 seconds remaining, it could do a lot.
By throwing down the ice wall that quickly, it means Heretics, they have no interest in playing for the retake. They are putting their feet down and they are fighting for every inch of ground Bleed to try and take.
This is going to be tough, though. Look at the setup for Heretics on that A site. So much Killjoy utility. That could deny so much.
And the chamber at point blank. 25 seconds left, Pavlos. Bleed, they need to move, and they need to move now.
Kellogg's going to get it. That's the first shot. Heretics start things off strong, and there's so much pressure on Bleed. They may have left this too late. They may have left this way too late. Inwards they go. Damage taken from the Nanoswarm. They go aggressive. Kellogg's trying to deny it. Mixwell in the mix of the fight. Oh my god. Spike denied. Oh my goodness. Mixwell denying it. This map is surely going to the Europeans. To the hooded figures of Heretics. Bleed map goes to Heretics.
What a round from Mixwell there, absolutely decimating his opposition, realizing that when time is on his side, nothing can stop him. One player at a time, absolutely eradicating Bleed. What a first map of our semi-finals, and what a way to show every other team in this tournament, best of one, best of three, Heretics, they do not care.
Oh man, that last round was an ankle breaker for Bleed, and whether they can keep this up, the high pressure, is a matter we'll have to see on the second map on Bind once we get there. But my goodness, that was close.
Absolutely, it was a labored duel to say the least. But what for me, what does this say about Bind, which we're about to go into? Because if map 1 is this close, and we know for a fact Bleed have played Bind in the past, and they played it to a very high degree of skill, are we going to see the same endeavor? If so, overtime in 3 maps, it no longer becomes a matter of who can be consistent, it's who has the most stamina.
We're in for a banger over the series.
We are, absolutely are.
But man, if the fact that Bleed lost it, their own map pick, after going so close, after them having match point for 2 rounds, the comeback, the overtime, stressful. Very stressful.
Absolutely.
Now they need to reset. They mustn't be thinking about what just happened, right? They need to not get into their own heads. They need to zone out and kind of say, Bind is next. We don't know what Heretics are going to bring, but they don't know either.
Absolutely. And for me, looking at Bind, I think that's where Zeke's really going to be able to step up, being able to go back onto that race. Zeke had a really quiet game on that stage. And I think that was one of the main reasons we had to see Kellogg step up so hard. I believe he cleared 30 kills towards the end of that map. And yeah, for good reason, he did play damn well. But it feels like if Zeke was also there, we may not have even seen overtime.
No. We may have not even seen overtime. Look, we saw the original roles of these players. Well, some being brought back into this map, which shows there's some flexibility amongst Heretics. Right?
Which is going to make them even harder to anti-strat. Let's take a look at the scoreboard though, Pavlos. Let's see who was able to help craft this victory and who was really there to make it so difficult for Heretics. Of course, Kellogg's with 208 ACS. That's over 28 rounds, Pavlos.
That's a chamber diff right there.
Darion, for me, yes, he was... I would love to see a statistic for the amount of duels Darion and Kellogg's took and how many Kellogg's won.
I distinctly remember Darion having little impact on the defensive side.
Yes.
Right? So
agreed.
That's where you kind of need to shine, and Kellogg's did. Not only did he did on the defense, he did on attack. He's opened up so many of these rounds.
Yeah, it's what we were saying in the pregame as well. If Darion isn't there, there's even more pressure on Juicy. And as we saw, Juicy played damn well.
Yeah.
Damn well. The issue is, though, there was no follow-up. It's like when Juicy died, yes, Crazy Guy was also there, but on the Sova, you can't, he's not the Asian you want to keep pushing. He's the one you want backing off, playing the afterplants with your Viper. And for Heretics, of course, because they're playing with that duelist, it meant anyone could have kept pushing. They always had that backup utility readily available.
And of course, the next match is going to be Bind.
Yeah.
Right? So we are expecting differences from the two rosters. I'm interested to see how Heretics approach this, right? Are they going to go
absolutely.
in with different agent composition? Are they going to go with the same roles we've seen just now or kind of switch over?
Yep.
Obviously, there has been quite a difference from Haven to Icebox. Whether that changes to Bind, we'll have to wait and see. But let's have a look at the team performances this game. Not many thrifties, not any thrifties. 15-13 was a final kill, and if you look at the first kills, reflecting the outcome of the round.
I'm actually going to get you to look at something else. The clutches. One clutch of over 1v2 to take us to overtime.
Yeah. There weren't many clutches, were
Talk
there?
about quality over quantity.
It was all team-based outcomes.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And
Mostly.
for me, I genuinely, for Heretics, well-earned victory. For Bleeds, I think what is going to be key now is can they reset, can they go into Bind as a new team, particularly on Darion. If he can find a way to make sure he doesn't tilt, reset, stays calm, because as you know, the younger players are usually quite emotional. If they can find a way to keep their cool, then we could very well have the reverse sweep option for Bleeds, but the odds are certainly stacked against them at this point.
I'm very excited to see what is to come next. I'm sure you guys are as well. Join us after a short break, of course, for us to enjoy. Let me know, production, if we can throw it to a break, of course. Okay, we've got the economy graphic first. We'll run it down.
Economy
I've got the economy graph. I always do that, man. I
economy
always
graph.
do. You know what? I think out of all the times we had the economy graphic, this is the most important time, right? Because there was so much back and forth, and you can see it with all those spikes and drops.
Absolutely. I think this has been the closest, this is the closest game of the tournament so far,
Yeah.
and we're only a map in. It really is reflected in this economy graph.
Without a
And
doubt.
what I want to sort of highlight here, Bleeds, usually they were a bit quicker to eco than Heretics were, until they went onto their attack, then it was just force buys.
Yeah.
And you sort of see that in the sort of average height of that graph, slightly lower on that second half of Bleed there.
Very, very true. All right, Kremer, any final words before we go to a break?
Any final words? I actually, as much as I've been sort of saying Daryl needs to step it up, so does Zeke.
Yeah.
That was a quiet map for him, and
Given he was on the stage, though.
he was on a stage, but we know Zeke, we've seen the stats of Zeke in the 3 games leading up to this.
Yeah.
So we have pretty high expectations for him. Going on to Bind, I would love to see him back on the raise, where he's able to really, really flex his muscles.
Yeah, we love seeing him on the duelist role, don't we?
We do, we do.
It's special. It's a special moment.
It is.
All right, man. Shall we call it?
Let's
Break
go to
time.
We'll go to
See
break.
you guys
Back in a
after
couple
the
of
break.
minutes.
Stay tuned. It'll be an epic matchup of Heroics versus Bleed.
Battery 40%. Match found. Death match. Warm up.
Okay, I only have like 78 grenades left. Hopefully that's
Fight.
Time to explode. Ciao. Got one. See ya. Boom. Snuff out. Killed. One down.
10 kills remaining. Dominating. Five kills remaining.
Got him. Next.
One kill remaining. Match found. Death match. Warm up.
As much as this world hurt me, it's mine. And I will kill to defend it. Embarrass them.
Pathetic. You're nothing. Finished. Insecto. Finish. Hush. Ten kills remaining. Die. Five kills remaining. Big. One kill remaining. Enough. Pathetic.
Playing the duelist role, and he'll be able to do it again this time around on boss.
Yeah, I really like seeing Zeke back on the race. He did so well yesterday. You're just continuing that momentum going into today. Avova's Astra as well is something you can't underestimate. He's had some very, very big, elaborate plays with this in the past. And of course, the Skies being, of course, Retler and Boo. The one thing I want to highlight is that Scary goes for the Brimstone over the Astra. That orbital strike can be very damn effective, especially when you're fighting for control in these afterplants. We've seen that orbital strike get used actually fairly early on to almost zone out positions, allowing Zeke's entry, or in this case Juicy's entry pathing to be a little bit more effective. Darion going on to the Reyna I quite like as well.
What I also like here from Heretics is that they're actually falling back to Mixwell's old role. Yes, he plays the Sentinel on a lot of the maps, but one of the maps he doesn't play Sentinel and he used to play Viper on is Bind. And he's doing that again this time around. So again, utilizing the experience of these players and not going on a full 180 turn in regards to what they need to play. Boo, though, still staying on that initiator role, having a flasher on that Sky is the way to go, apparently, on both of these sides.
Absolutely, and you look at how, you sort of look at how Bleed are set up going into this. There's a lot of pressure on Darion, who was a bit shaky on that chamber going into on that first map. I like the fact that with the agent switch, we've seen him do well on Reyna, we saw him do it yesterday. It's the exact same map, exact same composition. Can he repeat that success today?
All right then, Darion, do you reckon he'll be able to step up this time around? Of course, the first map wasn't the one for him, and leaving Juicy to fend for himself and do the heavy lifting?
I reckon Darion can step up, do well on this Reyna, but I also think Zeke is going to step up as well. And so we're going to have to see whose peak is higher, and more importantly, who's going to be able to force out these positions.
Well, we'll be jumping into game shortly, and if you guys have any support for these teams at home or in chat for the people watching online, let us know, of course, by cheering them on. This is Bleed, of course, being our Pacific representative with players all across Asia, while at the same time, we've got our EMEA representatives with players all across EU on the side of Heretics. So, you know, kind of having the clash of regions, which I really love. The fact that we bring two regions together in this invitational is something special for me.
Yeah, absolutely. And, well, of course, this is Bleed's first taste against a European team. The fact it was so close does fill me with a bit of confidence for Bleed's future.
Yeah.
That being said, also fills me with a bit of confidence for Heretics. New roster, and they're currently doing so damn well against one of the favorites in the Ascension League. Let's go into game, though. Let's see if this will be a two-bite affair, or if Bleed are going to be able to rebound on their opponent's map pick of Bind.
Heretics will be starting off on the defense, of course, and Bleed on the attack as we get things started off on Bind, of course. Second map of the series, Heretics' map pick, a map we haven't seen them play on just yet. Redler starting off strong with a double, quickly trailed right back up from Heretics as they are able to square things up. Very aggressive there by Darion, which quickly gets traded right back up. And as Avova has control over the showers and Spike left behind, Bleed have gone for a full 180 and tried to collect.
Absolutely, now you see this concealment coming from Avova, ready to almost get his third of the round here. Through the smoke, not quite able to find it, hoping for a timing here. Instead backs off, allows his teammate to join him so they can play off of one another here. 2 versus 2, and all 4 players now are looking to fight for showers control.
There.
Still time.
Until Bleed back off.
Yeah, they've taken Spike.
Absolutely, setting their gaze potentially back to short, maybe even trying to make Heretics doubt their own position, but instead it's just goaded Avova into pushing even harder.
Yeah, no, Avova definitely has figured out the Spike is now taken. Kellogg's has taken note of their push in short. They're actually going to keep it going. They need to be careful, though. The flank is coming, but they've kind of realized that that could be a prospect. Therefore, they push further in towards that B site. The trademark will be spotting it, so there will be a rotate, but at least Bleed may be able to guarantee a plant.
With that trademark going down, Heretics, they're swift on the rotation, actually not sticking together, splitting up and looking to fight for this site from 2 different angles of attack. Right now, Kellogg's, he needs to make noise, but more importantly, he needs to stay alive.
Oh, that is perfect for Avova. Stars aligning. And Juicy falling into his arms. Crazy guy with 1 singular HP. A bullet is needed for Kellogg's, and the Hunter will do just that. Diffusal coming through, and Heretics with first blood.
Absolutely perfect. So we're going to see Heretics themselves on the board. And now that they do have the duelist in Zeke, they've got a chamber there as more of a supporting role. You see that there's that change in aggression. They're willing to fight for positions. They're willing to really overpeak, to re-swing, to retake positions a lot more convincingly than they did in the past. And for Avova and Boo, those swift trades there, which is absolutely perfect. 3K from Avova as well, and once again it's the Bleed second round, forced by Bulldog out on Darion, and a lot of pressure is going to come with that as well, the only real rifle in the mix.
And looking back on time, Bleed did end up winning the round they had forced on the second.
That's true.
So if history may repeat itself again, it may be a useful tool in Bleed's arsenal. Try and expend to gain advantages early in matches, disallowing their opposition and gaining to a significant lead. Kellogg's hit, Marshall holding it, does tag up Darion, but he's still alive with 2 points of health to be replenished by Rettler. But a site yet to be breached, and Heretics having 3 players dedicated to its defense.
Darion quickly heals up now, and through the smoke, Kellogg's potentially trying to get a little bit cheeky now. Darion ready to just lead this charge, fully blinded though.
Boo, starting off strong. Trades all across the board. Avova unable to stay on his feet. And Bleed with an advantage yet again, man. Yet again with his force on the second. Mixwell though, wrapping, trying to buy time. Zeke ends up falling. Mixwell, his paint thrown at him. With the sky smoke ahead, it's tough to peek through. Tough to make any progress. Bleed wondering, is this a save? No, it's just given away. He's coming in from hookah, but it's tough, man. 3 players, 3 angles.
None of them peeking him.
Oh, that's the first. Poison Cloud, at least giving him space towards the left. Guarding light, delaying. He needs to act quickly. Very quickly. Is it on time? Rettler holding right angle. Mixwell is low. 1 bullet should do it, but he can't get onto the spike. He's going to try and at least deny the weaponry off of Scary, but he won't be able to do that. Bleed level up once more off of a force buy on the second round.
Really, really strong stuff once again, and it feels like these force buys have been catching Heretics off guard quite significantly here, Pavlos. Now Bleed may have found a rhythm to it. I want to mention, Rettler, he has opened this map with a bang. So far, he's been able to just turn the tides on 2 rounds back-to-back now. In the pistol round with his first 2 entries, now in the second rounds with the 2 kills to recover what was initially quite a scary position for Team Bleed. Also on the scoreline though, rifles out on Bleed. Heretics, they've got to drop to a couple of pistols here. And that is going to invite Kellogg's aggression over through short. Boo realizes the push is coming his way. Realizes it may actually be a full assault to the site behind them for this push though. Darion good for the first.
Well, it's Bleed to come out on top here. That's to be expected with the pistols, you know, on the Heretic side, but Avova finding a Spectre could be quite something. Ooh, Kellogg's is reacting quickly. I think Rettler has heard the commotion. Kellogg's, can he get a kill here? Can he stop this from happening? Ooh, a bit rough around the edges there. And Scary will be able to deny. Rettler held back. Oh, Avova. That's a Ferrari peak if I've ever seen one. Keeping the W key down as he presses mouse 1. Leveling the playing field. Mixwell has got a classic in hand to try and deal with this. Oh, Scary. Is he going to check this? He isn't! And that's a free bulldog for Mixwell. No. Surely not. Surely not! No way! A double conversion off of pistols. Darion is low. Trying to defend it, but Mixwell comes in with a Guardian and denies it for Bleed. And that is the second round falling into the hands of the Europeans.
It's a thrifty for the Europeans, absolutely incredible. And for a good while there, it looked like a save was potentially on the cards here, but the second Mixwell just shuts down Scary. The second he missteps, it's instant punished, and well, there's the punishment once again. Crazy guy unable to trade, and they just overwhelmed Darion. That's going to allow the Seekers to become available for Rettler. Juicy 1 away from his showstopper, as is Darion from the Empress. But for Heretics, Mixwell is going to have that Viper's Pit. Avova going to have that Cosmic Divide. Boo about to get Seekers of his own. Bleed, they've just seen how a Thrifty's done. Can they repeat that success? Will it be Heretics to try and extend their lead? No hesitation from Mixwell. No risks being taken as they instantly deploy that Viper's Pit, despite the fact they're against pistols.
I don't know, man. I feel like Zeke pushed it up so far up. Maybe a little bit of a risk. You know, there's always a potential Bleed 5 stack it, but doesn't seem to be the case this time around. Bit of a split. And the boys in red. Taking up showers. Moving into this A site. It's been telegraphed. There's a one-sided smoke that definitely deters them. You don't want to be peeking through with so many eyeballs upon that entrance. It's tough. It's really difficult for Bleed.
The timing there does favor them quite nicely. in using that, in using the Trailblazer to go through that one way from the Viper, you're able to see straight past it. They see that Bleed have 3 players positioned in the showers here. Oh, jump spot though, Darion! Behave yourself.
That's a clip.
Nasty.
Oh my god. I want to see that on replay.
30 seconds left.
But can Bleed come out with monster shots like that again? 25 seconds, not much time. These pistols may not have such an influence on the attack when this timer just runs down. Sky Smoke shot. There's a lineup for Mixwell though. 1 shot, 2 kills, and Zeke will just aggress to finish the deal. Only Boo dies that round. It's Heretic, get the third.
With that Heretic as well. Not only in just getting that third, you're also able to farm your ults. Yes, you committed the Viper's Pits, but you were able to get so much control off the back of that. You've given Bleed no momentum to work off of going into their full buy. I can't help but think that due to that lack of momentum, Bleed now, we may just see another default to figure out how Heretic's going to be playing against Rifles. Feels like Bleed have no footing, no foundations to work off of against Heretics, at least strategically in this match.
Zeke with a triple kill that round, by the way.
I'm much happier now Zeke's on that race. You can see the difference in impact as well. And for Heretics, they seem a lot more comfortable actually on their own map pick. Yes, they're a new team, and the gaps certainly showed there. Once again, huge commitment of utility now for this long control, and actually, Heretics want to fight for it.
They do. They send a lot of utility in that direction. I've actually been pushing 3 players strong. Mixwell opens up. The crazy guy's close by and he's not flashed at all. Maybe doubles up, but no. Showstopper coming out from Juicy. He's able to surpass him, but Retler is able to deal with the one that has been left behind. Kellogg's at the back of the site gets one, but quickly shut down with bullets into his back end. Juicy! 180 turn flick on that headshot and beautifully giving Bleed another round.
Clean as anything, and I wanted to see what fundamentals you're going to build off of. That was it. The push through long, the battle for that long control works out beautifully. Hell of a round there from Juicy, hell of a round from Bleed actually. To dump that much util and then still be vigilant to the fact that there could still be players fighting for it really, really pays off now. You look at the ult management, Bleed, once again with an ult advantage. We're about to see the Nightfall become available as well. Over to Heretics, able to reinvest, but that money is getting dangerously low, almost for both teams here. In fact, so much so, the judge comes out on a Vova.
Bleed, slow it down. Not so spread. Quite the contrary.
Blinded.
Riding lights. Finding info. Making sure that long is clear, but they quickly feel out that it's not. It's being taken over. Orbital strike expended, forcing Boo back. Oh no, Revolver! The timing is rough, and now he's low. Pain thrown towards him, damage inflicted, but he's still a dead man walking. And B, onto the site they go. Bleed have got full control, but they're trying to get the spike down. Look at Heretics, they've rotated quickly, and there's one coming on the TP. It's a split effort. How can it work out? Mixwell delivering onto Juicy. Boo ends up falling close. Endeavor coming through for the Nightfall. We'll make it even closer! What? Crazy! Insane shots coming through, and Bleed come out on top.
They strike back, and once again they show that they still have that vigor, they still have that confidence, and even though they're a map down, the fact they were able to do just as what we were hoping for, that reset, that mental reset going into your second map means that Heretics, this is not going to be an easy road. This will not be an easy 2-0. This very well could be 3 maps. And even if it is 2-0, there is going to be a long map ahead of us.
Definitely will be. I mean, this puts Heretics in a big, difficult situation, right? Down to pistols once again. Zeke having a Hero Vandal, expending very heavily into it as well. Doesn't have much left, so next round might be a little bit disadvantageous, but they're hoping Kellogg's gets his ultimate by that time. Darion. Oh dear, Zeke ends up falling. And the Vandal is out in no man's land. This is bad. This is really bad for Heretics, but quite the opposite for Bleed.
Absolutely over. Another judge to wheel. This time, oh, I love how he uses that smoke. So Juicy goes through it. That's going to allow him to get that free kill onto Retler. Unfortunately, the way he's killed Retler means his body falls out of hookah, so he's not going to be able to retrieve that weapon. While the rest of Heretics looks to go up through long. Once again, a position which they know that Bleed likes to play the afterplant from. In fact, Scary's going to be there, ready and waiting for.
Swing out. Mixwell is accurate. They're actually keeping this close here, Kremer. Oh. Oh my God! Kellogg's enabled once again, eating him up like cereal. Juicy, is he alone? And he ends up falling! Avova gets the final kill. And how on earth did Heretics get another thrifty win?
Another thrifty win, and for Bleed, this is where you need to take a pause after this. You need to find a way to figure out why these pistols are working against you, and how can you prevent it from happening again. Darion, after such a strong opening to the round, the fact that Bleed just fumbled, just got tripped at the last hurdle is soul-crushing. It feels like for every single strong play we see from Darion, Kellogg's is there to respond instantly with one of his own. And there's that timeout. This time, though, from Heretics.
And that's off the back of a win.
I like how they've timed it, though, because they're now going into an investment, and you're leaving Bleed to just stew on the fact they've been ecoed.
I kind of feel this is kind of a timeout taken for composure.
Yeah,
right after that win,
absolutely.
I heard screams coming from the Heretics table.
Absolutely, absolutely, and it's off the back of Kellogg's playing out of his mind, right? It's a well-earned victory, and well, with the lead now in their favor, they take the composure, they take the mental timeouts. For Bleed, what do you do with this timeout? Because bear in mind, Leggy is also able to talk to his team. What will he instruct Bleed to do next? And how do Bleeds figure out how to stop losing the pistols? Because it's not like they're over-peaking. They're taking these duels. It just felt like in that duel with Kellogg's, there was too much of a delay between that first and second player falling, rather than both of them fighting at once.
Well, this round for Heretics may be quite the important one, quite frankly, because they don't really have too many ultimates, and if they win it, they can build up towards them without without using them, you know? Bleed, on the other hand, not economically sound on two players, Retler and Juicy, far below the amount of credits they'd be comfortable on. Putting urgency in this particular round. Oh, Zeke. You can see they're playing with space, seeing if they can gain an early advantage, not giving away control for free.
Absolutely, and they still seem to be set on hitting this B side. It's just Heretics. Look how heavily they've stacked both Hookah and just this position in general.
Oh, they end up overstepping, but it's still a trade. Boo keeps the game alive, but do they know that Zeke is there? Oh, Boo falls. Do they check Zeke? It's a lazy peek, and Crazy Guy pays for it. So, with Hookah control and no longer the access to long, Bleed end up pushing.
Spike will go down into the 3v3. The flank is coming from Retler. Zeke seems to anticipate it, but timing may not be on his side here.
It's all down to timing, isn't it? And Zeke ends up falling. Kellogg's all by himself. Can he devour them? Darion at the back end. Repositioning Kellogg's yet again. Oh my God, no way. Not again, Kellogg's. Oh, Retler deals with him. But that got close.
That did get very close for comfort there. A well-recovered round from Bleed. And as we now look over to how Heretics respond, bear in mind, Heretics, they don't have too much confidence. And keep in mind as well that for Heretics, their money isn't great.
No, it really isn't.
Right there.
Wow, okay. Well, again, we're in a situation where the round has been very, very close, right? It's been very difficult to determine, and Heretics did end up losing it, therefore, they're back to square one. Equalization by Bleed. On level footing, Heretics may be losing this lead unless they find another Miracle Thrifty.
Absolutely now. Bleed once again going for a fast execution. This time they're over to the safe side. Showstopper comes out. No control Garner just yet, though.
And that is Avova. Very close by. No.
Not again.
No, not again. Kellogg's with a tour de force, looking to find damage, but unable to do so. Has to fall back. Heretics have got the right read. Look at the rotation. They're coming in from short, man. They're coming in from short, and Darion has no clue. A two-man setup there. Mixwell now with a Vandal. Zeke with a Bulldog. Bleed in trouble. Avova's going right after him. They know where Crazy Guy is. Oh my goodness me! They lose another Thrifty. Heretics putting them in their coffins. 6 feet under.
5 players left alive, Pavlos. These thrifty rounds are no longer looking like kind of the fluky pistol rounds. This is now a fundamental problem with Bleed. They need to find a way to stop this momentum. Furthermore, they need to find a way to stop Heretics from enabling Mixwell, who right now has taken that heavy hitter role. It was Zeke initially. He's gone on to the afterburner. It's Mixwell, 13-6 in just 9 rounds. Over to Bleed. The hero Vandal comes out on Darion, but what good can it do without the Empress?
There.
Bleed.
Here.
They can't lose those rounds, man. They cannot. They cannot afford to lose anymore. Heretics have done that way too many times and unpunished. But still, the game is close. Still, the game is close. Zeke. Oh, those nades, that nade can do a lot. That nade can do so much. And his bullets do even more.
Only good for 2, though. Retla is able to trade, retrieve the Phantom, and alongside the existing Vandal in the hands of Darion, this is going to have a bit of impact. But do they anticipate the flank also coming from Kellogg's now, who's just waiting for them to go straight back to B?
They're just locked in. There's only a limited way from there where they could rotate, either spawn or just commit to that A site, but Kellogg's has got it under wraps.
Spike down.
Allows Retla to move no more, and they've got the spike.
That was it. They got the spike now. Low HP on Darion without armor.
Oh dear.
Swift to recover it, though.
They've got weapons, but Mixwell surprises them and gets both kills in the end. 6-4 in favor of the hooded figures.
Absolutely perfect. And yes, yes, it is against an eco, but there is still a hero Vandal in the mix. And for Bleed, you need to remember, 50 rounds, it seems, in this map don't count as 50 rounds. They're just usual buys, because Heretics has found so much success from them. Bleed's been able to do so much damage with them in the past. I want to see how Heretics react now going into the full buy. Bearing in mind, Kellogg's, last time he had that operator in his hand, he was swiftly shut down. I want to see if his confidence is still there, and if he's still willing to go fairly aggressive with it. Bleed, call for the timeout. They're about to go into this buy with that ult advantage, but once again, the ults have had very little mileage in this game.
They really have. They really have. You know what has had a lot of mileage?
Sheriffs?
Yep.
Yeah,
Those
Sheriffs
darn
and Headhunters.
freaking pistols, man.
Even Classics have had quite a bit of mileage in
Classics, Tour de Forces, Frenzies. Actually, were there Frenzies that made a difference? Not really, right?
this map. Nah, not really.
Not really. Ghosts.
Ghosts, definitely.
Wow.
Yeah. Nevertheless, for Heretics, remember, already a map up. There's got to be a lot less pressure on them, despite the fact that they go into this as a favourite, despite the fact they go into this with such a star-studded roster. They're expected to win these games with relative ease. They seem to be keeping their composure very nicely, and now as we enter what's going to have to be a battle to at least end the half on a draw for Bleed. Remember, buying down to 0 means that this round almost counts as double if Heretics are able to win it.
Ultimates galore. Heretics starting to ease away. Gaining a lead.
Face your fear!
Substantial one is what they want. Icebox was far too stressful, far too uncomfortable. Zeke using the showstopper. He knows where Bleed have gone to, but they've dropped back completely, and he cannot risk to overstep.
That Bleed's vigilance there. The second they hear that showstopper come out, they've just gone completely silent, and the boombot is going to be destroyed, but with only one player rattling off the shots, I think for Heretics, this could be a default for all the information they've been able to gather.
I've got your trail.
They've doubled up towards the B long entry. A lot has been thrown at them. Seekers as well. Zeke falls. Kellogg's, can he get a shot before he drops back? No, he cannot. Ends up dying as well. All but a strike. Taking space. Bleed. That's a lot better.
Absolute big whiff from both players. Bleed so swift to punish now, straight into the retake. But the team flash, Pavlos. That's not the Heretics we've been seeing for the last couple of rounds, that's for sure. Bleed so swift to punish. Only one player taking damage there. Masterful round.
Very clean, very patient by Bleed, and Heretics, you know, after losing those first couple of players, got a little bit too outsy, got a little bit too greedy at the start, being so far forward. And you know, they didn't really have the control. They didn't have the read. It all came in too late.
Yeah.
They felt that they could be heroic.
Yeah, they really
And
did.
it just didn't work.
Going into the final round, though, the only ultimate available is going to be this this Viper's Pit on Mixwell. Over to Bleed, yes, you're about to get this Empress up on Darion, but the reality is you still need to find an ultimate or a kill to make that happen. Vandal's available for both teams, and I can't help but think that for Kellogg's, he's having the same issues Darion was having just a mere map ago, where he's not finding the frags needed with this operator.
Bleed. Having to fall back. Again, very similar positioning. This time around, Heretics have diversified their play. Instead of just having one player falling back into that pentagon, you've got one pushed up, and also the assistance of Boo there for a potential guiding light. Will that be enough? Zeke, will he take the TP? Will he engage with a kill? Spray down comes out. Oh, that's good. That's very good. Zeke gets so much out of that one. Bleed are left with 2, and Scary is very low.
And so the teleporter is going to give that audio cue. They would rather brave the Viper's Pit than brave having to go up against another round of Zeke. In this case, 40 seconds on the clock. There is the option to re-rotate. Mixwell, clean as anything. What a way to end the half there. Heretics, they maintain their lead at 7-5 as they move to their own attack.
Now, this is a lead.
This is a lead.
This is a lead that we haven't experienced at all in this series.
Absolutely. It's been neck and neck up until now. And I think for Bleed, one of the things that sort of worked against them here is the amount of thrifties that they've lost. A lot of crucial rounds, key rounds, gun versus guns with ultimate supporting them. Bleed won them. That's strategically really looking to potentially have surprised Heretics on this map. But for...
Is it really 6-6?
No, it's 7-5.
Thought so.
Yeah, it's 7-5.
Huh.
Oh, our graphics are wrong.
Aw.
That's all
Well,
right.
we know.
They'll be updated in a moment. We know in our hearts.
Yeah.
But as we were saying, I believe they've been winning the key rounds. They were winning these rifle rounds. The issue is, it's just Heretics seem to have a knack of fighting these thrifties. They have a knack of wielding these sheriffs and headhunters to the nth degree. And for Bleed, bearing in mind, they now move to their defense. Defending against these thrifty rounds may be a little bit easier.
Now it's Heretics' time to show us what they've got in store. What set plays they brought up, they've been able to prep. Bind surely must be one of those maps that they practice. You know, you've only got so much time to prep up a map pool. And of course, Haven and Bind have to be the first ones on that list.
Absolutely, absolutely. And I think that one of the players I want to see continue their performance so far is Darion, who has woken up. He has done considerably better, and he's sort of hand in hand with Juicy at the moment. Same for Retler, who opened this map terrifically, quieted down a little bit, but he's still got that impact. And it's not usually the Sky you see leading the kill count, but for Retler, in this case at least, he's seems to have really found his rhythm.
Definitely has. Although strong arguments can be made about both ends of the teams, right? I mean, you've got Zeke that has also stepped up. You know, very enjoyable to see them now on a duelist role, of course, again, after his performances in the group stage. Seems very comfortable on it, man. So fluid.
Absolutely, absolutely.
And the rest of the team is setting him up very nicely. It's a composition that truly works.
Going to this pistol round, Bleed. Looking like maybe some potential aggression over to short here, which will be running straight into how Heretics have looked to launch their default from. This could be a very swift pistol round if Bleeds don't, if Bleed don't choose to turn around.
Well, let's start the second half. 7-5 is the scoreline in favor of Heretics. Bleed on defense now. Let's see if they can catch up to make this series square, equalize. The score is 1-0 for Heretics after beating Bleed on their map pick. Darion, first of all, as Kellogg's opens up with a very fast swing. Now waiting for the team to go for the second initiation. Juicy trying to hold down the line, but it's a quick trade. Heretics getting the top end of this map, at least on this site, getting full control of it.
And Zeke being able to get to such an aggro position here, Bleed, it's, for a pistol round especially, retaking the site is going to be so difficult here.
Scary, doing damage, Zeke delivering. Very aggressive and clean from Heretics, only dropping a singular player.
Absolutely, and this is the Heretics that potentially they wanted to show us when they went into Bind. But Bleed, second round buys have been their thing, Pavlos, and they've been working for them very nicely. Will the Force Spy work on the defense, though, is what I'm curious in.
I don't know, man. I don't want to see a Force by them, to be honest. It's a 50-50, and it's statistically 50-50 in regards of the series as well.
Yeah.
One time it works, one time it doesn't.
Down to an eco. I'm glad to see it, as Heretics now instead are going to have to either walk into a stack or brace themselves for the onslaught of these Bleed players.
Zeke better have quick mouse movement to avoid the guiding light. They've got one of their own. Which one is better? Which one is blinding most people? Kellogg seems to be eating up his opponents and shooting them across the face time and time again. And they cannot run, they cannot hide. Bleed have found where they were hiding and they didn't care of going the other way. No, they just went on and killed them all.
Crazy Guy now, 1 versus 4. There's no way out of this, Pavlos. There's no real way Crazy Guy can recover this round. Potentially finding a weapon to save would be the best case scenario here, but for, well, at least for Heretics, a 9-5 lead, that's a really strong position to be in, especially, Pavlos, when you are a map up.
And for Bleed, it will start to feel like the game is slipping through their fingers.
Absolutely. This is where we see a true test of psyche. We really need to see Bleed keep it together sort of emotionally here. As, well, for Heretics, this is just a confidence builder, isn't it?
Yeah, it seems like Bleed are slowly letting go of the leash they've had on Heretics for this entire series.
Absolutely.
And, you know, now a lead may not be enough, but they may need a lasso.
Crazy Guy. At least get his money for dying. but nonetheless.
Was I the only one that heard a little laughter there from the G2 camp? The G2, oh my god, I'm saying G2 again. Oh, so many G2 faces. Heretics. I had a little giggle.
A little giggle. Little giggle. There's a really smart as well from Kellogg's here. The first player in takes a bit of damage after finding the first two. Rather than wait for his teammate in a side step or potentially block them, instead just blinks straight away and then allows his teammates to clean up the rest. Really very selfless play here. Heretics onto the bonus. Bleed full buy comes out. With this bonus though, there is still Guardians and Bulldogs. There's even 1 or 2 Vandals in the mix. It's about as strong a bonus as you can get while maintaining the fact it's a bonus.
Satchel out.
Bleed. They need this round. But there are Vandals galore on the heroic side. Lamps control fully for the attackers. That's a dangerous space to control if you're defending. Crazy Guy trying to hit through the wall, but he needs to be more careful than that because Heretics have just pushed forwards. They've overwhelmed. They trampled over them. Stampeded. And now they've opened up the A site.
Darion blinks and his team is just gone. Look at the economy as well on Bleed here. Team Heretics, they've managed to completely reset. The Darion desperately has to save here because there is nothing else in terms of firepower that's going to be able to help Bleed in the coming rounds. Still so far from the Empress either, that clutch potential getting slimmer and slimmer with every second that passes now.
Yeah. I don't know what I would do in Darion's position. Just desperate effort to get a pick here, deny the saves on the heroic side, because yeah, they haven't run away too far economically. He's able to find one, but has to give away on his own life, and only a Guardian was lost.
Absolutely. Pavlos, in this world, do you see Bleed coming back, or do you think they've lost the game psychologically? Do you think there's a recovery, and if so, how do they do it? How do they come back?
What I think doesn't matter. Truly and honestly, I feel like Bleed have kind of let go. Did they use a timeout this second half?
They've not used their timeout the second half yet, no.
It might be about time they do use it.
Absolutely. Legia really needs to find a way to rally these guys because, as you've seen, it's a sort of saturnine husk of what we're used to seeing from Bleed here. Darion attempts to be aggressive with the Sheriff, unfortunately, unable to find the opening pick. Heretics, they're expecting the aggression, they've prepared for it, and now they're punishing it.
Weaponry that can still do damage on the Bleed side. Pete coming through, but Juicy, blind as a bat, has to back away.
I want to mention both Rettler and Boo have done such a good job at trading these guiding lights. Constantly flash exchanged with flash, and it means that you end up in a deadlock. Neither can push.
Again, guiding light doing quite a bit. Stinger close by. Ensures that the aggression from the Heretic side has to be a little bit slow. Controlled. Crazy guy, no. Oh. Crazy guy! What? The adaptation! And he might even go in for a third. Scary assist with a classic. There are guns all across the site that may be picked up. Boo, the captain of the squad. The IGL up against 3 for the clutch for the 11th. Won't even get one. Short distance Bucky shot to the face will be his downfall.
And the Bucky, point blank, tends to hurt, tends to leave a bit of a sting, Pavlos.
Bit of a sting?
Little bit of a sting.
Kind of feel like his face got removed from his body.
Yeah, it tickles a little bit, and with that, we're going to be seeing Heretics finally be stopped in their tracks. So, a crazy guy, this skill here, look at that. Just ruthless. And 4 rounds in it, this is by all means recoverable from Bleed, and I think if the comeback was about to happen, that round there is where it starts. Ult advantage with Heretics. Tour de Force comes out on Kellogg's here. Early flash towards B long, but this Chamber's more interested in potentially the jump spotting players over on the safe side.
I would have expected Bleed to be fighting for more orbs here, given how close they are to ultimates, but they can't do that because Heretics are really not allowing them. Into showers they are, and too short they go. Double-sided approach, and Kellogg gets first blood. How on earth did Bleed fall like that?
Absolute collapse, and the timing, putting the Cosmic Divide, so just as it comes online, you're able to get a cross on the players who are trying to retreat to back sight, punished by the Tour de Force. Great synchronization from Team Heretics, and for Bleed, they just get caught out by it. That plant will go down, and with that, Darion and Rettler. Yeah, Darion has a bit of cash in the bank, but the crazy guy for Rettler, potentially even for Lucy, there's not much money to work with.
And it's the small games as well that Heretics are doing. You know, giving the spike over to Rettler, Boo, excuse me, to get that Seeker's ultimate. One of the small things, to make sure they've got plenty of tools for the latter rounds. And Heretics, not only did have a lead, it seems they've left Bleed behind, not looking back and looking towards the finish line.
Absolutely, and it's sort of that 10th, 11th round where you start trying to figure out how you're going to set yourself up for victory, how you're going to be able to just convert these final few steps. And I mean, Kellogg's, he has done incredible stuff with both Operator and Tour de Force all series. And
it's scary.
It just shows exactly why. Mixwell still top fragging at 18 to 10, doing real work on that Viper right now. Bleed once again fighting for B long, but Heretics aren't interested.
Mind you, a victory in this match for Heretics would mean their qualification to the Grand Finals. Bleed start things off strongly though, as they do what do to tear that.
I think the speaker, with that, Zeke able to shut down Juicy, who was able to bring out a 4K. And with that, we're left in a 1 versus 2 now. Mixwell, what can he hope to do? The Operator available for Darion. Rettler on only a mere Spectre. And who better to be than Mixwell in a situation like this?
Definitely one that can do a number of clutches. Rettler waiting with his flash in hand. His old trusted birdie friend. And Mixwell, ooh, have a look at this. Wait a second. Mixwell. He's being sneaky. He's being so sneaky. Oh, shot missed by the Rainer. Oh, but the drop from Rettler from behind is the coup de grace. And Bleed are in the game still.
That they are, but just momentarily. I'm interested to see if Bleed can keep this up, because they're still finishing rounds with 1-2 players left alive. The economic damage is consistently getting there, and it means that you're not able to get into an area of relative safety. The Heretics, I mean, hey,
wait a second.
Really did some damage there.
Yeah, no, I missed that kill entirely with Juicy. Mid-air pickup. Good snap of the trigger.
Look at the ults available for Bleed as well. Huge amount of utility to work with. Darion as well with the Operator. Over on Team Heretics getting on the Seekers, but you're already a man down.
You really are. Heretics maybe dropping the ball here. Not really going in with assistance. Guiding light enabled early. A lot of small mistakes made by Heretics costing them They're feeling the pressure, but Mixwell opens up the right-hand side of the map, relieving the pressure and equalizing the numbers.
Seekers go out, and with those Seekers, Heretics actually back off towards the safe side. Kellogg's catches out Darion on the rotation. Absolutely perfect. Now Bleed, the ball is very much in their courts, and unfortunately for Rattler, his location, it's known.
Kellogg's.
They force out the Nightfall as well, purely off the back of having one lurking operator player towards B. They've gone from being the lurker now to being the entry.
And look at this fake. Viper split towards this A site. This is an obfuscation though. They're faking their movement towards that A side to make sure they clear out B. And Kellogg's opens up against Redler. Masterful movement. Bleed think it's A, but let me tell you something, it certainly isn't.
Tell you what, Boo right now, the strategy, the tactics, the masterful machinations of his mind right now are working Heretics to the bone, but it's also about to bring them their map series points and a place potentially in the grand finals. You've got to keep in mind though, Pavlos, it was this exact position that Bleed were in just a mere map ago, and it was Heretics who were able to come back, go to overtime, and win.
It wasn't such a lead though. They were neck and neck. 2 rounds between them, constantly. The maximum 2 rounds. Often being at an equalized point, and now Bleed forced to save. It's a sad outcome, especially when your opponents are 1 round away after this victory from securing the first spot in the grand finals of Valorant Indian Invitational.
You see some Heretics are having some fun with it as well. They're enjoying it, and for Bleed, 5 rounds on the bounce. It's doable. It's happened before. In fact, they've done it in this tournament against Paper Rex on both halves against Paper Rex. But Pavlos, can they do it against Heretics?
The tough part about this is that Bleed is not economically sound. Right, Rattler forced on the Stinger. We've seen him have impact on it, right? Over towards Long, if I remind you, we can pull our memories backwards a little bit a few rounds ago.
Yeah.
But Juicy, what does he have? A showstopper? Yes. Ultimates? Perhaps. Right, you've got the Empress available. You've got the Orbital Strike. How do Heretics cross the finishing line now? How do they end this and get to the grand finals?
Especially when they don't have any extra abilities to work with. They do, however, have that operator on Kellogg's. Now, for me, Kellogg's, that last round, so damn good to catch that first player. The Seekers just set him up for that kill onto Rattler. Now that the pace has changed a bit, please call for the timeouts. What do they try and change? What do they figure out? And what do they do next?
All good questions to be asked. As Bleed take the timeout. Composure is necessary. This is pressure at its finest. I remind you, both these rosters very new. Bleed, there's a core here that has been established, but not practicing throughout September, most likely, given that Bleed dropped the roster then. Heretics, very new. Although there is a core previously known in G2, this is a new foundations these teams are building. A start of things to come.
Absolutely is now, Juicy. Only a Sheriff to work with. However, Zoics are going to buy a little bit of space here. And, oh, Kellogg's, that's a very aggressive trademark. We're basically something aggressive with that operator. Instantly punished by Scary, though.
Indeed, Kellogg's falls very quickly. Showstopper used adequately. Gaining 1. Lead, this is clean. They haven't dropped a player.
Clean.
Zeke trying to stabilize the ordeal towards the B site. Rattler cut off on that lurk.
Look at Zeke's positioning. He's going all the way into spawn. That B site is open. This could be really actually quite dire for Bleed. They have to go through this teleporter if they want to catch out these players.
But they're not. They're actually going to allow the plant, and Zeke is being a sneaky boy. Oh, he missed his chance. There is a world where 2v4 may be possible.
Lot of a spawn here.
Oh.
If you go through to the grand finals on a 2v4, this would be incredible.
They've got a decision to make. Do they hold the side to the whole backside? Boo! He instead pushed forwards. Nobody would have expected that. And now as they drop, they fall in front of him! Boo! What a shot! Zeke falls, which means it's all down to Boo! Scaring them away as a little ghost. Open a strike. Out into the open! Oh! Denied the clutch! Bleed are still in the game.
They stay alive, but only just, Pavlos. My God, it comes down to the final couple of moments, the final couple of bullets, but Bleed, they just about cling on by their fingernails to this map. Remember, Pavlos, the economy is going to really come into effect now, especially when you're losing players with such significance. You're losing these operators, and I really want to see how Bleed's economy is going to, how Bleed's buy is going to fare going into this next round, when every player has less than 1,000 credits at the end of last. Guardians come out, and yes, it's a buy, but it's a little bit shaky when it comes to utility. Yes, there's the Empress on Darion, but that's it in terms of ults.
You can definitely tell that the BPM of each player has increased
Significantly.
Fragmented, frantic movement. Darion aggressive, over-aggressive. Rettler holding that same position. Zeke able to punish. Rettler goes in for another, but fails. Zeke doubles up. Wants to start and ascend, looks to be a start on Heretics. 3 left for Bleed. They're trying to rotate over in time, but the site is fully under the control of the Europeans.
How do Bleed get back into this? All 3 players having to either go through Murder Hole or even try and go through Elbow. Either way, this is going to be so damn difficult. Crazy guy. Yes, he has the information for some of the players, but what good will that do?
This could be the final moment of the semi-final. Heretics could get themselves a grand final spot. If they're able to close out this round, they're close to it. It's all in their favor. Low health on Bleed, scary. Looking for an opener. Unable to find it, they know exactly where he's coming from, but Crazy Guy is able to open up towards the other end. 2 are left on site here for Heretics. Closing up, Kellogg's repositioning, 15 points of health. They're also going low, jumping in. Desperate movements here from Bleed, but Heretics close it. They're going to the grand finals, taking down a very dangerous Bleed.
Icebox certainly was close. It came to triple overtime, but once Heretics got to their map pick, once they got to their home field, they were unstoppable, and credit where credit is due to Bleed for making them work every step of the way.
The results will be 2-0 in favor of the hooded men in black as they take down their opponents. Bleed, what a run have they had in this tournament. What a run. Second place in their group, but with the same score of their team. But let's go to the stage for an interview given by Mamba.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Of course, we will talk to the winning team once they get done with all the post-match necessities with the handshake and whatnot. But a huge round of applause for both these teams, fighting it out, giving their heart, giving it their all. But of course, only one team can advance. The other, well, unfortunately, their journey ends over here. But if I could just request Heretics to come up on the stage, Mixwell, can you bring up the entire lineup? Can you bring up all the boys? Yeah, I need to have a chat with you. Wonderful match. Of course, a lot of love for you down here in India. How does it feel?
It feels amazing. It feels amazing. It was a really close match. They played really well. I feel like the Icebox, they should have won it.
Yeah.
And after winning that map, we felt pretty confident and we played really well on Bind. So let's go. We're in the finals.
No, but I had to rewind back to Icebox because the last couple of rounds were really crucial. What was going on through your head and the team's comms as well? How did you guys manage to pull it through? Because it was looking bleak at that point.
I think it's not our best map because we didn't have too much time to practice it. So we made a lot of mistakes. We didn't follow the plan. People were over-peaking, overheating, sometimes not waiting for the full retake. And mistakes like that against a team like this, you can lose the match because of that. So we were nervous. We were nervous. A little bit.
Well, that's rare when it comes from a team of this caliber. As a matter of fact, both these teams they have a lot of experience behind them. But now you're already made it to the finals, and of course it's going to be a big day. But there's one more match remaining. How do you feel about that? Because of course you have to put in the work, you have to watch the match as well. But how are you going to prepare for tomorrow?
Now we're going to go to the hotel. We will watch the Paper X against Team Secret. Yeah. Team Secret won against us, so they could upset Paper X, even though I think Paper X is the clear favorite. It's going to be a really good match, so I'm looking forward to it. I'm going to eat something while I watch it and enjoy.
Poolside.
Yes.
Well, wonderful. Thank you so much, Mixwell. Pleasure talking to you. Congratulations. Of course, a lot of love, but our casters are waiting for us to break the game down. So boys, take it away.
That was quite the performance over
Absolutely.
from Heroics, and the interview, the insights over from Mixwell also as just. How did you feel? How did you feel out Mixwell's response after that game?
Honestly, pretty calm, all things considered.
Yeah.
If I'd won a game like that, I'd be shaking, I'd be screaming, I'd be shouting. It definitely shows the experience, doesn't it?
Yeah, no, he definitely said that was a close game, and we obviously saw that.
Absolutely.
They felt that to a very big degree, and Bleed played for their lives.
Yeah,
They
really did.
It was a matter of life and death, really. Survival for this tournament, right? This is a singular elimination bracket at the end where only a team can make it out from the semi-finals per side of the bracket. And Heretics had to be the team to do it this time around. Now, it's time to break down the match, Kremer. We obviously bared witness to it. The first match in particular, the first map on Icebox was a very close endeavor. How did this pan out in consideration to the previous one?
I think in order to aid me with this, we have to take a look at the scoreboard. Juicy and Zeke. Now, over on Icebox, much closer. Zeke, of course, on that Sage, not able to have that sort of heavy impact he does on that raise. Over to Bide, he's given a lot more freedom, and I think that's why Juicy did a little bit worse than he did over on Icebox, purely because having to challenge Zeke in that raise versus raise a battle, you could say, really definitely is much more difficult to attain. I would also like to mention that for Bleed, they got thriftied, I think, 3 or 4 times.
Yeah.
And still got 8 rounds.
The thrifties from Heretics was something else, and definitely something to be feared.
Absolutely, absolutely. And you sort of look about how it sort of trickles down. Mixwell also with an incredible game, joint top frag with Zeke at 21 kills. This is shortly followed by Kellogg's. Kellogg's had quite a big redemption arc for me. There was a period on the defense where everything just failed for him. He had that operator time and time again, was just getting caught out. Kept at it, went into the second half, and really recovered to the point where he was going through six with that operator. That's how confident he was feeling.
And the opposite could be said a little bit about Darian, because at the first half, it felt like he had a lot of impact. He was able to get a lot of entries, maybe second entries as well. But when it came to that second half, it felt like he felt flat. It didn't really feel like he was on points, and his impact definitely lacklusted. Where Juicy was required to do a lot of the heavy lifting, it kind of felt at that moment, at that distinct moment, that's when Heretics were able to kind of sizably gain a lead.
For me, I think that for Heretics, they're a sort of team that once they get a lead, they're not the sort to drop it. No. And I think when they were going blow for blow with Bleed, it was only a matter of time before either they plow on ahead or vice versa. Bleed get it, force us to a third, and that will be it for our first semi-final. Let's take a look at some key performances, though. The first one I want to mention is the Thrifties, of course. Team Heretics, it's only 3, but the impact
of the map, by the way.
Of the map. 3 Thrifties, the impact that has.
So not only.
Yeah, exactly. 3 Thrifties, the impact that has is absolutely incredible. I also want to mention, in the first kills, Bleeds winning the first kill battle, you could say, it was Heretics' recovery that was so damn good.
It really was. It really was. Heretics, the team to be feared now in the grand finals, is of course Paper X and Team Secret will be taking the stage up next. I'm really looking forward to that one in particular because Heretics have only shown a limited map pool, now expanded to 3 maps, right? So there's still a lot to be discovered. Well, it seems that Paper X are being a little bit creative with their own end, right? We've seen new compositions on the Fracture game, being very dominant at that. So how do you think now moving in Heretics, it's kind of like an anticipation of who is going to win that matchup as well. But now that you've seen Heretics in a best of 3, what are the chances to closing out this tournament as victors?
I think they're going to have a lot of difficulties against Paper X in different areas than Bleed. So Paper X, there are small mistakes that we saw from Heretics. A good example was a team flashing when going through a smoke. Or another good example would be when backing off, accidentally blocking each other. It is very minute details, but Paper X are a team that will punish every single mistake that you make. And for Heretics, I would argue we've still not seen them at their full form.
No, we definitely haven't. And that's what's exactly what we're going to be looking forward to, right?
Absolutely.
We're seeing all those potential players stepping up. And talking about players that have stepped up in this game, Zeke head-to-head with Juicy, 2 very influential players. Juicy, very young.
Yeah.
And, doing a lot.
Absolutely. I've been very impressed with Juicy this whole tournament. Absolutely perfect stuff from him. And you look over to Zeke, experience, disciplined, it absolutely shows in the server as well. Absolutely incredible match from him. Over to Juicy. A little bit more shaky, a little bit more inconsistent. There are rounds when he's popping off. I think that round where he got that 4K, catching players out of mid-air. There are other rounds when you see these huge whiffs. And I think that once Juicy finds that consistency, Zeke actually is quite a good player to model himself over. It's like the progression of a professional player right now on our screens.
Yeah, no, Zeke definitely in the spotlight now, in a star of his own team, something that they didn't quite have the possibility of having in the previous one. Yes, he was a champion.
Yeah.
Yes, he's been appraised.
Match found.
Let's do this.
It doesn't matter where they hide. I'll find them. I always find them.
Suppress it.
Enemy
Flashbang.
Find you.
Dead.
Enemy A.
Bring them down. We found one.
Teleport's ready.
One enemy remaining.
Enemy spotted A.
Everyone's motor functions okay? I know humans get tired.
Kayo? You have Spectre?
Need
You
a
wanna
drop.
play? Let's learn.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Knife deployed. They're suppressed.
Block in sight. Bring them down. Enemy spotted A. Cutting them.
Flash.
You lose.
There. Reloading.
One enemy remaining. Spike down A.
I would
Bragging rights if you get first pick. There.
Cutting their vision.
Omen kill.
Enemy. We'll catch them.
too slow. My ult is ready.
Spike
Teleport
down
ready.
B.
Enemy spotted B.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
They're supposed to be fighting back, right?
Knife deployed. Enemy suppressed.
Enemy mid.
There.
Enemy A.
There.
So close.
Flagging.
Reloading. Here.
I'll find you.
Part two. They're blind to fear.
There. Shutting them down. Enemy suppressed. Ah.
30 seconds left. Spike down A. One enemy remaining.
Still in sight. Still in sight.
Ten seconds left. Last player standing.
Looks like I was the stronger one.
Keep the momentum.
Need a drop.
Thank you. Keep up.
On my way.
Joke's over! You're dead!
Suppressing. They're suppressed.
One enemy remaining. Flawless.
Crush them. Just gotta play around the slow fields and we're fine.
My ult ready.
Bro, full shield, full shield, full shield!
Shutting them down. Enemy suppressed. Caution. Caution.
One enemy remaining. Spike down B. 30 seconds left.
Spike is B.
I will fulfill my purpose. Shutting them down. There.
Cutting their vision.
Flashbang.
Still in sight. They will cover. Last player standing. Look your enemy in the eye. It helps with accuracy.
Suppressing. They're suppressed. There.
Joke's over! You're dead!
Reloading.
Shut down.
Spike down A.
Spike spotted A.
Enemy suppressed. Flash.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
As much as this world hurt me, it's mine, and I will kill to defend it.
Need a drop. This is gonna be fun.
Suppressing. There's no charges. Flash.
You should run.
One enemy remaining. Spike down A.
Feeling sight.
Teleport's ready.
Reloading. Deep breaths, everyone. Your hearts are pounding.
Need a drop. Thank you. Knife deployed.
Enemy kill.
Reloading.
No one walks away.
Cutting them.
One enemy remaining. Spike down B.
In the left pain they'll see before they die.
I'll show you, Scary Omen. See ya.
You will not kill my allies!
One down.
Shutting them down. They're suppressed. There.
Here.
There.
Three. Enemy A. Multiple enemies A.
Kill confirmed.
One enemy remaining.
Survivors rest. Knife deployed.
Reloading.
Last round before the switch.
I can buy for you. Load up. We're not coming back.
How confident are you feeling right now?
I mean,
Let's get this done.
it goes back and forth with these guys.
It goes back and forth.
Yeah.
You know what? I want Venkat. He's the one who's going to give me good answers.
Suppress it.
You see all the love that you get, right? Of course. What do you think?
Enemy spotted A.
It is going to go back and forth. At least that's what we're hoping for. Is all.
Throwing charge.
All the lovely fans.
Flashbang.
Enemy.
Where are we?
Feeling sight.
Merc! What's this?
The CP is great because the has been outside of has been in APAC, like in a event in another APAC country. Sorry, I'm fumbling my words. But yeah, it feels great to be here and know that our reach is so far in terms of like the fans that we have. So it's nice. Thanks everyone for coming and supporting.
Well, that's wonderful. I'm not gonna take too long. I will let you get settled in, but I'm gonna make sure I get the handshake right this time around. Everybody watching on Team Mixwell, I'm gonna make sure it gets right tomorrow. But good luck to you and the team. You guys can get settled in. But of course, that's the first team. Ladies and gentlemen, that was Paper X. But now put your hands together for Team Secret.
Take everything.
Bring them down.
Shutting them down.
They're blind with fear.
Enemy
Reloading.
suppressed.
I'll find you. Block the sight.
Reloading.
Reloading.
I saw you backstage having fun.
Like planet.
Reloading.
But big stage, big moment, big opportunity, and a chance to change history. Do you think there's additional pressure to change that?
I guess it counts that we're against Paper X, obviously the best team in APAC right now. So we kind of have like the underdog mentality, so we have nothing to lose or something like that. But I hope it will be a great match, and I'm looking forward to it.
That's a very media-trained answer, but what's the internal conversation like in the team right now? How confident are they feeling, and what's the plan?
Their courage.
If you talk about confidence, I believe we have like the individual confidence that we need, and what's important is to enjoy the game, win or lose. We will stick together, we will lose as a team, we will win as a team.
Well, that's wonderful. That is well said. Congratulations for making so far, and good luck to you for this match. Hopefully you have a good one and may the best in win. But ladies and gentlemen, these two teams are of course going to battle it out. They will give it their all to make it to the grand finals. But before we move on to our lovely card,
Shutting them down.
Bring them down.
let me on! Lovely energy!
Flashbang.
Another exciting match upon us. My name is Adam.
Bring them down.
And we're going to finish this off with the last best of 3 of the night. I cannot wait. Has been happening since or at 2020.
Absolutely. Team Secret and Paper X have been teammates that have been really, important since
Enemy suppressed.
One enemy remaining. Attackers win.
Many international tournaments, they've been the ones to always reign #1 on APAC, and Secret might have beaten them a couple of times, but it's not been enough to solidify something of, a big successful issue.
So the thing about this is I'm super excited about the series because technically both of these teams are APAC sweethearts.
Oh, yeah.
Team Secret was one of the first teams to have ever gotten onto Champions way back a couple of years ago.
Yep.
And then Paper Rex also did the same thing. But now it feels like Paper Rex are of a much higher caliber. You cannot deny this. Team Secret is on the catching up in these two teams.
Yep.
So with all of that being said, there really is so much to prove with Team Secret here. Also because of the fact that they have lost 2 of their primary players. We've talked about this, with the loss of Wits as well as the Spencer.
Yep.
Now it's going to be Jeremy and Envy that's going to be playing, arguably incredibly strong and young talents that seem to be bolstering Team Secret. And the proof of that is that they won that match against Heretics. And you did hear the interview with Mixwell that he was very surprised about the outcome of the performance that Team Secret gave in that match.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Secret have got this knack of getting a little bit extra done when you least expect it, which did happen against Heretics, which honestly, everybody thought that Heretics are going to go 3-0 in the group, right? So
yeah,
Secret coming off with that upset was really, really great. That gives us a little bit more to hope for in this game against their eternal rivals of APAC. Paper X, of course, are currently, the best rated team, among the best in the world, and currently #1 APAC, that's for sure, as they are going to be taking on Secret. And what I'm expecting the most out of this is Paper X to actually take this 2-0, because I think Team Secret have got it. I think it's going to be close, but I think Paper X have got this in the bag.
I can't argue with that. I know I'm a Filipino caster. I know that, again, that Team Secret also comes from my homeland, but there really is so much to prove for this particular roster. But I will say right now, Paper Rex, with that match that they had against Bleed, they look like they could at least hemorrhage a couple of these games. So if Team Secret can replicate something that Bleed did in that game, in this series, there definitely is a shot at this. And you really did see the capabilities of Team Secret where when they're on high gear, that they're also a team that looks that they cannot make any mistakes, especially on that match with Heretics.
Well, while that may be true, yesterday we did have Bleed take out Paper X on the map of Bind, which actually has been historically one of Paper X's iconic maps, because they're the only ones who can perfect that Yoru. But Bleed found the counter to it. They absolutely tore down Paper X. But on the back of that, after a lot of stuff, talked about in the background, we've got this team right here, came this morning and ripped Boom a new one.
Yeah, now we do have the head-to-head real quick here for you guys. It is going to be Forsaken and Jeremy. Look at that. Forsaken slightly lower on the standings here, but this could be the fact because they took a massive hit against Bleed, but arguably still this is a tandem. Forsaken #1 in APAC rankings, while Jeremy somewhat up there as well, and again, an incredibly talented player also coming in from the Philippines.
Absolutely. Excuse me. It does make up for the fact that Jeremy has been, pretty consistent across the matches that he's played, and he, of course, has been a lot more impactful because, the way that Jeremy plays, he's got that flexibility to play multiple agents, I think he can pick up the Initiator as well. He plays a duelist mainly, right? He can also play the KO if need be in certain, but I think that's pretty, little bit earlier in the past, but I think overall, this is going to be a great duel between Forsaken and Jeremy, and if you want to add in the mix, of course, if we see Bind, it could be Jing added as well, because he, of course, is the Raze player, right? And if at all, that is Paper X go for it again, that Euro Raze play, because now we've seen they've been incorporating the Phoenix a lot more.
Ooh. There is a lot of flexibility with that. Also the Harbor. So that is something that we could see, again, Paper X bring out. It did look very effective when they faced Boom earlier today, so that is definitely something to watch out for here. Just wanted to point out as well that when they still had Wits, and this was a couple of months ago when they were playing against Paper Rex in the Challengers playoffs for Asia Pacific, they actually they lost to Paper Rex, but the match that they had the best standings was when Jeremy was with them, more so than at least Wits on that particular series. So having Jeremy here, who looked much more consistent throughout the throughout the past couple of months, as well as coming into this one pretty hot, as you mentioned. Also now, again, going back to Envy, it looks like there are some good swings that Team Secret might be able to showcase to us here.
Well, let's have a look at one other player from the side of Team Secret, Dubstep. We're going to have a look at his stat in the last 3 games, as he's been pretty, consistent as well. Game 2, not as much because, well, it was a difficult matchup against Bleed, and he tried his level best, but across the board, you can see that he's worked his way with the Killjoy, but not so much with the Chamber. So what do you think about this?
I think Dubstep has really had to change up the play style for him because, again, before he was just the jet player for Team Secret. So he had to be the one to reach into the sites. He had to be the one to entry frag. He looked super clean for a couple of months, then started looking shaky. So they mixed him up, put him on a more reserved role here. And he's been doing, I think, a good job considering what a lot of teams have been forcing his way. If you, again, look when we looked at Durian, right, from Bleed, he's been
forced to go, or not really forced, but chosen to go for that 4-1 split for the most part. And Dubstep kind of also fills that role for Team Secret.
Yeah.
And even though he's been pressured to kind of handle that multiple times, he's been able to at least get some decent standings, especially from that Game 3 and Game 1 with that ACS of 230 and 202. So not too bad, at least struggling, but still performing.
Yeah, he is doing pretty decently well. I'm not quite sure how he's going to be coping with the maps that we're going to be coming up with now, because I think the map pool is going to be really interesting for these two teams. Whilst we might see a ban on Bind, because I don't think Team Secret might be able to counter Paper Rex the way Bleed did, because I think Team Secret really have a little bit more reserved playstyle, right? They don't really go and challenge. They don't pick up the double duelist, right? So they will probably not want to play on Bind. But then the danger with Paper Rex is that they play double duelist on every map. So
yeah, there is, again, that flexibility for Paper Rex here. They can choose to go for the double duelist. They can choose not to. I believe we have stats for one of the other players for Paper Rex here, Davai, who has actually, you know what, you mentioned there was that player again from Enigma that does so well, or I think it was RVK, that does so well with the Sheriff. I think we've also seen some amazing Sheriff plays and even Sniper plays here from Davai, especially when they faced against Boom earlier on again today.
Yeah, he is an amazing player on the chamber. You know, he switches up the role between Forsaken when Forsaken has to pick up another duelist, which does give him a lot of flexibility because he plays the initiator. He plays the, I believe at some times he even picked up the Sentinel apart from chamber. I think he's played Killjoy way back when, I believe. It was an olden time. But Davai has been a really well-rounded player for this team. He's a backbone. He's usually in the quieter side of on the quieter side of the team. Yeah. But when it comes on the server, like this morning, this guy was on fire. So I'm pretty sure Paper X today came in with the full force of their nature, of all their powers intact.
And I also want to point out, I think we were discussing this as well. We were just watching in the couches a while ago, that Davai is one of the players, along with Forsaken, that plays with the teeny tiniest mouse, teeny tiniest mouse pad because of how high sensitivity is. Yeah. Imagine how accurate you have to be and stable you have to be able to aim like that. It's crazy stuff.
Yeah, these guys are insane. You know, if you've actually seen a couple of on Champions as well, when they zoom into the mouse pad of the players when they're just on the range trying to get their aim intact. There's not much movement on Forsaken's hand. It's almost as if he plays on, I don't know, 2-3 sensitivity with 1000.
Basically high enough that it only encompasses like 10% of the mouse pad, which again I highly respect. I tried that before. It is not easy. Now, moving forward a little bit here as well, if teams or if players only know the iteration of the rivalry with Team Secret and Paper Rex here, it's gone actually farther than that. It was, again, Team Secret was also known before as Brent Esports. They were also known before as Team Adroit and Team 5. So during that phase, there was such a power struggle between Paper Rex and Bren already. There was that one time that Team Secret right now was able to beat Paper Rex, and that was the, I believe, the Sea Challengers from 2021, which allowed them to get into Champions. But now that was a long gone series. Paper Rex have gotten so much better after that, and now it feels like they are rather unstoppable because now we have our map veto.
Oh yeah, of course.
So we'll see. I honestly think that we could be looking at Pearl here. I think both teams are very confident with it, but let's just see what the pickings will be.
Okay, Haven is banned right off the start by Paper Rex. They don't want to really challenge that. Fracture going out of the way. They know Fracture is a problem as seen this morning. Paper X are probably going to be going for that bind pick. Okay, Paper X with Pearl.
Yeah.
This is interesting. I like this. This is another map where they can pick up that Yoru. Secret, though, how are they going to respond? Can we see Ascent for the first time? Can we see 3 new maps? Pearl, Ascent, and Breeze. That would be amazing.
That'll probably be the selection here for the most part. I would assume... Okay, now I would assume Team Secret would want to ban Bind. Paper X just would bind something else. Maybe, which other maps do we have? Man, I can't remember the maps that we have right now. Maybe
We've got Breeze, we've got Bind, we've got Ascent.
Yeah, there it is.
Yeah.
They're probably going to bind, and we're going to go straight for Ascent for our
Ascent,
last
yeah.
map. I don't think Team Secret are going to be
never mind,
confident.
okay.
Yeah, exactly, because again, Team Secret I don't think are going to be confident enough because they have shown that they could match the composition of Paper X. They also have used like dubstep before on a Yoru, but it only had some very lukewarm receptions, if I remember correctly. So this rotation of maps feels like the best iteration that we could get for this series.
True, actually. Pearl is going to be a ground where we do not actually know much about what's going to be happening. Paper Rex haven't really, been showcased on that map as much as we would like.
Yeah.
There's really minimal, statistics, but teams, even then, I'm pretty sure them picking this, they've got a pretty wacky, lineup coming in.
The one thing that that reminds me of Paper Rex was back in Champions when Jing got that boost up kill with the Raze. But I think at this point they have something else left in the tank that could be useful. If I'm a gambling man, I feel like, and I'm clearly not. It's, in most cases, just for the map beaters or for the agent selections, but if I'm going to, gamble on what is going to be the selection right now for Paper X, they're going to be hovering once again on the Harbor and the Phoenix. I feel like Phoenix is an incredibly strong agent on Pearl because there's so many angles that with the curveball, it's very, very devastating to kind of play against. And then you saw how well they create space with those Harbor walls. So that I feel that kind of transfers really well into Fracture, or rather from Fracture going into Pearl.
That is true. I think that with the way that the two maps that Paper X have played on Pearl, only two by the way, and both of them were were in Champs, I believe. Yep, it was in Champs. They won against Team Liquid and beat Edward Gaming. So that is quite a good two teams to have beaten on this map because they won against Liquid 13-4. That's pretty darn, scary if I was Team Secret right now.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. Team Liquid was just at that point one of my favorite teams coming into Champions. I was really banking on the fact that they were gonna pop off and such. But again, Paper Rex always a team that entertains as well as surprises anybody who watches them. That's why I think they're also very beloved here in the APAC region. But that is a definite thing to point out as well. Team Secret, I believe, have not gotten a proper official match on Pearl.
Yeah, Team Secret have, till date, never played an official match of Pearl. This is their debut against Paper X on the map of Pearl in any sort of a competition, as far as we know, as far as we've seen the statistics. And I believe this is going to be a brand new surprise for Paper X as well, because they've got no clue now how Team Secret are going to approach this map. What if they pick up a Phoenix?
Yeah. I think so too. Possibly we could be looking at that. So here's the thing, right? Again, we have seen dubstep always hover or gravitate towards the Sentinels, whether it's the Chamber or the Killjoy. But if we're gonna at least assume that the picks for Paper X will rotate or gravitate towards a lot of flashing, a lot of zone control. Chamber might not be the best agent at this point because you saw how Dubstep really struggled when Bleed were bullying him out with those, was that Bleed? That was bullying him out with those KO blades and forcing him out onto unideal situations. And usually the only effective spots that we really do see for a Chamber, if you're going to be starting on the defending side or something, would be back of B, very easily stopped by a smoke, or, stuns and flashes, all that good stuff. On A site, maybe on top of the A house, or on maybe Secret. There's really a lot of angles that you can flush out a Chamber on, and if you have a good amount of flashes and smokes, he's gonna be null and void. So if they're gonna push for that, is Dubstep prepared to actually play against the utility? What does he have in mind? Has he adjusted from the the flushing out capabilities of Paper Rex, or is he gonna change into something else?
Well, we're going to have to find out. I think one of the better sides for him to go would probably be the Killjoy. I think the Killjoy is actually pretty viable on this map, given if you've got your certain positions for ultimates to be put down. Because the Breach not really a common pick on this map, right? You don't really see. So you've got no instant counter unless a Raze is there on the other side who could, put in the grenade. But
Yeah.
I believe overall this is going to be a Paper X dominating map so far, at least in the first half, I believe so. But what I am looking at is this is one of the only maps so far that Paper X play a single duelist on. They've not tried a double duelist yet. So do you think we could expect a double duelist, or are they going to be continuing with the Sage and Chamber double Sentinel pick?
The thing about that is both teams are very malleable. So basically, they have a good agent pool on each and every player that they've had. I think Team Secret, like a couple of months ago, struggled with Envy because for the most part, he's just before hovering a lot more on the Sova and the Sky, but now he's also shown that he can utilize that breach. So honestly, I can't really answer you at that point because there's so much iterations that they can just bring in here that looks very effective when it's Team Secret and Paper X playing it. That I feel like it's now going to turn into a battle of mind games. Which composition feels like it's going to be better suited into countering the composition of the other team.
I would have loved to see Fracture in the mix. I think it would have been an amazing map because, if you want to know the statistics of Fracture for Paper X, they've played 16 games and they've won 14 of them in their entire history. Lost only 2 times on that map. That's exactly why everybody is probably scared of them. But clearly, the side of Boom were not for some reason.
I think they just wanted to test the waters and see if maybe Berserks can outmatch, possibly the Neon of Forsaken, but he didn't bring it out. It was actually the Phoenix. I don't think they were kind of expecting that. You really did see that they were just trying to outpace them. The problem is, again, because that Harbor was brought out really efficiently by Paper X, mind you, with Mind Freak at the helm of that, you really do feel that they put a lot of training into how to well utilize the long wall of Harbor. How do I point this out? Paper X just optimized things very, very efficiently. So I wonder, again, what is the efficient composition that they've had here? Or, as you mentioned, are they going to just keep going back to basics?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that, the basics might be the best thing to do. And I think that it is a map where nobody's really found a groove, I would say. I don't think there's a set composition, right? There's many iterations of what's happening on the map of Pearl. Nobody's really found a perfect groove, right? So I believe that it is going to be really, really interesting for them to try something new. But if you had to say the best 5 on this map as agents, what would you pick?
Ooh, that's, again, top of my list has got to be the Phoenix. Phoenix, definitely strong, has a lot of combinations, still very budget-friendly with his ultimates. I think his charges still is 6, one of the lowest that we have in the game right now, considering others have gone 7 to 8 with the Hunter's Fury or the Showstopper. Another agent that I really like in this particular map would probably be Neon. I think she's very strong. There's a lot of angles that you can clear quickly with her sprint. There's also the Cypher that I feel like could work at certain points because he does get that massive mid control by himself with the tripwires. Of course, it doesn't feel as threatening as the KJ, but it does give you a lot more rotationary capabilities with that. And of course, when you're retaking sites or taking sites, he also has the supplementary smokes, so could also work in your favor. Again,
so, double controller.
Could be.
I actually kind of like that as well. I think the double controller setup on any map kind of goes underrated because the amount of control that you can get both on attack and on defense is really well, especially if you combine that with a Viper. But now we've got a Asian who is really good as a secondary controller. That is Harbor, right?
Yeah.
And these guys clearly know how to use him on the map of Fracture. But can they find that agent of use on this map is the question. Okay,
he's chilling. I love how Forsaken and Jing just look absolutely chill. Actually, basically everybody from Paper X. I think I just saw,
Who did you see?
Everybody. Everybody and everybody. Anybody and everybody. For Team Secret, it's also the same thing. I was talking about them. They were also looking forward to either playing, actually either or Paper Rex or Bleed once again. Didn't really matter to them. So there really is that also point of confidence that they're bringing into this fight. Fans might say, viewers might say that they shouldn't be confident, you know, it's because they lost to Paper Rex. But this is a team that will always try to thrive in conditions like this. And I mean, you can't say that you're not going to be playing against Paper Rex because you're all trying to aim for the highest point of the mountain, right? So they're always going to be butting heads. And this is one of those countless times that we're going to be witnessing right here and now.
Yeah, oh, okay. I think we're going to be going into Agent Select in just about a bit. Oh, there we can see a little bit of something on the screen. I think there is a raise. Is that a raise? Yeah, that is a raise being picked up by G. Okay, that's interesting. We are going to be seeing... how do you think that agent fares on this map? Do you think it's going to be a good pick? Because it seems like they're going for the same thing as they did previously on Pearl.
You only saw the one agent, though, so they could still have a different iteration.
Maybe.
Still, but again, whatever map, if Jing decides to go for the raise, you know it's going to be good. So that's just my 2 cents on the matter.
I mean, if you notice the Pearl changes that have come through, right? There's been a lot of different things being done to actually stop that guy from doing the maneuvers that he did. The boxes towards B-Link, towards mid-region, which is right outside of B site.
Oh yeah.
Where the the defenders can come from. Where he put the infamous clip of Jing getting on top of the Sage Wall, and then the ultimate. They've
removed that.
They've removed that probably because they saw him do that sort of stuff. And how much ever they try, they cannot really nerf Jing, can they?
It does feel like they can't, right? He's so versatile with how he plays. And I mean, it goes back to the point that he's just incredibly cracked. So,
fair enough.
Like, it feels like the utilities that he has doesn't really help him with his handicap. It just helps him overall. Anyways, Agent Selection is already prepared for you guys. Let's see what these two teams will be bringing out for game number 1. I really want to find the answer already to the question, what is the iteration that we'll see from both Team Secret and Paper Rex?
Well, it has been a little bit of a wait, but ladies and gentlemen, can we give some noise to Secret and Paper Rex?
Very nice.
Okay, we've got the Phoenix out, like you mentioned. They are going to be utilizing the double duelist here. Forsaken is going to be picking that up, and Devi on the Chamber, as we've got Jeremy on the Neon. Okay, 3 different duelists, 2 different styles of play between these 2 teams, and we've got a Breach as well. Now, that is an interesting initiator to pick on this map.
Yeah, again, it just because of the fact that I feel like they want to go for that quick 1-2 punch. Get a stun, slide in, get a kill. That's probably going to be the approach right now for Team Secret, even though they're going to be starting on that defending side. But as I mentioned, really strong suit with the Phoenix here. He has so many angles of attack, and they're actually going to be putting Benkai on the Sova this time.
That is completely new. I don't think I've seen anybody play the Sova professionally on a, map of Pearl. I've only seen average Jonas's clips, that's it. So if he's learned anything from him.
I mean, Jonas has played with Jing and Forsaken on stream before, so it could have been, Jonas, give us some tips on what we can do on Pearl with those lineups. Maybe we can give it to Benkai.
Well, fair enough. Maybe. We'll see if that comes to fruition. As we will be heading into the game, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to begin semi-final number 2. This is for the grand final spot. Who will be facing off against Heretics will be decided right here, right now. Paper X on the attack, and Secret to defend them with their life.
All right, seems like Secret want to go immediately out for mid-contention, but both of them and Paper Rex are actually going to be doing the same thing. Jeremy already spotted out, and Forsaken comes in for the swing. Curveball, goes in for the side, gets one, chases down onto Jeremy, or rather Envy, as he tries to back away with a single HP in his name. Forsaken pushing in for their 3 versus 3. The lineup with the hot hands actually doing nothing, but maybe just forces back Dubstep here. And speaking of which, they're incredibly low right now. Mindfreak somehow was able to push all the way through spawn. And if Dubstep only looks at the plant itself, he will not know about the swing, will get taken down. And this is looking very, very grim for Team Secret.
Yeah, well, Envy's on 1 HP. There's only so much he can hope to do. He does have the fault line, so enabling Borkum is going to be his main motive here. What he doesn't know is information of the position of these players. Welcome slowly getting close. He's gonna hope for that fault line.
Oh, no.
Never mind. He's been detected. This is gonna be a problem. Benkai's ready for this, it seems, and so is the rest of Paper Rex as Forsaken finds 4.
Yeah, Envy struggling, wanting to at least get more value on that classic, but he was just a bit too low. And a very, very clean round coming out from Paper Rex. They were very much prepared. Look at this. Forsaken was already out, swings out with the curveball, forces back, I believe that was dubstep, and basically let out the other players to dry out. And at this point, the 3 versus 2, with the cherry on top of that recon dart, there definitely was no chance for Team Secret to have even contested a round win. Now, seems like Paper Rex are just going to go for a straight up push onto B. Budget Smoke real quick, uses the drone for a setup, looking to see if there's anybody hovering, tucking themselves in those secret spots on B long as they go charging in.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. He still gets it. He's low on HP, doesn't get spammed down. Forsaken will find dubstep on the back of the site as Secret lost 2 players already, and now they prepare for the retake with a couple of shorties.
It's a melody in my head that I can't get out. Got me singing like, you know, every day. Okay, I'm sorry. All right, Forsaken, they're just going for the cleanup game here. Benkai, they double up. Oh, Jeremy, he's out of bullets. All right, that gives him a chance. Jeremy, one more on the shorty, but gets blinded by Forsaken. No chance in heck. There was that one point that maybe they could have gotten Jing. The collision actually stopped him from getting, I think, the double satchel all the way through B Heaven. So that was a little bit awkward, but still, he, as he mentioned, like this one, yep, he still converted, able to find through the smoke. Really, just a masterful usage of that judge. It's not easy, and it looks disgusting, and it works. I mean,
well,
yeah.
It is the judge, of course, right? You've got people like Daznert from NA who absolutely love it, but then at the same time, people who face him are gonna hate it. So this is one of those moments, right?
Shotgun players are the worst. But, I mean, it's in the game.
Then you're going to hate me. All right. All right, then we've got Team Secret on their first buy. JC Vash actually okay. He's really brave there to try and find that orb. Will be pushed back by Forsaken's ultimate as he runs it straight down to the A side. Stopped by utility. Great stuff to keep him at bay. There is no way he's going to be finding anything apart from throwing his hot hands towards Secret there. As Jing has run in with the judge. Great use of his raised abilities here. Coupled with the judge, okay. Jeremy in water. How did he get that? Finds another bird, comes in. Forsaken to trade back. Both TS and PRX are trading blows, but it's still PRX in the lead in terms of advantages. Secret tapped the bomb, and now they're gonna wait for a little bit of a peek, and Dubstep finds the better end of Device peaks. But what they don't know is that there's a player in smoke, but he doesn't check what's behind him. Secret find their first, but it was expensive.
Yeah, Jesse Vash at some point really had to play super far back because he was low and had to respect the push that both Forsaken and Jing were already doing on the A side. What I did like about that was they had utility to kind of intercept. They cut off the defense here, or the attack of Paper Rex, as you can see. With Jeremy's wall, he pushes right in, gets the pick onto Devi, but of course, you still had to worry about Forsaken and Jing. Thankfully, though, for Team Secret, they were able to finish this off, still saving 2 in the process. That's pretty good, but Paper Rex at the helm, having their buy around. Dubstep now going to be pushing aggressively onto B long. He's not going to be afraid of that KO, but he has to still be aware that the utility is there to flush him out.
Yep, and here we go. It is Paper X ready with their attack on towards B this time. All 5 players present here. There is a bit of resistance from Secret. They've got 3 players. Will they be able to get the kill? Dubstep finds the kill though. He takes out Divide, and that is a trademark being taken away from them, which means a flank could possibly be in the works if at all they want to. They're not too keen on pushing yet, Team Secret. They're keeping their discipline about, and they're hoping that Paper X maybe give away another free kill.
Well, again, it's just a take of calm before the plunge. Right, they gotta recuperate themselves. Even if they lost the player, they still have some threatening utilities to be able to utilize. It's going to be Forsaken first. Oh, but the wall drops down, and Borkum again looks at his watch. It's gonna be a little bit of that Borkum time. Gets one, leaves Mindfreak alone, but Mindfreak is standing. Mindfreak is hitting the stun.
They waited a little bit for it as he was starting to heat up, but finally Team Secret equalized, and Paper Rex not too successful in that B-long push.
Yeah, the problem was that Devi lost his life too early and Paper X just stopped in their tracks, so they didn't really find the momentum that they wanted to. This right here, and they just stopped for a couple of seconds at least. And then by the time they wanted to go for the plant, the problem was that Secret all rotated together.
Yeah.
They've got 4 players there waiting, and utility was right on the mark. 2 and 2.
The biggest catch there has got to be, as you mentioned, the drop on the wall from Forsaken. Nobody was looking to actually help him out. I don't think they were actively also thinking about the timing of things. Anyways, Devi, dubstep, oh, that was close. He almost got decapitated as Devi was just right at the precipice of that peak on the corner of the wall there. Seems like the rest of Team Secret a little bit occupied about B-Long, but it's Ali that they have to really deal with. The pistol's actually working through, but Borkum's here, holds on. The flash from Forsaken just blinds him to destruction. 3 versus 3. Mindfreak and Forsaken have been tagged down, so even though it got a little bit messy in Paper Rex, we're starting to get the picks. They take so much damage from that. The Team Secret should still have the upper hand technically in this round.
That is a really good Cosmic Divide to try and get the plant down from Mindfreak, but Dubstep so good on these quick peeks. And again, he's successful in taking out Divide. Paper X getting closer. They still don't have the better weapons. 2 members alive. They've got a Stinger to work with, which is in the hands of the planner. He's gonna get the plant down. Dubstep is ready for this kill. Onto Forsaken. He will not find him. What a shot from him. 1 HP. He cannot even heal himself because he doesn't have the hot hand. He needs another kill for it. JC Wash will kill one. Forsaken still finds one and makes it really expensive for Secret. But still, it's a win in their round.
I don't know why Borkum's laughing as well as Envy, but there's something funny that was happening there. I think they were just like, why can't you beat Forsaken? But you do see with the movement that they do, anybody could have just pushed through that smoke. True. Especially when I think they still heard the spike being planted down, but they were so respectful, I think, that the threat of Forsaken was still there. And Grinder, look at this chasing kill onto Jesse Bash. A headshot through the smoke, a headshot through Jeremy also chasing you. Forsaken, again, cool, calm, and collected, but this time, Team Secret find themselves that round advantage.
Yep, absolutely. We've got Team Secret taking the advantage here, 3-2. And Paper X are in a bit of a problem. They've got the Opera now. Now look at Jeremy, oh my god! The laser beam from his fingers do wondrous things. And we've got Paper X again on the back foot.
Electric fingers. That's what I want to call it.
Electric fingers. I mean, she does have an electric backpack that gives her a charge, right? So.
Is it really? Or I thought it was like her body, you know, like Sonic.
I've seen in one of the trailers that she gets her power from her backpack. She's got something attached to her.
I thought that was just to regulate it because she's basically a Radiant, right? Where
you're
a superhuman.
Oh yeah, okay.
Strength. Anyways, sorry, it's gonna be the push on B-Long here, out in the open somehow. He survives. The stun from Envy though for the punish, and Jesse Bash finds the pick through the smoke, forcing the Devi to TP out. Has the operator on attack. This is not going to be an easy feat for him as he's pushed into the 3 versus 1, stuck on B-Long. No more TPs, goes back into high ground, but Dubstep finds him. And they could even upgrade into the sniper if they want to do so.
Brilliant stuff here from Secret to try and keep things in control. The minute they lost the pistol, all right, the next round is going to come through. But now, these guys have built up momentum, winning 4 in a row, and Paper X probably did not expect this, did they?
They definitely did not. Actually, I like the approach right now from Paper Rex. It's all about contact, but keeping Envy alive with any of the fault lines so that even if Paper Rex finds a little bit of entry into the site, that fault line is there to stop them dead in the tracks and always somebody to kind of follow the punish right after. So Paper Rex can't really find a push through this because I think Envy is just good at being able to, you know, be that intercept that you can see in those couple of rounds.
Well, clearly the breach is working. It was a bit of an, not disagreeable pick for me, but he's proving me wrong, and I love it. I would love to see a new agent come in on a new map and show how they can work this to the best, and clearly Envy's doing that. Let's see how far they can continue this because the tactical pause early on for Paper X,
Yeah.
and I'm pretty sure Alex has got some words for his team as to how they can turn this around. Forsaken, even though he's been successful in his deals, he's 10-4 at the moment. His team has not been able to catch up with the side of TS when they're pushing in towards B long. It's mostly been the B aggression for them, right?
Yeah, that's true. We haven't really seen too much on mid, but I think, again, because of the pressure of that fault line, basically if you want to push through B alley or B link, however you want to call it, right? Straight shot with the fault line, just no bueno for Paper Rex here. But you're absolutely right. That tactical pause, very important, because usually this is where Paper Rex really find their mark. The Vi, though, has taken a bit of a beat down here through the smoke. If Envy just pops a shot through it, that would have been the Vi a couple of seconds ago. But now they put a couple of aggressive smokes right in front, which has allowed a little bit of mid-control for Paper Rex here, but they're very cautious about getting things through, as obviously the Vi has taken a bit of that damage. Prowler spots out that. Arc was a little bit exposed, but once again, a little bit of contact, fault lines follow right after.
Exactly, and they're probably now trying to bait that out. They want to make sure that Envy actually gets it out, right, so that they don't have to worry about it too much. Ooh, it's got a couple of seconds. Okay, Envy. There goes the showstopper. Doesn't really connect, but here's another ultimate to try and make it work. They've got positions, and they've got kills coming their way. Up goes Jing, but he loses his life, unfortunately. The plan will come down.
Oh my!
And the running back goes right back to where it spawned from. Mind Freak to take care of the backstab from Jeremy, and Paper Rex finally in a commanding position.
Hold on. Is Borgum still alive? Because he has the Cosmic Divide. No, he is not. 3 versus 4. It was very gruffy, but that is, again, where Paper Rex specializes. The Vi finally shuts down Dubstep here. It's all down to Envy. He was good already at the contact. Look at that. Gets the pick onto Forsaken, but Benkai not far behind. Gets the pick. And Paper Rex coming out of nowhere. And here we are. The chance starting to begin.
Really cool. I really thought this plant, after going down, was going to be not guarded for a long time, but they covered it up right across B long, and good stuff on Paper X, but there's still a lot more work to be done. Secret are not done giving up their, secret plans.
This is, I think, the reason why we're seeing the Sova be actually picked up by Benkai. It's because usually when you do see some teams play on other maps, that 4-1 split on attack, it's the Sova that splits with the team, uses his reconnaissance, the Sova drone, to create another angle of pressure, which makes it easier for your teammates if you get a tag to kind of follow up. And you see that be able to, Forsaken be able to use that beautifully as well.
Yeah, and now he's going towards mid to try and find something of value. He's pretty close to Art. He does have support in the form of Devi. Paper X looking for an ace split here because B has been taken control of by Dubstep.
Again, that was just one round. Team Secret still have the advantage, and of course, very, very coherent with what they want to do. Jeremy, though, I wonder if he's going to open this box because there's about 3 players of Paper Rex ready to go on the swing. They do have some utility here with Borgum. As long as he doesn't get any contact, it's all going to be up for naught. Bash is going to be alone. He's going to play intercept, try to go around, but he's being chased down. And where the heck did that charge, that again tag come from as he just gets blasted through the Phoenix wall? That was so just unfortunate. They just got hella dry meat by Paper Rex.
Ooh, okay.
And we're left to Dubstep, who will have to save this operator.
Well, he did get the initial frag. He found the first kill, but that doesn't mean he's going to be translating into a victory. His team needed to do the same on the A site, but not going to work out. And Paper Rex are going on the hunt here. They don't want him to survive and save that operator because they know he's a danger to them. But will they find him is the question. I think the spike's gone way too far and will, maybe trickle down the time, but Paper X, they equalize things back to 4-4.
They probably think he's going to be in B long. So the idea to play B alley here is, I think, the correct decision, because usually, when they're saving, and you just get the A site, it's all going to be on the other direction. Anyways, there's a lot of angles that you could just hold on Pearl there, but what I got to say is, that was so smart for Paper Rex, right? They lost Mind Freak, but they were not phased at all to just do this aggressive push. Look at that, Devi was even prepared for the swing out to come through from Envy, so that really screwed over Team Secret's defense on mid as well as A site.
Well, we've got some supporters of Paper Rex in the crowd as well.
Very, very, again, heavy support here. Oh, dubstep. Oh, he did not hit the shot. Actually had to rendezvous back. Did he even do any damage against Paper Rex here? Looks like that's going to be a no. It's kind of interesting. Both teams actually having operators on attack and defense. And it is working slowly. Jeremy, oh my gosh, he's about to get incapacitated, but no! Divide just de-scope at the worst possible time. Although this will force the hand of Paper Rex.
Well, there's a lot of utility coming their way. They're keeping them right towards Art, the Neon, the Breeze. They're doing everything they can, but not for how long. Dubstep finds a great angle and takes out Jing right down from the tower he was standing on. And now Paper Rex, having lost their talisman, are going to have to depend on Forsaken to try and maybe get something done here. They're afraid of every single angle, but the problem with this is they still haven't found a remedy to Jeremy, who's stuck in A main, and he's constantly holding down that angle, and nobody's challenging him. And the fact that now they can pick up 2 weapons as well if they want to, if they, go for a little bit of aggression.
Jeremy can now start pushing onto A main, and because he got the pick onto Devi, there's no more anti-flank to actually deal with at that point. Forsaken was just able to cover so much ground there. Unfortunately, this is looking Paper Rex to actually recuperate the losses that they've experienced at this point. So a lot of the pressure, a lot of the success that they might have is just waiting for Jeremy to go for that flank. Unfortunately, he was so far from the situation, as well as just, again, afraid to maybe utilize the operator in hand. But because of that, that was so awkward. They were just facing Paper Rex, where Team Secret were just fiddling with their melees, not knowing, not expecting that they were just that close and up in your face already.
Yeah, they probably thought they're going to be taking a little bit more time to come into the site, but I think if Team Secret would have actually pushed in a little bit more, maybe they would have gotten a little bit more value early on, right? Because Paper Rex was still considering where to go, what to do. And they took the advantage towards the B side. 5v3 it was, by the way, and they kept it that way until the B side, and then made it instantly 3v1. So good picks. It was a couple of pistols they were facing, right? Because the 2 people with the weapons kind of came in late towards the B side.
There.
That was so quick, though, for Forsaken to just, like, after their plans for A fell over, like, immediately as he saw the aftershock, he was already wrapping around through sewers and then going into B alley onto B, where he caught the rotation of Envy, who was not expecting, again, Forsaken to be that quick. Usually that's what we see he does on stream, just willing to always go for those picks. But in any case, Dubstep gets that double boosted spot, does leave Borkum on the pillar, but this is where there's going to be heavy contact, at least again on B alley. But they back away, as Envy is just waiting for that stimuli first. Oh no! What a lineup! Actually forced to back away. The flash. Oh no! But he hits the shot through the wall. If he gets another one, this would be fantastic. But at least the 1-for-1 is not a bad trade when Envy was getting just absolutely bullied out of his position. The lineup was there, everything else, but still somehow manages to convert 1 kill.
Jing has also fallen, by the way, towards B long, which means they are going to be having a man down going into this A side, and Borkum's clearing ground. He's calling it to be an A hit, and there goes the ultimate to make sure that Forsaken cannot hear anything, cannot do anything, but he still gets the kill. Forsaken is making his team work, spamming until the last second that he possibly can, but the spike has gone down, and do they expect the early flank? No, they don't. Borkum takes him out. It's up to him, but Forsaken with the 3K is still looking alive, still looking healthy, and wants this round for himself.
Oh, that's a big miss. That's a big miss. They saw this. They saw the hot hands already. There's the wall. Can't half it, but
okay, here we go. He's got 4 now, and he's running in for the ace. Will he get it? No, he won't. Benkai takes it away from him. Would have been the 2nd ace for him, by the way, in the tournament.
Yeah.
And he's the only one to get 2 aces. It would have been, right?
Would have. Was there an ace already from someone else?
Yeah, from Jeremy, actually.
Yeah. But that was brutal. I think there was still time for Jeremy not to have actually have the spike and just helped out Dubstep.
I don't know why he just straight went for the commitment. Maybe they could have double peeked out of the
the thing is,
there's still 2 players, and there's a crossfire that if they shoot through the smoke, they're
Yeah.
guaranteed to hit somebody, even
Exactly.
if you're defusing on the left of the spike or on the right of the spike, you're definitely not going to have...
Because it's out in the open. You know,
Exactly.
It's a difficult place to be in.
And the wall doesn't really make you miss because it's just on a straight line, so you're not like looking at things. Anyways, even if Team Secret were kind of forced into this unsavory buy, they still find a headshot there. The flash for Forsaken as he finds 2. How does he get these? Envy and Bash are down. Jeremy, though, looking for the challenge, chases him to the ends of the earth with that relay bolt as support. And now he'll be able to get a pick here. Jing coming in from the corner, chases down.
Oh, okay.
But Jeremy's still holding to the Stinger, man, and it is prickling the players of Paper Rex down to 6 bullets.
No, come on. Paper X unnecessarily
wow.
challenging this guy right here, who is actually on a roll from the beginning of the game itself. Jeremy, with 1 stinger, is keeping this sort of thrifty, working in their favor. Then Kai, he is trying to maybe find a bait out from anybody. But
He's still on the Stinger!
Insane
Oh,
stuff.
wow.
Forsaken dying there should have already been the call for them. Okay, you know what? We know there's 1 player towards B, 1 towards mid. Let's just take A. Go towards it. Because he found 2 kills here. Pretty great value, right?
Yeah.
But instead, Paper X just decided to challenge Jeremy with a Stinger.
To be fair, it was a Stinger, so they thought that maybe with the weaker weapon it was going to work, but Jeremy proficient with the SMG, working heavily in the favor, and now he's like 11 kills. Granted, of course, Forsaken's like 19, but overall, it's the rounds that truly matter, and it's 5-6. So Team Secret, with that round that they've got, now have better weapons per se, but this is still not too easy. Oh, no, Bash! Somehow managed to get back, but Jing is chasing him to the ends of the earth. A couple more bullets, and Bash is down. There's the ultimate. They're trying to at least get some value back as the Rolling Thunder comes in, as well as the electric hands from Jeremy here. Forsaken into the corner, stunned, as well as zapped to death. But it is going to be just a straight circumvent for Paper Rex. They're already all the way at B.
So it was the 2 duelists who were just trying to sell a fake with 1 ultimate that was the Phoenix. And the minute they got that kill onto the Fade, the minute Vash fell down, it was going to be the end of that round right there, because they committed that ultimate, the Breach and the Neon, to practically nothing.
The problem there was, again, Dubstep on the first contact, just losing immediately his life to Jing. And that's going to end their first half 5-7. Still pretty neck and neck, considering everything.
It hasn't been that bad for the side of Team Secret. They did start off pretty well. After the 2 rounds, went down, they got 4, but then they let 4 slip by them again. And to get back 1 and make it 7-5 is actually probably the most viable situation for them in terms of how Paper X stepped it up.
Speaking of stepping up, now this is where we see how effective the offense of Team Secret actually are, because again, they have a lot of control with that breach, but now how effective is that breach on the attacking side? Because again, we were talking about, we do have a head-to-head with Jeremy and Forsaken, but we were talking as well, how effective is that fault line on the offense? Because if it's going to be on the B side, I mean, even if it's a long fault line, man, it doesn't really encompass a lot of angles, so they have to still be very choosy at where to attack with Jeremy and Envy combo. So I'm curious to see where that leads them to.
Yeah, well, these 2 players were showcased in the beginning, and they're showcased again at halftime. And for this game, Jeremy clearly has a competition coming up against him, right?
Yeah.
And because of Forsaken's Phoenix being so effective, I think he put down his ultimate 4 times this half?
Yeah, it's because you die, you get charges.
Yeah.
It's very easy to get charges on Phoenix, and because he got only like 6 overall before he activates that run it back, it makes it very effective for somebody like Forsaken to have it almost up and running every single time. It's like Forsaken when he has the dimensional drift, but this time he can actually shoot while charging it.
Well, fair enough. He does have a pretty charismatic Phoenix play, which he's shown in the previous game that he played as well, and now. So I believe that Forsaken clearly is going to be the pivotal point of this defense as well. They've got double duelists, right? They've got one Sova. Can they tackle Team Secret's attack, who are going to be equipped with a Breach Fade and a Raze?
Well, that's what the halftime pause is for, you know, just kind of discuss those things as well. It's not just a break for the teams, but also discuss the change of dynamic that happens when the second half actually comes in. Because, of course, with the certain utilities that you have, there's a different outcome that happens when, again, you just switch the rounds. Any case, a couple of seconds before we do start the pistol once more, this was the struggle that we saw, I feel like, from... Was it a Team Secret? No, that was a struggle for Paper Rex on the pistol, as they didn't really look as convincing. In any case, now we're about to begin. Forsaken's already setting up a lineup, excuse me, with his hot hands. He's hearing the shenanigans here. Jeremy doesn't take any damage from the Shockler just yet. And now, it seems like the rest of Team Secret have gotten a bit of control onto Art, but they've gone for this 2-2-1 split.
Yeah, they're not really clear. They're just, you know, testing waters at the moment. Forsaken's holding down towards the mid door, as you've got nobody at Art for the moment. It's Benkai holding pretty passively. And Jing, on the other hand, is exploring A main along with Mind Freak. This is going to be good because they're getting control of A, and as much as they can, they've got a trap right in front of them. Forgive me, that's not, is that, no, that's a, oh, that's the rendezvous. They're going to crawl in towards mid. They might as well get a free kill here. But that free kill has wanted to find Forsaken, but Forsaken still gets it! There's no goddamn way. Jing covers him up towards mid as Rash was actually looking towards door. And now it is Paper Rex taking matters into their own hands.
Oh, this is not good. This is just not good at all. They weren't able to convert the kill, and that just makes everything crumble. Domino effect against Team Secret. One mistake, flank to happen, another flank to happen. They were not aware of the backstab to come, because I think now they were just very much afraid of what was in front of them, with Forsaken still alive.
You know, what I really wanted to understand properly was they put the trap towards B, but they had people actually exploring B. So maybe the trap could have gone towards A. This would have been avoided, right?
Yeah. It was a 50-50, to be honest, because...
still.
Yeah, true enough, true enough. It was there. That would have really saved their bacon for the most part. No tag to be had for Divide, though, but he gets the crucial information that they're just charging into things. What a shot. Jeremy was just making so much noise already, but it didn't matter whatsoever. Infi converts somehow with the classic. Hits some shots, but Divide has got a bit of surprise. It's called a shorty. All right, one more shot, but Dubstep already finds one. Has two headhunters. Okay, 3 versus 1, 2 headhunters. If he's efficient, he gets 2 kills, ideally, but we'll see how that goes, because now he's being corralled in. One more. Was good for the one, could not get the second. But that was a valiant effort, even on the weak buy, or rather an eco buy for Team Secret.
Absolutely, and now Team Secret are going to be looking at their first buy on the attack. Can they sustain Paper X's aggression, which might come in this round, by the way. Paper X always on the bonus. Love to go on the forefront, find their opponents off guard. But they don't really have that great a weaponry in terms of, I believe it was only Divide who had a Marshal, right? Yeah, the other people do have Spectres. And Forsaken all by himself, looking to charge up the entirety of the A side. Jing allowed to pick up that ultimate orb, big problem there. As a split approach coming towards A from Secret, and they will find the kill on the Mind Freak. Benkai's been pushed away, but the duelist will not be, as they run in straight. Find you! Make that a third Forsaken! He's on a roll, but Jeremy's on one himself as he finds 3. Makes it a 2v2, still alive for both these teams here, more so for the side of Secret because they've got Vandals on their hands. Can they find Paper X?
It's very nitty and gritty here. Vash and Jeremy. 7 seconds on the hunt. Jeremy's waiting, I think, for the utility first before they actually make something happen. Or, again, it's the cut of noise. They'll make Paper X think a little bit. Now that they've thrown out the utility and it's been destroyed ASAP, they know somebody's playing at the back of things. The recon dart to clear corners. And they're aware that Divide could be coming out for Art here
quite soon. But Benkai's making a lot of noise. Jeremy's not going to know about it, but still hits the shot. How many times have he done this in this round? Already coming for the ace, but Jesse Bash just makes sure, no, we're not going to give you that. It's just going to try to, again, just seal the round already, seal the deal, because we still have more to go.
I mean, if Benkai was standing on that ledge for a second longer, I think Jeremy would have probably got the ace, but this push from Jing and Forsaken, really good. Nobody there to support them on site. It came a little too late, the rotation. Well, it is going to be Secret to win the buy round. Almost, you know, losing it out, to be honest, getting the expensivities coming through by losing 3 players. They have a couple of players on half armor, I believe. And here's Jing making it a little bit more easier by taking it all to 0. Oh, just shows up right the right time! Jing! This guy is a monster, and Forsaken gets a kill with his hot hands! And Bork comes wondering what the hell just happened on A main.
Jeremy, all right, at the base of it, it feels like he's overheating once again. Again, there's just so many setup plays there. Dubstep blinded to bits as the swift follow of Forsaken will seal the round. The big problem here is there's just... Jeremy was effective in the previous round, but this round, Paper Rex were very much prepared for that swing. Look at that, they prepared themselves to gravity well. There was 2 players who were already willing to go for the fight, and immediately 5 seconds after, there's like 4 players of Paper Rex that was already there to intercept. There is a lot of things that Paper Rex is doing right now to counter the pushes of Team Secret, and once again, yeah, Forsaken has his run it back up and running.
Is he going to be giving it a little bit of... Oh, never mind. It's going to be Jeremy, actually, to give a bit of ultimate action to us. And he will find the first kill. Divide, losing his life. He's been on the receiving end too many times this map. He's not had the best of games, but Forsaken is having one. As his ultimate might run out if he's not going to be getting any more kills. He might have found one, but that meter runs out pretty quickly, as you can see it. They've all taken control of B. Link. And now it's on to Forsaken. Throws the flash, but he will be stopped as everybody's spamming him down. It's going to be Jeremy to get the last bit of his life. And now Benkai, still on the back of B side, is probably going to be expecting this back off from the side of Secret, as everybody from Paper X except for Benkai are playing back on A. This is a good read from them, but never mind. As I say it, they're going towards B main.
This could be a... Actually, this isn't too bad, because if they wanted to go for the A site, right, Borkum could go for the flank. The problem is Team Secret don't really have proper weapons, so they want to use the numbers that they have to just overwhelm any site that they want to push. And since Jeremy has picked up the Vandal, at least he's going to be the hero of this particular round, as Team Secret is starting to push things up. The problem is 20 seconds on the clock. This might not be enough. Benkai is going to be playing to stop the plan.
That's good. Oh, great kill.
Just
he
barely.
finds it.
And gets 2, actually, in the process.
And now it is Team Secret, who are on level terms in terms of men. They've got no utility as such. 1 aftershock on Envy, that's about it. But if he gets a kill, he has the Rolling Thunder. That is going to be the most important kill of his second half. So far, at least. He's hidden, he's holding, he doesn't get the kill. He will be taken out instantly, though. It is Forsaken and Jing, the deadly duo. The duo that the world loves. The duo that the world absolutely adores. They might be looking as pretty as possible in real life, but in game, they are dangerous and absolutely insane monsters.
They were just, well, you were again describing our adoration for both Jing and Forsaken, man. They were just having a bit of fun. The biggest MVP of that round has to definitely be Benkai. Not just the shock dart kill, but the kill right after that made it so difficult for, again, Team Secret to do anything. Because even if they got the site itself, they still don't have shields. They still haven't fully upgraded weapons or was able to pick up the weapons of the kills that they got. So this is where it gets a little bit risky. Now again, they're going to try to butt their heads. They haven't changed the pace of how they want to go, but maybe the execution is a tad bit better, forcing the peek out or the TP out from Divide. But there was so much utility that was expended by Team Secret just to get this aim in push, and even then they haven't really pushed that far.
They haven't. Team Secret are actually now playing a little bit more meticulously. They're not giving it too much in terms of aggression this time, and that discipline does work out for them. But Divide instantly trades off for his teammate. There comes the Nightfall. Will they be able to secure this? No, they don't know. The dubstep comes in from middle, and that is going to be the best use of Nightfall that you can possibly see. There is Team Secret winning something in the second half after what was a Paper Rex mayhem being thrown at them.
7-11, a very convenient round for Team Secret here. That was a really good readdress of Art. You already see Paper Rex was not really aware of the secondary flank or the flank to come after from Dubstep as he gets 2 free kills. So Team Secret still has a bit of tricks in their sleeve. I thought it was going to be, again, a little bit of insanity, trying to do the same thing, wanting for different results, but they added a bit of cherry on top, which is to mix up with Dubstep here. Jeremy, again, playing around the corner. Forsaken gets stunned, but still somehow gets Jeremy. Oh no, this is bad. Nobody to get the refrag. Divide finds Borkum peeking through onto B long, and this is just falling harder and harder for Team Secret as only Dubstep and Envy to remain. They're going to have to try to pick up a spike, but there's about everybody from Paper Rex looking to push in. Although Envy, he's making a cause. He's pushing them back. He wants to at least elevate his teammates. But Benkai and Forsaken shuts his dreams, and it's all down to Dubstep in a 3 versus 1.
Oh man, it looks like it is going to be over. Divide ready for that kill. Match point, ladies and gentlemen. And if this isn't one of the best individual performances of Forsaken we've seen, I don't know what is. A Phoenix on the map of this range, he's absolutely tearing it down. How many kills is he on? 26, 25, I believe?
Yeah, or around that one. We'll probably see it in a bit to confirm. What really was interesting to me there was, where was Forsaken? Yeah, he's 28 kills. He's pretty much, the lord of the server. Where did Forsaken come from? Because Jeremy stunned on Bialy. He was pushing already through sewers.
I think he was already there in that smoke. I think we missed the timing on that smoke. I think he was
or
right
maybe
there.
he was on a different angle on Bialy. Either way, he was not stunned. Or he was stunned, but he was still... Yeah, which was kind of crazy to think, to say at the least. I think he blinded Jeremy as well as a form of recuperation.
Oh, that's so good!
Oh, Spike.
A shock dart and ultimate combo, and it drops right on time for them to find the kill. And this might just be the beginning of the end here, ladies and gentlemen. The plan still hasn't gone down. Secret are in trouble. They will finally get something happening in the hands of Jeremy, thanks to the Astro ultimate.
Oh, Dubstep!
Fighting to Benkai trades him back. It's still going against the side of Secret. 3 versus 3. Can they keep this alive? They've got 1 star to work with. Borkum has 1 star, but they've got no ultimates at all. Benkai waiting probably for that recon to come in and hoping that he can find an off angle on somebody, but no, not gonna happen. Mind Freak was hoping it. As Benkai towards A main, spots out Wub. They know where all these players are now, and Device making work happen, but he's got no more support. Benkai falls, and now it's a 1v2. The Neon slides up, and Device playing with their lives, gets another. Device will try his best, but not going to be able to find number 13. It is still going to be Secret to stay alive, survive, and fight for their lives.
Are they going to be picking up that operator? But that was such... Okay, this one... Yeah, Mind Freak was just not expecting it. I was surprised how, again, eager they were to use the concuss super early when, again, they can't see if somebody's actually defusing it. A little bit of an expensive round here for Team Secret, and actually not a little bit expensive, very expensive. As you can see, they kind of wasted a bit of their creds there as they just tried to chase down the kills, which looks unideal, at least right now for Team Secret.
Divide exploring options on mid. Forsaken unaware about the fact that there's one towards high mid, and he will be traded off though. And Vash is expecting another push-up, so he's going to go back and make sure that nobody from Paper X is trying some funny business. Everybody from Paper X though are on the A side. They are playing on the eco, and they've got Divide trying to, charge this eco up with his lead. As he's got another prey towards A main. Does he find it? Is the question. Good stun to push them off their angle, but Divide ready for anything, it seems. And now Team Secret running for their life towards the B side, where they've got one player, Dubstep, waiting, excuse me, and checking every single angle. But it is still Paper Rex in terms of man advantage. They picked up a weapon for Jing as well. This is turning out to be a problem.
It definitely is. And this is Paper Rex that don't have any weapons whatsoever, but still somehow is converting. Speaking of which, they're converging right now to start the flank. Jesse Vash. Oh, that's the idea. So he's going to be playing the cheeky corner here. Unless they completely check him, he's not going to get spotted. He has the right idea.
Oh my, okay.
Oh, Jing was so aware.
There goes the ultimate.
They're too far. He's not going to be able to convert any kills with that. So it's a 2 versus 4 with the plant on the spike very fresh. So there's still plenty of time for Paper Rex to come in.
And the Vi finds one. The Vi almost finds two. Envy holding on, gets the flash, but that's about everybody from Paper Rex coming in.
Oh
the bomb finds stun. Okay, the aftershock delays. 50 HP. Jing challenging. Going for the defuse. He got it. He has to stop this. He has to stop this. He's out. He's out. Is there enough time? Jing! No!
Oh my days. That was quite a clutch from Envy. What a play from the initiator main. One of the best in SEA. Has showcased why he is among the best. Devi made it really close. He could have maybe shut this out, but this one stun saved his own life, gave him 2 kills, and the aftershock perfectly delays the defuse, and Jing couldn't do anything at the end there. Paper Rex might have lost that round, but they did have an eco. It was an eco, mind you, and now they've got everything on the line ready to win this round. Instant teleport away. Forsaken this time not gonna find that kill. Devi ready for one, gets it, still stunned. He's gonna get away. Jing finds another. Paper Rex on the roll again. Benkai will drop down. 2 versus 3, make that a 1 versus 3, and it is almost over, ladies and gentlemen. Envy, 1 man left standing. He did clutch out the previous round, 1v3. 1v4 actually. This time, he's got 1v3, but no spike planet. The trade comes. Will it come down? Yes, it will. It is going to be Jing to clear the board for Paper Rex, 13-9, and Secret will be hoping for map number 3 now.
That was a photo finish here for Paper Rex. It looked, as you mentioned, right, that was not the optimal round that Team Secret were looking for. They looked battered in terms of the buys. I think like 4 players of them were on half shields. So with that, very more malleable here for Paper Rex to start finishing off the game and whatnot. And even though there was that conversion once again, there was that point that Jeremy was overextending at some points, or just not really finding the picks that he wants. Like, he's good on the first kill, but it seems like he can't translate that into a secondary, which is the problem right there for Team Secret, because they need him to find the snowballing entry frag effect for Team Secret.
Yeah, that is true. You know, Jeremy did a lot of damage, right? He did do a lot of damage, but unfortunately, at times, it was kind of overextension, which led to him individually getting kills, but impactfully for his team didn't come through. Because Paper Rex, the minute they saw the mid-aggression, they pushed from the other side to sandwich them, right? So they did do a great job of finding initial kills. Forsaken was an absolutely different breed in this game. He just passed by me, so I think I got about 1% of his powers, you know, because his aura is that great. But my word, what an individual performance from both Jeremy, but more so Forsaken, who delivers his team right down to the finish line. We will be going into the next map, ladies and gentlemen, with Paper Rex in charge.
In charge, large and in charge, as you can see here. They have somewhat similar statistics. 4 kills, 4 first kills, for first bloods for Forsaken, 4 first bloods for Jeremy. Combat score is gravitating a lot for Forsaken here, and I think a lot of this has also allowed him to always have that run it back, almost always available like every other round, which is pretty crazy if you think about it, because again, the threat level for Team Secret just skyrockets when Forsaken has that run it back.
Absolutely, and I think that with the way Forsaken played today, 28 kills, by the way, he's on 4 first bloods. It didn't even seem like it actually looked like it was a lot more, to be honest, with the way that he was playing. But actually, a lot of first bloods came to even dubstep with the operator in the first half, when they were on the defense. And I believe that, like, Jeremy giving competition in terms of first fragging, he got 5, but he's on 21-15. And unfortunately for him today, Vash and Borkum just couldn't step up in this game. They had utility impact, that's for sure, right? The Fade was an amazing, initiator in terms of allowing that one round which we saw, the Nightfall, that dubstep coming towards mid, find the double kill because they couldn't hear him. Good initiation towards Art. I think that was when they hit number 9. That was right when they hit number 9. And apart from that, in terms of fragging potential, Vash just couldn't keep up with the rest of the team, rest of the players today. But on the other side, it was a little even. Davai had a slow start. He was missing a lot of his operator shots, but he picked it up eventually, and 18 kills, not bad.
Yeah, that's the problem right there, right? Because you already have Forsaken and Jing that feels online always, most of the time. And then once you have Davai into that mix, you basically have the trifecta of just, threats of just who can shoot you down, right? And you're absolutely right. Jesse Vash just looked incredibly cold in this first game. Maybe the problem there was he couldn't really follow up again on Jeremy because he was just too far forward, and at that point he was just turning into a easy target for Paper Rex. He was put into an awkward position where he couldn't really convert, but even though we do say that, he definitely struggled to get the impact that he wanted to in this game. And looking quickly into things, very, again, similar statistics here, with Team Secret just losing a little bit more in the post plans, where Paper Rex have gotten 7 out of 9, they've only gotten 4 out of 5.
Yeah, well, it might be a better ratio, 4 out of 5 is better than 7 out of 9 in terms of ratio, but it's, again, the number of post plans that they were able to get that's made it more successful.
Yeah.
And in terms of first kills, Secret got more first kills than the side of Paper Rex, but still, it was Paper Rex who were quick on the trade, right? So the first kill goes through, but the second kill almost instantaneously comes in, and they make it work.
Now we have a statistic of how Team Secret have approached Pearl here. And I gotta say, even though it was a loss for them, it was a very... I want to say convincing. It was still a very interesting way of how they approached it. It looked actually pretty effective up to a certain point. That was the thing. And again, it just makes it so that this series could still turn the favor of Team Secret if they have something else to say on those next couple of rounds there. We do have a quick little head-to-head for you guys. It's going to be Jing and Dubstep, the secondary fraggers on each team. And once again, very, very similar statistics here.
Yeah, Jing, of course, was playing the Raze, and we did have Dubstep on the Chamber, so different roles for both of them. They had Jing flying into the sides, whereas Dubstep was holding them off pretty, passively, playing on the attack as well, not too aggressively. So two contrasting players here, but they've got similar stats. And Jing, he might have been the great support, but all about this game was Forsaken. He was the person to look at, star performer in the spotlight. Can he continue it into the next game?
There's something scary about, talking about Forsaken and Jing. It's not just the fact that, again, they're incredibly talented with how, they approach aim duels and such. It's the fact that they've able to make that work with them kind of in tandem, right? Which players have you seen be in top 1 and top 2 APAC Radiant ranks, and then be able to utilize that to just keep bullying every other player in that particular, competitive server? And then when you bring that into pro play, it still translates really nicely.
Yeah, that is true. But ladies and gentlemen, we've got one more, potentially 2 more maps. I'm pretty sure Azura is pretty hopeful of the third one coming in, and Secret winning the second. But I unfortunately am a little bit of a realistic person. So I would say that it will be close again. I'm definitely going to be calling it close. Could be the similar scoreline, could be even more closer than this. Over time, we'll see, as we will be taking a short break and come right back to the second map of this final semifinal, the last semifinal of today. And who will be finding their spot in the grand final? We'll find out in just a bit.
そう薄暗闇に包まれた見覚えのない場所目を覚ますここは夜のない世界今日で終わる世界そんな日にあなたに出会った好きにしていいとそれだけ残してどこかへ行くあなたの音が遠ざかってくそしてまた一人よどんだ空気の中でありふれたあの日々をただ思い返す終わりが来ることを待つ世界で辛い過去も嫌な記憶も忘れられないメロディーも今日でさよなら一人車を走らせる営みの消えた街の中を明日にはもう終わる今日に何を願う何を祈るどこかから不意にかすかに聞こえてきたのはピアノの音遠い日の音誘われるままに呼吸を合わせるように重ねた音心地よくて難しくてああいくつも溢れてくるいつしか蓋をして閉じ込めてた記憶奏でる音がずれてきた思い出気がつけば止まったピアノいつの間にか流れた涙続きを鳴らそうありふれたあの日々をただ思い返す終わりが来ることを待つ世界で辛い過去も嫌な記憶も忘れられないメロディーもさよならなんだ今ここで好きなようにただ音を鳴らす最後の日に二人きりの街でありふれたあの日々をただ思い奏でる音が重なり響く明日世界は終わるんだって明日世界は終わるんだってもしも世界が終わらなくって明日がやってきたならねその時は二人一緒になんで涙流すことすらないまま過ごした日々のあと一つも残さずにさよならば一人で迎えた朝に鳴り響く誰かの
Okay, now I'm
there
here.
you go. You just gotta
Right.
fiddle. You know, you just gotta fiddle your fiddly, and it'll work. You gonna try it again? One more. One more. I believe in you. Third
One
time's
more?
the charm. Third time's the charm. All right.
Okay, hey, hit the paper clip. I think that was why I lost
Was
it.
that what you call
okay, you know what?
performance
Never mind.
anxiety?
Never mind. Let's just leave it aside. I'm gonna. You know what? I'm just gonna throw that bottle aside. Yeah, nobody cares. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Hey, so I thought we were off camera for all this while, but we've got Paper Rex coming back into this series, and they will be going up against Secret for map number 2, which is Icebox. And while I might be icy with my ball flipping skills, I'm pretty sure that Paper Rex are on hot red form right now because Team Secret, they might have chosen this map, but it's still Paper Rex who are going in as favorites.
Yeah, you know, I'm not sure if Paper Rex will actually agree to this, but I feel like Icebox is one, if not the best map that they ever play on. And if you look at how they've played some of their games, yes, they've lost some of the most crucial games that they've played on Icebox, but the most dominant games that I think we've seen from Paper Rex have also come from Icebox itself.
Well, I do have to mention that Team Secret picking up Icebox is, again, like, you know, it's a little concerning because, well, for Paper Rex, picking up any map is almost concerning, right? But I have to say that their team has been really, you know, on the up and about in terms of getting maps of Icebox working for them as well.
Yeah.
The most recent, of course, was against Enigma Gaming, which I believe, you know, was, of course, just yesterday. They did do a pretty good job, beat them 13-7. But what I am going to be looking forward to is if or not they can actually push Paper Rex to the limit. This is one more map where Paper Rex recently have adapted the chamber pick onto Forsaken, let Jing explore the Raze, and they play the double sentinel with the Sage on Divide. So it is a good choice of a lineup for them. It's worked out for them in the recent past as well.
Yeah.
They've been able to beat some of the best teams. They've beaten FPX, Xerxia, Alter Ego in the recent past. So good stuff for Paper X going into this game. And Team Secret, recently good, but not Paper X good.
Yeah, again, this is maps that both teams have really had, at least historically, great performances. They, again, of course, not 100% win rate, but very, very positive win rate at least. I wonder if we're going to see something similar to the setup here of Paper Rex when we're going to be looking at Team Secret, because Jeremy also plays a good raise here. He could be bringing it out to maybe challenge Forsaken or Jing or some sort. We'll probably be looking into that. What is Envy going to be bringing to this? Are we going to be seeing a double initiator? Because again, Envy and Vash very much known for being the main initiators of, you know, the Philippine region.
Yes.
So there is a lot of approaches that I'm curious right now for Team Secret, because even though they have played this a couple of times before, there still is that point that they might bring something new to the table that they have been practicing, because I have heard that, you know, they have been playing a whole lot more of Icebox recently, so there is that that possibility that they could bring something new to the table.
True, that is true. I think that we might see something brand new. Are they going to be playing the Harbor on this map? Well, we'll find out. I'm not quite sure if it is the best map for a agent like Harbor, but the Viper, of course, is a staple pick. If you don't pick you know, Viper on this map, you're either going to have to be insanely you know, belted with the Brimstone, because that's usually the other pick on this map. You rarely see an Omen, and you never will see somebody like Harbor on this map. But if Paper X pick it, it might work because they made him work earlier in the day on a different map. And this is a team that loves innovation.
More than anything else, right? So we do have a heat map prepared for you guys. Let's get a quick check on that real quick. And Team Secret on their previous Icebox match, as you can see, fairly enough. I mean, it's obvious that it's going to have a lot of hit map on B and A, but the most thing that we have to check out is where the particular red spots are going to be. So on the A side, it's going to be, I believe, on 2F, on the default plant spot. That's usually where Team Secret likes to play the most. They don't really like playing on the corners. It feels a little bit risky for them. And on B, it's the standard default plants, whether on, let's call it default 1 and then default 2, which is farther a little bit on B side.
Yeah, that is true. They don't really have a bit of, you know, mid aggression as such. You know, as you can see, they've left mid completely for maybe a sparing few rounds, right? So they don't really go for too many aggressive plays. Their A is a lot more extensively used by them in terms of both attack and on defense. So far, it's worked out for them, but that was against Enigma in this tournament only, right? How are they going to face off against a giant like Paper X? Will this work out for them, separating the two sides and just focusing on that? Or do they need to approach mid more?
So the thing with heat maps, though, is it only really shows you the point of contact, not really the pathway of teams, I think, or players. So even though we don't really see too much heat on the mid side, that doesn't mean that, Team Secret doesn't really try to use like Borkum or Jesse Vashton coming through there, right?
Yeah, so, for the lurks, yes. But what about, I'm talking about full aggravated pushes, because it is a map where you can potentially have a lot of control if you cut it straight down the middle, right? Which is taking control of mid, walling it off with the Sage, of course, right towards the beginning of the attacker side spawn where you come towards mid. If they wall it vertically away from there, it's just gone, right? So it is going to be a map where the Sage is going to play a lot of role in terms of, cutting off angles. But my point being, will Team Secret take a different approach coming into this game after what we've just seen?
The thing about that is, I feel like mid control, even though it is underrated, also is incredibly high risk, high reward. In the sense that you saw that play that we saw with Boom a while ago, right, where they just basically run amok through mid, pushing up onto screens on the A side, and got the clutch, but also through that lost 3 people. So there really is that big deficit that is going to be a problem there. The thing with Team Secret right now is I feel like that is not how they want to approach, because it seems like they are struggling with how the follow-up is on their game, right? They're good on the initial setups, but the problem is the follow-up to that. So if they try to go for mid, there needs to be that good follow-up coming out from Team Secret here. So if they're not really set for that kind of plan, they could be looking at just not effective mid pushes altogether.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think that we will be seeing the side of Paper X also come up with maybe something new. It's been 2 months since they 3 months actually, since they played on the map of Icebox. And I believe that in that time, if they've come up with something new on Fracture, forgive me, having the harbor, incorporated there, why can we not expect Icebox? I would love, I have an unpopular opinion. I think currently the best agent in terms of attacking potential on Icebox is Neon. She's got mobility. She's the fastest agent in the game. She can get onto ledges that you would usually need utility in terms of updrafts or satchels, which are exhausting, right? You can recharge them, but she can just switch on her speed, start running up, and she can swing onto corners that you would not expect, right? Which includes on top of 410, jumping towards spawn and towards rafters. I think Neon is a great mobility agent, especially on the A side of Icebox.
Yeah.
I might be wrong, but I personally have got good success.
I think I've just made you also solidify that thought with the TikToker I just showed you earlier.
Fair enough.
Today.
Yeah, of course.
That was just showing the TikTok neon clips, so that's probably also why I think you're also feeling about that way. But I do also agree with you on that point. The problem I think with that is Neon feels a lot more singular and individual, at least on Icebox itself. So you really do have to see somebody basically 1v5 a lot of opponents at some point. I mean, you can play to kind of condense things, but the problem with that is I don't think it matches well against an updraft. Wherever spot you are, you can always just reposition much higher, or with the satchel. With Neon, you have to be somewhere specific to actually be able to just run around and be able to get that high ground control, maybe playing on top of 410, going back onto 2F. There really is, again, a lot of weaknesses that Neon still has. She's a really great agent, don't get me wrong, but at least here, I feel like it's still well optimized for the Raze and the Jet specifically.
Yeah, I mean, I have to agree. In pro play, there is going to be, they must have tried out Neon, right? I'm pretty sure. There's a reason why there's actually pretty minimal teams. There are some teams who picked up that agent, right when it was introduced. But I believe that overall, it is an agent that is, so it is a map where Raze, Reyna, Jet work pretty well depending on the situation of the entire team. Let's have a look at the agent selection, though, as we go into this. It has popped up.
Envy is hovering over the breach, but something different. Forsaken is going to be playing on the KO. He has done this before, but not for a while.
Okay,
and Mindfreak has brought once again the Harbor. Envy's going to be countering this out with his KO of his own, but we are going to be seeing once again the newest agent come to play on Icebox. This is going to be interesting.
I'm just going to throw my hands in the air. I absolutely love this team, but at the same time, I break my head thinking about what the hell can they come up with this, right? What can they do with this?
Yeah.
And then they show me, and I'm like, oh, okay.
All right.
A KO, I mean, okay, they've got Double Initiator. They've got Divide back on a Chamber. I thought it's going to be, Forsaken on the Chamber. But, yeah, I'm confused,
Okay,
man.
the thing is, we saw the efficacy of the Harbor before, right?
Yeah.
With the Phoenix. I think the reason why we're seeing the KO over the Phoenix here is Phoenix isn't really a particularly good agent on Icebox.
Yeah,
the
Phoenix
KO
is
makes a
different.
lot more sense because the thing is, he has a flash, really good for setups through wall flashes or wall push outs of the Harbor, as we saw when Paper Rex were using this on Fracture. And the biggest factor, KO Blade and Null Command. Incredibly powerful when you're pushing on sites.
Yeah, of course. But there is a KO on the other side as well, right? So they've got a, KO duel or whatever. Forsaken currently on the upper end of, form, I believe. Let's head into the game, ladies and gentlemen. This is Team Secret fighting for their lives, hoping to end up on the final map of this series. But Ascent, of course. And Paper X fighting for the position in the final tomorrow against Heretics. Icebox to decide it all.
Ooh, man, they have brought something that I'm not sure if Team Secret are prepared to actually fight for or fight against. Blade very quick to actually spot the rest of Paper Rex hovering towards B site. There's going to be use of Cascade as it covers a lot of corners here, but this isn't the patch that has the 2 Cascades yet. We are playing somewhere a little bit more previous to that, so we are only going to see this one. High Tide has been used. Very quick to clear a couple of corners here. Vash does get spotted, and this is where it gets a little bit tricky. Vash might not know about this, but the setup, both Jing and Forsaken very far back as Snowman is already exposed. Team Secret going to be playing on the retake, and they are taking the back at the positioning, at the aggressive forward positioning of Paper X. There's 4 people here right now playing on Snowman.
Well, this is insane stuff from the side of Paper X as we are finding them. Yeah, I think that, okay, yeah, I'm back. Forgive me about that. We have got Team Secret holding on their ground, but they have not expected 3 players to be here. Vash will find one. Paper X go for another, but Vash finding 3 in a row, and he's going to look for the...
That's what we call Vash of Thunder! Gets the stab as he previously, before that, gets a couple of shutdowns with the classic. The idea from Paper Rex, honestly, it looked kind of grim for Team Secret there because you might not know how many players from PRX were just positioned.
Wow.
But Vash, a master of the stabby stabs. Yeah.
All right.
Stab.
The stab. All right.
Yeah, we'll take it as it is. Anyways.
You just sounded like the Blastix knife was being used.
Yeah.
What is that?
It's my nerd voice.
I'm gonna let that slide because you have a good knowledge of the game.
Whoa, of course I do.
Yeah, I meant it.
Yeah. It sounded a little bit sarcastic.
Except for the sound is nice. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Let's move in further to this round as we've got Paper X fighting towards A. Borkham is ready for the duels at the moment towards the open-ended side of the left side of 410. Divide will trade back. The Cascade helps them get a little bit closer.
All right. It's okay because now it seems like there's no excuse for Team Secret to be just pushed back by PRX here. Forsaken spotted by the recon door. Can't really plan as he got himself pushed away. Divide getting closer, but the trade's looking much better here for Paper X. Still in the end, Team Secret will prevail. It looked a little bit scary but still somehow will be able to convert. So not too bad, but as you can see, that initial bout with Dubstep missing the shots was very crucial, as that allowed Paper Rex to get in so close. Look at that, the cascade just used to basically clean up the dirt. Just using it to just
Push it away.
Yeah, power wash things.
Oh my god, you really made Harbor into a washing machine.
He has water.
Standing ahead.
Yeah. You know, if you want to play Power Wash Simulator on Valorant, this is the perfect agent to do so.
Of course. You want to play Power Wash Simulator on Valorant. That's what we do. Well, we've got water and ice together right now as the side of a secret. Okay, they're giving finding to make that a third dubstep. Well, he's got tunes to sing for, and there is trades coming back in the form of Forsaken Sheriff. Envy, though, will give back a little bit more. And okay, this has been a complete round of Sheriffs, and Team Secret to win the most of them.
Yeah, that's a huge step for Dubstep, as, again, that just gets him closer and closer to the Tour de Force. You tend to forget that Dubstep was a highlight reel just a couple of months ago. And now that he's been put on the chamber, it doesn't show as often. But, again, you do get these treats every now and then. And Team Secret looking much more convincing on this second game, especially now that they've broken at least the buys of Paper Rex. That being said, though, Paper Rex back up to it once more. This is going to be the true bonus for Team Secret here, as they haven't really pushed too much of the buys. Actually, they take it back. Envy, though, gets boosted up, gets the push onto Bell, and does get the trade. It's going to be the 1-for-1. Jing and Jeremy down, but the buy getting that corner here, as the rest of PRX opens up onto B, makes it very difficult for Team Secret to read the situation.
Envy getting really close towards A main here. He might find a kill onto Devi. He does peek him. Flash coming out perfectly done, but Devi is ready and teleports right behind his teammate as Forsaken is making movements towards B. JC Vash has actually cleared out a lot of A over here. He's making sure that nobody's lurking around, maybe hoping that they can find another free kill. But Mind Freak has gotten the B side for himself and his team. Benkai sitting like a little sneaky little bugger and hoping. Oh, I think he heard him, did he?
Oh, the reload.
Now
Yeah.
he heard him.
Now he knows.
Right here.
He's still playing very, very sneakily here. I think he's waiting for the rest of his team. Might not need it, though. Took him a while, and it's going to be actually Mind Freak to get the pick. And everybody was just like, why can't you hit the shot? Benkai, you can see it on their faces. But at least they knew exactly where he was. The push out from Envy here was brilliant, but somehow they lost a round in the end from just, again, Devi performing. I think this is one of the best tournaments we've seen Devi just be on, right? Because, again, he's been consistent, but he hasn't been the impact fragger for Paper Rex, but he is standing toe-to-toe with his other teammates such as Jing and Forsaken.
Absolutely, and he is going to be looking to solidify a little bit more advantage. Oh, Jing gets a tag onto him and gets away thanks to his utility. Dubstep, though, will not have Forsaken live any longer. That KO has kind of restricted his fragging potential in terms of aggression, right? And he's not started off on the best foot. And Team Secret, with that Viper Spit, are absolutely gonna stop any sort of movement onto a buy side of Paper Rex and instantly discouraged and move towards B.
Envy now has the null command too, so if they do decide to corral all the way through B, they will be having this really good ultimate to kind of face themselves against this opponent. Dubstep playing on top of Boiler just to check anybody pushing through mid, as well as underneath on Tube here. And Paper Rex just, again, clearing up the angles with the drone from Benkai. Also, Mind Freak now has his Reckoning, and this is where at least, even though it's a 4 versus 5, they have good utility to start pushing in onto the site.
Well, here we go. It is the High Titan coming through and the Reckoning as well.
30 seconds
It is pushing
left.
the players back from the side of Team Secret as Jing finds one towards middle, and Jeremy's worried. Does he know that he's gone in towards two? But the question probably does, and he won't get that kill. Yes, he will. Jeremy finds it. Now they're not going to be worried about mid anymore. 4 versus 3. Devi needs to step up again. Benkai needs to step up again. The 2-star fraggers are gone, and Divide gets one. Envy the trade right back onto Benkai. The wall comes in. That's a great wall, but will it give him space? Yes, it will. Envy finds both the kills that he was required to, and there's no way Mindfreak is going to go in for this. Does he? Drake? No, he cannot. He cannot. That wall is so good. Instead of lying it down, you know, in the other direction, gives him so much room to work with. Innovative. I like that.
Did you see Jeremy just literally look away from? He just turned around. I think we'll probably see it here on the replay. But you're right. It's the wall of Sage has 4 segments. So if you actually, put it in front of an opponent, so that's what 1,000 HP per segment. You're gonna have to break so many of that to just go through, and a rifle isn't the best. You'd think LMG is the best, but no, it's actually a judge that breaks walls the fastest. So
I did not know that.
yeah, because the pellets just hit it much faster, considering the LMG is still single bullets, even though high fire rate. Anyways, unless he had a weapon like that to break through, he would not have been able to just stop Jeremy there. So obviously, the only thing Mindfreak could have done was just to aggressively push and hope that he could have hit the shot, but not this time. Just great retakes altogether from Team Secret.
Absolutely. Timeout for the side of Paper Rex as they are 1 and 4 down on the map of Icebox. And I think that the selection of agents might be kind of getting to them. The Harbor, not as effective as the Viper in terms of damage.
Yeah.
Might be harming them a little bit.
Careful there.
And I really hope that they're getting their plans sorted out, because not too long can this carry on, because Secret are going to quickly get on the groove of pushing them back.
Yeah.
And if that happens, this half is going to go instantly to Secret for a minimum of 8 and 4.
Yeah, as a viewer, you can't really blame. You gotta say, oh no, you know, Paper Rex are using the Harbor, but in any case, they are using this with a set strategy in mind. So you know that they practice it, you know that they put the time in scrims to see how effective it is, and they've deemed it effective enough to use it in a tournament, right? So that being said, there's going to be the setup, the cove for a safe plant. This is probably the reason why we're not seeing the Sage actually, but you know, it doesn't matter. Envy is just always there for the contact. He denies one first. That's Cove is not going to be for long, and Envy, he already knows where Forsaken is. The timing and the deny on the plant just, and exactly that, no one to cover him. The Cloudburst as Jing tries to get closer and closer to his brethren, not going to happen. More confines too. It's Mindfreak to remain in a 1 versus 5. And there's no chance in heck that he's going to be able to survive that. And again, you hear the celebratory shouts of Team Secret as they get a very convincing round.
5 and 1. This is turning out to be a nightmare of a map for the side of Paper Rex. We might as well be going towards Ascent if things continue this way.
Oh yeah.
Forsaken went for the plant, but nobody's covering up the closer angle for him, and that's instantly the plant denied. Wall coming up, and Paper Rex losing. They still have a buy though. It's Scrappy on 3 players, half armors across 3 of them, a Bulldog onto Benkai as well. But I still think that Paper X need to maybe switch up their pace.
I think it's also the thing that, oh, he's used the code for the Harbor. That's a free plant already because he's being, you know, saved by the shield of that smoke. But the thing is, it doesn't block an opponent from pushing in compared to the wall. So there is always that threat that if Forsaken or somebody from Paper Rex is planning inside that and doesn't have a buddy system to help them out, the deny on the plant is very much accessible for Team Secret here. Now, Paper Rex are switching things up. They did use the Cope on mid there, but ultimately decide to go for the A side, using the high tide to create some opportunities here, and it's working, but Team Secret, they're so clear and near already! Jeremy finds 2, Bash follows up, Jing inside the smoke, he's gonna be alone, and Bash just denies him. One more, Mindfreak finds a little bit, retaliates just tiny bit, but not gonna be enough, and Team Secret are on a roll.
6 rounds now these guys have found for themselves, and that is big against a team like Paper X, who don't seem to be aware of the fact that Icebox is working in their favor with the Harbor. I think it might be the, you know, one small little chink in the armor.
I would say maybe I just forgo Jing playing the
the jet and just go back to the Sage. Because right now if I'm Paper X, I'm missing the capabilities that is given to me by a Sage wall, a barrier orb, right? I'd say so. What do you think?
Yeah, probably. I mean, that could be it as well. I think that with the way Paper X play on the
this is the second tactical of the
second
Paper
tactical
X.
as I was saying,
Yeah,
I think the way that Paper X play on the Sage makes for a lot more comfortability because they've got utility that can, allow the opponents from coming into the side when they've got the plant down, right?
Yeah.
Or going for the plant. They've got a wall, which is really strong. The Cove, for sure, it's good, right? It blocks bullets.
Yeah.
But it can be broken much quicker than a wall.
Yeah, true enough.
It cannot sustain for too long. There's one Cove ability and the entire thing goes. But for a Sage wall, you've got 4 different compartments to break.
Actually, thinking about that as well, right? Comparing it to the Viper, once they use the high tile, once they use the cascade to start pushing in and they're successful with the plant, once they exit out, right? They're not going to have the smokes up and running faster than the Viper does.
Yeah, exactly.
It's going to be like, 40 seconds for the high tile once again. So there's not really a lot of things that Harbor can do other than just, shooty, bang, bang. But that just means, again, that there is a lack of utility that is accessible to Paper Rex once you enter the early stages of the post plant. Any case, of course, I'm still curious how they try to adjust to things, but the Team Secret is definitely taking advantage of the weaknesses that the Harbor does have right now. The decent cascade placed in a little bit more farther in so that Team Secret can't really push through this. And now with all of that, even though it is a weaker buy for Paper Rex, the Reckoning is here, and it's giving Forsaken some time to hit shots, and maybe this is what we want to see. The Harbor with the ultimate in conjunction with Forsaken's aim.
Absolutely, works out to perfection. Jing gets another jump step, is trying to hit back, but not for too long. He can, because his teammate has fallen, and I only believe for so long he can survive. He spotted out one. He's gonna try and take a spy, and Jing will make sure that Paper X find 2. Good round from them, but they needed a big ultimate to make that work. That Harbor Reckoning was the only way that they could have found the positioning of these players, and then they made sure that the chaos continues because they're going to have to sit down, aim, and fight, and they get stunned in the process. And even before they can do anything, Forsaken has 2 of them.
Yeah. The thing is, if you're not used to fighting Harbor, you're going to freak out when the Reckoning is right underneath your feet. Like, you saw the scramble from Team Secret there. Usually, other players would just stay inside.
Sure.
One just plays it bait, you get the concuss, but one just tries to dodge, and you don't get concussed, you still have aim to work with. Dubstep, ooh, did he actually get away from the Hunter's Fury?
Oh, Jing!
He does, but Jing on the contact. For the Vi trying to at least get the refrag, not gonna happen. Forsaken now just immediately ziplining back and forth. And these walls, man, these waterworks now looking much more coherent for Paper Rex.
Yeah, but there's still a little bit of power left on Team Secret. They're finding kills back and forth. It's a 5v3, make that a 5v2. Divine looking for more. He finds 2 himself. He's still got a lot more in the bag to work for. There is his teammate coming in from mid. The vent guy gets 1 more. Divine sniffles up. 1 more left, and this 5v2 looking highly possible. JC Bash, he spots him out, but he's not going to be able to get the kill. It is going to be Divine to drop down, but I think the time has gone way too far, and Paper X put up number 3.
What a round from Paper Rex. Again, Divine just hitting the shots necessary. Incredible stuff. Again, I stand by what I say that this is the game. This is the tournament where the Vi just looks so convincing right now for Paper X. Again, he's been convincing, for a long time, but never to this point that his clutches just look absolutely fantastic. In any case, Jesse Bash, as he mentioned, did not have any time. And even if he did, maybe had an extra 10-15 seconds, he still had to deal with the double shock dart that was still accessible for Benkai at that point.
Again, towards A lot of attention being diverted. There's a Viper spin now, but Borkum has been shut down to 5 HP. So a bullet in the right direction could find this Viper spin almost completely useless. He's kept himself safe though, and he's making sure that he's gonna go into that Viper spin just before his intensity runs out. Mind Freak throwing in the high tide towards mid. covered up a pretty interesting angle, and there goes the ultimate from Forsaken. Swings out, finds the kill,
What?
and this is going to be him taking advantage. Mindfreak gets another, Divide finds one as well. I thought that was a headshot as well, what you just saw from Engage, but Paper Rex just seemed to be running in the right direction.
Down B.
I think it was because he had just a stinger in hand, so the headshot not enough to take down Forsaken. Yeah. I think it was only
66 damage, that's all he did.
it was only Vash that has the rifle, so definitely lacking in terms of that. Speaking of which, Vash makes a bit of waves, extra couple of kills, but at the end, it seems like Paper Rex are starting to find their mettle here. So the call to go for the 2 timeouts, tactical timeouts, mind you, is starting to pay dividends here for Paper Rex as they're slowly understanding the interactions that they need to make this harbor work in their favor.
Yeah, that is true. They've slowly adapted to the playstyle of Secret, and now they're looking for a bit more in terms of attack. 6 and 4. Can they match it up?
Well, Dubs are going to try to make that happen with the operator here as he slowly creeps up. Here's the TP away from Divide, but there's a double up here. There's a cheekiness that is Paper Rex baiting audio cues and maybe putting Dubs up into a false sense of security as he tries to get that mid control. But he's aware, he's defensive, he's passive. But this is also begging the question, how much defense does Team Secret have on A as the rest of Paper Rex is looking to set their sights on it? The Blade, still though, the drone actually gets some pretty good information before it got incapacitated by the Null Blade or the KO Blade. So this is going to be very risky right now for for Team Secret, as the rest of Paper Rex are starting to push him. But there's counter utility, and it is pushing PRX to go the other way around.
Yeah, and there's Dubstep waiting for them, and he's going to get the first kill, and that's all they needed. Mind Freak drops dead, which means no high tide available, and there's already rotations going in towards B from the defense. You've got the Sova there, you've got the KO following up as well. This is going to be a difficult B take for Paper Rex unless Jing does that. Oh, Jing finds another. The ultimate takes out the planner though. 20 seconds left, and the ultimate goes away as Team Secret will have to concede the site for a plant.
That was very quick for Envy to use the null command though. I'm not sure if he's still going to be alive with the null command as they're starting to push it, but if they get the value through that, that's going to be very important. The Vi is playing with them, but still gets the 1-to-1 trade in the end. Great flash altogether. Still, it's an isolated incident. Jing finds where Jeremy is, has the res, although does he have enough time? Ooh, Jing not able to incapacitate Envy here, but they need to start working on the defuse. Not even half, and now Jing has everything in his hands. My goodness, Jing is going to be able to clutch this 6-5, and he gets the ace.
Wow, Jing, what a round. He started off the attack towards B, he ended the attack towards B. It wasn't the 6-man ace, but because Benkai found the 5th kill, I mean 4th kill I believe, and Jing still finds himself an ace. Equal now to his teammate Forsaken.
That shot on Jeremy was
amazing.
Amazing indeed. He knew exactly where Jeremy was going to be situated on. And that was so stressful because, again, it looked like Jeremy should have gotten a couple of things there. All right, flash and everything. You know what? He needed to redeem himself at some point, especially with that disrespect that we saw with Jeremy in that final round. In that last round. Speaking of which, this is going to be the final round in the first half for both teams. War comes on the close angle here. Devi. Wow, just pure confidence from Devi.
Okay.
And he is not done. He's like, Forsaken, if you can't do it, man, I'm going to do it for you, the entry fragging. Mind Freak just, again, blasts away at Vash.
Oh, wow.
I was about to say it's less Dubstep and Jeremy, but now it's just Jeremy. He's been spotted. He's been blinded. Tries to reposition, and basically everything thrown at him but the kitchen sink, and that is going to be an equalizing round, 6-6. We are back at this neck-to-neck once more.
Well, the recoup from the side of Paper X has been really good. Coming down from 6-2, I believe? Yeah, it was 6-2 down, right?
6-0, I think. Was it?
No.
6-2, yeah.
6-2.
I think you have a better understanding of math than I do.
6-2 was where we started off, and they've got 4 in a row. They understood how to use that Harbor better on the attack, and now I think it's going to be a little bit easier for them, right? Because Harbor on defense, I think he's a more defensively modeled character because his high tide can be used across the map, right? I believe so. I think it goes all the way towards B from A. It did happen on Fracture. So I'm not quite sure what the
It's a long wall, but it's not that. I don't think it's that like universally long. But we'll see. We'll see.
We'll find out. Yeah.
We'll find out.
Of course, we've got now Jing, still on Jet, who's not shown up as much as he did in the previous game. He's still taking it a little bit, one round at a time kind of a thing. He found the ace, of course, and that's brought him up to 11.
Yeah.
But he needs to step up a little bit more than what they've done so far.
I will say, to be fair, though, both Jing and Forsaken have turned into, I'll call it like the sacrificial lamb for Paper Rex here, which has given, again, they have to play that contact because of the composition they have, because they're going to be on the attacking side. If they're going to get traded out, who's going to be there to step up? So it's the Vi. So even though we aren't seeing Jing and Forsaken explode as we kind of want to see them do so, the thing is, they still have the impact because the refrag and the follow-up from Paper X is always felt, as we can see in the second portion of that first half.
True, that is true. Paper X know how to adapt well. They've learned from their mistakes, and they've learned their opponent. It's more about, it's not about learning from their mistakes, I would say. It's more about learning their opponent. It's like, well, I can't help but cope myself. It's like being Saiyans who, through the battle, they learn to counter their opponents, and they do better across the fight. The more they're aggravated, the more they're, beaten up, the more they fight back, the more they grow powerful. And that's kind of how I see Paper X. And let's see if they're going to be able to continue that last 4-round, continuous victory into the pistol of their defense, which, by the way, needs to start off with a little bit of extra composure. They need to find the initial frag, and they need to stop Team Secret from making any sort of maneuvers, which I believe will come through from JC Vash. I think he's going to be the most important player on this attack, and he needs to be stopped as soon as possible.
Oh yeah, man. It feels like Vash is coming into his own in this series, or rather in this second game, because I was about to say as well, we didn't really feel him too much on that Pearl map, but this one in Icebox, he's really redeeming himself. I want to just make sure about the statistics. Oh, it was actually pretty neck and neck on Pearl as well. So this being the case on Icebox, it's a sort of a bit of a deja vu. Now this is also the point where Paper Rex could start, building that lead once they get that pistol. So it's very crucial for Team Secret here, not only because, again, it's the round differential, it's the round score, but because of the fact that I think they can't really let the momentum be just brought in favor of PRX. That being said, though, PRX, they're nowhere near on the A side, or rather on the B side. It's going to be A where they set their sights on.
Well, they've cleared out most of their control towards B. There's one man still towards mid, by the way, who snuck in towards tunnel, and now they get him. And that is going to be good readings from Paper X as JC Vash comes in back towards his spawn region to try and maybe find a little bit of value, maybe get a kill or two. Jing is going to challenge him, dashes straight in towards him, loses his life. It's going to be JC Vash, supported, but he doesn't need it, it seems, because he's killing everybody on his own. Mind Freak still alive, finds Jeremy, looking for more, keeping them busy as Divide begins to defuse.
Hold on, they're starting to defuse, but they stopped on it. The wall's there, 2 versus 1, but Mind Freak is so far from the situation, from the spike, that he's not going to be able to make that happen. Excuse me, it was Team Secret that was on the attacking end. Look a little bit risky as Dubstep just got smothered by Divide, but as you mentioned, Jesse Bash definitely picked it back up. Look at the kills that we saw with the classic. Swing out with the alternate, swing out with the left clicks, and that just really ruined the wraparound that Paper Rex were setting up.
7 and 6. Paper X lose the pistol. A little bit of an awkward situation on the flank there. They could have probably made it a little bit easier if maybe they've gotten that 1 kill, gone straight back towards spawn, and fought from the site. But here we are, 5-man stack on A. This is a good read. Will they find the value? Oh, they're pushing up. This is good. I like this. There comes the double triple peek, but dubstep and JC Vash hit back. Everybody from Team Secret getting a kill as one man is left to defend it all, and there's nothing he can do about it. 8 for Team Secret.
Quick and clean from there. They did lose one, but again, it wasn't enough because this time, Team Secret were prepared. They already felt that, again, Paper Rex always love to go for that close contact on either A main or B main. So they decided to just see how the round progresses, and they were absolutely right to just have just basically everybody there. You were saying how there was a 5-man stack for Paper Rex on A. There was technically also a 5-man stack from Team Secret there to ready themselves for the swing. Now they got themselves a very clean round, that last one, so this bonus is just going to look much better in terms of the weapons. PRX, though, of course, will have that buy, and now Dubstep just going to start to pave the way on the B.
Oh, okay, JC Vash does find Divide, but the plan's still looking like it's going to go down, even though the spams are coming in from the side of the defense. It is the buy round of Paper X, by the way, which is going to be the most important in this half, because if they lose this, they're going to go 10 and 6 down. The high tide falls. Forsaken finds a kill even before Dubstep was ready for it. They go straight in for the defuse, but there's utility coming in. There's knives being thrown across both teams. Will they find success? Paper X, Forsaken, and Jing find their kills. Paper X are ready, and there comes the ultimate from the Sova. Is it going to find any value? No, it will not, because the person sticking that defuse is going to tank the damage, and he will defuse it all. Forsaken finds the final kill. Paper X with 7.
It's a bonus round, so again, not really the strongest firepower there from Team Secret, but you gotta say it already, as you mentioned, very strong, very convincing retake there from Paper Rex. Now, Team Secret will definitely have to understand, have to adjust onto things. They even used Vash's ultimate, knowing that that was the bonus, knowing that it was just a 2 versus 4 at that point. So I wonder what was going on in his head, why he wanted to pull the trigger. It was better, maybe better off utilized just to kind of use it in this particular one, now that they have the proper weapons. We'll see how that kind of unravels as Paper Rex, well, they're just one away from equalizing things. Pop flash from Forsaken as the buy tries to make use of this. And all the smokes, all the walls, excuse me, have been used on this A site for now.
Well, Ben Kai is holding onto that A side with his utility and his teammates. They've got support on A. It's a 3-man stack, but Borkum, never mind Borkum right now. It's going to be Jing, who's actually crawled in, then goes right back. Does not expect the person right next to him, but it's going to be Envy to get that kill. Too much aggression and no cover-up from anybody, and Jing loses his life. Paper X are not in their best form right now in terms of map awareness.
Well, definitely they aren't, but they are still able to adequately get trades. Unfortunately, it's not gonna be sufficient. There's the flank, there's the finale, 9-7, and Team Secret are bringing this back. This is the more convincing map that we've seen them play on, comparing it to that perk.
Absolutely. Team Secret look a lot more refreshed here, especially JC Vash, who, by the way, last map, 5 kills. Now he's on 21, forgive me.
Yeah.
Amazing stuff. As I think he and Jeremy have kind of switched up roles. You know, he's gone at the top and Jeremy's come to the bottom. Still, though, it is Secret to lead the charge.
Fun fact, did you know that Jeremy actually stayed at Vash's place as like a boot camp sort of thing when he was still pretty new? So I think Vash was imparting onto Jeremy his wisdom as a utility player. Because Jeremy before was just all about that aim. Now he's kind of half and half, right? He knows, he's been turned into a Swiss Army knife where his agent pool has gotten much better. So you can see the, I guess, the roots of where Jeremy is coming from as a more intellectual player. Any case, oh, all right, hold on. You do know that the pistols for Paper X has still got to be respected. 4 versus 5. Team Secret backing away for the moment. Do they have the post plants here as the spike starts to get defused? Already halfway there, but Jesse Vash denies. There's still a lot more. Shock dart, no recon dart. Here comes Dubstep, and the defuse does not come through.
but that was close. That was very, very close.
That was really close. I think if they would have probably held off a little bit of an off angle, diffusing that spike, maybe something would have worked out. But fortunately for them, spam comes through across every single direction. They almost got so close to defusing that spike, man. It would have happened. Jump-Step was the one to to unravel that situation, make it easier, stop the defuse from going down, finding number 10. And now, Paper X have that big reckoning back in their hands. How are they going to utilize it?
It's been forever since they've gotten themselves a series win over Paper X. Ooh, that's pretty nice. 4 tags on the KO blade. As I was mentioning, this has been, again, one of the longest rivalries that I've seen in APAC, and Paper X have been on top of the case, at least in the series. But the second game makes me a little bit hopeful that maybe Team Secret can get that W that they're hoping for. Any case, losing Dubstep that early, though, doesn't build too much confidence. Forsaken backs away as he waits for the teammate. There is the resurrection onto Dubstep. There is the call of the null command on Envy, but it's not working. Look at just how Forsaken is so calm. Although, yeah.
Coming up for him on the left side again. A little bit of miscommunication, it seems, I think, from the side of Paper X. As here goes Team Secret, finding charge onto the B side, making it a 4v2, have covered up for the flank as well. Ben-Kai needs a miracle. Will he find it? No, he will not. Envy shuts him down, and the initiator duel goes in the favor of Team Secret. And it looks like Jing is going to be forced to save.
He was already spotted by Vash, so there was literally nothing that he could do. That's why you saw Vash also back away, because now they knew that Jing's going to be on the long rotate.
Yep.
If he wanted to push onto B-long, that still burned a lot of time and meant that for a good chunk of what happened in this round, Ben-Kai would just be alone in a 1 versus 4. Okay, so with this, we're about 2 steps closer for pushing into a game number 3.
I mean, at this point, I might have to just believe it, that we will be heading into the final game on Ascent.
Ooh, what a shot.
Good stuff from Team Secret. Overall aim, utility, coordinated plays on point on this map of Icebox. They're showcasing why they chose this map, and it's in good measure. And Paper X kind of falling off the mark here in terms of covering up for their teammates in not just 1, maybe 3 or 4 rounds.
I was wondering what was damaging Forsaken there on his angle as to why he needed to push out into the open. I think he got hit by Borkum's snake bite as he was perfectly placed on his angle. Jing, oh, he wants to get closer into this. The cover, the recon dart, Jeremy! He just instinctively shot through the cloud burst as he heard the updraft. Borkum's already pushing in through mid. This is spotted out. He can't back away. He's stuck on the wall. That's not too good. They might be able to pick up the Vandal for Forsaken, which is going to be absolutely huge for Paper X right now. But Team Secret, they got themselves a chance to start pushing in. The Reckoning stuns once again. Vash, gotta be careful. This thing's last a while, and oh no! Forsaken misses the beat. Here's going to be Ben-Kai helping, assisting with the Hunter's Fury, but it only equalizes the frags, only equalizes the kills, not really the impact just yet. The Vi, he's got something to say with things, with that sort of force of his, but his teammates are falling all around him at this point, and now we're left to Ben-Kai.
Oh, he's got a sheriff to work with, nothing more. 1v3. Ben-Kai's had moments of brilliance at times across his entire tournament, but this is too tall of an ask even for him. He's got a recon. Does he expect a close angle though? There's one sitting in that cubby created by the Sage. Spots one. Doesn't get another. No, he will not. Envy gets a third. Number 12 for Secret, and Ascent looks to be on the horizon.
Very much so. So many steps for PRX to take to at least get this. Could be a done deal already, just get us into Ascent already immediately. Could be not too bad of a play to do. 12-7, and actually Paper X, no big ultimates, but they're adequately equipped with the weapons. With you can see Divide back on the operator once more. Jing, this could be good, but no way. Dubstep was getting tagged, and he still somehow manages to find Jing. Thankfully, Forsaken was very quick on the refrag, but this again pulls the trigger for Team Secret. We've gotten ourselves the attention of Paper Rex on mid. Let's just go for a straight dash onto B, plant the spike, force the post, and this time Paper Rex, what do they got left in that tank to push this game even further?
Let's find out. 4 versus 4. Borkum's got a lineup available if at all he needs to go for it. And I believe the way that Borkum has been playing, he's gonna get something, but Divide shuts down Envy. Benkai gets Jeremy. Borkum's coming in from mid. He's going into the cove, and he will lose his life. They weren't really defusing, it was just a bait. And now here we are with JC Vash holding it all by himself and losing his life as well. Number 8 comes up for Paper X, but they're still pretty much away from even getting close to overtime.
Huge shots from Divide to come through there. Again, this game for Paper Rex, Divide has been the ultimate savior, I think, in these very crucial rounds. So with him performing like this, there is still definitely a possibility to maybe hit the overtime here for PRX. Of course, Team Secret, with all of the rounds that they've won, look at how much economy they got. So they can really, what's the word here, challenge Paper X each and every turn, and Paper X will have to weather the storm 2 to 3 rounds in a row before I think they break Team Secret's economy.
Paper X are going to be heading into a heavy B attack here. The wall comes up, and so does the drone. They spot out Forsaken. He's going to get away from there. He does have support in the form of Mind Freak right below him. That's it. Jing towards mid, holding down Tube. Are Team Secret looking to commit to this B site, or is this just a fake?
Well, regardless of which, Vash actually picked up the orb. Now he has his own Hunter's Fury. This is where it gets a little bit alarming for Paper Rex because, ooh, that spotted nobody. Although Vash did use the recon dart, gets broken. Now they know. Yellow is secured. Jeremy, oh, it's gonna be risky. He needs to plant this before the wall gets broken. Actually still is able to do so. And this is really a very ideal situation for Team Secret. Forsaken though, he's got some lineups. And he'll see with the rest of Paper Rex as they come in swinging for that retake.
Well, they're going for it. Mind Freak gets one, dumps him to trade back. And it's Secret! They're getting everything done. 12 to 8, looks like 13 to 8 coming their way. Mind Freak down to 8 HP. Make that 0 as Secret will take us to Ascent.
The first game 3 that we have in the semifinals, and Secret with a convincing win in game number 2. You'd think that they might falter an Icebox. Again, we mentioned this, that this is maps that this is a map that both teams can really perform in.
Absolutely.
And it seems like Team Secret have brought their A game here. Paper X just did not know what to do. Maybe it's because of the harbor, maybe it's because Team Secret are just good, maybe it's a combination of both, but in either case, we are still going into map number 3.
Yeah, Paper X just somehow seemed like they weren't ready for, you know, the way that Team Secret are going to play on this map. Because of one pure fact, like you mentioned, Jing on the Jet, he's really good on the Duelist, right? But I think he's better on Duelists that support his playstyle, which is the Raze, which can be the Neon. I think he's great at that as well. Forsaken plays that as well, but
yeah,
I believe it's kind of the, you know, thing that we see from Jing. He's versatile. He can play aggressive on the Sage. He can play aggressive on the Raze. He's really good with that. But on the Jet, sometimes it goes a little bit unsaid that Forsaken's, you know, Jet mechanics are better.
Yeah, I will say though, again, that I feel like they could have gone through with this game without the Jet itself. Maybe the Sage would have been a whole lot better because it really felt like some of those crucial rounds in the first half, they were really missing a proper Sage wall just to clear things up. Again, the Harbor utility was good, but there are certain attributes that made it lacking in terms of the attacking offense that we saw from Paper X there. In any case, in any matter, we still are going to be going for our final game here. And who will be facing Heretics tomorrow for the grand finals?
Well, we're going to find out on Ascent. For the first time, ladies and gentlemen, we will finally have Ground Zero of Valorant being played on our screens. But to get to that point, it's been Team Secret's hard work and value, filled Icebox map, which has given us so much now to look forward to on the map of Ascent. And the competition is only going to get better as we look at the scores of every single player.
Look at that, man. Devi is just standing on top with 18 kills. The ability of Devi to convert so many of these rounds for Paper Rex, a lot of these really given to Paper Rex solely from just the impact from Devi. But looking on the other end, he was bottom fragging on Pearl, and now he's standing on top, 311 combat score, a veteran in multiple games, and still somehow manages to perform in this explosive esport. It's Jesse Vash.
Amazing. 25-9. That's more than a 2.5 KDA. That is insanely good for a person who we just saw get less than 0.5 KDA in the previous game. The build-up of this guy has been amazing, and I think he's only getting warmed up. He's got another game to go. He's probably going to be picking up the Sova even on Ascent, I believe. I'm not quite sure. We will see about what their lineup is on Ascent, a bit later. But that's right. Now we're heading into map 3. Now we've got something to be concerned about in terms of Paper Rex. How do you think this is going to line up?
Honestly, I don't know anymore. It feels like it's going to be up in the air at this point. Both teams are performing up to a certain degree that I feel like they are just butting heads at this interval. There is so much, again, that I felt like Team Secret weren't able to do a couple of months ago that they are looking to be able to do now. And it is just makes me hopeful that again they could have that revenge match right here in Paper Rex work in their favor. Now let's look at the team again, this extra team statistics real quick, and it's still pretty neck and neck, but the first kills.
Benita slowly inching out towards top of heaven through the toxic screen. Alexis at 5 HP, but it's all the work of Bob for the 2 kills previous. And that was a nice little rotate out from C9 to get the round.
Yeah, you don't have to worry about the utility if you find the entries, right? So for Cloud9, that was huge. That was, in fact, everything. Each time that they've gone towards that A site, they have not had any success in finding those openings. Even when we think back, Sandra was full blind in a round, and she's just still able to dance and bob and weave and get another. So a good start for C9. I am a little worried about this B main contestation, though. I mean, last round, Shopify, they had so much information. Even though it kind of might have felt like C9 were in that area, Shopify Rebellion were able to sniff out that there was nobody there.
And with this round, trying to find that information towards B-Long, as you just mentioned, a 0 point that came out from Sonda that is going to spot Mel, but just Mel alone. And with this roster and this lineup that you currently have from C9, you could have the lurks from Mel, you could have the lurks from Bob. So we're still holding and standing your ground here for Shopify on an eco.
Double shorties on the side for Shopify. You saw Benita just lurking in her own smoke. Bob definitely has an inkling that something is going on in mid here. She smells something funny.
Standing ahead.
Oh boy.
Run!
With a shorty! And stopped. I was...
that is a nightmare.
My
man.
boots were
That is
quicking for a bit. My boots were definitely quicking for a bit, but we avert the crisis. We drop 3 for Cloud9 against Shopify Rebellion. So a disadvantage for the defenders as they're split across the map. Luring KP. 1 at middle, 1 in the back at the B site, while C9 is looking for this plant inside B. Managed to pop 1, maybe even 2. KP gets the 145 onto Bob, but that's gonna be it. No 2 kills, but at least the econ damage, forcing a couple of armors to get rebought into this round number 7. Round number 8, sorry.
Very controlled, and you love to see it, especially on the attack side of Icebox. This attack side, it's just all about conditioning. It's all about map control and deceiving the defenders and thinking you're actually taking ground and taking space. So Really important for Bob to feel confident in this mid area. You know, last round she was able to catch someone in the back, and those kinds of timings, those are the best frags when you're a Viper, is finding those frags in the back and really leaning into the rat style. So we'll see if Bob kind of livens up and heats up as this game goes on. Flowerful back into this angle.
Exactly. For Shopify Rebellion, they're still leaning towards the aggression at the A nest. Doubling up here for a pick into A main if C9 will try to walk over in that area. Knife continues towards this B on the top of yellow. Just repositioning Bedina at the start.
Yeah, and you know, I'm not a fan of this doubling up with Chamber and KO together. It's so dangerous to get instantly traded out. Chamber can get away with that TP. We've seen time and time again on this map, if you're traded this forward on defense, it can get quite dicey. Flowerful's able to TP out, and this should make Sonder rethink things.
Especially from the 0 point that was thrown by Sonder. That allows the operator of Flowerful to reposition on the top of a Rafters. Counter knife out on the attack, though.
Mel heard that sound cue. She's hiding right behind another trip, and she's just gonna bide her time. Look at the rotations coming. She's sending her team back towards that B site so that she can find a rotator on the tap.
And will the rotate happen? Will it go through towards the back of Kitchen? But so far, it's just gonna have to be the battle and the hold from Benita in the back of the B site. The wall is up.
10 seconds.
We're pushing through the smoke. Nice flash from Alexis to get the kill. This should allow the plant now for a spawn, and you talked about that rotate. Mel catches one and continues to push forward. Punished by Flowerful, but we're still pushing towards the spawn. And it's just the operator left, and she's gonna pull back.
Yeah, she's gotta try to save. Oh man, what a round coming out here for Cloud9. And I love the snowman push, right? Those communications came through. You could clearly see it on the minimap. Mel was in such a power position, and the rest of the squad showed up. As the tap happens, the snowman swing happens, Mel goes into the kitchen, and it's a two-prong attack there. Beautiful stuff for Cloud9. And again, it came down to the map control. Once you have these corridors, once you have the information, you're able to make an intelligent call such as that.
The only thing that scared me was that hit happened to push towards Benita with 10 seconds left on the clock.
Yes.
If Benita was able to land any type of shot, it might have delayed some things, and it could have been dangerous here for Cloud9. That's one thing to look out for C9, where Shopify could take advantage of the time in their favor. But speaking of that as well, no advantage coming in for weaponry for Shopify Rebellion in round number 9, especially when we couldn't save the operator from Flowerful.
Yeah, money has been broken. Perfect opportunity for C9 to regain back this pace and this tempo in this half. It has been Shopify's game for quite some time now. Things slow down. Alexis feeling like, you know what, I've seen Flowerful in this quarter. Cloud9 side.
Yeah, that's information on positioning switches, right? There's no more walls towards this B long. But for C9, they're still looking to group together towards this site. It could go aggro. They have a res. They have a Viper's Pit to get into a very aggressive push. And this might be off the timing once this wall's about to thaw up.
Yeah, it should be thawing up any moment. And there's the drone. Should be a lot of information. That tag is just so huge. Pushing Sage off the angle, and I think the drone actually spotted 2 more players backside there as well.
And they got the knife towards the back of the site, so there's no utility off the 3 players playing towards the back. Wall then comes up, 23 seconds left on the clock, and because we're on an eco, it's hard to break the Sage wall, but Sonner still gets first blood into this round. 17 seconds, we're closing in now for Shopify Rebellion. Still no attempt for a plant, as now it's turning over in favor of Shopify Rebellion. Only 1 left to go for C9, and it's a thrifty for Shopify.
They just kind of fell into the trap. I mean, that was like a moth to a flame. Cloud9 went through, and you know, sometimes you gotta really focus and tunnel vision and get that spike down no matter what. But Shopify did enough to apply that pressure, not allow Cloud9 to think that they could actually plant. And man, it's just so back and forth, and it all comes down to the low weaponry, right? You're fearless in that moment. You don't give your life as much care. So being able to just swing out on your player's contact, that's a lot of pressure. And Cloud9, they crack under it.
Oh yeah. Even when you're looking at the purchases, There's only like two players actually that invested into something. Fireful went into an operator, going with the armor. Then Sonner went into a Vandal because the other 3 players were just able to pick up 3 guns left behind inside that A site. Never once again discount the lower buys and the shares that are coming out from Shopify Rebellion. And despite that victory on that previous round, once again, still another timeout coming in from the winning team for Shopify.
Yeah, gotta collect yourselves. I mean, again, they've got some youngsters.
All right, we got some quick entertainments for you guys. Come on, Universe, you got to do it.
I'm not doing it again. No.
Once. But first one to Paper X, second one going into favor of Team Secret.
Absolutely. Ascent now coming our way with finally making its first appearance. Ascent making its debut in Valorant Invitational India, as we will be hosting a bunch of different agents this time, I hope. By the way, just to give a little bit more of a heads up, the last 3 times that they've played Ascent Team Secret, they've lost all 3, as we've mentioned.
Yeah.
But what we also need to mention is that they've tried 3 different combinations of agents on this map, which is kind of concerning because it almost seems like they're not prepared enough, right? They've got the Chamber, Astra, Fade, KO, Raze for last time, and then they mixed it up with a Jet in the mix. They put the Omen instead of the Astra, and right before that, they had the Phoenix come in with the Sage as well. What do you think about this? There's too much variation here in terms of agent picks.
I feel it is because of the fact that, again, they were playing with different players on different games. So they think, aside from just them wanting to try different things out, they also wanted to see, I guess, the effectiveness of it on their team, right? Because they've added new players altogether. I think technically they've added 3 players in the past couple of months with again, Jeremy, Envy, and Lene. There is a lot more of trial and error here for Team Secret to see what works. So it seems like they are still in that process. The question now is, have they found something that actually works for them, especially they're still up against Paper X. They made Icebox look easy, but that doesn't mean that Ascent will be anything easy for them.
Absolutely. Let's have a look at Divide going up against JC Vash. The previous game for JC Vash was absolutely brilliant, but Divide not actually doing better than him slightly in terms of overall statistics. He is actually a little bit better in terms of ACS. He's got 144 damage. That's close to a kill per round.
Yeah.
And he's got 15 average, right? Yeah. So Devi currently sitting a little bit better in terms of statistics, but we've seen the two maps, they've been completely different in terms of play. Now, we head into a map where we've got such a, it's one-dimensional because it's ground zero, but at the same time, the number of variations that we've seen across so many different teams, I've seen triple initiator, single sentinel, and controller setups. I've seen double duelist setups. I've seen single duelist setups. I've seen double controller setups. Everybody loves experimenting with this map. What do you think is going to be the most optimal for Team Secret to go to face off Paper X?
Is it me, or I think I might be feeling possibly a triple initiator. At the most, it's probably going to be 2 initiators for Team Secret here. Then you'll probably have, like, let's say Jeremy on a Raze. I think that's the optimal composition for them. For Paper X, on the other hand, we could be looking at, once again, Forsaken bringing out the Phoenix at this point. I do wonder if Jeremy's going to try to counter that, but I think he just does so much better when he has the Raze in hand. So we could be looking at, once again, as you mentioned, the double duelist for Paper X, while on the side of Team Secret, I think we're looking at the double initiator.
Yeah, fair enough. I think that, but there is one thing though. The last 10 times that Paper X have played Ascent, they haven't changed their comp at all. It's been that Astra Chamber, Fade, KO, and Raze, right? So they've not changed it at all the last 10 times, 11 times that they've played. But they have shown us in this tournament that they've changed up everything that we've known so far about them, right? So a brand new Paper X, it seems, as they're heading into the next season and in this offseason, of course. Are we going to see another suspectful new lineup?
Yeah, different iteration of their interpretation of what they need to play, what feels effective for them coming into Ascent. That's definitely a possibility here. They brought out the Harbor twice today, so it's not far off that we could be seeing something different. I don't think we're going to be seeing the Harbor on Ascent. I've played it. It's not the most effective agent. You still want to have a lot more coverage on the maps here. It feels like the High Tide is a little bit awkward to kind of set up for walling B-side, specifically the market, and the spawn entrance doesn't feel like you can set up properly there. But you know what? I'm just a normal guy. I'm just a normie. I don't know what is in the heads of Paper X if they actually still bring out the Harbor. Other than that, I was looking forward to maybe Forsaken bringing his Phoenix back. He has been playing KO in this map, as you mentioned, you know, with the KO pickage for Paper X here, but he's also shown a lot of just, I think, ferocity when he plays that Phoenix.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, it's almost as if he's in his perfect comfort zone. You know, it's been a while since we've seen him on the Jet. You know, and I do absolutely love to see the Forsaken Jet, right? But I think with the way Valorant has grown, he too has grown, and he's gotten himself